Chapter 161 You've been slaughtered. It was unknown how long it took before Yin Fei felt that the energy in his body had been completely replaced. When the more powerful force, that had more than doubled in size, gradually subsided in his body, he opened his eyes again. It was also at this time that he realized that his whole body was covered in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. When he looked up again, a circle of people were surrounding him, including Yan's mother and his eldest brother Yin Qian. Yin Fei smiled and said, "I have successfully upgraded." Hearing this, everyone's expressions relaxed. After Yin Qian asked Yin Fei a few questions, he nodded to Yin Fei and Yan's mother, then went downstairs with a special team of superpowers who came to guard, and went back to the military headquarters to report. Yan's mother also went downstairs to call Yan's father as soon as possible to share the joy. When the remaining few friends and Yan's second brother were left, they began to ask Yin Fei about the upgrade situation, and Yin Fei told them roughly. After listening to this, everyone began to love and fear the upgrade. But Shen Zichuan was very confident in himself. While everyone was talking, Zhou Yang felt his clothes being pulled. He turned his head and saw Lu Xingye smacking his lips. "Yang, do you have more roasted chickens? I want to eat too." "Yes." Zhou Yang smiled and nodded, then brought him another roasted chicken. As a result, the other people who were chatting stopped talking and ran over to grab the roasted chicken. Seeing that there was not enough to share, Zhou Yang had to bring out 2 more roasted chickens. Seeing that everyone was eating heartily and had no intention of paying attention to him, Yin Fei shook his head and got out of bed to take a shower. When he came back, everyone had eaten so much that their mouths were full of oil, especially Yin Xiao, the second brother of the Yin family, who ate himself so much that he lay on the bed and could not move. "TSK. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? And you ate yourself?" Yin Fei kicked his unreliable second brother. Yin Xiao rolled his eyes at him, and after a while he sat up again. "Oh, I haven't eaten such delicious roast chicken for a long time. I couldn't help it." Zhou Yang just ate 2 mouthfuls casually and didn't move. Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, he took out the herbal tea that had been brewed in advance with diluted spring water in the space and poured a cup for everyone. Yin Fei, who had just taken a shower, also got a cup. He took a sip and raised his eyebrows. Although the dried flowers and herbs covered up a lot of the taste, the water used to brew the tea was obviously similar to the cup of water he drank before, but it was not as strong, and it seemed that it was probably diluted. Even so, after a small sip, he still felt that his spleen and stomach had been washed. It seems that what Zhou Yang gave him to drink was not ordinary water at all, let alone a special drink. Although he couldn't figure out what it was, he could feel that this cup of water helped him upgrade. However, he did not intend to delve into Zhou Yang's secrets. He just wanted to know that this was a teammate he could trust. After putting the remaining tea on the coffee table and letting everyone use it, Zhou Yang took out the 2 knives he had bought with a lot of money from the space. These 2 knives are very useful. It is not an exaggeration to say that they can cut iron like mud. However, since the zombies were upgraded, their use has become much less. He has been waiting for Yin Fei to reach level 5 so that he can help him reforge them. Today he finally waited for it, so he quickly took it out and asked Yin Fei to help him reforge it. In this way, he will be able to cut ordinary zombies of level 3 or 4 in the future. "Yin Fei, can you try to reforge these 2 knives for me? You can recast them with metal ability and use them to cut ordinary zombies of level 3 or 4. It should not be a problem." "I try." Yin Fei took the 2 knives and looked at them. One was a military knife, and the other was a tang knife. The blades were cold and shining. They were both good knives worth a lot of money. Yin Xiao also took a look and commented, "Your 2 knives are not cheap. They must cost tens of thousands." Zhou Yang nodded. "It is quite expensive. It cost me 800,000. It still hurts to think about it now." "How much?" Hearing this, everyone else looked at him in surprise. 800,000? Yin Xiao's eyes widened. But suddenly he felt sympathy. "Young man, you're being ripped off, aren't you? These 2 knives are worth tens of thousands of yuan at best." "Ah?" It was Zhou Yang's turn to be stunned. "But I bought them in a century-old store in Shanghai. They say they are the treasures of the store. I waited a whole day for the store to sharpen them for me. It doesn't look like a Tibetan knife that's been around for decades. It's probably made in the last few years." Yin Xiao was speechless and scratched his head. "And how can a store sell Tibetan knives without sharpening them?" unless they've been rusted and need to be sharpened again. Zhou Yang, I want to say a Chinese curse here. So, he was ripped off by that knife-selling guy? I really suffered a loss because I didn't know how to use knives. I really want to wear it back and slap myself. Damn! Don't let him see that knife-selling guy again, or I will definitely beat him up. Zhou Yang thought angrily. Forget it. I've suffered a loss, and I have to recast it. You can try it for me first. After Zhou Yang was angry, he looked at the knife in Yan Fei's hand again. Yan Fei nodded, picked up one of the Tang swords, used his supernatural power to melt part of the blade, and then used his supernatural power to smelt it again and again, and finally remade a new blade that matched the original handle, and a brand new Tang sword was born. All this happened right under the eyes of several people, without any sparks. And Yan Fei used metal supernatural power throughout the whole process, because he had helped Zhou Yang make metal crossbows before. He was also very good at recasting the Tang sword this time. After Yan Fei finished, he handed it to Zhou Yang. Would you like to try it? Looking at the sharper Tang sword in front of him, Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. He took it and waved it in his hand. He felt that the sword was lighter than before. Then he turned around and took out a piece of white steel, placed it between the two stools, and cut it with a knife. With a sound of clang, the white steel was instantly cut into two pieces and fell to the ground. The sword forged by the level 5 metal ability is indeed a step up. This white steel is the hardest among all steels. He didn't use much force to cut it into two pieces, which shows how sharp this knife is. Very good. It is much better than before. Zhou Yang put away the knife with satisfaction. Please help me rebuild the other one in the same way. Yan Fei nodded, picked up the other military knife and copied it. And soon it was done. Zhou Yang was too lazy to try it this time, and directly put it into the space with the Tang sword. By the way, would you like to remake the Tibetan knives you left with me now, just in case they are needed in the future? Thinking of the Tibetan knives that Shen Zichuan and the others left with him, Zhou Yang asked again. Okay, give them all to me. Yan Fei thought about it and nodded. I'm free now anyway. And now I have so much energy that I have nowhere to release, so I might as well use it to forge knives. Hearing this, Zhou Yang took out several Tibetan knives from the space in one go. And after thinking about it, he also took out the heavy crossbow and metal crossbow arrows, as well as several commonly used short knives, daggers and the like. Since Yan Fei is working anyway, it shouldn't hurt to do more. In the blink of an eye, Yan Fei's bed was filled with various knives and crossbow arrows placed by Zhou Yang. Well, what? Why don't you take these as well? Zhou Yang touched his nose and said. Yan Fei looked at it and nodded. These knives are easy and can be made in no time. It's just that these two crossbows may be slower, and there are more parts. It may take me half a day. You don't have to leave in a hurry. No hurry. No hurry. But can you change a batch of metal arrows for me? Zhou Yang took out a large pile of arrows from the space and pointed at the arrowheads on them. Yan Fei looked at the arrows. Okay. Chapter 162 Shen's army falls apart. Zhou Yang was immediately delighted after solving the weapons problem, and generously took out a lot of snacks for everyone. This stunned Lu Xingye, and he immediately went up to grab them. He just took a bag of potato chips, and was about to take another bag of snowflake crisps. But Yan Fei brought it back, and stuffed him with a bag of preserved plums. No candy. Only this bag of potato chips, and this preserved fruit. Lu Xingye pouted, did not struggle, leaned against Yan Fei, and began to enjoy his snacks. Near noon, Yan's mother came up, and called a few people to have lunch. But unfortunately everyone was already full, and couldn't eat lunch. Seeing this, Yan's mother didn't force it, so she had to let everyone stay for dinner in the evening. When several people heard it, they quickly refused, but Yan's mother still insisted, and said that if they didn't eat, they looked down on their Yan Fei. Seeing this, several people had to agree. The news that Yan's youngest son successfully upgraded to level 5 spread in the base in less than half a day. The Yan family army must be extremely happy, but Shen Weifeng and General Chu from another faction are a little anxious. However, in comparison, the most anxious person is Shen Weifeng, an ordinary person. These days, the whole base is laughing at him. Every time the military has a meeting, Chu Feng, that bastard, always sneers at him about the green hat. But he is just an ordinary person. Since his most useful deputy was removed by him, he has no one else to use at hand for the time being. so he could only choose to swallow his anger. Thinking of his deputy's betrayal, Shen Weifeng was even more angry. He felt that just crippling him and then expelling him to the slums was far from enough to vent his anger. So he sent someone to drive him out of the base. This time, the person sent was still the one who had a disagreement with the deputy before. This time, he took a few men and went straight to the slums, caught the deputy, and took him to the mass grave outside the base. In the past, with this deputy around, he could never get ahead. Last time, he seized the opportunity and humiliated his deputy severely. He thought he could finally get ahead this time. But he didn't expect Shen Weifeng to still refuse to give him power. He was so angry these days. So after receiving the order today, he brought his deputy here directly and vented all his anger on him. This time, he even tortured the man to death himself and even smashed his brain in half. Originally, he was just venting his anger, but he didn't expect to find an unexpected surprise when he broke his head. There was actually a level 3 crystal core in the deputy's brain. He picked up the crystal core and looked at it again and again, then threw the body there directly, and left with his men in a hurry. However, he hurried back not to report the discovery of the crystal core to Shen Weifeng, but because he had other plans in mind. Shen Weifeng's decline was already obvious. The Shen family army would be finished sooner or later, and he had to find a new home as soon as possible. He probably won't be able to make a name for himself in his life if he goes to the Yin family. But General Chu is still short of manpower. He was not sure at first, but now that he has this new discovery, he can give it a try. On the other side, the deputy's brothers had just returned from the mission of killing zombies outside the base. After reporting to the military headquarters, they planned to sneak to the slums to see the deputy as usual. But when they arrived at the place where the deputy lived in the slums, the deputy had disappeared, and the belongings left by the deputy were almost stolen. So they caught the survivors around and asked them, and found out that the deputy was captured by several people in military uniforms in the afternoon. They knew without thinking that they must be sent by Shen Weifeng. They didn't dare to delay and immediately checked all the way. They learned that the deputy was taken to the direction of the mass grave outside the city, and immediately went there. When they arrived at the mass grave, they saw the deputy's body, which had already been completely cold. Even his head was smashed in half, and his broken limbs were all chopped off. Seeing their former good brother turned into a cold corpse in such a tragic way, several people were instantly furious. It must be someone sent by Shen Weifeng. Damn it. I'm going to rebel against him. Yes. Let's rebel against him. He's not a good guy anyway. But where are we going to go after we rebel? If we set up our own private team base, there will probably be objections. And we're used to being soldiers. Then let's change our leader? Who? Chief Yin or General Chu? I don't really want to go to General Chu. He's the same as Shen Weifeng. There's no point. Then let's go to Chief Yin. But will Chief Yin accept us? Will he look down on us? After all, Shen Weifeng has always been at odds with Chief Yin. We just want to be soldiers honestly. Chief Yin is not a narrow-minded person like Shen Weifeng. It shouldn't be a big problem. I will find a chance to talk to the brothers in Yan's army later. You can also go back and talk to the brothers below. If you are willing, you can go with us. After discussing it, the men collected the remains of the deputy, cremated them, and found a place to bury them before returning to the base together. That night, the leader of the group secretly went to find a fellow villager who was a squad leader in the Yin family army to inquire about it. The squad leader did not dare to guarantee it, so he went to find his superiors for him, and finally asked the eldest brother of the Yin family. When Yin Qian saw that there was such a good thing, he immediately discussed it with his father, and then after investigation, he confirmed that these people were all good soldiers who had made military achievements. So he immediately agreed. The next day, after knowing that the Yin family was willing to accept them, the men took their brothers and took their bedding rolls to the Yin family that night. Shen Weifeng was awakened by the guard in the middle of the night. When he heard about this, he was so angry that his blood pressure could not be controlled. Just when he was about to send someone to catch him back, another guard came to report that the remaining half of the people also packed up their bedding and left overnight. But they all joined General Chu. This time, Shen Weifeng couldn't hold it anymore, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell straight down. The two guards saw that things were not going well, and they didn't care about Shen Weifeng anymore. They looked at each other and ran away. They were not pure soldiers. They were recruited by Shen Weifeng after the end of the world. On weekdays, they only did some odd jobs, like guarding the gate and reporting news. Now that Shen Weifeng fell, they had to find another way out quickly. They wanted to. It's definitely not easy to get in. But it's not a big problem for a general private superpower team. The Shen family army fell apart overnight, and they defected one after another. The news that Shen Weifeng was so angry that he had a stroke on the spot spread throughout the base before the night had passed. When Shen Zichuan and Su Zi learned about this, they had just returned home from dinner at Yan's house. As soon as they heard the news from Su Qitang and Yi Shanshan, who had just returned home, they wanted to laugh 3 times and shout, "Retribution is not bad. Let's see who will be spared by heaven." Chapter 163, Dealing with Shen Weifeng. It turned out that Shen Weifeng was found by the servants at home after suffering a stroke and was sent to the hospital. It happened that Yi Shanshan and Su Qitang had just finished overtime and saw Shen Weifeng being sent in before leaving. They also heard some gossip. After arriving home, they also told everyone about the gossip. Everyone laughed so hard that they couldn't close their mouths, saying that it was very satisfying. In the end, they chatted until late at night before going back to bed. Shen Zichuan also followed Zhou Yang back to the room. But when he lay on the bed, Shen Zichuan tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Sensing Shen Zichuan's strangeness, Zhou Yang leaned over and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Shen Zichuan turned around and looked at Zhou Yang steadily. "I can't sleep. I want to kill him." Zhou Yang knew who he was referring to without thinking too much. And he also understood Shen Zichuan's hatred for this person. So he didn't try to persuade him. "You can go if you want, but you have to take me with you." Shen Zichuan hesitated for a moment and agreed. "Okay." The two of them got up and put on their clothes, put the peas and big and small yellows beside the bed into the space, and walked out of the door together. In the living room, Su Zi vaguely heard the sound, and watched his cousin and Zhou Yang go out together. He just pretended not to see it, and covered himself with a quilt and continued to sleep. His cousin had hated Shen Weifeng since he was a child. Now that Shen Weifeng finally ended up like this, he naturally wanted to ridicule him. Anyway, Zhou Yang would watch him, so he didn't need to worry about it. So he simply ignored it. The two drove to the gate of the base hospital, because they didn't know where Shen Weifeng's ward was. Zhou Yang asked De Huang to go in stealthily and check it out. After a while, De Huang came out and showed Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang finally knew where Shen Weifeng's ward was after a lot of guessing. It was on the west side of the 5th floor, and it was a single room. But there were 2 guards outside. It should be that Commander Yin gave Shen Weifeng some respect because he was still an officer. However, it was not convenient for the two to enter the ward from the inside and kidnap the person, so they could only do it from the outside. After the two found the location of the ward, Zhou Yang released Xiao Hu and climbed directly to the window of the ward. Fortunately, the window was not closed, so Xiao Hu went in easily. After Xiao Hu entangled the person on the bed, Zhou Yang directly took Xiao Hu and the person on the other end into the space. "Done!" Zhou Yang snapped his fingers and raised his eyebrows at Shen Zichuan. "Where should we go to deal with this person now? It's not safe in the base. How about going outside?" "Okay." Shen Zichuan nodded. The two walked around the base wall for a long time, and then found a place where no one was around, and then released Xiao Hu to build a vine ladder for the two of them, and climbed up the vines, and went out of the base directly. After leaving the base, the two sat on the P again and went all the way to the northeast, directly to the hill where the mutant tiger was hunted before. As soon as they got off the P, they threw Shen Weifeng out of the space. The middle-aged man lying on the ground didn't move for a long time. Shen Weifeng woke up when he felt that he was entangled by something. Before he could see clearly, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and he was so scared that he quickly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at a place with white light, and birds singing and flowers blooming. There was soft green grass under him, and there was a high mountain in the distance. Shen Weifeng was stunned for a long time before he reacted, almost thinking that he was dreaming. He wanted to stand up and look at this place, but since he had a stroke, he had paralyzed half of his body, and it was difficult for him to even turn over at this moment. In addition, his hands and body were tied by unknown things, and he spent a lot of effort to only turn half of his body to the side. At this time, he saw a small stream not far from him. Listening to the gurgling sound of water, he couldn't help but move his throat. His throat which had not drunk water for 7 or 8 hours, was already a little thirsty. He wanted to crawl over to drink water, but unfortunately one of his legs was not strong enough, and he only moved forward a few centimeters. He just tried harder, but he didn't know that he used too much force, and his sideways body couldn't hold up and fell to the ground, unable to turn over. Now his whole face was buried in the grass, and his chest was under pressure. After a while, he felt a little short of breath. Just when he was anxious and angry, his eyes suddenly shook again, and the scene under him suddenly changed. Although he could feel that there was still a patch of grass under him, there were only a few sparse blades of grass, and the ground was dry, hard, and rough with many small stones. Most importantly, it was pitch black all around, and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. It was definitely not the place he was in just now. He was so scared that he dared not move. Shen Zichuan looked at the half-dead man, and he was so angry that he kicked him. Shen Weifeng, stop pretending to be dead. Get up. Shen Weifeng heard the voice sounded familiar, and it took him a while to realize that it was the voice of his eldest son. He immediately became alert and shouted hesitantly, "What the hell is this?" Shen Zichuan listened for a long time, but didn't understand what he was saying. So he kicked Shen Weifeng and turned him over. Zhou Yang was stunned and said, "He may have a stroke, so he can't speak well." Once Shen Weifeng was able to turn over, he didn't care about cursing. He took a few deep breaths before he recovered, and then glared at Shen Zichuan and Zhou Yang fiercely. Although he didn't understand what Shen Weifeng was saying, he knew it was not a good thing. After listening, Shen Zichuan sneered, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Anyway, I don't want to listen. I caught you today just to kill you. But in order to make you die more clearly, I still have to tell you some things. Ever since I was sensible and knew that my mother was killed by you, I wanted to kill you. If it weren't for the rules and regulations in the past, you would have died countless times. I didn't argue with you before because I was waiting to take away all the things in the Shen family. Wait for you to retire in a few years, and then arrange for you and the mistresses to live in Myanmar. But now the end of the world has come. It's not bad to advance the plan to kill you." After saying that, Shen Zichuan took out a dagger and gestured twice on Shen Weifeng's face, frightening the latter. "I heard that you instigated Su Songqing to ask Grandpa for the jade pendant passed down to my mother. Are you curious about the magic of the jade pendant? In fact, you have just seen it. It is a space where you can survive. How is it? Isn't it amazing? I'd let you see it before I die, so that you know how stupid you are to deceive my mother and kill her." Shen Weifeng was stunned when he heard this, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a long time, he screamed again. Maybe he was yelling, or maybe he was regretting. Anyway, Shen Zichuan didn't care. Just when Shen Zichuan was about to pick up the dagger and kill him, Zhou Yang suddenly raised his hand to stop him. "Wait. It's too easy for him to die like this. I remember there is a book called The 10 Cruel Punishments of the Qing Dynasty in the study room of the small building. You can find it, and let's study it to see which way of death is more suitable for him." Shen Zichuan was stunned when he heard this, and looked at him suspiciously. "Can't you just take out the book? I forgot where it is." "Okay. Then you watch him first and don't let him run away." Shen Zichuan shrugged and slipped into space. As soon as Shen Zichuan left, Zhou Yang immediately put away his smile and looked at Shen Weifeng with a gloomy face. "People like you are not worthy of being a father. Letting Shen Zichuan do it himself will only dirty his hands." After saying that, he turned around and called Xiao Huang out. Xiao Huang poisoned him to death. When Xiao Huang heard it, he climbed onto Shen Weifeng and bit him in the neck before Shen Weifeng could react. In just a few seconds, the man's heartbeat and breathing stopped. He didn't even have time to close his eyes, staring at Zhou Yang's direction without blinking. Chapter 164 Su Zi confesses. Xiao Huang, who had completed the task, happily got off the man and climbed onto Zhou Yang's shoulder, rubbing Zhou Yang's head flatteringly. "Be good. I reward you with a basin of spring water when we get back." Zhou Yang rubbed Xiao Huang's head and was about to feed it a snack when he saw Shen Zichuan appear next to him again. Yang, I didn't find the book you mentioned, but I found a book of the 10 deadly sins in Europe, which I think is quite suitable for him." Shen Zichuan took the book and flipped through it a few times. When he looked in the direction of Shen Weifeng again, he found something wrong. Shen Weifeng stared at Zhou Yang's direction with a trace of fear on his face. He didn't move at all after he came out, and he immediately understood. He instantly realized that Zhou Yang asked him to go to the space to find a book just as an excuse, in order to help him kill Shen Weifeng and not let him have the psychological burden and infamy of patricide. Thinking of this, Shen Zichuan's eyes suddenly moistened a little. You don't have to help me kill him. This is the grudge between him and me. Zhou Yang shook his head. First of all, you are my boyfriend. Your business is my business. Secondly, I didn't kill him. He was clearly bitten to death by Xiao Huang. Okay, don't worry about it. Let Wando burn him. And then we hurry back. I'm so sleepy. In order to prevent Shen Zichuan from continuing to dwell on this issue, Zhou Yang directly fell into his arms and said with a sleepy look. After hearing this, Shen Zichuan really stopped dwelling on this issue, and his attention was all transferred to Zhou Yang, and his hands tightly hugged Zhou Yang's body. Zhou Yang also took this opportunity to wave and call Wando over, pointing to Shen Weifeng's body. Wando understood immediately, and immediately burned the body to ashes. Seeing that the matter was done, Zhou Yang immediately pulled Shen Zichuan to sit on Wando and rushed back. When the two returned to the base, and then to the Su family's suite, it was already past 2 in the morning. The two sneaked back to the room like thieves, and then hurried back to the space to wash up. After coming out, they hugged each other and fell asleep directly. Su Zi, who had been waiting for the two to return safely in the living room, yawned and turned over and fell asleep after the two returned to the room. The next day, the news of Shen Weifeng's disappearance spread from the hospital early in the morning. Although he was already a disabled person, he still held an important position in the military. So Chief Yin still asked the military to issue a warning notice and symbolically searched for him in the base. After confirming that he was really not in the base, he was listed as a missing person. As for where Shen Weifeng went specifically, no one cared. After Shen Weifeng disappeared, Chief Yin waved his hand, and all the villas and properties left by the Shen family were awarded to Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan didn't want it at first, but Yin Fei said that the two families were close and convenient to go around, and there was a wired phone installed there, so it would be more convenient to contact each other in case of any problems. Shen Zichuan nodded in agreement, and then moved with Zhou Yang, the Su family, and He Shanshan. As soon as they moved in, they replaced the previous beds and pots and pans with new ones to avoid bad luck. As for his so-called younger brother, seeing that there was no hatred between the two of them, Shen Zichuan didn't bother him, and even showed mercy and gave him the empty house after the Su family moved out and the person replaced by the Shen family. As long as he is not lazy and gluttonous in the future, he will have no problem surviving in the base. Since moving to Area A, the family's safety index has improved. But He Shanshan and Su Qingtang have to go to the hospital to work a little farther, so they can only get up more than 10 minutes earlier every day. Yu Jing began to feel a little worried, and ordered Su Zi to pick them up and drop them off at get off work every day. Su Zi nodded repeatedly. Not only did he not have any thoughts of resistance, but he was also more active than the two people who were working every day. Su Qingtang was also anxious. Every time when his brother was away, he would start to make indirect advances in front of He Shanshan, which made He Shanshan blush. Su Qingtang was delighted to see this. It seemed that Sister Shanshan had some feelings for her brother. It seemed that this sister-in-law was stable, but her brother was too slow. I was really anxious for him. So after getting home from work that day, Su Qingtang went to Shen Zichuan and Zhou Yang. Cousin, Brother Yang, how can you force my brother to confess quickly? He has been picking you up for 3 days, but there is still no movement. No, I have helped him to make indirect advances to Sister Shanshan several times, and she is just waiting for him to confess. But he just happily sends some food and drinks every day, which makes me anxious. Then how about we shake him? Zhou Yang thought for a while and said, swinging like this? Su Qingtang looked over immediately, his big eyes full of curiosity. Well, we lie to him later and say that we've discussed it in advance and are going back to Baiji Mountain in the next 2 days. If he doesn't confess, Sister Shanshan won't have the right to follow us, so he must be quick to confess. How about it? I think it's okay. Then let's see if we can force him to confess tonight, Shen Zichuan said with a teasing smile. Su Qingtang also laughed at the side. At this time, Yu Jing came over with a plate of watermelon. Seeing that everyone was laughing, she asked casually, what's wrong? So happy? Shen Zichuan was about to explain when Zhou Yang said directly, oh, we were just discussing what kind of house we should get for you when we get to Baiji Mountain. Aunt, you can also think about it. We are going back soon. Ah, we are going to Baiji Mountain so soon. Then I have to prepare and bring more things. By the way, when are we leaving? Yu Jing was stunned when she heard the words and exclaimed immediately. Suzy, who was accompanying He Shanshan and continuing to cut watermelon, came over immediately and asked in disbelief, when did you say you were leaving? Why didn't I know? When you went out to pick them up. Yan Fei called and told you. It is said that something happened at Baiji Mountain, and we have to leave in the next 2 days. Zhou Yang thought for a while and said, then looked at Shen Zichuan. Is that right? Sichuan? Shen Zichuan coughed lightly and nodded. Yeah, that's right. It's quite urgent. Qing Tang, you should quit your job tomorrow, and then help your aunt to pack up things at home. Su Qing Tang nodded, lowered his head, and didn't say anything. His shoulders were still shaking, and he looked very sad. Zhou Yang saw He Shanshan, who was a little dazed in the back, and continued to comfort her. Sister Shanshan, don't worry. Even if we leave, you can still continue to live here. We have already said hello to Uncle Yin, and he will ask someone to take care of you. Hearing this, He Shanshan was stunned for a moment, thinking that they were really leaving, and nodded with some disappointment after a long time. Seeing this, Suzy became anxious. No. Why should Shanshan stay? She wants to go with us. Ah? Why does Sister Shanshan want to go with us? Zhou Yang pretended not to know and asked. She has no relatives in Baiji Mountain. How can she have no relatives? Aren't we? Now Suzy became even more anxious. Of course we are not. And we are not related by blood. And no one is her boyfriend. It is not legitimate and not suitable. Zhou Yang blinked a pair of innocent big eyes, still disagreeing. Seeing this, Suzy became anxious and blurted out, suitable. Because I am her boyfriend. Oh! Shen Zichuan and Zhou Yang said with a strange smile, and then looked at He Shanshan who was blushing behind, and teased, you said you are her boyfriend. Then do you think Sister Shanshan can agree to you? Seeing this, if he couldn't figure out anything, Suzy would have banged his head against the wall. He glared at Shen Zichuan and Zhou Yang, then turned around and walked to He Shanshan. Shanshan, I've liked you for a long time. Can I be your boyfriend? He Shanshan bit her lip and nodded gently. Yeah. Suzy changed his calm appearance, jumped 3 feet high, then turned around and took He Shanshan's hand and refused to let it go, with a silly smile on his face, which made everyone else laugh. I didn't expect Suzy to be like this after falling in love. Others shook their heads in disdain. Chapter 165 Recruiting for Baijishan High Tech. After confirming that he had caught up with his wife, Suzy grinned, holding He Shanshan in one hand and holding another plate of watermelon in the other, and sat on the sofa opposite Zhou Yang and the others. By the way, you just said that you were going back to Baijishan to trick me, right? Shen Zichuan thought for a while and said, it's half true and half false. I am indeed planning to go back to Baijishan, but I'm not in such a hurry. But it will probably be in the next 2 days. I'm afraid that the weather will be too hot to go back to Baijishan. Tomorrow I will go to Yan Fei to ask how the things and people that Uncle Gu wants are. If they are almost done, we will be ready to leave. Suzy nodded, without any opinion on this. Anyway, his family is together, so it doesn't matter where he goes. That night, Suzy finally didn't have to sleep on the floor anymore, but was taken back to his room by He Shanshan to sleep. The next day after breakfast, Suzy went out first to send He Shanshan off, and Su Qing Tang went to work. Shen Zichuan and Zhou Yang accompanied Yu Jing to wash the pots and bowls, and then went to the Yin family next door to find Yan Fei. After the two greeted Yan's mother, they went to the living room to talk with Yan Fei. As soon as they sat down, Shen Zichuan went straight to the point. It's going to be hot again. I think I have to go back to Baiji Mountain as soon as possible. Otherwise it may be a problem to get on the road. By the way, have you prepared all the things Uncle Gu wants? The urgently needed equipment, as well as the newly researched things and drawings are all ready. But the person my uncle wants has not been found yet. Yan Fei rubbed his temples. My dad told me to do it myself. I can dig anything below the academician, but I haven't even entered the gate of the institute yet. Then you can go in. Right? Yan Fei rolled his eyes at him. I want to, but I can't get in without an access card. Then can't you wait for them to come out before digging? Shen Zichuan glared back. Yan Fei said in frustration, do you think I haven't tried? No one paid any attention to me. Zhou Yang was curious when he heard this. So he asked, "Why did no one pay attention to you? Don't they know you as the youngest son of the base commander?" I don't know. I just asked them directly if they were interested in developing in Baiji Mountain." Zhou Yang, I think you look more like a fraudster when you poach people like this. And you didn't even tell me about the benefits and treatment at Baiji Mountain? You just asked them if they wanted to go? That's it. There's a problem with being able to poach talents. I said it. But no one believed it. If I had known this earlier, I should have let Shinzichuan, the profiteer, go. Or I could have just said that my uncle asked my dad to approve a few people for him. Yan Fei said irritably. Shinzichuan was dissatisfied after hearing this. Who are you calling me a profiteer? I'm doing business honestly. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Zhou Yang stopped them immediately. Okay. Stop quarreling. And figure out how to recruit people first. Shinzichuan sighed. I could only wait at the door again. But this time, I have to think about how to fool people. Zhou Yang thought for a while. How about we go to the entrance of the institute to recruit with high salary? But this outfit is not good now. It's better to change into a military uniform before going. That's a good idea. The military uniform makes people feel trustworthy at first sight. Shinzichuan understood Zhou Yang's idea when he heard what he said. So he turned to look at Yan Fei. Go get some military uniforms. And call Chai Jin and Brother Lu later. And then say it's bye. The military headquarters of Jishan Base came to the capital to recruit scientific research talents with high salaries. But how can we say this treatment is appropriate? Baijishan really can't provide so many materials as the capital. Zhou Yang thought this was not a problem. We can just talk as high as possible. Anyway, Uncle Gu will pay for it. And although the materials in Baijishan are a little worse than those in the capital, the safety is much better. Besides, I think there should be many people in the institute whose hometowns are in the south and whose relatives are also in the south. When the time comes, we can go back to help them find their families. And they will definitely be willing to follow us. Yan Fei nodded. Okay. Let's do it. I will go to the military headquarters to get a few sets of military uniforms and bring Chai Jin and Brother Yanwen with me. After the three discussed, Yan Fei hurried out. Zhou Yang and Shinzichuan began to discuss writing a recruitment sign. And they had to write the basic salary. When Yan Fei came back with the military uniforms and a few people, the two of them were almost done. It just so happens that we can take a look at how this job posting is written. Seeing several people coming in, Shinzichuan asked them to refer to this job posting together. Hui Province Baijishan Base sincerely recruits researchers. No age limit. No research field limit. No gender limit. The base can allocate housing according to needs. 50 kilograms of rice. 20 kilograms of vegetables, and 500 points per month. Including food, accommodation and retirement. Relatives can be arranged to work and each person can receive a subsidy of 100 points per month. Material subsidies can also be received during festivals. After reading it through, Lu Yanwen couldn't help but exclaimed, this treatment is good. The academicians in the Capital Research Institute don't have such high salaries. It makes me want to do research. Then forget it. You don't have the research ability. Lu Xingye glanced at his elder brother and started to taunt him, which successfully earned him a slap on the head. Yan Fei also nodded after reading it. Let's do it this way. If there are any problems, let the uncle worry about it himself. We are only responsible for taking the people back to him. Then shall we go now? Okay. Then several people quickly changed into military uniforms, got in a car, and drove towards the institute. More than 10 minutes later, several people in military uniforms stood outside the gate of the Capital Research Institute, with a table and 2 chairs in front of them, and a wooden sign with recruitment information next to them. People came in and out of the institute from time to time, and would curiously look at it when they passed by. When they saw the treatment written on it, they couldn't help but be amazed. But not many people actually came up to ask. But this did not stop them from spreading gossip. So the news that a southern Baijishan base came to the capital to recruit researchers with high salaries spread throughout the institute. In a certain research room, a researcher had just returned from doing something outside. As soon as he sat down, he pulled his colleague next to him and started talking about the gossip he had just heard. Hey, have you heard about it? There is a Baijishan base in Anhui province outside that is recruiting researchers. The salary is very high. Higher than that of our academician level. The colleague looked at him suspiciously. Is it true? Don't tell me. Is it a lie? Researchers were miserable before the end of the world. How can they be well paid after the end of the world? The researcher scratched his head. I don't know. But they are wearing military uniforms and recruiting openly. The patrol team of the base passed by and didn't drive people away. The colleague was stunned when he heard this. Really? Then I have to go and see. You help me watch this test tube reaction first. And then record it. After saying that, he ran out in a flash. Alas, the researcher was about to say I quit when he ran away. And he could only work 2 jobs miserably. The colleague jogged to the gate and saw a recruitment booth at the gate. The people in charge of recruitment were all in military uniforms. And one of them was talking to a patrol passing by. And he was immediately convinced. Chapter 166 decided to return to Baiji Mountain. The person who was talking to the patrol captain was Yin Fei. The two had been on the same mission before the end of the world. So they knew each other. They just bumped into each other and talked a few words to reminisce. Unexpectedly, these few words added a lot of credibility to their recruitment. After Yin Fei sent his old comrade away, he came to his senses and saw a young man standing in front of the stall. He was gentle and wearing a white coat. He was obviously a researcher. I heard that you are recruiting researchers? Yes. Our Baiji Mountain base is recruiting a group of researchers due to the development needs of the base. The treatment is excellent. You can consider it. But I am just an ordinary researcher in agriculture. Can I also get the above treatment? Of course. This is already the treatment of a basic researcher. If it is a senior researcher, the treatment will definitely be better. And now agriculture is so important. If you go, you will definitely shine. Yin Fei patted his chest and said. Anyway, he just needs to bring the people back. As for the specific treatment, let the uncle worry about it himself. When this person heard this, he was really excited and decided to sign up to go to the Baijishan base. Although the capital is good, there are too many researchers here. He is a newly graduated graduate student. Until now, he can only be responsible for watching the test tubes and watering them, which can only make a living. Anyway, he is the only one left now. So it doesn't matter if he lives in a different place. After the first person took the lead in signing up, the people who had been hesitating behind also began to move. And a few more people signed up one after another. But they are basically ordinary researchers. It's rare to have a professor level 1. It's because his hometown and relatives are in Anhui province. So he wants to go back with him. When it was evening, when the institute was off work, 7 people had already filled in the registration form. One of them was a professor in the Department of Biology. 2 were doctors in physics. And 1 was a doctor in agriculture and forestry. The other 3 were ordinary researchers at the master's level. Some in agriculture and some in physics. Although not many. This has greatly exceeded the expectations of several people. After closing the stall, on the way back, several people discussed and planned to set up recruitment for another day tomorrow. And then prepare to leave for Baiji Mountain the day after tomorrow. The main reason is that the weather is getting hotter and hotter. It is still in May, and the temperature is about to reach 40 degrees. We really can't afford to delay. After returning, several people told their families about this decision. Although they were reluctant to leave the capital, they didn't say much and started packing their luggage that night. Because they knew that Zhou Yang, a super large space superpower, was there. Everyone didn't take anything away, and was determined to take everything they could take away. Su Qingtang and Yi Shanshan also resigned directly from the hospital, and went back to help Yu Jing pack luggage and supplies. On the Yan family side, Yan's father and mother were naturally reluctant to let their youngest son go far away. But they were even more worried about Gu Tianqi taking his daughter alone in Baiji Mountain. So they could only let Yin Fei go over to help. Anyway, they are both superpowers. And there are 2 superpower sons around them. So there is nothing to worry about. The eldest son was calm and steady. He got married and had children early on. He had been working in the military to help his father. Although the second son seemed unreliable. He had a good talent for supernatural powers, and would soon reach level 5. So he could also help the family. However, a mother worries about her son when he is away from home. Yan's mother was still distressed. So she prepared a lot of supplies for them to take with them. And many of them were for Gu Yaoyao. The next day, Yin Fei and his team went to the gate of the institute to recruit again. And also notified the departure time of the researchers who had already registered, asking them to resign as soon as possible and pack their bags. At the same time, they also informed that there were space supernaturals in the team, and they could take as many things as they wanted. At the end of the day, they recruited a doctor of chemistry, a doctor of information science, and 2 ordinary biological researchers. Although they still did not recruit any academicians, they were still very satisfied. The next morning, Zhou Yang and Shin Sichuan got up early. After breakfast, they packed up all the things at home, and then went to Yin Fei's house to collect Yin Fei's things. After saying goodbye to the Yin family, the group went to the Liu and Chai families, and put all the luggage and supplies that Chai had not collected into the space. The scene of a room full of things disappearing with a wave of the hand made little Chai, who had just upgraded to level 3 space ability and only expanded the capacity a little, envious. After collecting their own things, everyone arrived at the gate of the base at the agreed time and place to wait for the researchers who had registered. Because some of them had families, they probably had a lot of luggage, so everyone was not in a hurry. While waiting, Zhou Yang took out 2 more commercial vehicles. If they squeezed in, each vehicle could seat at least 7 or 8 people. After waiting for about half an hour, some people came with big and small bags. They were mostly single people or couples with relatively simple luggage. After Zhou Yang helped them put their luggage into the space, he arranged for them to get on one of the cars first. When the last doctor with a family got on the car, it was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. Just as he was about to arrange the personnel and prepare to set off, he heard an urgent call from behind. Wait a minute. Zhou Yang seemed to be familiar with the words, so he looked back and saw Li Mei, dressed in black clothes and black pants, running in front of him. Huh? Luckily we made it. You guys really leave as soon as you say you will. Fortunately, I asked about it last night. Li Mei took 2 level 4 crystal cores from her backpack while panting. Here, a level 4 space crystal core and a level 4 speed crystal core. I finally got them, and they almost went to waste. Zhou Yang looked at the 2 crystal cores. His eyes lit up, picked up the crystal cores to confirm, and then took out 5 boxes of medicine. 1 for 2 boxes. A total of 4 boxes. The extra box is a gift. I wish your brother a speedy recovery. Thank you. But will you come to the capital again next time? Li Mei took the medicine and stuffed it into her backpack. I should come again, but I don't know when the next time will be. After all, the Baiji Mountain base is quite far from here. Zhou Yang shrugged and said, Baiji Mountain. Li Mei murmured, it's quite far. If you don't come, I guess I have to go find you. Ha! Then I welcome you in advance on behalf of the Baiji Mountain base. It's much simpler and more stable than the capital. Hearing this, Li Mei also smiled. Then I must go and see it if I have the chance. Okay. I won't delay your departure. See you again if we're lucky? Okay. See you again if we're lucky? Zhou Yang smiled, then waved to Li Mei and turned to get in the car. A group of people. 5 cars. Driven by Yin Fei, Shin Sichuan, Liu Yanwen, Chai Jin, and Su Zi, left the capital base and headed south. Chapter 167: The Cattle Attack. Soon after leaving the base, P started to make a fuss about wanting to run away by himself, and Zhou Yang had no choice but to agree. Before he could ask Shin Sichuan to stop the car, he jumped out of the car window. As soon as it landed, it turned into a medium size and ran happily beside the car. Zhou Yang saw that it was fine, so he didn't care about it anymore. The researchers in the cars behind also saw the scene. Although they were shocked at first, the base had seen mutant animals that could change size before, so they didn't pay attention to it after being surprised. But when the convoy passed through the residential area where they came from, the researchers' hearts were lifted when they saw the scattered zombies chasing them from both sides. Although some of them were superpowers, because they spent most of their time doing research, their superpower levels were not high, basically around level 1 or 2. In addition, since they entered the base, they hadn't encountered zombies again, so they were a little panicked when they saw so many of them all of a sudden. But the facts proved that their panic was a bit unnecessary. This team of people was so strong that they just stretched out their hands and waved, and the zombies outside fell down. Even the silly-looking big yellow dog was a group of zombies. And the weak space ability user actually raised a mutant plant, and from time to time, he would release plant vines to harvest crystal cores. Seeing this, a group of researchers put their hearts back and were full of confidence in the next journey. After passing the residential area, the convoy directly got on the provincial road and drove south at full speed. It took nearly 4 hours to reach the village where they were attacked. Although they didn't like this place, it was already past 12 o'clock and everyone was hungry. And this village was right next to the main road, which was also the most convenient. So the few people finally decided to rest here and eat something. Lunch was a big pot of rice made by Eugene, the Chai family couple, and Uncle Lee. A very simple pot of stewed rice, plus a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. After eating and resting for only 10 minutes, everyone got on the car and continued on their way. It was the same road they came from, but this time, there was no Wando's highway to open the way. The road became extremely long and full of obstacles. The zombies that had originally passed by now needed to be dealt with manually. Those mutant plants and animals that occasionally jumped out to block the road also needed to stop and deal with them one by one. This would take some effort again. However, the ones encountered in the front were basically single operations. Although it took some time, it was generally smooth. By the way, they also responded to the request of a car of researchers and helped them collect many experimental samples to take back. Until the evening, not far into the territory of Wheat Province, they encountered a group of big yellow cattle that ran out of an unknown cattle farm and occupied the road ahead. Looking at the big yellow cattle scattered on the main road, leisurely chewing the grass on the roadside, everyone widened their eyes. However, the researchers were scared, while Zhou Yang and others were greedy. Lu Xingye wiped the non-existent saliva. So many cows. It seems like eating beef. I haven't tasted the taste of beef for a long time. Lu Yanwen sighed. Didn't I give it to you yesterday? That was frozen beef. How can it be the same as freshly slaughtered mutant beef? Lu Xingye glared at his elder brother. But these cows look like elephants. Can they still be eaten? Zhou Yang recalled the smell of mutant beef he had smelled in his previous life, smacked his lips and said, yes. How about we kill one and try it? Anyway, it was almost time for dinner, and they were hungry. So it was just right to kill a mutant cow for a snack. Okay, but which one should we kill? Will a big one be too old? How about a smaller one? Zhou Yang pointed to a smaller one, then kill the one that is about the size of a hippopotamus, which should be considered a calf. Lu Xingye took a look and nodded quickly, then this one. The few of them first found an open space to park the car, and everyone got off the car to rest, and talked about hunting a small yellow calf for a snack. The task of hunting the calf was left to Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan, 2 level 5 psychics, while the others followed the instructions of the experienced Uncle Lee, who boiled water and built the stove. Even the researchers and their families were not idle, and were sent to collect firewood or help Eugene wash and cut vegetables. At the other end, as soon as Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei approached the herd, Yan Fei aimed at the selected calf and knocked it down with a knife. Shen Zichuan shrugged when he saw that he didn't even move, thinking that they would wait until the other oxen were frightened and scattered. Yan Fei and they would go forward and drag the oxen away. They saw the largest ox suddenly moo, walked to the fallen calf, and then looked at the two of them fiercely, following the head cow's shout. The other yellow cows followed and surrounded the two in a blink of an eye. Only a few calves were left behind by the herd. Seeing himself and Yan Fei being surrounded by the herd, Shen Zichuan sighed. After these yellow cows mutated, even their habits changed. They didn't even abandon the hunted calves and ran away. Yan Fei didn't care. Just kill them. Just take all the yellow beef back. That's a good idea. Each of you will take half? No problem. After saying that, the two of them rushed into the herd in 2 groups before the herd of cows took action. On one side, knives were flying, and lightning and thunder were flashing. The herd of cows fell down in the blink of an eye. All of Shen Zichuan's cows were electrocuted, and all of Yan Fei's cows had their skulls opened. The head cow realized at this time that the 2 humans in front of him were not easy to mess with. I immediately wanted to escape with the remaining cows. Unfortunately, Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan had already surrounded them from both ends. The first cow only groaned and fell to the ground with the other yellow cows. A few cows in the distance heard the death cry of the first cow and saw that all the big cows had fallen, and they were frightened and ran away. Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan saw that there was enough yellow beef, so they didn't care about them, and then turned around and called Zhou Yang over. Zhou Yang looked at the hundreds of yellow cows on the ground, his mouth corners slightly raised, and raised his hand, except for the small yellow cow that was picked at the beginning. All the other yellow cows were collected into the space. The 3 of them dragged the small yellow cow back to the open space. Uncle Lee led Yan Fei and others to kill the cows, and then cut them into various large pieces of meat one by one. Finally, Eugene took the lead and made a whole cow banquet for everyone. But Uncle Lee also used his expertise to make a roasted beef leg for everyone. Everyone knew Yu Jing's cooking skills, and naturally praised her. I just didn't expect that Uncle Lee, who usually doesn't show off his talent, is also a great cook. A roasted beef leg, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a fragrant aroma, comparable to the chefs of a 5-star hotel. Anyway, Zhou Yang, a self-taught amateur cook, is ashamed of himself. However, Zhou Yang was quite happy about this. With 2 more chefs in the team, he, an amateur cook, could go offline and eat directly. Chapter 168 Arrival at Baiji Mountain. Because it was mutant beef, Zhou Yang was full after eating only a few pieces. However, he could eat several large pieces after the first few small pieces, and even ate as much as those researchers with 1 or 2 levels of superpowers. In the end, most of the beef was solved by Yin Fei and his friends. After eating and drinking, it was getting dark. After discussing it, they decided not to stay here, and they would go on the road overnight after taking a rest. Anyway, it was not too far from the Baiji Mountain base, so they just went back to the base overnight. However, they still had to contact the base before going back, in case they could not get in. Fortunately, Yin Fei always carried a satellite phone with him, so after discussing it, Yin Fei went to the side and called Gu Tianqi, informing him that they would arrive tonight, and asked the guards at the gate of the base to meet them at any time. While Yin Fei was on the phone and the others were resting, Zhou Yang took Shen Zichuan, said something to Yu Jing and the others, and then took Wando for a walk to help digest the food. After walking a little further, he whispered to Shen Zichuan, "Let's catch the calf that just escaped and put it into the space. This way there will be cows in the space. If there are male and female calves, many calves will be born. This way, you can catch one whenever you want to eat beef in the future." Shen Zichuan always responded to Zhou Yang's requests, and nodded immediately, "Okay. But now they have all run away. If I had known you wanted them, I would have caught them for you." "No. If you collected those cows in front of so many people, wouldn't that expose the space? If it were just a few of us, it would be fine. But there are so many unfamiliar researchers and their families here, and those people may not be reliable. Besides, it's not too late to catch up now. With P here, we can catch up and come back immediately, and it may not take more than a few minutes. Okay, let's go now. Go quickly and come back quickly." So, Zhou Yang immediately made P grow bigger. P carried the 2 people and ran away. Yin Fei and the others also saw that P had grown bigger, and ran out with the 2 of them. But they all thought that the 2 were just excited and wanted to go out for a run, so they didn't take it seriously. P smelled the smell of the little yellow cow, and in less than 2 minutes, he found the little yellow cow hiding in the woods and eating grass a few kilometers away. Zhou Yang didn't even go down, but directly released the little tiger, tied them up and put them into the space. After placing them in the mountains, he turned around and patted P's neck. "Okay, kid, let's go back." Hearing this, P turned around and ran back to the camp with the 2 of them without complaint. When they arrived at the place, Zhou Yang was about to get off when Shen Zichuan hugged him by the waist. "Why don't we take the car and just ride P back like this? Anyway, the car is crowded, and we can make 2 spaces for them if we sit on P. Besides, I've been driving for a day, and I want to rest." As he said this, he rubbed his face against Zhou Yang's shoulder, looking pitiful. "Zhou Yang, you, a late-stage 4th-level psychic, are tired after driving for a whole day? Who would believe it if I told him? Besides, a P this big can only walk fast if it follows a car, which would be very uncomfortable for a P that likes to run fast." So Zhou Yang turned around and rejected it directly. "Hurry up and get off and drive your car. Do you think I don't know how energetic a 4th-level psychic is? How could he be tired after driving for a whole day?" Shen Zichuan didn't blush when he was exposed, and continued, "That's fine. But when we get back, let's go back to the space and sleep all day long." Zhou Yang thought about it, and knew what Shen Zichuan wanted to say. His face suddenly became hot. Seeing that Yin Fei and the others were already packing up their things in the open space and preparing to continue their journey, he could only nod. Okay, I know. Hurry down. Everyone should get ready to go." Shen Zichuan smiled and let go, then kissed Zhou Yang on the side of his face and jumped down first, then turned around and took Zhou Yang down. As soon as the 2 of them went down, P turned back to its medium size and followed them with its tail wagging. When the two of them walked back, everyone had packed up and was just waiting for Zhou Yang to come and collect the things. Zhou Yang didn't waste any words, collected the pots and pans, and turned around to get in the car. Shen Zichuan, who was left behind, touched his nose and hurried to catch up, and immediately went to the main cabin to be the driver. The convoy continued to set off. At this time, it was only a few hundred kilometers away from the Baiji mountain base. If there was no detour, it would take 3 or 4 hours to get there. But in this case, it would pass through the Yishan mountain range. There was no telling how many mutant plants had grown in Yishan now. If they were traveling with a few people in their team at ordinary times, they would naturally not be afraid. But now they were carrying a group of researchers who were powerless, and their families who were equally powerless. In order to avoid accidents, they finally decided to take a detour. But this would take about an hour longer. Not long after they started out, it was completely dark, and the convoy had to slow down. The vision at night is not as wide as that during the day, so everyone can only be alert and pay attention to the situation outside. Although there is a psychic Su Qi-Tang among them, she has just been upgraded to level 3 at the moment, and the range of perception is limited, so they still have to rely on themselves. However, when we go back, we must arrange Su Qingtang's upgrade. First, upgrade to the late level 3. And as for the level 4 spiritual system crystal core, we must hurry to find it, because we encountered some zombies and mutant animals on the road. This time it took more than 5 hours to finally arrive at Baijishan City. As long as we follow the main road and bypass the city, we can reach the base. Although there is only less than an hour's drive to the destination, everyone dare not relax at all. Fortunately, the base has basically turned the surrounding areas of Baiji City upside down, and everything that needs to be cleaned up has been cleaned up. There were no accidents along the way, and the group arrived at the Baijishan base smoothly. After stopping outside the base gate, Yanfei quickly called Gu Tianqi again. Before 2 minutes had passed, the 2 incandescent lamps hanging on the observation tower at the base gate suddenly lit up. Then the base gate was slowly lowered and placed across the moat. Seeing this, everyone drove into the base without hesitation. As soon as they entered, a group of soldiers surrounded them and conducted routine inspections on them. After all, Yanfei and his friends were old acquaintances, so they were only looked up and down and then left. Strangers like Yu Jing were inspected much more carefully, but it didn't take much time. While they were inspecting, Gu Tianqi hurried over, and when he saw the few people, he excitedly patted Yanfei on the shoulder. I finally got you back. How are the things I want? I remember them. I asked Zhou Yang to put them in the space. You don't seem to care about me, but I know I want your things. Yanfei rolled his eyes at his uncle, his mouth full of disdain. Gu Tianqi scratched his head and smiled. Hey, don't I believe in your strength? Your father said that you just reached level 5. And you are very powerful now. Besides, those things are urgently needed in the base. How can I not be anxious? After speaking, he turned his head and looked at Zhou Yang. Xiaozhou, take out the things first and let me see them. Okay. Zhou Yang nodded, raised his hand, and took out the things Gu Tianqi needed and the drawings. Supernatural power detection device. Energy fluctuation detector. Virus detection reagent. Blood analysis instrument. Hee. Everything is here. Gu Tianqi looked at the things on the ground and smiled from ear to ear. He immediately asked his soldiers to move all the things away. Some equipment drawings were also sent directly to the Research Institute to the 2 professors. Chapter 169 Burning Incense. Looking at the instruments and equipment being moved away with satisfaction, Gu Tianqi thought of the talents he wanted. So he turned around and asked, by the way, where are the talents I asked you to recruit? Didn't you recruit any? Yanfei pouted at the group of people behind him. Here. Aren't they all? I have recruited more than a dozen scientific research talents for you. Hey. This is the list and their basic information. After speaking, he took out a stack of forms and handed them to Gu Tianqi, along with a recruitment letter. By the way, this is the salary requirement promised to them. You must strictly abide by it. Otherwise don't blame us if the people run away. Well, since the people have been handed over to you, settle them down first. If nothing happens, we will withdraw first. After speaking, Yanfei didn't wait for Gu Tianqi to react, pulled Lu Xingye and the others into the car, and left directly. Seeing this, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan said hello to Gu Tianqi, and quickly took Yu Jing and the others with them to escape. Gu Tianqi was left there confused, thinking that they were too tired, until he opened the content of the recruitment book and took a look. Gu Tianqi, shock. What kind of king-level treatment is this? Not to mention the 2 academicians in the institute. He himself has not received such treatment. He has no salary or festival gifts until now, and there are only a few hundred points in the points card. He eats whatever the guards give him for 3 meals. Well, this is a bunch of ancestors who are offering him. But the eldest nephew and his friends have already said it, and the people have been taken in. So what else can he do? He can only accept it with a pinch of his nose. Fortunately, the promises are basically more points, not much materials, and housing is easy to solve. But in this case, the people in our own institute will also have to be promoted according to this level, and the 2 academicians will have to be supported. Alas, it seems that we have to find more work for them in the future, so that they can settle down in the institute. Otherwise, what will happen if they run out and tell others? The group returned to the downstairs of the community one after another, and waited for Zhou Yang to put away the car before going up together, because the elevator power on time is past. Everyone can only climb up the stairs. The few people with superpowers are fine. Zhou Yang is used to climbing, and now his physical fitness has improved a lot, so he doesn't feel anything. But Yu Jing and Chai Jin and his wife are miserable. After climbing the 18th floor, their legs are weak, and they almost can't get up directly. In the end, Su Zi and Chai Jin carried them in respectively. Although Uncle Li is also an ordinary person, he served in the army when he was young, and he has not fallen behind in exercise over the years. So although he is a little out of breath after climbing the stairs, he will be fine after a rest. Although there is nothing in the rooms on both sides, there is still a lot of dust inside, because no one has lived there for many days. But because it was too late, it was already past midnight, so everyone just did the ground watering and cleaning work, and planned to clean up the rest tomorrow. After Zhou Yang put the beds in each room, everyone planned to wash up and go to bed. Yan Fei and Lu Xingye shared a room. Lu Yanwen and Uncle Li shared a room. Chai Jin and his wife shared a room, and Chai Jin and his brother temporarily slept in Gu Yaoyao's small room. The rest of the people slept in Zhou Yang's house opposite. Yu Jing and Su Qingtang slept in the second bedroom. Su Zi and Yi Shanshan slept in the guest room, and Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan still slept in the master bedroom. Of course, this was just a temporary arrangement, and it wouldn't work all the time. It was too crowded. Everyone planned to go to the service center tomorrow to buy the upper floor, which would be much more convenient. After returning to the room and taking a shower, Shen Zichuan couldn't wait to pull Zhou Yang into the space. As soon as he entered, he was in the master bedroom of the small building. Just as he was about to pull someone to the bed, he was pulled by Zhou Yang. Wait a minute. I take you to meet my parents first. Shen Zichuan was confused when he heard this. Didn't you say your parents have passed away? How could they be in the space? Could it be that they're ghost? Thinking of this, Shen Zichuan couldn't help but shudder. As an atheist, he should have firmly believed that there were no ghosts and gods. But since such a mysterious thing as the portable space has appeared, ghosts and the like don't seem impossible. Zhou Yang knew that Shen Zichuan's unpredictable expression knew that he was thinking wrong. So he held back his laughter and scared him. Well, my parents have been in the space during the Qingming festival in early April. I told them that I would take you there to see them if I had the chance. It's just that there was no suitable opportunity before, and today I just happened to take you to see them. Hearing this, Shen Zichuan's face froze. Ah, then where are they? Is there anything taboo? I pack it up quickly? And is it inappropriate for me to wear pajamas? I need to change into something more formal? As he said that, he went to the closet to find clothes to change, since the space was bound and merged with Zhou Yang's space. Shen Zichuan also hung his clothes in the closet in the master bedroom of the small building, so his clothes were also here. Seeing that Shen Zichuan really wanted to change clothes, Zhou Yang hurriedly stopped him. Ah, no need to change. They can't see what you are wearing. Ah, aren't you going to see your parents? Yes, you are going to see your parents. Just look at the spirit tablet. Shen Zichuan, Okay. You are teasing me on purpose. Right? Shen Zichuan came to his senses now, realizing that he was overthinking, and Zhou Yang was teasing him on purpose. So he threw down his clothes, hugged Zhou Yang and started tickling him. Ha ha ha. Stop tickling. It's so itchy. Ha ha ha, I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't dare to do it again. Ha ha. Shen Zichuan waited for Zhou Yang to beg for mercy before stopping and hugging him in his arms. Humph. If you dare to tease me again next time, I will tickle you again. Who knew you could think of ghosts? Zhou Yang stuck out his tongue. After the joke, Shen Zichuan changed his clothes. Although he was only going to burn incense in front of the spirit tablet, he still didn't want to go in his pajamas. Then Shen Zichuan took Zhou Yang's hand and followed him to a small room facing north on the first floor. As soon as he entered, he saw an offering table with 2 urns placed side by side. And in front of it was a handwritten spirit tablet with a photo of the 2 of them when they were alive. They were gentle and bookish, hugging each other tenderly, and they looked like a loving couple. Our parents are really good looking, and they must have a good relationship. You can tell that? But my parents really have a good relationship. When I was a child, I felt like I was redundant. Zhou Yang smiled, took a few incense sticks from the side, took out a lighter to light them, and gave half to Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan took the incense stick. How can you be redundant? They just keep their love for you in their hearts. Well, I understood this when I grew up. Zhou Yang nodded, then took the incense stick and bowed deeply to the spirit tablet, and then inserted the incense stick into the small incense burner in front of him. Dad? Mom? This is my boyfriend. I brought him here to show you today. Shen Zichuan bowed deeply, and then inserted the incense stick into the incense burner after Zhou Yang. Dad? Mom? It's our first meeting. I hope you are well. My name is Shen Zichuan. I am 25 years old this year. Before the end of the world, I was a small boss who started my own business and achieved some success. I don't smoke or drink, and I don't have any bad habits. I am now a level 4 superpower, but I will be promoted to level 5 soon. In the future, I will definitely protect Yan'an and treat Yan'an well. Please rest assured. After that, Shen Zichuan bowed deeply to the spirit tablet of Zhou Yang's parents. When they returned to the master bedroom, they lay on the bed hugging each other. Shen Zichuan leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear and held her fingers tightly. It started from the first meeting and ended in this life. From now on, there is no you and me. Only us. Hearing this, Zhou Yang also held Shen Zichuan's hand tightly. This night was not tossed by the waves, but it was hotter than any previous passionate night. Chapter 170. Your sister is going to be taken away. When Zhou Yang woke up, before he had time to get up, Shen Zichuan dragged him to do a long morning exercise. Fortunately, it was in the space. Finally, the 2 washed and changed clothes and came out. It was only 5 o'clock in the morning outside. Seeing that others had not woken up yet, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan cleaned up the kitchen first, and then cooked a big pot of white porridge with the spring water in the space. After that, the 2 cleaned the living room and balcony, and took out the sofa, coffee table, planting box, solar panel, solar generator, refrigerator, etc. one by one. The 2 were busy, and P and Rhubarb thought it was fun and followed behind. They were almost stepped on several times, and were sent to the side by Zhou Yang for punishment. When they finished, it was already past 6 o'clock. Calculating that others would soon wake up, the 2 sat on the sofa to rest for a while. More than 10 minutes later, Yu Jing was the first to open the door and walk out. It was just that she was still a little sore from climbing the stairs last night. When she saw the obviously clean house and the 2 people on the sofa, she was stunned. Oh! Why did you 2 get up so early and clean the house? Do you want to go back and take a nap? I call you when I've made breakfast? Hearing this, Zhou Yang waved his hand quickly. No. We're not sleepy. And we've already cooked a pot of white porridge for breakfast, which we can eat with pickled vegetables, dried radish, buns, and fried dough sticks in a while. Cooked white porridge. Then I make you a few more dumplings and fried dough sticks. And I still have these in stock in my space. You can rest today and make more when your legs recover. Okay then. While talking, Su Zi and Yi Shanshan also got up. Su Qingtang also yawned, with black hair scattered, and came out like a wandering soul. Why do you look like you haven't woken up yet? Yu Jing looked at Su Qingtang with a puzzled face. Mom, you snored all night, and I didn't fall asleep until after 2 a.m. Nonsense. When did I snore? Su Qingtang rubbed his face, looking like he had lost all hope in life, because you were too tired yesterday. You snore when you are tired. Have you forgotten? Well, didn't you rush to travel yesterday? And then climbed 18 floors? You won't do that in the future. You can go back to sleep after breakfast. Be good. Hearing this, Su Qingtang sighed and nodded. Seeing that everyone was up, Zhou Yang brought up the whole pot of porridge. By the way, he also took out several side dishes from the space, including pickled mustard, pickled vegetables and dried tofu, and various dried radishes and diced radishes. In addition, several trays of steamed buns were brought out, as well as hot fried dough sticks, pancakes and soy milk. Afterwards, Zhou Yang asked Shen Zichuan to go to the opposite side to see if they were up, and call them over to have breakfast together. Not long after, several people from the opposite side followed Shen Zichuan over. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Yanwen saw the haggard Su Qingtang, frowned, and immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong with Qingtang? Didn't you get enough rest?" "Alas, my mother beat me last night." Hearing the voice, Su Qingtang looked up. But just after saying a few words, Yu Jing stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth. Holding the steamed bun in his mouth, Su Qingtang looked at his mother with a face full of resentment. Yu Jing ignored her and just said, "Well, this girl didn't sleep well last night. Let her go to sleep later. Don't worry about her. Hurry up and sit down to have breakfast." Looking at her mother who was so perfect, Su Qingtang could only bear everything silently and put the bun in her mouth in one bite. At this time, she felt that someone was sitting in the empty seat next to her. She didn't think much about it. She felt a little choked. Just when she was about to get a cup of soy milk, she saw someone next to her had already handed it to her. When she looked up, she found that it was Lu Yanwen next to her. "You are choking. Drink some soy milk quickly." Su Qingtang choked badly, and hurriedly took the soy milk and drank a big mouthful. When she recovered, she remembered that she hadn't thanked Lu Yanwen yet, and said with a blushing face, "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Yanwen smiled. "It's okay. Eat slowly. Don't rush." As he said, he picked up a few more steamed dumplings for her. "Enough? Enough? I can't eat so much." Although she likes eating siamai, this is too much. The whole basket is in her bowl. Looking at the bowl with several more siamai, Su Qingtang felt a little bald, and quickly stopped Lu Yanwen from taking the buns. Hearing this, Lu Yanwen was stunned for a moment, then touched his nose. "It's okay. If you can't finish it, or don't want to eat it, just give it to me. I help you eat it. It won't be wasted." Su Qingtang blinked, then decisively picked up half of the siamai and put it in the other person's bowl. Then I'm not polite. Compared to the siamai, she wanted to eat more porridge today. I don't know why, but today's porridge tastes so good that I can't stop eating it. Lu Yanwen didn't dislike it, and finished the siamai that Su Qingtang brought over in 2 or 3 bites. Seeing that she felt that 2 bowls of porridge were not enough, and felt embarrassed to add more, he gave her the bowl he hadn't eaten yet. "I haven't touched this bowl. You eat it." "Ah, then you don't have anything to eat? The pot is almost empty. Then you can leave me a mouthful later, so I can taste it?" Lu Yanwen smiled and said indifferently. Su Qingtang blushed again after hearing this, afraid that she would not be able to help eating at all. So she took a clean spoon and scooped a spoonful over. "Then you should eat a mouthful first." Lu Yanwen looked at the spoon handed over. His eyes lit up, and he didn't take it, but ate the porridge in the spoon directly from Su Qingtang's hand. "Well, it's really delicious." Lu Yanwen looked into Su Qingtang's eyes and smiled gently. I don't know if it was psychological, but he felt that this mouthful of porridge was sweet enough to touch his heart. Su Qingtang was stunned for a moment when he looked at Lu Yanwen's handsome smile, then quickly withdrew his hand, blushing and eating porridge to relieve his embarrassment, not noticing that he forgot to change the spoon. When he remembered, half of the porridge in the bowl was gone, and it was not right to change it or not. The other people at the table basically didn't notice this little episode between the two, and even if they noticed it, they probably didn't take it seriously. The main reason was that Lu Yanwen was the oldest among Shen Zichuan and his peers, and he usually took good care of them, especially Su Qingtang, the only girl among them, who was several years younger than them. He could be said to be the only one who doted on her. In addition, everyone hadn't eaten for more than 10 hours, and they were all very hungry at this time. They were all just eating their breakfast in big mouthfuls, and they didn't have the time to care about anything else. Among all the people, only Yu Jing, who had been paying attention to everyone, and Zhou Yang, who was only about 70% full, noticed the two people's extraordinary intimacy. However, the two of them were just watching the fun and did not point it out. Yu Jing, the biological mother, was even more happy to see it happen. It was difficult to find a partner before the end of the world, let alone after the end of the world. It would be best if they could digest it internally. And Lu Yanwen had known them for many years and knew them well. Zhou Yan looked at Lu Yanwen and Su Qingtang, and then at Su Zi, who was only concerned about taking care of his wife to eat breakfast, and smiled in his heart. TSK. This person is so conceited. Your sister is about to be taken away by someone, and you don't even know it. Chapter 171 New Neighbor Upstairs. Every food on the table was eaten up without any waste. White porridge was the most popular item. 2 bowls per person were not enough. In the end, not even a grain of rice or a mouthful of porridge was left. Seeing that everyone had put down their bowls and chopsticks, Zhou Yan looked at the time. It was just a few minutes after 7 o'clock. Calculating that the elevator had less than an hour left, it should be enough. So he suggested, while it's cool in the morning, let's go to the service hall now to get everyone's points card. By the way, register with the Qianlong team together. Then we could also do the house purchase together. There is less than an hour before the elevator stops operating in the morning. We should hurry up and go, and come back quickly. We should be in time. Okay. Then let's go now. Yes. Let's go now. Everyone agreed when they heard it. Due to limited time, they didn't have time to rest. So they hurried out to the service center together. After going downstairs, the group drove to the service center. Fortunately, there are basically no people who need to apply for a card to register for a team. So the counter is quite empty. As soon as everyone arrived, they were directly issued a points card and completed the team registration. However, when the team planned to buy a house, they found that the 2 households on the first floor upstairs had been bought. So they had to settle for the second best and bought the first floor downstairs, and also bought the house opposite that they had only rented before. However, Zhou Yan was very curious about who the new neighbor upstairs was. So he asked the clerk, "Can you help us check the information of the 2 households upstairs?" Yesterday, they didn't feel that there was anyone living upstairs at all, and they mainly wanted to confirm whether the residents upstairs were a threat to them. The clerk was a little embarrassed because according to the regulations, he was not allowed to show it to other people casually. However, because Yan Fei and his friends often came to exchange materials for points, the clerk was familiar with them. And Yan Fei was also the chief's nephew. Seeing the clerk looking at the information in his hand with some embarrassment, and then looking at Yan Fei, Zhou Yang's eyes turned, and he immediately pushed Yan Fei forward. Yan Fei understood and said, "Don't worry. If something goes wrong, it won't be found on you. I will tell the higher-ups." Hearing this, the clerk was no longer worried. He opened the back door for several people, retrieved the data, and showed it to them. Zhou Yang and his friends took the registration form and looked at it. They found that they didn't know them, and they looked unfamiliar. Moreover, only 2 residents were registered for each household, but the houses belonged to the same team. These guys looked unfamiliar, and 4 people rented 2 large flats on a whole floor? They looked quite wealthy. The young man scratched his head and replied, "Oh, yes. They just came to the base yesterday afternoon. And they are a 4-person team. When they came to register, they directly asked to buy the 19th floor of your building. At that time, I thought it was a bit of a waste of supplies and points for them to buy 2 flats with only 4 people. But they insisted on buying 2 flats together. By the way, their team is quite powerful, with 3 level 4 mutants and only 1 ordinary person. Oh, by the way, they also registered 2 mutant animals, a tortoiseshell cat and a husky." Yan Fei frowned when he heard this. "Can you show us their team registration form again?" The young man then found the registration form of the small team again. Yan Fei took it and took a look, and then showed it to Zhou Yang and others. Zhou Yang saw that it said Yulong team, and only 4 people were registered. The captain is a man named Qi Feng, who is a level 4 plant ability user. The other 2 level 4 ability users are Yu Hui and Jiang Yuanshan, whose corresponding ability attributes are Earth and Spirit. As for the ordinary person, he registered a name, an I Fan. There are also 2 mutant animals. The tortoiseshell cat has space, and the husky can change its shape and is extremely fast. After reading this table, the faces of several people are not good. This team is small, but it is not simple at all. And it is very strong. With such a powerful 4-person team living above your head, you have to be very careful. After returning all the watches to the young man, because there was less than half an hour left before the elevator stopped working, everyone went home directly. As soon as they arrived at the 18th floor, Yin Fei first removed the metal door between the 17th and 18th floors and moved it downstairs to cut off the passage from the 16th floor to the 17th floor, and also sealed the elevator entrance on the 17th floor, because the 17th floor was still a rough house, with only doors and windows installed. Everyone started to work together to simply decorate it. Fortunately, there were a lot of building materials and decoration materials in Zhou Yang's space, which were enough for a simple decoration. Uncle Li had done decoration and construction work when he was young, so he was familiar with these jobs. So Uncle Li led all the men to lay out the basic flat cables and water pipes for the houses on both sides, and poured a layer of cement on top. It was already past 1 in the afternoon when we finally finished the work on both houses today. Zhou Yang stood up and stretched his body. Wait until the cement dries. Then scrape some putty, lay floor tiles, and seal around the windows. Why don't we just stop it? As long as it's habitable. I think the cement wind is pretty good. Chai Jin looked at the gray house and felt very satisfied. It's okay when it's not too cold or hot, but it's terrible when it's cold. It looks cold when it's gray, and it will leak air from all sides. So we have to fix it. Chai Jin sighed. Okay then. After finishing the work on the 17th floor, everyone went upstairs to take a shower, and then ate the lunch that Yu Jing had prepared long ago while discussing the team upstairs. I think we should pay attention to the above in the future, and leave someone at home. There is a metal ability in the team, and we don't know when our house is robbed. I don't worry about this. People are probably not so stupid. If someone opens the door and robs the house, they will be the first to suspect them. What I am most worried about is the psychic. If he is level 4, he can feel our every move. Lu Xingye was stunned. Then we are discussing them here now. Can he hear it? What do you think? Lu Xingye, shocked. Oh my god. He is not listening? Chapter 172. The captain is just a cow and a horse. Yin Fei shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. After all, we have Qing Tang, a spiritual power. If the other party releases spiritual power to probe, it will be detected to some extent. TSK. Spiritual power is really annoying. Lu Xingye stamped his feet, then turned around and saw Su Qingtang looking at him faintly, and quickly changed his words. Ahem. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. Little Qingtang is the cutest. Su Qingtang snorted and turned his eyes away. But Qingtang has to upgrade quickly. You should upgrade to level 4 first. We will go back to ask Uncle Gu if there is a level 4 spiritual crystal core that can be replaced. Shen Zichuan thought for a while and said. Su Qingtang knew his importance very well and nodded immediately. And those of you who have level 4 crystal cores, hurry up and upgrade your level, Yin Fei said, looking at Lu Xingye, Chai Jin, Zhou Yang and Lu Yanwen, and then looked at Shen Zichuan. And you too. Aren't you already in the late stage of level 4? How long have you got that thunder crystal core? And you haven't upgraded yet? What are you dithering about? Hearing this, Lu Yanwen, Lu Xingye, and Chai Jin nodded in agreement. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan lowered their heads in unison. Zhou Yang was embarrassed because he didn't need to upgrade at all, but it was difficult to say it out loud. So he planned to find an opportunity to directly say that he had upgraded. As for the crystal core, he planned to leave it for Chai Yi to use later. Shen Zichuan was just guilty, thinking about sticking with Zhou Yang every day, and he put aside the matter of absorbing the crystal core. That night, Shen Zichuan was thrown into the space by Zhou Yang to concentrate on upgrading, and was ordered not to come out until he reached the threshold. Zhou Yang stayed outside, occupying the entire bed by himself, and slept soundly. So when Zhou Yang woke up the next day, he saw Shen Zichuan's handsome face full of resentment, squatting at the foot of the bed pitifully, like an abandoned big dog. Well, when did you come out? Shen Zichuan looked at him, and said, an hour ago. Hearing this, Zhou Yang was stunned. You have been in the space for so long before you touched the threshold? That was not the case at that time. I absorbed the crystal core directly, and didn't come out until I reached the middle stage of level 5. Zhou Yang was confused now. Then what's the matter with your expression of a resentful woman? Shen Zichuan glanced at him, feeling very aggrieved. When I came out, I saw you sleeping so soundly outside. As if you didn't worry about me at all. Zhou Yang, I gave you so much spring water to drink before and after. It's just a level 5 upgrade. What's there to worry about? He thought so in his heart. But he couldn't say it out loud. Otherwise this person would continue to make trouble. Ahem. I've been waiting outside for more than half an hour. I didn't expect you to be so slow to touch the threshold. I couldn't help but fall asleep. Zhou Yang took Shen Zichuan's hand and said sincerely, Okay then. Shen Zichuan thought for a while. And it seemed that he had indeed delayed for a long time. So he didn't say anything else. You must be tired after staying up all night to upgrade. How about you take a nap now? Zhou Yang said, pulled him aside and pressed him on the bed. And even pulled the thin blanket on his body to cover him. Shen Zichuan opened his eyes and had no sleepiness. I can't sleep now. I just upgraded not long ago. And I'm very excited. Seeing this, Zhou Yang shrugged and didn't force him. Since they didn't want to sleep, the two got up and went out. Outside, Yu Jing had prepared breakfast early in the morning. And everyone was already sitting around the dining table. Except for 2 people. Oh, you finally finished leveling up? It's quite efficient. What's the level of level 5 now? Yin Fei felt that he couldn't tell Shen Zichuan's level when he saw him. So he joked. Shen Zichuan raised his eyebrows. The energy of the mutant tiger's crystal core is very sufficient. After I absorbed it, I directly reached the middle stage of level 5. I am now much higher than you. Yin Fei rolled his eyes at him and didn't care. You are the captain. I am just the deputy captain. What's there to be proud of that you have higher abilities than me? Isn't that what you should do? Oh, by the way, Captain, remember to clean up our store in the market after you finish eating. And we will discuss to start normal business tomorrow. Shen Zichuan was speechless. I am the captain. I deserve to be a cow and horse. Do you want this job? Although reluctant. After breakfast, Shen Zichuan still pulled Zhou Yang out together. Zhou Yang had no objection to this. Staying at home didn't mean he had nothing to do. After all, there was still a lot of work to do on the 2 houses downstairs. When they arrived at the trading market, they found that many stores had opened there. But they were all similar. So they didn't take it seriously. When they opened the door of their own store, they saw that a lot of dust had accumulated inside. Fortunately, they had taken away everything they could take away. So they only had to sweep the floor and clean the cash register. One of them was sprinkling water and sweeping the floor, while the other wiped the table. It didn't take long for them to clean up. Then they took out several empty containers stored in the space and put them in place one by one. And they were done. As for the goods, they could add them when the market opened tomorrow. Although the Baijishan base was very strict in management, there were still many people who stole things. So everyone in the shops on the market tacitly did not leave any goods behind, and only put the goods up when the market opened every day. After cleaning up, the 2 were about to close the door and go back, when they saw a familiar customer come in. The person who came was Lu Wu, the deputy captain of the Sky Eagle ability team in the base. He was a level 3 Earth ability. He had no other hobbies, but was an old smoker. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't smoke a cigarette a day, because other shops basically didn't sell cigarettes. Only the Qianlong team had all kinds of cigarettes. So they had been buying from Zhou Yang and his friends before. This time Zhou Yang and his team were gone for more than a week. And he just happened to be out of stock. He had been holding back his craving for cigarettes for several days. Lu Wu said as soon as he entered the door, Hey, you finally opened the store. Your mission this time took a long time. I have been waiting for many days. Long time no see. Brother Lu Wu. We went to the capital base temporarily because of something. We just came back at midnight the day before yesterday. And today we came to clean up first. And will reopen tomorrow. Zhou Yang smiled and greeted Lu Wu. Although Shen Zichuan knew the visitor, he was not familiar with him. So he stood aside and watched Zhou Yang and the visitor talk. You are not open today? Lu Wu scratched his hair with a headache. Zhou Yang understood immediately and teased, Brother Lu. Are you addicted to cigarettes again? Then I give you a pack today? Okay. 1 pack first. Still the same price? Lu Wu said as he took out a large pack of crystal cores from his bag. Yes. Still the same price. Zhou Yang nodded. And after the crystal core was clicked, he took out a pack of red-wrapped cigarettes and handed it over. Lu Wu's eyes lit up when he saw the pack of cigarettes. This cigarette is good stuff. It must be more expensive than the ones I bought before. Zhou Yang waved his hand and said, well, it's okay. You are a regular customer. Today I will give you a benefit and won't charge you more. Hee hee. Then I won't be polite. Brother, if you need anything in the future, just come to me. I will definitely help if I can. Okay. Then thank you in advance. Brother Lu. Lu Wu happily collected the cigarettes, greeted Zhou Yang and the others, and then turned and left. Chapter 173, Visiting. After Lu Wu left, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan closed the store door and went back. Because the elevator had passed the time limit, the two could only climb the stairs. When they climbed to the 18th floor, just as they were about to take out the key to open the door, Shen Zichuan felt a wave of energy, as if something was approaching nearby. When he turned around, he saw an unknown vine shrunk back from the corner. From the direction, it was clearly coming down from the 19th floor. Thinking that it might be the level 4 plant ability captain upstairs, Shen Zichuan frowned. What's wrong? Zhou Yang opened the door and saw Shen Zichuan still standing there looking behind him. He couldn't help but look over, but found nothing. Shen Zichuan pulled Zhou Yang in, and after closing the iron door and entering the house, he said, I just felt an energy fluctuation. So I looked back and saw a vine shrinking back. I suspect that the plant-powered captain on the 19th floor is spying on us. Zhou Yang, ? Send a plant to spy? Are you sure it's not the psychic power user? Zhou Yang thought so and asked. But Shen Zichuan just shook his head. I only sense the energy fluctuation. And I'm not sure if the psychic power user has investigated. But the plant power user must have activated his power. Zhou Yang frowned when he heard this. Alas, this is a bit overwhelming. It's really uneasy to have a strong team and a level 4 psychic power user. We have to quickly upgrade Qi Tang to level 4. The two talked about this when everyone got together for lunch at noon. After hearing this, Yan Fei and others suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. This problem must be solved in time. Otherwise you will always feel like there is a knife hanging over your head. I think so too. Why don't you just beat them away? Can't you 2 level 5s handle 3 level 4s? It's better to use courtesy before force. Or find out the opponent's strengths and weaknesses first. If the opponent is restless, it's not too late to take action. Well, it's better to do it today than today. We go up after we finish eating. Just Sichuan and I can go up. And you can wait below. I go up with you. Once the fight starts, I can also use the creeper to help. You hold the other party's mutant plants in check. And Xiaohu is not easily affected by the mental system. Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei thought about it and agreed. Okay. But it's not appropriate to visit empty-handed. And you can stir-fry some beef later. And I take out half a chilled watermelon and let Brother Yanwen chill it. Yu Jing nodded. Okay. I stir-fry one later. After dinner, Yu Jing quickly took a small piece of mutant beef from Zhou Yang, added a handful of green peppers, and stir-fried a plate in a few minutes and handed it to Yan Fei. Zhou Yang also took the half watermelon that Lu Yanwen had just chilled. And the three of them went directly to the 19th floor from the corridor. When the three of them arrived at the 19th floor, they saw that the entrance to the 19th floor was also equipped with an iron gate like theirs. But this iron gate was hollow, and there was a creeping mutant plant wrapped on it. Seeing Zhou Yang and the other two coming up, the mutant plants that had been quiet suddenly became active, and raised their leaves to protest against them. Zhou Yang sighed. Tisk. It looks small and delicate, but it's quite fierce. How can I knock on the door? Before my hand even touches the door, it will be pierced through. Right? Just as they were hesitating about how to knock on the door, a person came out. It was a young man, wearing a black and white casual suit, with his hands in his pockets, walking towards the three people, with a cynical look. Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan looked at each other, and then shook their heads silently. They didn't see the level of each other, so they thought it was the only ordinary person in the other team. The young man walked to the door and stood still. He didn't rush to open the door. After looking at Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei, he was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, Hi. You are neighbors on the 18th floor, right? What can I do for you? Seeing that they were on the 18th floor at a glance, Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan's eyes were stern. After a while, Shen Zichuan raised the stir-fried beef in his hand and smiled. We are the team living on the 18th floor. Didn't we just come back? Suddenly found that there were a few more neighbors upstairs. So I brought some small things to visit and get to know them. In case there is something in the future, I can take care of them. What do you think? Don't hit a smiling person. The young man in the door didn't say anything. He just took a look at the plate of fragrant stir-fry beef and saw the person standing behind the two of them holding a watermelon in one hand. Then squinted and opened the door. Yin Fei and Shen Zichuan walked in first, and Zhou Yang followed closely behind. Originally, he was standing behind the two people and didn't see the appearance of the person who came to open the door. Now he walked in and passed by the young man, and then took a curious look. Just one look made him feel that this person looked familiar, and he turned his mind for a long time before he remembered. Isn't this the clerk who sold him the knife in Shanghai and then ripped him off for nearly 800,000? Damn. So angry. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang glared at him fiercely. But thinking that he came here today for business, he had to suppress the urge to beat him up temporarily. Intend to beat him up later if the negotiation fails. The young man was not annoyed by Zhou Yang's glare, but just smiled slightly. Then turned around and walked in front of the three people to lead the way. When they walked into the house directly above Zhou Yang's house, the three saw three men sitting in the living room. Two of them were level 4 psychics, and the other one was of an unknown level. Seeing this, Yin Fei and Shen Zichuan stopped directly. If there is only one ordinary person in this group of people, then there is another person whose rank is hard to tell. Thinking of this, Yin Fei and Shen Zichuan both took a deep breath in their hearts, but they did not show it on their faces. They just exchanged a few glances in private when they were led to sit on the sofa. Chapter 174. He is a level 6 psychic. Zhou Yang has no psychic powers, so he naturally cannot sense the level of others. He just found that the atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. So after sitting down, he tugged at the corner of Shen Zichuan's clothes and whispered, "What's wrong?" Shen Zichuan then whispered in Zhou Yang's ear, "I can't tell the level of the person who opened the door for us just now. And I can't tell the level of the person sitting at the back now. If only one of them is an ordinary person, then the other one is at least level 5 peak or level 6. Hearing this, Zhou Yang was also stunned, and couldn't help but look at the man at the back, and the knife-selling boy who walked straight to the man and sat down after entering, and took a few more glances. Peak level 5? Level 6? Fuck. What the hell is this? In his previous life, he heard about the existence of a level 5 superpower at the end of the second year, but it hasn't even been a year yet. He thought that under his influence, Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei had upgraded fast enough, but he didn't expect that there would be even faster ones. Zhou Yang and the other two didn't speak, and the four people opposite them sat there leisurely without moving. Feeling particularly embarrassed, Shen Zichuan coughed lightly, then took the things in Yin Fei and Zhou Yang's hands and placed them one by one on the coffee table in front of him. "This is the mutant beef and iced watermelon we brought. I don't know if you have eaten yet. Why don't you try it?" The knife-selling brothers smiled. "You are too polite. We just finished our meal. But thank you very much." "You're welcome. Which one is the Captain Chifeng?" "That's me." The knife-selling brother raised his eyes, smiling. Hearing this, Zhou Yang and the other two felt nervous. The Captain Chifeng was listed as a level 4 plant ability user on the registration form, but now it seems that he is at least at the peak of level 5. The base does not allow concealment of abilities, so he falsely reported his level? It is also because no one else in the base has a level 5 ability user yet, so no one has seen through it. But now that he has met Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei, the level immediately shows the problem. But the problem is that they only have a vague guess about each other, but their levels are as clear as black and white in the eyes of the other party, although they don't think the other party dares to do anything to them. This feeling of being a sheep in the tiger's mouth is really uncomfortable. After a while, Shen Zichuan said calmly, "I heard that Captain Chifeng is a level 4 plant ability user, but when I saw him today, it doesn't seem like it." When Chifeng saw the two people, he knew that his ability level was probably not hidden, although he didn't expect that someone would reach level 5 so soon. And there were 2 level 5s. But when he thought about Zhou Yang among them, it made sense. But he was not too worried. Anyway, his ability was enough to deal with these people. Besides, he was very familiar with Zhou Yang, although the other party might not be familiar with him. Thinking of this, Chifeng's smile deepened. Seeing the eye contact between the three people opposite him, he did not care too much. He even nodded and admitted his level generously after hearing the other party's question. "Well, I am actually a level 6 ability user." Zhou Yang and the other two, shocked. "Damn! He is actually a level 6 ability user. This pervert." Chifeng directly reported his real ability level. which not only surprised Zhou Yang and the other three, but also his three teammates. The man sitting next to Qi Feng grabbed Qi Feng's hand and asked silently until he saw Qi Feng shook his head at him. Qi Feng shrugged. You don't have to be so surprised. I applied for level 4 just because I don't want to be the first to stand out. I want to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. I'm not going to report it to the newspaper. Hearing this, Shen Zichuan's mouth twitched. It should be you who activated your superpowers in the morning and controlled the mutant plants to come down. Is this considered low-key? Hee hee. Don't you have to find out about the neighbors downstairs? You are afraid of my sneak attack. And I am also afraid of your sneak attack. Besides, I controlled the mutant plants to go down. But in fact, I just wanted to verify one thing. Yanfei paused, frowned and asked, what do you want to verify? Well, just to see if a big fool is still alive? Qi Feng lifted the broken hair on his forehead, then turned his head to look in the direction of Zhou Yang. The others also looked over. Zhou Yang, who was suddenly surrounded by people, said, what the hell? Why are you looking at him? He is not familiar with this person. But after a while, Qi Feng was still looking at him. Zhou Yang was not sure. So he asked unsteadily, we should have only met twice when buying knives. And there is no other intersection. Right? Well, we have only met twice. Qi Feng thought about it and nodded. Zhou Yang was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Qi Feng blinking at him again, but from another perspective. I am quite familiar with you. Well, I should be one of the people in the world who knows you best. Zhou Yang? ? Zhou Yang was confused. Before he could figure out what was going on, Shen Zichuan beside him became restless and grabbed Zhou Yang's hand and half-hugged him. Take your eyes away. This is my boyfriend. Hearing this, Zhou Yang widened his eyes, thinking that Shen Zichuan's eyes and brain circuits might have some problems. Qi Feng didn't look interested in him, no matter how he looked at him. And didn't he see that Qi Feng and the man next to him were holding hands? Qi Feng looked at Shen Zichuan's way of claiming sovereignty, and instantly felt a sour taste in his teeth. He looked at Zhou Yang with a little sympathy. Why did you find such a man with a bad brain? You're jealous of this? It's as if everyone doesn't have a boyfriend. Hey, let me introduce you to my boyfriend. An I Fan. As he said this, he raised his hand, which was interlocked with An I Fan's fingers, to show the people on the opposite side. Shen Zichuan saw it, and immediately felt that his behavior just now was a bit embarrassing. But it was also Qi Feng's fault for saying things that made people feel ambiguous. So he rolled his eyes at him. You have a boyfriend, and you still say ambiguous things casually? Is it ambiguous? Qi Feng was full of doubts, and then turned to look at An I Fan. Husband, was I ambiguous just now? An I Fan's cold face had no expression. Only when he looked at Qi Feng, there was a little warmth in his eyes. At this moment, seeing Qi Feng asking him, he nodded directly. Well, don't say it next time. Qi Feng, TSK. I forgot that this one of me is also a jealous bucket. Puff. Zhou Yang looked at the two people opposite and couldn't help laughing out loud. Qi Feng looked over when he heard the voice, then pursed his lips and muttered, what are you laughing at? Have you never seen a couple's love affair? Then he cleared his throat, looked at Shen Zichuan and Yanfei, and said with a smile, by the way, after chatting for a long time, I still don't know your names. Shen Zichuan and Yanfei then introduced their respective families. Shen Zichuan, captain of the Qianlong team. Yanfei, deputy captain of the Qianlong team. TSK. So you are the legendary Qianlong team in the base with a back door that opens to the sky. Zhou Yang and the other two? ? When did our back door open to the sky? We heard about it when we came the day before yesterday. The Qianlong team is the team of the base chief's nephew. The official has to give 3 points to them. They are also very strong and are in existence that cannot be provoked. The three of them were very upset. They obviously work more for the base, delivering supplies when nothing is wrong, and taking over when something is wrong. So you don't actually know us? And you didn't rent the house upstairs because of the Qianlong team? Yanfei finally understood that these people didn't know the Qianlong team at all. Qi Feng frowned. TSK. If I knew that the Qianlong team lived below me, I would definitely move to a house far away from here. Chapter 175. That's the consulting fee. Zhou Yang was puzzled. Then why did I hear that you wanted to rent this place right away? Well, I came to you, so I just rented your upstairs. Who knew that I found so many people living downstairs yesterday? I thought you were in trouble, So I used mutant plants to find out if you were still alive. Then why did you come to me? And how did you know I lived here? I came to play with you. As for your address, we knew it when you came here to settle down. Chi Feng tilted his head. Right. Husband? And I Fan sat aside and nodded. Zhou Yang was frightened by these words and almost jumped up. What? How did you know that? Chi Feng smiled. Dear. There is a profession in the world called hacker. My husband is one. And he is the world's top hacker. It is easy to know your movements. No. Why do you check me when you have nothing to do? Well, I think we need to talk about this topic alone. Chi Feng did not answer directly, but just looked at Zhou Yang and smiled mysteriously. Zhou Yang was speechless for a moment, thinking of the other party's boyfriend being a top hacker, and thinking of the post he posted on the internet. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Damn. It couldn't be because of these prophecy posts that I was noticed by these two people. Seeing Zhou Yang's face suddenly change, Chi Feng guessed that he had thought of something. So he suggested, how about it? Do you want to talk to me alone? Zhou Yang thought about it, and was about to agree. But Shen Zichuan spoke first. No. You have to talk under our noses. TSK. Then let's just go a little further. To the dining table. Okay? Chi Feng rolled his eyes, and pointed to the restaurant not far away, which was only separated by a glass wall. Looking at the restaurant separated by only glass, Shen Zichuan let go. Zhou Yang followed Chi Feng into the restaurant. As soon as he sat down, Chi Feng shouted to one of the teammates on the sofa, Yuan Shan. Use your supernatural power to surround yourselves with a wall to make sure no sound can be heard. Okay. Jiang Yuanshan immediately erected a mental wall with several sofas as the center, directly isolating the sound outside. Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei were in the restaurant, and suddenly they could only hear the breathing of several people inside, while the noisy sounds outside disappeared. They were shocked and stood up, seeing the two panicking. And Ifan took the initiative to speak. Don't worry. Xiaofeng just talked to him and didn't want to be heard. He won't be in danger. After that, he made a cup of tea for everyone leisurely and elegantly. Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei looked at the two people who seemed to be talking peacefully in the restaurant, and then they suppressed the urge to take action and sat back. On the other side, Zhou Yang, who was sitting in the restaurant, waited for Chi Feng to sit down, and then asked impatiently, Why did you check me? Chi Feng looked over and said, Shouldn't you have thought of it? You posted a few prophecy posts. You didn't think no one noticed it, did you? Zhou Yang nodded immediately and said, I knew someone would notice it at the time, and I even hoped that more people would notice it, so that more people could survive. Chi Feng's eyes widened when he heard it, and he looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief. TSK. Are you someone who was reborn from the end of the world? So kind? If you hadn't been lucky enough to meet me, you would have been taken to slice it. Zhou Yang, shocked. How do you know I'm reborn? Do you have the ability to predict? That's not right. Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, and intuitively thought that the other party had the ability to predict. But after thinking carefully, it was not right. The time didn't match. And then another possibility came to his mind. You are not also reborn? Chi Feng raised his eyebrows, and didn't deny it. Zhou Yang opened his mouth, unable to speak. He felt incredible. After a long while, he said, I was reborn in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, and there were still 3 months before the apocalypse. What about you? Chi Feng put his hand on his chin and said, I've been here longer than you. I came back in the 7th year, and I came back 1 year before the apocalypse. That's great. I didn't have time to make detailed plans and preparations in just 3 months. Zhou Yang sighed. So, you noticed it when I posted the first post? Chi Feng nodded. Yeah. As soon as I saw the post, I knew that the person who posted it was probably a reborn person, and he must not have lived in the apocalypse for a long time. He actually had such a thing as humanity, considering that we were both reborn people and good people. I asked my husband to change the IP address, but I really didn't expect that you would continue to post after moving to a new place. But I'm a good person, so I let my husband continue to cover up for you. Tell me, why are you so worried? Thank you. Zhou Yang touched his nose. I didn't think so much at the time. I thought it was safe to post in the internet cafe with a small account. He didn't read calculators, and didn't know much about this, so he didn't know there were so many twists and turns. Well, don't thank me too early. We were too busy on the last day, and didn't pay attention to things on the internet. I didn't expect you to post that day. And it was too late when I looked back. Well, I guess your real IP has been tracked. But fortunately it's the last day. It's useless to track it. And it can't be caught. At this point, you still have some brains. Zhou Yang, thank you. After a short silence, Qi Feng asked the question he had discovered since they met just now. By the way, don't you have space ability? Why can't I see your level? Is your ability higher than mine? He found that his plant ability came back with him when he was reborn. After the end of the world, he found a very strong mutant wild rose in his memory and subdued it while his consciousness was just generated. Then he killed a lot of mutant plants with the wild rose and upgraded with the core all the way. And then quickly upgraded to level 6. Other abilities should not have this shortcut. Just as he was muttering in his heart, he saw Zhou Yang glanced at him. I'm not as perverted as you. I just have a special space ability that can't be detected. And the evolution direction is not quite the same. I don't have space skills. But the space is very large and will not deteriorate. But how do you know I have space ability? Qi Feng suddenly realized, it turns out that you are the most rubbish space ability in the legend. But it's okay. Your teammates and your boyfriend are both very strong. As for knowing your ability so well, you stocked up so many things before the end of the world. And you could always load them into a car. So you must have awakened your space in advance. Zhou Yang paused for a moment when he heard his space being complained about. And then looked over in surprise when he heard the following words. You know I stocked up? Well, wasn't it because I had nothing to do at the time? So I asked my husband to help me check on you. Otherwise, I would have been so bored lying down waiting for the end of the world for more than 2 months. We also deleted a lot of surveillance for you. But you don't have to thank me. You paid for it later. So it wasn't in vain. Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, thinking about when he had paid the money. And then he thought of the 800,000 yuan he was ripped off. And he suddenly realized. So when I bought a knife in my store, you recognized me? You deliberately ripped me off for almost 800,000 yuan? Qi Feng raised his eyebrows and said, TSK. How can that be called ripping off? That's the consulting fee you should pay. Okay? Zhou Yang, Okay. You win. Chapter 176 Ante. Do you accept takeout orders? Seeing Zhou Yang staring at him without saying anything, Qi Feng said earnestly, Calculate how much we have done for you. We changed your IP to all parts of the world and deleted surveillance for you. The country and people with good intentions didn't find you at the first time. It's okay to charge you 800,000. You should know that my husband is a world-class hacker. This amount of money is not enough to buy a few of his codes. This is a friendship price after a discount. Hearing this, Zhou Yang didn't know whether he had lost money or not. From the perspective of personal safety, it seems that it is not a loss. But 800,000 can buy a lot of supplies. I feel a little sorry. Qi Feng saw his tangled look, and immediately understood his little thoughts, and comforted him. Oh, isn't it just 800,000? It's not enough for me to buy a few grenades. You can earn it back soon if you upgrade the space. If I remember correctly, your evolution direction is still dead at level 5. And you can put living things after level 6. And it is said that you can live directly in it after level 10. Hey, you should upgrade quickly. And remember to let me go in and take a look when you reach level 10. I'm so curious. But unfortunately I died before I could see it in my previous life. When Zhou Yang heard that you can put living things after level 5 or 6, and even people can live after level 10, his eyes lit up. It seems that it is reasonable to put space between P's in the future. But level 6 is too far away. It is better to wait until it reaches level 5. After making up his mind, Zhou Yang thought of Qi Feng's rebirth. So he asked curiously, I was an ordinary person in my previous life, and was caught by several gangsters outside the base and killed. You have been hiding for 7 years. How come you died? Qi Feng snorted coldly. I am not hiding. I am very strong. I was level 8 when I died. And I was not killed by anyone. I committed suicide. Zhou Yang was stunned when he heard this. What the hell? Suicide? What are you so upset about that you commit suicide? When Zhou Yang asked this, Qi Feng got angry. Hey! In my last life, I led people to guard the base and kill mutant marine creatures. Those bastards in the Shanghai base actually took the opportunity to attack our territory with the traitors in the team and killed my husband. When I went back, Brother Fan and the supplies were all gone. I was so angry that I went to kill them all. After killing them, I felt that life was meaningless. So I committed suicide. I didn't expect to be reborn when I opened my eyes. But it's okay. I sent these people to the West in advance in this life. After solving it, I didn't even want to stay in the Shanghai base. But I didn't decide where to go. I thought you were here. So I brought my husband and 2 good brothers to play with you. You still say I'm careless? You are also very careless. Just come to me like this? What if I have bad intentions? Then will you? Qi Feng smiled at Zhou Yang and asked instead of answering. Zhou Yang curled his lips. Okay. He won't. Qi Feng raised his eyebrows. I'm not a fool like you, who has no self-protection ability, and is kind everywhere. I am at least a level 6 psychic. Basically 2 levels ahead of others. Although there are 2 level 5s in your team. If we really fight, we may not lose. Zhou Yang silently shut up. Well, he can't get over the things that happened before. Right? And? But the strongest in their team seems to be P. Well, let's not mention this for now. Otherwise this buddy will hurt his self-esteem. Afterwards, the 2 talked about the apocalypse in the years that Zhou Yang had not experienced. And learned a lot of things. For example, the living environment in the ocean was harsh in the later period. And many marine mutant creatures began to try to land in the later period. As one of the coastal bases, the Shanghai base was the first to bear the brunt. In the previous life, the Shanghai base had no living space for ordinary people in the later period. And almost all the people in the base were psychics. On the one hand, the rear bases did not want the coastal defense line to be broken and the marine creatures to invade the inland. So each base sent a part of the superpower soldiers to defend the coastal bases. On the other hand, in order to become stronger, the private superpower teams along the coast also chose to stay. And even many teams from other bases chose to go. Because marine creatures are generally highly evolved and large in size. One crystal core can often be equivalent to many zombie crystal cores of the same level. And even often encounter a high level one. Fortunes are sought in danger. So naturally there are many superpowers who want to become stronger. When Zhou Yang died, he only heard that the coastal bases were often invaded by marine creatures. But it was not to the point where ordinary people could not survive. And their small base happened to be southwest of the Shanghai base, still some distance from the sea, and had never seen the scene of marine creatures invading. But now, after hearing what Qi Feng said, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but sigh. The end of the world is getting harder and harder. He didn't know if he could hold on to the end this time. When Qi Feng saw him sighing, he slapped him on the shoulder. Why are you sighing? If the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. Let's just take care of ourselves. Zhou Yang glanced at him and said faintly, You are the tallest one now. Qi Feng, No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. Qi Feng glared at him. Okay. I won't talk to you anymore. We don't get along. By the way, only my husband and I know about my rebirth. Now you are here. If I know that there are other people who know. As he said that, Qi Feng narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Shen Zichuan. It is not difficult for him. A level 6. To kill a level 5. Don't worry. They don't know I'm reincarnated. I'm not a fool. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at Qi Feng. Now that you're done, go out. I saw your boyfriend look at you several times in 1 minute. Qi Feng nodded, patted Zhou Yang's shoulder, got up first and walked out, then made a gesture to Jiang Yuanshan. Jiang Yuanshan, who was opposite, knew that the 2 had finished talking when he saw the gesture, and immediately put away his mental barrier. Zhou Yang also followed behind him. As soon as he walked to the sofa, he was hurriedly pulled over by Shen Zichuan, who checked him up and down, and was relieved when he was sure that he was fine. After Qi Feng sat back on the sofa, he was also pulled by an eye fan and wiped it with a handkerchief. Zhou Yang saw that the hand was the one that patted his shoulder just now, and couldn't help but twitched his mouth. TSK. It turns out that Qi Feng is not just looking for a jealous person, but maybe a jealous spirit reincarnated. Qi Feng didn't care, seeing that his hands were clean. He turned around and grabbed a piece of beef from the plate of stir-fried yellow beef on the coffee table and put it into his mouth. Seeing this, an eye fan frowned. It was too late to stop him. He could only wipe his lover's fingers again with a handkerchief. Delicious. Did you make it? Qi Feng swallowed it in one gulp and looked at Zhou Yang with wide eyes. Why do you think I made it? You look like a good wife and mother. And they don't look like they can cook. You flatter me too much. I don't have such professional cooking skills. This is made by Shinsichuan's aunt. It's delicious. Right? Well, can I go to eat for free? Or does Auntie accept takeout orders? Chapter 177, Book an Underground Shelter. Zhou Yang looked at Shinsichuan and Yan Fei when he heard this. Seeing that they had no objection, he nodded and said, we can consider takeout. But we have to exchange it for supplies. And we are not responsible for door-to-door delivery. TSK. What supplies do you need? Zhou Yang thought about it, and felt that Qi Feng had been reborn longer than him, and seemed to be very rich. So he must have more supplies than him. Considering that the other party had just mentioned grenades. He asked tentatively, gasoline? Or grenades? As soon as Zhou Yang said this, Yan Fei and Shin Sichuan looked at each other. But neither of them said anything. Qi Feng stared, unable to speak. And after a long while he angrily said, do you think this transaction is equal? Zhou Yang glanced at him, but did not speak. And then took things out of the space one by one: chicken, duck, goose, rabbit, pork, beef, mutton, various river fish, various seafood, green vegetables, cabbage, cauliflower, celery, potatoes, green peppers, apples, oranges, mangoes, grapes, prunes, plums. He did not stop until the coffee table could no longer hold them. The table full of fresh food, especially the fruits, made Qi Feng and his friends jealous. I have more space. Zhou Yang's mouth curled up slightly with the ending tone. And then he turned around and put all the things away again. I guess the supplies you collected are hard currency that can be stored for a long time. And there shouldn't be many fresh foods like this? How about it? Consider it? Qi Feng pursed his lips. Deal. Let's have a half-month package first. He raised his hand and waved to the back of the sofa under him. And then saw a tiger-sized tortoiseshell cat. Stretched and walked out leisurely. Hua Wan. Throw out 2 small wooden boxes. Hua Wan looked at Qi Feng and raised his paw. And 2 wooden boxes the size of a TV appeared on the side. Well, 2 boxes of grenades. In exchange for 2 meals for our team for half a month. Don't worry. Just the vegetables. We will solve the staple food ourselves. Zhou Yang motioned Yan Fei and Shin Sichuan to go over and check. And after the 2 confirmed, he nodded and agreed. Okay. Just come down on time every day to get the food. And we guarantee that it will start with 4 dishes and 1 soup. But you can't be picky about food. We will give you whatever we cook that day. But we will ensure that there are both meat and vegetables for each meal. And try not to repeat it. No problem. I let you get it when the time comes. Qi Feng had no objection. Anyway, it was better than what they made themselves. After confirming that the team upstairs was a long-term partner, the 3 of them waited for a while before going downstairs after Zhou Yang put away the grenade. As soon as they got downstairs, the others surrounded the 3 of them. How is it? Is the team upstairs a threat? Shin Sichuan shook his head. It seems that there is no threat at the moment. Then why did they bring a mutant plant down here? Their captain seems to know Zhou Yang and came to find him. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhou Yang, including Shin Sichuan and Yan Fei, who were also very curious. Zhou Yang scratched his head and gave a reason he had thought of when he was upstairs, before the end of the world. Qi Feng and I met online. I mentioned moving to him at the time, but I forgot about it. I just remembered it after talking to him just now. He was mainly looking for me this time. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yan Fei was still not at ease. Let's observe it again. After all, the other party is a level 6 mutant. Level 6? Isn't it level 4? When they heard that the other party was actually a level 6 mutant, the others' hearts were lifted again. Well, the plant ability can be upgraded by finding the core of the mutant plant. So he upgrades faster. TSK. Envy. Lu Xingye smacked his lips. Yan Fei stroked Lu Xingye's hair. Don't be envious. Hurry up and improve your ability. Then you can defeat him. Plants without water are dead. Hearing this, Lu Xingye's eyes lit up. Yes. Then, Zhou Yang mentioned to Yu Jing that the upstairs wanted to exchange 2 boxes of grenades for a half-month meal. Yu Jing saw that her cooking skills could also help. So she immediately agreed, and even made a half-month catering table in the evening. Every day at noon and evening. After cooking for her own people, she would reserve 4 dishes and 1 soup for the upstairs team, and give it to Yu Hui, who was responsible for taking the dishes every time. Yu Hui looked tall and strong. But he was very sweet. He called Yu Jing a beautiful aunt and made her happy. In 2 days, she became familiar with Yu Jing. Occasionally, he would bribe Yu Jing with supplies, so that Yu Jing could make one more dish they wanted to eat tomorrow. Yu Jing had nothing else to do except cooking at home. So she cooked for him. Inspired by the level 6 psychic upstairs, Lu Yanwen, Lu Xingye, and Chai Jin actively absorbed the crystal core and gradually upgraded to level 4. Zhou Yang also took the opportunity to express that he had successfully upgraded and his space had increased a lot. The weather has been getting hotter these past 2 days. It's not even mid-May yet. But we've already entered the high temperature weather, with temperatures over 40 degrees every day. At the market, everyone has started to set up stalls at night. And Zhou Yang and his friends have also changed to open their shops at night. Even the renovation work downstairs was temporarily suspended after the floor tiles on both sides were laid. Everyone planned to live like this for a while, and then continue after the hot weather is over. So after hanging curtains and installing air conditioners on both sides of the house, Chai Jin's family of 4, Lu's family of 3, and Yan Fei moved downstairs. The house opposite Zhou Yang's house was unanimously given to the Su family, which had the most female relatives. Although they lived separately, they still ate together. After all, it was more convenient. Everyone could eat more dishes, and it could avoid waste. And the cooking work was already fully taken care of by Yu Jing alone. However, if other people were idle at home, they would take turns to help. That night, everyone gathered together for dinner again. Although there was air conditioning, I still sweated after eating. It's too hot today. And why do I feel that it's getting hotter than last year? You're not wrong. It's getting hotter. And the temperature is several degrees higher. Zhou Yang nodded. Then turned to look at Yan Fei. By the way, have you talked to Uncle Gu about building an underground shelter? Yan Fei nodded, yes. My uncle chose a central location in each underground parking lot as the entrance and exit, and then dug a shelter 3 meters deep from the underground parking lot. Like the previous underground granary, waterproof measures were taken. But in order to ensure survival needs, it was also increased. There are many ventilation holes. Has it been built? Yes. It was almost finished before we came back. And it is probably finished now. Do we need to book a house in the shelter in advance? Otherwise, it will be troublesome to fight for a house when the time comes. Yan Fei nodded. My uncle has already reserved one for us, which is right below our community, and not far from the entrance. However, due to the limited number of houses, we were only given 2 sets, each with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. But the bathroom and kitchen are shared, so it will be troublesome for us to cook when the time comes. Chapter 178 Shelter House. TSK. Forget about the public toilet. But cooking in the public area is too troublesome, and it is easy to expose our excessive abundance of ingredients. Zhou Yang scratched his hair. Why don't we make more things in advance and store them in my space? And then use the public area to make some soup. Everyone thought it made sense and decided to start working immediately. Yu Jing and Uncle Li took the initiative to take the lead, saying that they would make more food for everyone and store it in the space. Zhou Yang then took out many ingredients directly from the space and filled the living room. In order to improve efficiency, Zhou Yang's home and the kitchen opposite were used. And even Zhou Yang, Su Zi, and the Chai couple joined in. The remaining Shen Zichuan and others whose cooking skills were still stagnant, and Su Qingtang and others who could not cook, could only help everyone wash vegetables and prepare food. Even the youngest Chai was assigned the task of peeling garlic. A large group of people worked until midnight before stopping. But the results were also remarkable. The various dishes cooked this night were enough for everyone to eat for half a month. If we cook a little more in the next 2 days, it would be fine even if we had to spend a few months underground. After Zhou Yang put all the dishes cooked in pots on the ground into the space, everyone went back to wash and rest. Zhou Yang and others went to sleep. But Qi Feng and others upstairs were miserable. They smelled the fragrance of various dishes in the middle of the night and were too hungry to sleep. The next morning, Qi Feng came down with a pair of dark circles under his eyes and a dark face, and found Zhou Yang. Are you guys toxic? You cook in the middle of the night? Look how hungry you made me. I didn't sleep well all night. Qi Feng pointed at his dark circles and complained angrily. Zhou Yang touched his nose. Ahem. Sorry. We are preparing food for the underground shelter. It will be inconvenient to cook underground. I suggest you make some and save it. The underground shelter of this base has been built so early. Chi Feng was a little surprised. All the bases in the previous life only thought about digging and building underground shelters when it was extremely hot. But I didn't expect that this base was built so early. I think Zhou Yang has done something about it. As for preparing food in advance, he also wants to. But, my Huajuan space can't keep fresh. How about this? I give you a few more barrels of gasoline and a few boxes of ammunition. And you can do our share too. By the way, no matter where you choose the shelter, we will live next to you. We have already booked it. Before Zhou Yang finished speaking, Chi Feng interrupted him directly. TSK. It's worthy of being the first back door of the base. It's booked so quickly. Why don't you help me book one too? Zhou Yang thought about it, and thought it was better to be neighbors with people he knew than with people he didn't know. So he agreed and stretched out his hand. Bring the meal fee and the reservation fee together. Chi Feng, you are so greedy for money now? How generous you were before. Oh, even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. Besides, I was bitten by a snake once, and now I have a shadow. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Get the supplies. Chi Feng looked at him with resentment. Turned around and called Hua Wan down. Bang bang. Throwing several boxes of things on the ground, including several barrels of gasoline. Zhou Yang looked at the boxes of guns, ammunition and gasoline. His eyes lit up, and immediately put them into the space. Okay, brother. Don't worry. I will book a house next door for you later. We will also cover the 3 meals during the shelter. After getting the guarantee, Chi Feng pouted and left. Zhou Yang turned around and told Yin Fei about this matter, and asked Yin Fei to call Gu Tianqi to book a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house next to them. By the way, Yin Fei also gave most of the guns and ammunition from Chi Feng to the army, and they only kept a small part for themselves. Yin Fei took a look and was a little surprised. These are all goods used by the American army. How did he get them? Zhou Yang shrugged and said that he didn't know much, no matter where they came from. They were taken from the American guys anyway. Yin Fei thought so too. So he didn't pursue it. He immediately called his uncle and asked him to send someone to get the arms. The temperature continued to rise, and it rose to around 45 degrees in 2 days. Fortunately, the food was almost ready. Even if nothing was done, and only the ready-made food in the space was consumed, it would be enough for everyone to eat for several months. In addition, Zhou Yang already had ready-made food in the space, so it would not be a problem even if he was underground for a year or 2. So after calculating that the extreme heat might come in a few days, Zhou Yang proposed to move to the underground shelter in advance. Let's go down and find a place first, and then adapt to life underground. If there is anything wrong with the house, we can modify it in time. That's fine. But do we have to ask the military for the key first? How else can we get in? Yin Fei thought for a moment and said, there should be someone guarding the entrance. We go down and take a look later. If we can't get in, we ask my uncle. Everyone nodded in agreement. So as the sun went down in the evening, the group went directly to the underground parking lot. Because of the hot weather, the survivors who originally lived in the square were moved to the underground parking lot since yesterday. After passing through the crowd, everyone quickly arrived at the entrance of the underground shelter. Sure enough, there were several soldiers with guns guarding it. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, everyone did not go over, but Yin Fei went over to ask alone. A few minutes later, Yin Fei came back. They only have the key to the entrance, and the key to the house below has to be asked from my uncle. Why don't you wait here for me for a while? I'll be back soon. No one had any objections. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and added, Yin Fei, you can also take the keys of Chi Feng and his family next door. Okay. Yin Fei nodded and drove the car Zhou Yang took out to the military headquarters. After Yin Fei left, Zhou Yang took out a large straw mat and a few fans, and everyone sat on the ground, fanning themselves and chatting. This time, Yin Fei came back more than 20 minutes later, with 3 bunches of keys in his hand. The group went to the entrance of the underground shelter again, and then went down directly under the gazes and discussions of other survivors. As soon as I entered, I could clearly feel that the temperature had dropped by several degrees, and I felt much more comfortable all over my body, because it was only 2 days after it was built. There was still a fishy smell underground, but it was not to the extent that people could not breathe, so it was not a big problem. It was dark underground, with only a few lights on, and I could barely see things. As far as the eye could see, there were rows of houses of the same size connected on one side. And the doors of each house were marked with numbers. There are alleys with a spacing of 1.5 meters between each row as passages. And on the other side are larger bunk houses, which are probably used to accommodate ordinary survivors who cannot afford to rent a separate house. There is a square of medium size reserved at the entrance in the middle, with a sign on it that reads Public Health Area and Public Kitchen, pointing to the two directions of the shelter respectively. Chapter 179. The house needs to be renovated. The group found their house according to the diagram given by Gu Tianqi. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a bare house, which was roughly divided into 4 parts, 3 rooms and a small living room. The surroundings were just rough concrete walls. In addition to the most basic lighting circuits, there were no water pipes. The bare walls before the end of the world were many times better than this. Zhou Yang sighed. Fortunately, I came down to take a look first. But the place is so small that a large generator will definitely not work. I can only use a small gasoline generator. Fortunately, I have several in my space. It should not be possible to install air conditioning in the basement. But fortunately, there are several air coolers in the space, and they can be connected to the generator when the time comes. However, compared with the heat problem, Zhou Yang is more worried about another point. You can go to the public toilet to go to the toilet. But what about taking a shower? You can't go to the public toilet to take a shower. Right? That would be so uncomfortable. It would be the same as not taking a shower. And it's not safe for girls either. Zhou Yang looked around and was not very satisfied. We have to find a way to make a bathroom. Otherwise it will be too inconvenient. Su Qintang agreed with both hands. I agree. It's better to build a toilet. I don't really want to use the public toilet. Zhou Yang didn't really want to use the public toilet either. It must be dirty with so many people. But in this case, the land would have to be moved for renovation. Then we have to find an Earth-type psychic to help with the renovation. Otherwise Guang Yanfei alone can't dig this land. Shen Zichuan suddenly remembered that there was a level 4 Earth-type psychic in their upstairs team. So he suggested, doesn't their team next door have an Earth-type psychic? Let him help and renovate several houses? As for space, there is always some way to squeeze it. Zhou Yang nodded. I think it's okay. And Qi Feng and the others should also want to renovate. I go over to ask them in the evening. After looking at the 2 houses, the group unanimously decided to break through the wall of the corridor between the left and right houses, and then dismantle and seal the door of the second house, and then transform the living room into a room. In this way, in addition to leaving a living room in the left house and leaving a room in the middle as a bathroom, the remaining rooms are also enough for living. In the left house, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan live in one room. Yu Jing and Su Qintang sleep in one room. Su Zi and Yi Shanshan sleep in one room. And Wando and the others sleep in the living room. In the right house, after leaving a bathroom, the Chai couple and Chai Yi slept in one room. Chai Jin, Lu Yanwen, and Uncle Li slept in one room. And Yan Fei and Lu Xingye slept in another room. All the space was perfectly utilized. After planning, everyone hurried back to the 18th floor, because they were in a hurry to come down to see the shelter house. They didn't have time to eat dinner. So when they came back, Yu Jing took Su Qintang and Yi Shanshan to cook. The rest of Zhou Yang and others were not idle either, and began to draw and write on paper to see how to transform the bathroom. There must be a shower room and a toilet. The wash basin can be made into a metal shelf with a wash basin, and the used water can be used to flush the toilet. However, a large septic tank must be dug underground. After all, it is unknown how many years of extreme heat they will live in. But in this way, they have to lay a separate water pipe and install a large water tank. Fortunately, the downstairs has been renovated before, and now they are familiar with this work. After the discussion, Yu Jing and the others also prepared dinner. After finishing dinner quickly, Yu Hui came downstairs to get the dishes. Zhou Yang told him that he had something to discuss with Qi Feng, and then he went upstairs with Yu Hui. Shen Zichuan followed behind because he was worried. When they went upstairs, as soon as they entered the door, Qi Feng sighed as soon as he saw the two of them. No one comes to the temple for no reason. What do you want to do? Zhou Yang glanced at him. Am I the kind of person who looks for trouble? I came up to ask you to borrow someone. Can you borrow this Earth-type superpower brother for a while? As he said that, his eyes glanced at Yu Hui. Why are you looking for Yu Hui? We just went to the underground shelter to take a look. The house is too simple. There are only 3 rooms and a living room. There is not even a place to wash. So we plan to renovate it. Your house should be the same. How about renovating it together? TSK. It's really so simple. Chi Feng was not surprised at all. The underground shelter in the Shanghai base in the previous life was also of similar character. But they didn't have the materials to renovate at that time. Now they have the conditions to renovate. So they naturally do whatever is comfortable. Renovate? When are you going to start the renovation? I'd let Yue help you. Start tonight, and try to finish it tonight. By the way, we are only responsible for digging out another septic tank. You have to do the rest. Are you going to provide the materials for the renovation? If you don't, give me the materials. I have already lent you people. We can do the work by ourselves. But you still want to charge me for materials? We have people too. You can't make the transformation with Yu Hui alone. You have to ask Yin Fei from our team to work together. Besides, materials are so hard to come by these days. A poor man, can't afford to give them. Chi Feng, Okay. I give you the materials. Chi Feng rolled his eyes and asked Hua Wan to spit out a few barrels of gasoline. Zhou Yang looked at the barrels of gasoline with stars in his eyes. Because they were in a hurry to go downstairs to work. Chi Feng and the other 4 quickly finished their dinner, put down their bowls and chopsticks, and followed Zhou Yang and the others downstairs. Yin Fei and others downstairs had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that everyone had come down, they left a few ladies and Wando to look after the house. The others took their tools, took the elevator, and went to the underground parking lot. The underground parking lot at night. It was a bit cooler than before, and many people came down to enjoy the cool air. Zhou Yang and his group walked in the middle, and they were not very eye-catching. It was only when they reached the entrance of the shelter that they attracted a lot of attention. After watching them go down, they began to whisper to each other. There were even a few teams who went up to ask the guards, but they were all sent away by the soldiers. Zhou Yang and others could not care about what others thought, and even if they knew, they would just laugh it off. Anyway, these people said that they were big households with back doors, so they just opened them openly. Chapter 180 moved to the shelter. The group found their house again, opened the door, and went in to see which room to use for renovation. For convenience, everyone finally decided to transform one of the rooms in the middle into a bathroom. Chi Feng and his 4 companions also went to see their house as soon as possible. It was better than Chi Feng expected. At least the wall was thick and the sound insulation should be good. There were only 4 of them, 2 in a group, and there was an empty room, which was just right for the bathroom. So after choosing the innermost room, they started working with Zhou Yang and the others. First, Yin Fei and Yu Hui cooperated to dig a septic tank, and then they had to build the septic tank to the same thickness and hardness as the shelter ground. We can't turn it into an ant nest that destroys the shelter just because it's a renovation. Then we built a sewer for discharge and a shower pipe for discharge, and finally installed a toilet and poured a layer of reinforced concrete, because they were all operated by supernatural powers. It didn't take much time to complete. Next, we just need to put a layer of tiles on the shower room, make a metal fence for hanging shower curtains, and then install a metal sink. It took 2 or 3 hours to complete the 2 simple but practical bathrooms. Finally, we dismantled the door of the house on the right and moved it inside, and then filled the outer wall and the wall to be added inside. And the renovation work was completed. When all the work was done, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, just past the elevator operation time. So everyone had to climb back up the stairs. Zhou Yang was so sleepy that he lay on the bed after washing up. Before Shen Zichuan finished washing and came out, he fell asleep and didn't even know when he was brought into the space. When he woke up, he opened his eyes and saw the master bedroom of the small building. He didn't react for a while. He looked at the roof for a while before realizing that it was Shen Zichuan who brought him in, and he was still sleeping next to him and hadn't woken up. He didn't know how long he slept, but now he couldn't fall asleep. Just when he wanted to go to the vegetable garden downstairs, he was hugged back by the hand around his waist. You're awake. Let go if you're awake. I go check out the fields below. I haven't seen them for a long time, and I don't know how the vegetables are growing. How can vegetables be as good looking as me? Since you've had enough sleep, why don't we do some morning exercises together? Why do you think about this all day long? We're going to move underground soon, And it will be inconvenient with so many people and eyes. We won't be able to enter the space often. How can we not eat more meat now? Zhou Yang was speechless. Finally, unable to bear Shen Sichuan's soft and hard nagging, Zhou Yang half-heartedly agreed to his wishes. But when Shen Sichuan said the second time, Zhou Yang regretted it. Damn. It's not over yet. Finally, after being squeezed again, Zhou Yang couldn't stand it anymore and threw Shen Sichuan out of the space. Then he limped to the bathroom and took a spring bath. After being thrown out, Shen Sichuan appeared directly on the bed outside, startling Wando, who was enjoying the air conditioning in the room. When he looked up, he saw a man lying naked on the bed. Wando tilted his head in confusion. Alas, this two-legged beast raised by the master likes to be naked. And he is the only one who came out. Where is the master? Shen Sichuan saw that he was seen naked by Wando. And he didn't feel embarrassed. He found a set of clothes in the closet and put them on. At this moment, he didn't dare to go into the space to find his angry wife. Seeing that it was still early in the sky, he simply sat on the bed, picked up the empty battery beside him, and started charging. This is a new business that Zhou Yang asked him to develop in the past 2 days. After moving to the underground shelter, without the support of solar power generation, those small appliances will all rely on these batteries, and the charging work will naturally be handed over to him, the lightning power user. When Zhou Yang finished his bath and felt that he had recovered almost, Shen Sichuan had already charged several batteries. The good thing about using thunder energy to charge is that it can be charged quickly, and it can be charged again in a few minutes and used for several hours. Seeing Zhou Yang coming out, Shen Sichuan immediately stopped his work and looked at his wife with a flattering face. Yang, look, this is the battery I just fully charged. You put it away first, and I will continue to charge the rest later. Zhou Yang glanced at him, raised his hand, and put the fully charged battery away, and then ignored him and turned around and left the room directly. Shen Sichuan touched his nose, knowing that he was in the wrong, and just followed behind silently. Wando saw this and must be going to eat, so he also took his 3 younger brothers and followed happily. Because Yu Jing now took care of 3 meals a day, Zhou Yang and the others didn't have to make breakfast, and went straight to the opposite room after leaving the door. In the opposite room, Yu Jing also got up early in the morning, and was now doing the last finishing work of breakfast in the kitchen. Seeing Zhou Yang and the others coming in, not only did they not allow them to help, but they were also asked to wait in the restaurant. After a while, Yu Jing came out with a few plates of breakfast. Xiao Zhou, Chuan, you guys eat first. They all got up late, so there's no need to wait. After saying that, she turned back to the kitchen. Okay. Thank you. Auntie! Zhou Yang looked at the fried dough sticks that had just come out of the pan, and his mouth was watering. He didn't hesitate to pick one up and started to eat it. It was fragrant and crispy, but it was so delicious. Seeing that P and the others were also drooling, he also took a fried dough stick and broke it into several pieces and shared it with them. Seeing this, Shen Sichuan sat next to Zhou Yang, with a little grievance on his face. Yang, I want to eat too. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at him, ignored him, and moved 2 seats to the side. He had his hands and feet. Why did he call him? Shen Sichuan saw that it was useless to give in, so he could only do it himself and have enough food and clothing. The 2 of them sat apart like this, and the atmosphere was tense for nearly 10 minutes, until Suzy and the others got up and sat at the dining table. Shen Sichuan took the opportunity to sit next to Zhou Yang again. This time Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at Shen Sichuan, but did not move again. Shen Sichuan breathed a sigh of relief. A moment later, Yin Fei and others downstairs also came up. Everyone gathered together and had the last breakfast upstairs before moving to the underground shelter. The next time, it would probably be after the extreme heat is over. After breakfast, everyone went back to pack up their things and prepare to move underground. Fortunately, many things were originally placed in Zhou Yang's space and not taken out, so there were not many things placed outside. Everyone's room basically only had a bed and a wardrobe, as well as an air conditioner. The house downstairs didn't even have any home appliances or sofas. That is, because of cooking and eating upstairs, there were more refrigerators, rice cookers, kitchen utensils, and dining tables. After taking away all the things upstairs, there was basically nothing left. In the end, only the blackout and heat-insulating curtains of the two houses upstairs were left to prevent the renovated houses from peeling in the sun. Downstairs was much simpler and rougher. Anyway, it was still cement walls and floor tiles. There was no need to be so particular. Even the curtains were taken down. Chapter 181: Entrusting an orphan to someone else. After the group had packed up and completely sealed all the entrances to the two floors, Chi Feng and his friends from upstairs also came down with their bags. But they were similar to Zhou Yang and his friends, and their luggage seemed very light. Hua Wan and the husky also followed behind with a small bag hanging around their necks. From time to time, there were ping-pong sounds. Probably their small cans of food. Zhou Yang glanced at Chi Feng and his friends, and although he felt that their things seemed a bit too few, it didn't look like they had been reborn and stocked up for a year. But Hua Wan had a space, and he didn't know the specific level of Hua Wan. Maybe it was not lower than Shen Zichuan and his friends. After all, its owner was already level 6. Moreover, maybe the space of mutant animals was larger than that of humans? Zhou Yang thought so. So he didn't ask any more questions. The group, plus a few mutant animals, took the elevator and went down directly. In order to be convenient underground, Wan Dou had turned into a puppy at Zhou Yang's instruction. Because it was still early, most of the people who had been sleeping in the underground parking lot had gone out to work while the temperature was not high in the morning. So there were not many people underground, and it was very quiet. Zhou Yang and his team said hello to the guards and went down to the shelter directly. The underground shelter in the early morning was cooler than when they came yesterday. In addition, no one else had moved in yet, so they felt comfortable as soon as they entered. Just like turning on the air conditioner. The only drawback was that it had a bit of earthy smell. After all, there were only a few vents, and they were far away from the ground. It would probably take a long time for the smell to dissipate. According to the rooms they were assigned, Zhou Yang arranged the beds and wardrobes for everyone one by one. Each room was equipped with a battery, a small gasoline generator, an air cooler, and an electric fan. And then, they returned to the room they were going to live in and arranged it in a similar way. After that, they hung a layer of opaque curtains in each room to prevent future sight from outside. As for the issue of eating, everyone decided to eat together in the future, and the location for the dinner was set in the living room reserved on the left. Therefore, Zhou Yang placed a dining table that can be folded and extended into various shapes. In this way, the size of the dining table can be changed at will according to the number of people eating. When not in use, it can be folded aside and used as a coffee table. Even the stools are simple stools with stackable iron brackets. Zhou Yang placed the small nests of pea and rhubarb in a corner of the living room against the wall, which can also be used as doorkeepers, considering that it is still necessary to light a fire occasionally. Zhou Yang placed an outdoor induction cooker that can be connected to a small generator on the dining table, so that it is no problem to boil water and make soup. After tossing and turning, it was time to eat. After taking out the ready-made meals from the space and giving Chi Feng and his friends a set of 4 dishes and 1 soup, Zhou Yang and his friends also started their lunch. It was the first time for everyone to eat in the shelter, and it was still quite novel. Everyone talked and laughed, and the meal lasted more than an hour. After lunch, because there was nothing to do, someone suggested playing poker. Lu Xingye's eyes rolled around, rubbing his fingers, and said, "Then what should we bet on? It's boring to just bet like this. What do you think we can get out?" Everything is in Zhou Yang's space. Chai Jin looked at his empty hands and said with a pursed mouth, "Lu Xingye, eh?" Zhou Yang smiled. "It's okay. It's yours in my space. You can take it anytime." Lu Xingye's eyes lit up again when he heard it. "Then let's bet on snacks." Everyone understood this little abacus. Before others could express their opinions, Yin Fei directly pressed Lu Xingye's neck. "It's too troublesome to count snacks, and the variety is too complicated to count. Do you have melon seeds? Let's use melon seeds to count. This is good. There are a lot of them, and they can be cracked." Chai Jin was the first to raise his hand in favor. Lu Xingye, who didn't dare to refute the plan after the plan failed, said, "Eh?" Finally, everyone agreed to settle the bill with melon seeds. So Zhou Yang gave everyone a big bag of melon seeds, and even gave a bag to the ladies, who didn't participate in the card game. So everyone spent time eating melon seeds and playing poker. When Chi Feng came in the afternoon, he saw such a noisy scene that looked like a vegetable market, with melon seed shells flying everywhere. "You guys are living like a vacation in the end of the world." Chi Feng muttered, and then stretched out his hand in front of Zhou Yang. Give me a handful of melon seeds too. Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, then grabbed a handful of melon seeds from his bag. Chi Feng took the melon seeds, sat down on the stool that Yu Jing brought when she saw him, crossed his legs, and started eating melon seeds. Zhou Yang glanced at Chi Feng, and after finishing the round he was in, he withdrew from the battle circle, gave his seat to Cai Jin, who had already had a bye for several rounds, and then turned around and sat next to Chi Feng. Why are you here? Zhou Yang didn't believe that he came to visit for no reason. Chi Feng finished the last melon seed and clapped his hands. No big deal. We are going out tonight, and we'll be back tomorrow morning. We have to take Hua Wan and Era with us. But it's inconvenient for Brother Fan to go with us, so we have to stay here. I would like to trouble you to help me look after them. Although no one else is living downstairs now, I still ask you for help. Oh, entrusting an orphan to me. Zhou Yang heard it. It was a small matter, and nodded immediately. Okay, no problem. I promise that your husband will be safe and sound when you come back. Chi Feng, what the hell entrusting an orphan to me? Fortunately Brother Fan didn't come with him. Otherwise he might have to continue to be cold to him. But Chi Feng didn't bother to argue with Zhou Yang. And when Zhou Yang agreed, he stood up and said goodbye. Before leaving, he also took 2 large bags of melon seeds from Zhou Yang. After dinner, Chi Feng and the other 2 set off with Hua Wan and Era. After seeing off a few people, An Fan nodded to Zhou Yang and others, and turned back to the house without saying a word. Zhou Yang looked at An Fan, who was so cold, and couldn't help but be amazed. He was also curious about how they fell in love with each other. After all, Chi Feng was a bit wild and a bit crazy. Logically, An Fan's cold personality should not be tolerated. But what Zhou Yang didn't know was that they were childhood sweethearts, who had known each other since their mothers' wombs. At that time, the mothers of the 2 besties had even made an engagement. But they didn't expect that they would all give birth to boys. I almost thought that they couldn't become in-laws. But I didn't expect that the 2 children would end up together. The 2 mothers were quite open-minded. But it took the 2 fathers a long time to accept the reality. It's a pity that such good parents couldn't survive the first wave of the end of the world. Chapter 182 Robber flies attack the base at night. Zhou Yang and others thought it was another quiet and pleasant night. But they heard the alarm in the middle of the night. The harsh sound woke everyone up, and they all came out immediately. An Fan from next door also came out. Cai Jin rushed out without even getting dressed. What's wrong? What's the piercing sound? Zhou Yang frowned. This is an air defense alarm. Something must have happened up there. Yan Fei shook his head. I don't know. Let's go up and take a look. Uncle Li and Uncle Chai, you and Aunt Yu Jing and the others stay at home. Close the doors and windows. And don't go out. An Fan, if you don't mind, you can stay with Uncle Li and the others for the time being. An Fan nodded and didn't object. After Uncle Li and Yu Jing and the others entered the house and closed the door, Zhou Yang and the others left the underground shelter. P also followed Zhou Yang and the others out, while De Huang and the others were left behind by Zhou Yang to accompany Yu Jing and the others. When they went up, they saw that the underground parking lot had become a mess. Many survivors who were sleeping in the big tent outside had all fled in, and many of them were covered in blood and wounds. Yan Fei then asked the soldiers guarding the entrance directly, what happened outside? The soldiers all shook their heads. We don't know either. We have been guarding here all day, and have not gone out. But I heard from the survivors who just escaped that there seemed to be some flying insects outside that suck blood and eat people. Zhou Yang's brows, which had never relaxed, frowned even more after hearing this. There are many flying and human-eating insects in the apocalypse. And I don't know which kind the one outside is. Mosquitoes? Wasps? Flying ants? Flies? Cockroaches? Or mantises? Zhou Yang thought about the several species he had seen in his previous life. But he was not sure. So he suggested going out to take a look first. Shen Zichuan and the others nodded, and they all walked towards the exit of the parking lot. They met many survivors who had escaped from the driveway exit. And even more and more people were pouring in from the elevator shaft. Because the weather was hot, everyone slept with their windows open at night. So the survivors who didn't live high enough in the high-rise residential buildings were not spared. And many of them were bitten to a bloody mess. Seeing this, the few people couldn't help but speed up their pace, trotting out of the driveway entrance and out of the underground garage. As soon as they went out, They heard buzzing sounds in their ears, and the survivors' cries for help. In addition to the fleeing survivors, there were many soldiers fighting hard with flying insects outside. When the few people looked up, they saw a group of flying insects dancing in the air. Each one was as big as a rooster, swooping into the crowd and tearing off a piece of flesh from one of the fleeing survivors. The bitten person screamed in pain and stumbled to the ground. The strong smell of blood attracted more flying insects to bite him. Seeing that the man was about to be attacked by flying insects, Yin Fei threw out a few flying knives in time to save him. When the man saw that all the insects were dead, he didn't care who saved him. He got up and ran behind the soldiers, who were struggling with the flying insects. When Zhou Yang and his friends first went out, they also faced the hungry army of flying insects. Each one of them rushed to pounce on them to eat a bite. Fortunately, Su Zi temporarily drove them away with a fire. Looking at the flying insects above his head, Zhou Yang directly pierced one with the tiger. The flying insect fell to the ground and struggled for a few times before it stopped moving. Only then did the few people see the appearance of the flying insects clearly. It looks a bit like a dragonfly, with a large head, a pair of large and protruding compound eyes, and a pair of short antennae. But its color is more like a fly, with a dark green body and two pairs of transparent wings with stripes on its back. TSK. It's so ugly. But what is it? Zhou Yang looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what it was. Yin Fei saw it at a glance. This is a robber fly, which can often be seen in the wild. This kind of insect is ferocious and carnivorous, and specializes in feeding on other insects. It's their breeding season now. It's probably because there is not enough food in the mountains, so they came directly to the people in the base. Alas, this is not good for being close to the mountain. There will be more mosquitoes. However, compared with the marine threats in the coastal base, and the mutant plants and animals in the mountain base further west, this place is still much better. Zhou Yang sighed in his heart, and then decisively took out several bottles of insecticide and distributed them to others. Is it useful to spray insecticide on such a big insect? Lu Xingye asked curiously while holding the insecticide. Not much effect. Zhou Yang shook his head. But the insecticide itself is flammable. If you spray it and then set it on fire, the effect will be doubled. As long as there is a little spark, all the insects will be on fire. Hearing this, the others understood and took the insecticide and started spraying it at the flying insects above their heads. Su Zi and Wanda were behind, spraying fire at the flying insects in the air. Shen Zichuan also threw out an electric net from time to time, electrocuting the flying insects until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The few people killed the insects while breaking out, and soon they cleared a hole at the exit, and a pile of insect corpses fell on the ground. This is too slow. Let's make a trap. Zhou Yang was a little annoyed when he saw that he had worked so hard for a long time to clear such a small space above his head. Chai Jin scratched his head and asked, "Ah, they eat people. How to make a trap? And there are so many people outside. Then use something that attracts them more." Zhou Yang took out a basin of spring water and put some blood and meat of poultry raised in the space into it. Then turned to look at Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei. "Come on. Both of you contribute a few drops of your blood. Although spring water is enough, it is too weird to attract these insects with just a basin of water." So Zhou Yang added a lot of things to it. And the key point is the blood of Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei. After all, the blood of high-level psychics is naturally more attractive to zombies, and these mutated plants and animals and insects than ordinary blood and flesh. Hearing this, Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei did not hesitate, took a clean knife and cut a small cut on their hands, dripping several drops of blood into the basin. Enough? Enough? Seeing that it was almost time, Zhou Yang hurriedly called the two to stop, and then took a bottle of disinfectant and 2 waterproof band-aids over. "Hurry up and disinfect and put them on." Zhou Yang took the basin and walked out 2 steps. The flying insects in the sky seemed to have grown noses and moved a little. If it weren't for the fire net and the electric net blocking them, they would definitely rush down directly. "Yin Fei, tell your uncle's soldiers and the survivors outside to retreat to the underground garage and clear the square." Yin Fei nodded and immediately called Gu Tianqi. Soon, the soldiers outside received the order and began to protect the survivors to evacuate underground. The flying insects outside wanted to chase them, but they were reluctant to give up Zhou Yang's spring water that attracted them so much. Zhou Yang didn't wait for them to hesitate. Once the square was empty, he used Xiaohu to send the basin to the center of the square. now without the fire net and the electric net. The robber flies went crazy and rushed directly to the center of the square. Quick! Spray and set fire now! After hearing this, several people quickly picked up the insecticide and continued to spray. Suzy and Wando also kept adding firepower from behind. Seeing this, the soldiers behind also took the insecticide from the army to help. The army and many teams of fire-type superpowers also spontaneously joined the insect extermination operation. After more than an hour of struggle, the robber fly plague was finally over. Chapter 183, Bone Removal and Meat Cutting. Looking at the charred insect corpses on the ground, everyone felt uncomfortable. Smelling the barbecue smell, I feel hungry. But when I think of the smell coming from the man-eating insects, I feel sick again. Although Zhou Yang was sleepy and tired at this time and wanted to go back to sleep, there were more important things to solve now. After the end of the world, many insects mutated, and their habits also mutated. Insects that were supposed to lay eggs in a specific environment, because of insufficient nutrition during the hatching process, all changed to lay eggs and hatch in other organisms, such as cockroaches, mosquitoes, termites, mantises, etc. But this kind of insect can survive as long as the parasitic flesh and blood are discovered and removed in time. And those who like to parasitize in other organisms are even more disgusting. And they will not come out until they have sucked the host dry, such as flies, iron wire worms, parasitic wasps, blood-sucking worms, etc. Once parasitized, it is a dead end and basically cannot be saved. At present, this kind of robber fly is also very likely to lay eggs and parasitize in the human body. But he has never encountered a robber fly before, and he is not sure which kind it is. So he can only check it out first. Yan Fei, tell your uncle quickly that the injured people must be isolated for observation. The survival habits of the insects that have mutated in the end of the world will also change. They are likely to lay eggs and parasitize in the human body, and there is a risk of infection. They must be isolated first, and then check the condition of the injured as soon as possible. Yan Fei's face was stern when he heard it, and he immediately took out the satellite phone and called Gu Tianqi, and explained a few words to the other side. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Zhou Yang again. What are the characteristics of this parasitism? Zhou Yang thought for a moment and said, mutated insect eggs usually parasitize near wounds, and the eggs grow very fast. If you are parasitized, you will be discovered soon, because once their larvae hatch, they need to bite their way into the host's body. So the wounds of the parasitized people will have obvious signs of wriggling and burning pain. As long as the parasitized flesh and blood are removed together with the eggs before they enter the human blood vessels, the host will not be in danger of life. What I am more worried about now is that it is the second type of parasitism. This type of parasitism is inconspicuous. The wound will not be painful, and it is not easy to be discovered because these eggs take a long time to hatch. But the parasitized person will become particularly hungry next. No matter how much they eat, it is not enough, and they lose weight very quickly. In this case of parasitism, if the host cannot provide enough energy for the larvae, it will also control the host to find a new host for them. So it is contagious, and it is basically impossible to save it, which is more difficult. After hearing Zhou Yang's words, everyone shuddered. What kind of parasite is this robber fly? We don't know yet. We need to check it out. Then let's go down and take a look. As they talked, they hurried into the underground garage to check, and then found the officer in charge of the soldiers and survivors in the underground garage, and told them about it. The officer also knew several people. When he heard about it, he hurriedly reported it, and then took them to see the soldiers who were injured tonight, and asked them to cooperate with the inspection. Zhou Yang randomly found a wounded soldier among the soldiers and walked over. It was a young soldier with a wound on his arm, and his comrades had just bandaged the wound. Zhou Yang squatted down, looked at the other person's wound and asked, "Did you get bit by a bug?" The soldier's face was covered with dust and blood, but he still smiled at the few people. "Well, I was bitten accidentally, but it's not a big problem. It will be healed in a few days. Can you show us your wound?" "Ah?" The soldier didn't know what was going on, but still stretched out his hand. The bandage was a live knot, so Zhou Yang pulled it off with a gentle pull. The wound on the arm was obviously caused by a robber fly bite. The wound was not deep, but a piece of skin and flesh was missing. Zhou Yang lifted the soldier's arm with one hand and held a flashlight with the other hand, staring at the wound for a long time. Just when he thought there might be no parasite, or another more terrible parasite, he saw several transparent thread-like objects wriggling in the blood-red flesh. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he heard the soldier suddenly gasp, hiss. It hurts so suddenly again. It's like being bitten by something. But it's not particularly painful. Hearing this, Zhou Yang had an idea in his mind. Seeing that the larvae were already biting, he immediately called Yan Fei over. It's the first type of parasite. It's already biting the host. Cut the flesh immediately. Yan Fei immediately used his supernatural power to smelt a new knife, looked at the soldier and said, "Bear it for a while." After that, he raised his knife and cut off the flesh near the wound directly. Ah! The soldier only had time to scream before the wound was cut away and turned into a new, smoother incision. Seeing the wound being cut off, Zhou Yang immediately took out iodine mixed with a little spring water and sprayed it on the wound. Then, amid the soldier's screams of pain, he quickly rebandaged the wound. Okay. Just be careful not to let the wound touch water in the future. The officer standing by immediately stepped forward to ask, "How is it? Will it not be parasitized this way?" Luckily, the parasitism of this robber fly can be solved by cutting off the flesh on the surface of the wound. But if it is not treated in time, it is likely to be amputated or even die. Hearing this, the officer did not dare to delay and immediately asked them to continue to help treat the wounds of the injured soldiers, while other uninjured soldiers were sent to treat the wounds of more injured ordinary survivors. Zhou Yang and his men did not refuse. They started to treat the wounds of others in groups of 2, and gave each of them a bottle of iodine mixed with spring water. The survivors on the other side were so scared that they trembled when they heard that they had to cut off the flesh on the wound again. 1 or 2 of them were unwilling, but when they heard that they would be parasitized by insects and die if they didn't cut the meat, they hesitated again. Finally, after seeing the injured soldiers in the army also cutting meat, these survivors dared not delay any longer, and closed their eyes one by one to let the soldiers do it. For a while, the underground garage was full of screams. It was already past 2 a.m. when Zhou Yang and his men finished treating the soldiers' wounds. The screams of screaming and fighting in my ears finally became much less. After all, it was to remove bones and cut meat, and it was without anesthesia. The pain can be imagined. Maybe just a little better than a woman giving birth. Fortunately, most people were not seriously injured. As long as the wounds were removed and the bleeding was stopped and bandaged in time, there would be no problem. But there were also those who were more seriously injured, with few good skin and flesh on their bodies, and they could not bear the bone cutting and meat cutting at all. So they could only be isolated first. But this was basically waiting to die. After dealing with the parasitic problems of the wounded, the uninjured people began to deal with the insect corpses outside, all of which had to be transported outside the foundation and then burned together. This busyness almost lasted until dawn for the entire base. When Qifeng and his team came back exhausted, they happened to see a large number of insect corpses being pulled out of the base for processing. The scene almost made them vomit. After parking the car, they hurried back to the underground shelter without even having time to unload the things inside. After entering the house, but not seeing an Ifan inside, Qifeng immediately went to knock on Zhou Yang's door again. Inside the door, Zhou Yang and his team had just returned not long ago and were talking to others about what happened outside. When they were talking about the parasitic problem, they heard a knock on the door. When they opened it, they saw that it was Qifeng and his team who had come back exhausted. Chapter 184 helped to get supplies. Before Zhou Yang and the others could speak, Qifeng asked directly, "Where is my brother Fan?" After saying that, he poked his head inside and looked around. He was relieved when he saw an Ifan sitting inside. An Ifan also stood up and walked out after seeing Qifeng. As soon as he walked in front of Qifeng, he was held by the other party and looked at him. "Are you okay? I see there are dead bugs all over the place." An Ifan shook his head. "It's okay. I didn't go up there." "Huh? That's good." Qifeng breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Zhou Yang. "What's up with the bugs up there?" "It's robber flies. They suddenly attacked the base in the middle of the night and bit people everywhere." "Robber flies? This thing is disgusting. None of you got bitten, right? If you have, check if you've been parasitized." "We're fine. The problem with the parasite eggs is almost solved." Zhou Yang shook his head. "But where did you go? Why are you still so dirty? Were you buried by the earth zombies? Or did you fall into a hole in the ground?" Qifeng sighed, Don't mention it. We had a fight with a group of rats. There were too many of them. We really suffered a lot. And we only got back a small part of the supplies. Zhou Yang heard. Yan's face was full of questions. Huh? I remember there are not many supplies around. And no rats have been found so far. Where did you go? And city next door. Our family has a small biological company there. And there is an underground warehouse with a high security level. Before the end of the world, a batch of emergency supplies were stored in it. This time we went out to get this batch of supplies. But when we got there, we found that the place had been occupied by a group of stinky rats. We spent a lot of time and only brought out a small part of the supplies. Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment. Huh? Didn't your family run a century-old knife shop? Oh, the knife shop is an industry passed down from our ancestors. My grandfather's generation has been doing side jobs, and the knife shop has never been abandoned. My generation has long lost the ability to make knives, and they are all passed down by the masters they hired. After saying that, Qi Feng sighed again. Zhou Yang looked at him sighing and felt a toothache. However, Qi Feng has a level 6 plant ability. But he can't beat a group of mutant rats? Zhou Yang found it a little unbelievable. You are a level 6 and can't handle a group of rats? That's not just one group. It's hundreds of thousands. Qi Feng rolled his eyes at him. The whole underground is occupied by these rats. We were almost buried in it. When Zhou Yang heard that there were hundreds of thousands of them, he couldn't help but be stunned. So many? What about the remaining supplies? If you don't get them back now, you may not be able to get them back in the future. Well, so it's still a trip. But I want to ask you for help. Huajuan's space is not very big. It can't hold so many things. I want to borrow your space. Don't worry. I won't treat you unfairly. And I give you some supplies when the time comes. Before Zhou Yang could answer, Shen Zichuan refused first. No. Yan'an can't go alone. You go. You're kidding. Zhou Yang is going out alone with this unfamiliar superpower team. What if something goes wrong? Will he become a widower? Qi Feng looked at Shen Zichuan's face and couldn't help but hold his forehead. TSK. I haven't finished talking yet. Why are you in such a hurry? I want to ask you and your deputy captain to go with us. Otherwise there are so many rats. How long will it take us to fight? More helpers. Quick victory. After speaking, he tilted his head and looked at Zhou Yang and others. You won't refuse to help, right? Shen Zichuan touched his chin and thought for a while, and said, okay. But we want a quarter of the supplies. He originally wanted to say 1/3, but was afraid that the other party would jump up. So he changed his words to 1/4. Hearing this, Qi Feng's eyes widened instantly. Fuck. This guy looks quite innocent. How could he be so evil? However, they were asking for help. And those things would go bad if they were not brought back quickly. And after removing a quarter, the remaining would be enough for them to eat for many years. So Qi Feng nodded in the end. Okay. Okay. It's better to go tonight instead of waiting for a long time? Okay. After breakfast, we will all go to rest, and then set off after dinner. Qi Feng and his friends all agreed and nodded. Zhou Yang and his friends went back to rest after breakfast. Zhou Yang and his friends were tired all night. And Yu Jing and his friends were also worried and didn't sleep all night. So they all needed to take a nap now. It was just that when they were sleeping, the military above issued a new notice after solving the follow-up issues of robber flies and checking all the survivors. In order to avoid such accidents from happening again, the base decided to let the survivors move into various underground shelters in advance. Uninjured survivors and survivors with minor injuries, but confirmed not to be parasitized, can be moved directly underground. But seriously injured survivors need to continue to be isolated in the parking lot. Upon hearing this, all the survivors in the base immediately went back to pack their luggage. All the big and small bags were gathered in the underground garages of each community, and then lined up at the entrance. Because the underground shelter has limited space, the individual suites below need to pay an additional rent. And each suite needs to pay a monthly point. Of course, if you can't afford it, you can also choose a free dormitory with 100 people in a bunk bed. All the superpower teams with savings chose to rent a suite, while most of the ordinary survivors chose a dormitory. Of course, there are also a few who choose to share a suite. As a large number of survivors moved into the underground, the shelter became crowded and noisy like a vegetable market. This caused Zhou Yang and his team to be woken up after only a few hours of sleep. One by one, they had a dark face and were angry when they got up. But they had no place to vent. It was not easy to wait until the survivors were settled and quieted down. It was already time for dinner. Some people had already started cooking in the public kitchen. But they were basically people from the superpower team. Most of the ordinary survivors chose to make do with dry food and water. Anyway, the weather was hot, so they didn't even need to boil hot water. After dinner, Zhou Yang and his friends decided to set off, because the survivors had also moved down. The shelter was very messy. Although the house they lived in was together, with the military residents assigned here, ordinary people generally didn't dare to cause trouble. But there might be someone who didn't know how to look after them. So they had to leave a few more psychics to look after the house. Otherwise they wouldn't feel at ease if Yu Jing, and the other ladies, and ordinary people stayed here. After discussing it, they decided that only Zhou Yang, Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei would go, and the others would stay at home. After all, the quality of people is more important than the number. 2 level 5 psychics plus Qifeng, a level 6 psychic, and Wando, the plugin, and the De Huang family, the mutant mouse nemesis, are better than a 100-man brigade. However, just in case, Zhou Yang still left Xiao Shuhu at home, fearing that he couldn't come back in time due to an accident. And he also left enough food for everyone for 2 or 3 days. Qifeng also left a flower scroll and a branch of one of his mutant plants for an Ifan, asking him to carry it with him to protect him and take care of his home. After settling everything, the group got ready to set off. Chapter 185 Homemade Ropeway. After coming out of the underground shelter, there was still a team left in the underground garage guarding the survivors, who were so badly injured that they couldn't remove bones or flesh. The wounds on the wounded had begun to fester, and countless parasites were visible under the skin, making these people scream in agony. If they were not too seriously injured and couldn't move, they would probably choose to die directly. Those with family members had people taking care of them and comforting them from time to time. Those without family members could only bear it on their own. The guarding soldiers just stood far away and couldn't bear to look at those people. Although the base still wanted to try to save these people and gave them anthelmintics. The medicines before the end of the world were almost useless, or the effect was too poor. In addition to making the parasites in their bodies feel uncomfortable, it had no other effect, but made these people even more uncomfortable. Zhou Yang and his men were also a little distressed when they came up to see the scene, but they had no other way to deal with it, unless the drug that has great killing power against parasites in the previous life can be developed. The anthelmintic drug before the end of the world will not work at all. However, the drug that can kill parasites is also very overbearing. Even if ordinary people without superpowers can be saved, they will lose half their lives, and few can survive. So the best way is to avoid being parasitized, or to remove bones and meat in time after being parasitized. Seeing that these people may not survive tonight, Zhou Yang was worried, and asked Yan Fei to call Gu Tianqi and explain the precautions for parasitized corpses. First of all, avoid touching the corpse directly to avoid secondary parasitism. In addition, the corpses must be taken outside the base for cremation to prevent the survivors in the base from contacting the larvae. After the call, several people mentioned it to the team leader here. Seeing that the team leader listened carefully and nodded, Zhou Yang and others left the underground garage with confidence. It was very quiet outside, except for some soldiers cleaning up the mess. Basically no other people could be seen. Zhou Yang took out the car from the space, and several people got in the car and drove all the way to the base gate. Looking at the empty buildings on both sides, Zhou Yang couldn't help feeling a little melancholy. The base, that was still very lively after nightfall yesterday, was like a deserted city in a blink of an eye. In a few minutes, several people arrived at the base gate, greeted the guards at the gate, and left the base. Not far outside the base, the corpses of insects were piled up high, burning fiercely under the firepower of several fire-type mutants. After leaving the base gate, several people got out of the car. After putting away the car, Zhou Yang patted Pi's head. "Baby, grow up. You have to take us to a farther place." When Pi heard it, he woofed twice, turned around excitedly, and then transformed into an enlarged appearance. Qifeng also saw Pi for the first time today. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Pi suddenly become a small mountain. And then he looked down at Era, who was sticking out his tongue and enjoying himself. "TSK. Compare the goods. I thought you were just an ordinary dog. But it turned out that you can grow so big. Even bigger than my Era." "Ah. No. My P has fire ability. and it is the most powerful among us. Qifeng? Question mark. Are you kidding me? It has fire ability? It's impossible. I didn't even see it as ability. Unless it is stronger than me. Qifeng's face was full of impossibility. But seeing Zhou Yang's calm look, he couldn't say anything, and looked at P as if he had seen a ghost. Fuck. It's stronger than me. What kind of perverted dog do you have? Zhou Yang waved his hands. Alas. Maybe my P has a very high talent. And it's probably not much higher than yours. Maybe just a little bit. You don't have to worry too much. Qifeng, do you want to listen to what you are saying? He is not as good as a dog after rebirth? He now seriously doubts whether this dog is also reborn? Otherwise, where does its talent come from? Qifeng pinched himself to calm down, and then thought that Zhou Yang was even worse than him. He felt that he had saved a little face. Then he turned around and called Era over, and also let it grow bigger on the spot. Zhou Yang and the other two sat on P, looking at Era, which was a head smaller than P, and suddenly felt a sense of relief as if they had raised someone else's child. After Qifeng and the other two also sat on Era, and pointed out the direction for P and Era. The group set off. P ran forward happily, leaving Era behind. Era's funny nature came out immediately, and he didn't care about the three bipeds on his back, and chased after them with all his strength, almost throwing Qifeng and the other two out. Fortunately, Qifeng reacted quickly and immediately tied the three of them and Huan tightly together with Era with vines. TSK. I'd never seen this dog run so fast before. As expected, there is no pressure without competition, and they just eat and wait for death every day. An hour later, the group finally arrived in Ungshi. Further ahead is the city. Your biological company is built in the city? Are you sick? Isn't it better to find a remote industrial park? Do you think the land is too cheap? Well, no. It's just a wasteland bought in the early years. And later the area developed there, and it became a new city. Zhou Yang, He was already scratching the word indie to death. The next journey, the two mutant dogs were too big, but it was inconvenient to move. So Wando and Era were transformed back, and Zhou Yang took out two cars and continued to move forward. This time, Wando only shrank back to a medium size and ran after the car. The little puppy looked so boring. It was not happy. Qifeng and his team drove in front to lead the way, and Qifeng, a level 6 superpower, controlled the mutant plants to lead the way. Zhou Yang and the other two followed behind, feeling much more relaxed, and they also swept the zombies along the way. However, the closer they got to the city center, the more zombies there were, and the car gradually became difficult to move. Several people had to find a building to stop, packed up the car, and ran into the building. After going up to the second floor, they asked Yin Fei to build a metal door on the ground floor to temporarily block the zombies behind, and continued to run all the way to the 5th floor before stopping to take a breath. Why are there so many zombies here? What should we do next? How far are we? There weren't so many last night. Maybe we threw a few grenades when we left last night, and the noise attracted them. Qifeng touched his nose. But our company is not far behind the building. The one with Huafeng biology written on it, is it? Several people looked in the direction Qifeng pointed out of the window, and saw a building with more than 20 floors, with 4 big characters, Huafeng biology hanging on it. Zhou Yang and the other two looked at each other in silence, and looked at Qifeng one after another. Your small company has more than 20 floors. I'm sorry. How do we get there? The destination was right in front of them. But they were in trouble when they saw the streets filled with zombies underground. We can ask Yin Fei to build a ropeway. If we climb to the top of the building, we should be able to just skip the small buildings and shopping malls in the middle. But it seems a bit far. The straight line distance is more than 1 kilometer. A bit precarious. Yin Fei glanced at the distance between the two places. I'm level 5 now. It shouldn't be a big problem. Let's go up and try first. The few people climbed all the way to the top floor again. This building is already very high, with 16 floors, but it can only be regarded as a younger brother in front of Qifeng's building. Fortunately, it is much higher than the other business buildings and shopping malls in the middle, so it will not block the way for several people. Yin Fei activated his supernatural power, first using the top of the building as a fixed object, surrounded by metal, and then aimed at the 10th floor of the Huafeng building opposite, and released a metal rope with all his strength. The rope directly penetrated the glass, bypassed the wall, and penetrated the glass on the other side again, making a full circle. Chapter 186. You only said it was a mouse. Not a zombie mouse. Yanfei pulled the metal cableway hard, and after confirming that it was fixed enough, he made a few metal handles for sliding on the iron rope. Considering that Wando, Era and Da Huang couldn't cross the cableway by themselves, they also made a metal hanging basket that was large enough to hold them. To ensure safety, Zhou Yang and Qi Feng used mutant plants to fix everyone again. Even so, looking at the height of several hundred meters under their feet, Zhou Yang and others couldn't help but feel frightened when they actually slid over the cableway, and their legs were a little weak when they reached the other side. Wando and Era almost vomited all their dinner after landing on all fours. It can be seen that the two dogs are not Karsic or zombies, but they are afraid of cableways and heights. Among all the people and animals, only Da Huang and the other three who were curled up in Wando's arms and dared not look outside the whole time were not affected at all and were in high spirits. Several people and two dogs stayed there for a while before picking up the flashlight to look around. This should be an ordinary office. There is nothing else except rows of desks and office supplies. But there is a stench of corpses. However, this is normal in the end of the world. Zhou Yang and others are used to it. After all, there are zombies everywhere outside. After confirming that there is no danger here, they walked towards the door with light steps. As soon as the door was opened, the stench of corpses became more obvious, almost like marinating the few people. Zhou Yang thought that there were still many people working overtime in the company on the day of the end of the world, resulting in many zombies in the building. So it was so smelly. So he didn't think about it elsewhere. Just reminded everyone to be careful of zombies. Everyone nodded and continued to move forward. When they reached the stairs, they stopped and looked up for a moment, and found that there seemed to be no movement above. So they continued to walk down. After walking down 5 floors in a row, they still didn't see any zombies. So Zhou Yang felt a little strange. With such a strong stench of corpses, there should be many zombies. How come there is not a single one? Zhou Yang raised his eyes and said, "There is not even a single zombie. Did Qi Feng and the others lead them all down yesterday?" "It's possible." Shen Zichuan frowned after looking around, and then glanced at Qi Feng and the other two. "Was this building so clean when you came last night?" Qi Feng looked around and found that this corridor was indeed much cleaner than other places. Although there were occasional bloodstains and dust on some places, it was still very tidy overall, with no trace of zombies. So he frowned as well. "We walked from the bottom last night and went directly to the underground. We didn't come up, so we can't see clearly." Yanfei looked down with a flashlight. "Let's look down again." The few of them continued to walk to the next floor. When they were almost on the 3rd floor, Zhou Yang clearly felt something running past his feet. "Shine the light over, and you can see a gray-skinned rat with gray eyes and a body that is so rotten that the bones are exposed." "Oh my god! Zombie rat?" Zhou Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Others also looked over and saw the zombie rat whose skin, flesh, and bones were almost separated. Yanfei was quick and threw a flying knife over, separating the head and body of the zombie rat. After Zhou Yang was shocked, he immediately turned to look at Qi Feng. "Did you see zombie rats when you came here yesterday?" Qi Feng was slightly stunned. "Ah, of course. Didn't I say there were a lot of them? Hey, didn't I tell you that it was a zombie rat?" Hearing this, Zhou Yang rolled his eyes and wanted to hit someone. "TMB! You only said it was a rat, not a zombie rat. What a fuck! If it was a mutant rat, it would be tricky. But if the leader was killed directly, the minions below would be scattered. In addition, it would take time to select a new leader, so it would be much easier for them to deal with low-level mutant rats. Moreover, if the mutant rats know they can't win, they will run away. But zombie rats are not afraid of pain or death, and they don't have brains. Although there will be a leader with the highest level, if the leader is killed, the zombie rats below without a controller will only fight them to the death." Thinking of this, Zhou Yang stared at Qi Feng with anger in his eyes. "You only told us about rats. We all thought they were mutant rats." Every word he said was gnashed. Qi Feng touched his nose. "Don't worry. We tried it last night. The zombie rats here are generally not of high level, and they still have many weaknesses. They are afraid of fire, thunder and knives, and even my mutant plants can string them together. Yuanshan's spiritual system can also set up a small range of barriers for us. So it's not a big problem." Zhou Yang sneered, It's not a big problem. Why did you call us? They even have no problem taking away a quarter of the supplies. Do you think I'm a fool? Chi Feng was frustrated. Ahem. It's because there are still a few high-level zombie rats inside. And we can't deal with them. There is a level 4 thunder type, and a level 4 spiritual type. As soon as the spiritual type zombie rat appeared yesterday, it broke the barrier that Yuan Shan used to shield other zombie rats. And we were discovered. Then the thunder type zombie rats counter my mutant plants. And they control other garbage zombie rats to attack us. The three of us couldn't kill them, but were restrained. But there was originally a level 4 water type. But I killed it yesterday. As for the other level 2 and level 3 minions, they are easier to deal with. And I didn't pay much attention to them. Zhou Yang glanced sideways. Your behavior would be a scam before the end of the world. No. It's still the same now. Chi Feng patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder with one hand. And said with a smile, hee hee. Don't say that. I really didn't mean it. Unfortunately, Zhou Yang, who had been tricked by Chi Feng, didn't fall for it, and directly pushed the other party's hand away. You can ask us to continue to help you get supplies. But you have to increase the price. We can choose a quarter of the supplies. And the 2 level 4 lightning and level 4 spiritual crystal cores will belong to us. I find that you are becoming black-hearted now. And you really don't want to suffer any loss. Chi Feng said speechlessly. Okay. Okay. You can choose it yourself. All the crystal cores belong to you. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 187 Get the supplies. This matter is temporarily over. The group continued to walk down, although they knew that there was a level 4 psychic zombie rat underground. In order to avoid being noticed by low-level zombie rats and affecting the progress, Chi Feng still asked Jiang Yuanshan to set up a shield for them. Sure enough, they arrived at the first floor without any obstacles. The zombie rats here obviously increased exponentially compared to the 2 floors above. And 1 or 2 could be crushed to death with just 1 foot. Fortunately, there was Jiang Yuanshan's mental barrier, and those rats bumped into the barrier without thinking about why. So they just took a detour. The group moved to the underground entrance with difficulty, and looking at the densely packed and smelly zombie rats at the entrance, everyone couldn't help but want to vomit. But thinking that the supplies were underground, they could only bite the bullet and go down. After today, I don't want to see zombie rats in my life, Zhou Yang said angrily. Upon hearing this, Shen Zichuan silently took Zhou Yang's hand and protected him behind him. Then you walk behind me, and try not to look at them. The few of them walked down while clearing the zombie rats that blocked the way. As a result, they walked for nearly 20 minutes and only walked a dozen stairs, about half a floor. Hearing the squeaking of rats in his ears, Zhou Yang was a little irritated. Chi Feng, how far is it down? It's almost there. Very close. The second floor underground. Zhou Yang looked up in surprise. The second floor underground is also close? There's still 1.5 floors. Ahem. Bear with it for a while. And we be there after 1 more floor. Chi Feng smiled. But the next floor will be a hard struggle. Yuanshan's mental barrier may not work well. We encountered the mental zombie rat on the second floor underground yesterday. Hearing this, Zhou Yang rolled his eyes and was about to retort him, when suddenly a click sound came from his ears, as if something was shattered. Zhou Yang was stunned. Before he understood what was going on, he heard Jiang Yuanshan yelling, "It's broken. My mental barrier is broken. That level 4 mental zombie rat has found us." When they heard this, the hairs on the other people's backs stood up. They turned around and saw that the zombie rats that were originally circling around them had stopped at this moment, densely packed together, surrounding them in the middle. And those pairs of gray eyes stared at them 360 degrees without blind spots. The scalps of several people were tingling. It was Chi Feng who launched the attack first. A few vines were sent out, and hundreds of zombie rats were strung. Seeing this, the others did not need to be reminded, and they all began to use their supernatural powers to attack these zombie rats. Shen Zichuan, Yan Fei and Chi Feng were responsible for clearing the way in front, while Zhou Yang, Yu Hui, Jiang Yuanshan and Wando were responsible for covering the rear. In the middle, there was also a husky shivering behind Chi Feng. Lightning and flying blades quickly harvested the zombie rats in front. Although Chi Feng's vines could only serve as backup, they were also harvesting the rats that slipped through the net. Zhou Yang was much more relaxed. It was basically Wando and Yu Wei who were exerting their strength. He and Da Huang were relaxed, especially Wando's flames. which could knock down a large area with one blow. With the earth wall made by Yu Wei as a barrier, the corridor behind was soon temporarily blocked. Several people fought and went down at the same time. It took almost half an hour to finally reach the entrance of the second underground floor. After stepping over countless zombie corpses, Zhou Yang followed Shen Zichuan into the second underground floor. He thought there would be more zombie rats on the second underground floor. But unexpectedly, there were fewer. There aren't many zombie rats on this floor? Zhou Yang looked around in confusion. Didn't they say there were hundreds of thousands of rats? Why can't we see any? They couldn't have just killed them all? We just killed at most 10,000 or 20,000. It's impossible to kill them all. Shen Zichuan shook his head, then looked around with a flashlight. Whether it was the direction of the second floor or the stairs leading to the third floor underground, there were not many zombie rats. Qi Feng was also quite surprised. Huh? When we came down yesterday, there were still zombie rats here? Did we kill too many yesterday and today? And the two level 4s took the other zombie rats to hide? No matter what the reason is, let's hurry up and get the supplies and leave as soon as possible. Yan Fei took the lead and walked a few steps inside. I'm afraid something will happen if we delay. Several people nodded in unison. And after getting rid of all the zombie rats they could see, they followed Qi Feng and went directly to the entrance of the underground warehouse. This is a fully sealed metal door with only a password lock on it. Your company can still use password locks now? It has a high-end solar power generation system. As long as the sun is still outside, it can continue to work for many years after a power outage. Zhou Yang gave Qi Feng a thumbs up when he heard this. Rich people are different. Qi Feng grinned, then stepped forward and directly entered the password. Click. With a sound, the lock of the door was unlocked. Because of the pursuit of airtightness, this warehouse door is very heavy. Fortunately, Qi Feng is now a level 6 superpower, and he can easily open the door. As the warehouse door opened, a stream of cold air poured out from the door, causing the temperature at the door to drop by several degrees in an instant. Awesome. You are still refrigerating here. It has been a year since the end of the world, and it is still strong. If you store things here, can you keep them for a long time? Qi Feng shook his head. No. I didn't pay attention when I came last night, and let a group of rats follow me in. As a result, when I was fighting the rats, I accidentally broke the circuit of the refrigeration system. Now this little bit of cold air is just a little bit of cold air left, and it will not last for many days before it will all dissipate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to rush to ask you to help come and get supplies together. TSK. It's a pity for such a good place. Zhou Yang shook his head with some regret. By the way, please help me take the power generation system with me. It's in the power distribution room in the corner. When you get the supplies, you can take it with you. Qi Feng pointed Zhou Yang in the direction. It was in the warehouse, not far from the gate. Zhou Yang nodded. Okay. When the gate opened, they walked in and found that the warehouse was bigger than they imagined. There were rows of supplies inside, which were higher than containers. There was everything to eat, drink and use. It was like a miniature supermarket in a certain mountain. Shen Zichuan was stunned. Even the usually calm Yan Fei was speechless with his mouth open. After a long while, he asked, Isn't your company too prepared for a rainy day? Aren't you afraid of wasting so many supplies? And is there no one in your company who wants to take this amount of supplies? Qi Feng shrugged. Well, this is a plan that was just planned last year. Only the top management knows about it. Most of the supplies here have a shelf life of at least 1 year. If they are not used that year, they will be used at the annual meeting at the end of the year, so they will not be wasted. Zhou Yang and the other two gave Qi Feng a thumbs up when they heard it. Awesome. As agreed, Zhou Yang and the other two picked out a quarter of the supplies they needed. Most of them were food and drinks, and some of the clothes and daily necessities were also taken. They didn't need these things, but the base still needed a lot, so they could return them all to the base. After choosing their part, the rest was much simpler. Zhou Yang only ran around inside once before he collected all the items. The huge warehouse became empty in the blink of an eye. Chapter 188 Psychic Zombie Rat. After collecting the supplies, Zhou Yang went to help Qi Feng and the others get the power generation system as agreed. When they dismantled it, they found that it was actually a set of the most advanced dual system power generation equipment. In addition to solar energy, it can also use gasoline to generate electricity. And it is not noisy. Zhou Yang had seen this equipment before the end of the world, but it was too expensive. It cost hundreds of thousands of yuan for one set. Zhou Yang gave up after just one look. No wonder Qifeng, a wealthy man, was thinking about it. Zhou Yang looked at the power generation equipment with some envy. But when he thought of the countless power generation equipment in his space, he stopped thinking about the one in front of him. He raised his hand to put away the power generation equipment, looked back at the empty warehouse, and then walked back to Shinzichuan and the others. Everything is collected. Let's go quickly. Several people nodded in unison, and Qifeng walked to the door first. But when they arrived at the door, just as they were about to push the door open, they found that the door that could be easily pushed out could not be easily pushed open at this moment. Qifeng frowned, and increased the strength of his hand, and finally pushed the door open a crack. Instantly, countless gray eyes looked over from the crack of the door, which made Qifeng shudder, and he immediately withdrew his hand. Bang, the heavy iron door closed again. TSK. The door was blocked by zombie rats. Qifeng angrily pounded the door. When Qifeng pushed the crack of the door just now, Zhou Yang also took a look, and was shocked and speechless. We have only been in for more than 10 minutes? We are surrounded inside? Shinzichuan and Yin Fei also looked at the direction of the door, frowning. It's not a good idea to stay here. We have to find out how many zombie rats are blocking outside and break out as soon as possible. Qifeng touched his chin and thought for a while, then called Jiang Yuanshan over. Yuanshan, use your mental power to detect the general situation outside and see how many rats there are. Okay. Jiang Yuanshan responded, closed his eyes immediately, released his mental power, and looked outside the door. Although mental power cannot detect the specific scene outside, it can roughly distinguish the situation outside. It can be seen that the outside is basically blocked by zombie rats, directly blocking the entrance of the stairs. And there is not even a gap in the middle. There are a lot of zombie rats outside. At least tens of thousands. And you can't see the end until the entrance of the stairs. Jiang Yuanshan still closed his eyes, and used mental power to detect while speaking. Feeling that the investigation was almost done, Jiang Yuanshan was about to retract his mental power. Suddenly, he felt that another more powerful energy locked him, and collided directly with his mental power. This feeling is exactly the same as the mental attack he suffered yesterday, but it is clearly stronger than yesterday. Jiang Yuanshan was a little confused for a moment, and his brows couldn't help but frown, seeing that Jiang Yuanshan had not opened his eyes after the investigation, and his eyebrows were wrinkled. Qifeng immediately understood that Jiang Yuanshan had encountered something or made some other discoveries, so he hurriedly asked, Yuanshan, what's wrong? Is there anything unusual outside? Yes. There is a mental system that has locked my mental power. It feels a bit like the mental zombie rat last night, but it is stronger than yesterday. I am not sure now. Hearing this, Zhou Yang and others all looked over. Qifeng also showed a serious expression for the first time, and his frown deepened a little. It is probably the mental power rat from yesterday. I didn't expect it to become stronger after just one day. You should withdraw your mental power first. Jiang Yuanshan nodded and tried to attack the opponent's mental power in order to get rid of the opponent's mental power lock and then take back his own mental power. Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Yuanshan launched a little attack, the opponent immediately counterattacked, and did not hold back at all, and directly followed Jiang Yuanshan's mental power all the way. Jiang Yuanshan immediately counterattacked after discovering the opponent's intention. But there was a gap in the level between the two sides. Even if it was only half a level, it was a world of difference. Not long after, Jiang Yuanshan was defeated. The opponent's mental power turned into thin needles and pierced straight into the brain, instantly making Jiang Yuanshan's brain feel severe pain. Ah! Jiang Yuanshan screamed in pain, and did not care that his mental power was still confronting the opponent. He immediately withdrew part of his mental power to protect his brain with all his strength. Although the brain's defense was controlled, and there was no needle prick, his mental power was inevitably damaged, and he began to feel a little swollen and painful in his head. Seeing Jiang Yuanshan's uncomfortable look, Qifeng was also a little anxious. But now, he could only let him continue to hold on. Yuanshan, you hold this mental zombie first, and we will find a way to kill it first. After speaking, Qifeng looked at Yin Fei. Deputy Captain Yin, please melt the door directly, and then I will trouble you to help resist the zombie rats, and don't let them in. I will use the mutant plants to find the mental zombie, and it will be fine if I kill it. Hearing this, Shinzichuan and the others nodded and took a defensive posture. After the others were ready, Yan Fei directly took action to melt the door. At the same time as Yan Fei took action, Shen Zichuan and Yu Hui also took action one after another. An electric net was sent out, roasting the zombie rats at the door to a crispy outside. And then a wall of earth filled the missing door. Qi Feng looked at the earth wall and didn't care at all. He threw his hand out, and a vine directly penetrated the earth wall to the other side of the wall. While penetrating, it immediately branched out into several branches, passing through the zombie rats. After Qi Feng released the vines, Yan Fei quickly used the melted metal to reinforce the earth wall. Otherwise such an earth wall would not be enough for the zombie rats outside. Qi Feng closed his eyes and observed the zombie rats outside through the perspective of the vines, searching corner by corner. Finally, at the corner of the stairs, he found a fat rat surrounded by many low-level zombie rats in a circle. It looked no different from a normal rat. Only its gray eyes were still proved that it is a zombie rat. Without thinking too much, Qi Feng was sure that this was the fat rat, the psychic zombie rat. It seemed that it had not yet reached level 5, but it was already at the peak of level 4. And perhaps it was only one step away from level 5. After confirming it, Qi Feng decided to deal with it directly. However, the fat rat on the opposite side also discovered the mutant plant that suddenly appeared at the first time. Intuition told it that this thing was very dangerous. More dangerous than the food with the same ability as it in the iron house. So the fat rat directly gave up the several human foods in the iron house and summoned his brothers to deal with the mutant plants together. In a blink of an eye, the zombie rats that were crowding towards the iron gate all turned around and aimed at the mutant plant vines between the rats, and began to bite the vines like crazy. At the same time, Yan Fei and others in the warehouse also felt relieved. Jiang Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief after noticing that the mental power outside had changed the direction of attack. He knew that it should be because Qi Feng found the psychic zombie rat outside that the other party had no time to take care of him. Chapter 189 Kill all the zombie rats. The vines of Qi Feng's level 6 plant ability were not something that these low-level zombie rats could bite off. So these mutant rats bit off a layer of the mutant plant's skin after biting for a long time. However, if there were tens of thousands of zombie rats, and each one bit a little, it would add up to a lot of damage. If the fat rat could not be dealt with in time, even Qi Feng's level 6 mutant vines would not be able to withstand such damage. And it was not Qi Feng's character to be attacked by zombie rats so passively all the time. So Qi Feng simply got angry and increased the energy output again, making all the vines grow twice as large, and then directly aimed at the fat rat and stabbed it. Unfortunately, because the fat rat was a spiritual type, after many upgrades and evolutions, it had a little IQ. When it saw that the mutant plant was not bitten to death by the younger brothers, but became even bigger, it immediately turned around and ran down. While running, it was still shouting, calling for the younger brothers to follow behind to protect it and cover its escape. This run made Qi Feng's vines miss the target, and only made a big hole in the ground. However, Qi Feng would not let it go just because it ran away. He immediately controlled the vines again, passed through countless low-level zombie rat corpses, and chased after it. And seeing its subconscious movement of running down, he suspected that another thunder zombie rat was below. If they were allowed to meet, it would only be more difficult. So he must get rid of this fat rat in advance. Thinking of this, Qi Feng exerted his strength again, and the speed of the vines immediately increased to a level. After a while, it caught up with the fat rat and rushed directly to the front, blocking the fat rat's way. At this moment, countless zombie rat corpses were hanging on the vines, which looked disgusting and terrifying. The fat rat braked urgently when he saw the mutant vines that suddenly appeared in front of him. Just as he was about to find another way to run away, the vines had already surrounded him and trapped the fat rat tightly in a few breaths. Qi Feng didn't even give it a chance to struggle, and the pointed head directly pierced the fat rat's head. When the fat rat stopped moving, Qi Feng controlled the vines to dig out the crystal core of the fat rat. Just as he was about to let the vines roll the crystal core back, a lightning suddenly struck, splitting the vines into charred wood, and the spiritual crystal core fell to the ground. Then, a level 4 zombie rat came out from the darkness, quickly picked up the crystal core on the ground, and then quickly disappeared into the darkness. Qi Feng cursed in his heart, and could only continue to control the vines to follow, while opening his eyes to look at Zhou Yang and others beside him. I killed that psychic zombie rat. But the crystal core was accidentally snatched away by that level 4 thunder type. You know, thunder type is good against plants. Although I am not defeated, it is very troublesome. I suggest that we hurry up and catch up now. Otherwise it will be too late, and the crystal core may be eaten by the thunder type. Don't worry. It is still being chased by my vines, and is only concerned with escaping. It has no time to eat for the time being. So it is still in time. Hearing this, Zhou Yang and the other two were quite speechless. But it was too late to say anything now. So they could only hurry up and catch up. After Yan Fei melted the metal wall, and Yu Hui removed the earth wall, everyone rushed out together. Maybe because the psychic rats summoned most of the rats before. There are not many low-level rats left outside now. Only tens of thousands. The superpowers of several people were used together. And with the fire of P, a path was quickly cleared. The group went straight to the next level. Going down, there were obviously more mutant rats. And it was impossible to get through. Shen Zichuan decided to go all out and directly sent out a thunderbolt. And Wando also sprayed fire, blowing the mutant mice into pieces. And even Qi Feng's main vine was almost blown off. This explosion made Qi Feng jump up and down. Fuck! How come you can't tell friend from foe when you explode a thunder? Shen Zichuan touched his nose. You were in a hurry to clear the way. So you forgot about your vines. Well, it just broke a little skin. It's not a big problem. Qi Feng snorted. Tue. Forget it this time. You look back and watch out. If you explode my little Miao Miao again, I beat you up. Shen Zichuan touched his nose. I try my best. Zhou Yang followed the two of them. Seeing that they stopped and chatted, he was a little impatient. What are you talking about? Hurry up and chase them. I'm telling you, if you don't get the crystal core back, you two will have to eat peas for 2 days. You all starve for 2 days. Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng, When the two heard this, they immediately had the same goal and rushed down. One vine swung quickly, and the other threw lightning. And many zombie rats blocking the road were killed very quickly. This scene made the people behind them stunned. They all turned to look at Zhou Yang, gestured to him, and then turned around to chase after him to help. Zhou Yang snorted lightly, and quickly took Wando, Da Huang, Era, and Hua Wan to chase after him. Look! People have a lot of potential if they push themselves. So won't the efficiency be improved? Fortunately, this is the last underground floor, and the group chased until they reached the corner at the other end of this floor. Zhou Yang and Wando chased after the others, while cleaning up the zombie rats that were chasing them. When they caught up with the others had already blocked the thunder zombie rat in the corner. Since the others were taller and bigger than him, he couldn't see anything, so he simply didn't get close to them, and only focused on dealing with the zombie rats that gathered behind him with Wando. Da Huang and the others also grew bigger this time, and stood beside him to help beat the rats, killing many of them. Only Era, the stupid thing, shrank his tail and still hid behind and shivered, which made Zhou Yang want to beat the dog. Unfortunately, the dog was not his, so he couldn't beat it. Zhou Yang shook his head, wondering why Qi Feng would raise such a stupid dog that could only grow bigger and serve as a mount. While Zhou Yang was commanding several mutant animals to eliminate zombie rats, the people behind him finally dealt with the thunder zombie rat. At the moment the thunder zombie rat died, the other zombie rats seemed to be frozen in time, and they all stopped. After only 2 seconds, they went crazy again, but this time, without the control of any high-level zombie rats. They seemed even crazier, with only the instinct of bloodthirsty meat-eating. This caused Zhou Yang and Wando to feel a sudden increase in pressure. Fortunately, after the others finished dealing with the thunder zombie rats, they turned around to help when they heard something wrong. With a few people helping Wando to hold the line, Zhou Yang was relieved and retreated to the second line again. Seeing that he was of no use, he turned to the corner and put the level 4 thunder crystal core and the spiritual crystal core on the ground that he had not had time to pick up into the space. Although the group had killed tens of thousands of zombie rats before, there were still nearly 100,000 left. Even though they were not high in level, they were still beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Fortunately, before all their powers were exhausted, they'd finally dealt with most of these zombie rats. Otherwise, they might not be able to go back today, and they would have to go back to the warehouse to stay for a day and wait until their powers were restored before continuing. In fact, it would not be a big deal if they really stayed for a day. But Zhou Yang and his team were afraid that other people in the base would worry. So it would be best if they could go back in time. After dealing with the zombie rats, they looked at the low-level zombie rats on the ground and hesitated whether to dig crystal cores. Although they were all low-level crystal cores of level 1 or 2. There were really a lot of them. It seemed a pity not to do it. But it was too hard to dig. Finally, Zhou Yang made the decision. Yes? Why not? The old way. Burn them clean and then sift them. It's much faster than digging them one by one. But is your basement durable? Will it not burn the whole building directly? Qifeng waved his hands. This is the last floor. And the foundation concrete is below. We will go out and close the fire door and burn it casually. Okay. So, several people piled the zombie rats inside together. Poured gasoline on them. Let P spit a big fire. Closed the fire door. And retreated from the third underground floor together. Chapter 190 ready to go back. While the fire was still burning down there, a few people cleaned up the tens of thousands of crystals on the second underground floor. But they were too lazy to burn it this time. Except for Zhou Yang. The remaining 5 people each divided an area to harvest. Zhou Yang wanted to help. But they were all hungry. After looking around, only Zhou Yang was suitable for cooking. So he was pushed into the only clean warehouse to make supper for everyone. When Zhou Yang finished cooking, the few people outside had almost collected the crystal cores. And each of them brought back a large sack of crystal cores. Qifeng was the first to run back. As soon as he entered the warehouse, he threw the crystal core aside, sat down on the stool closest to the meat dishes, and then looked at the large bowls on the table and drooled. TSK. It smells so good. The portable table and stool were taken out of the space by Zhou Yang early in the morning. At this moment, there was already a large pot of boiled meat slices, vegetarian eggplant, beef stew with potatoes, a pot of 3 fresh tofu soup made by Zhou Yang, and a small pot of rice on the table. The other 4 people also came back one after another after Qifeng. Zhou Yang then divided the bowls and chopsticks among them. And by the way, he also took out some of the food stored in the space by P and Rhubarb and shared it with them. Era was drooling greedily. But P and Rhubarb were very protective of their food and refused to give it up. So they ran to Qifeng's feet and hummed. Qifeng was eating when he suddenly heard a dog barking at his feet. He saw his greedy and cowardly Era. And he was a little amused. Zhou Yang, can you give my husky something to eat? It's almost crying with greed. TSK. It didn't do much work. But it's eating well. What kind of dog do you have? It can't do anything except grow bigger. And it's even afraid of mice. Zhou Yang couldn't help complaining when he thought of the husky's cowardly look. Qifeng obviously knew that his husky was useless. Ahem. This is specially raised for Brother Fan. Generally, the main task is to protect Brother Fan. As long as it can take Brother Fan away and attack living people, it's fine. It's usually not its turn to fight zombies. So it's not very adaptable. Hearing this, Zhou Yang pulled the corner of his mouth. Are you sure it didn't run away by itself when it encountered danger? And how can it attack living people? Does it scare living people by growing bigger? Not really. If it dares to run away alone, I will definitely kill it. Qifeng smiled and touched the husky's head, successfully making the husky's ears cowardly. As for attacking, well, Era also has superpowers. But it is more effective against living people and mutant animals. You also know that Era's wolf howl is quite intoxicating. Yan Fei, who was standing by, looked at Era thoughtfully. So it is a sound evolution. Similar to ultrasonic attack? Qifeng nodded. Yeah. Almost. Infrasound is fine. Ultrasonic wave is fine. It depends on what the target is. Zhou Yang said, I can't tell. It has this skill. Then you can give it a bite. Qifeng, I want you to give me a bite. Not from my own mouth. Qifeng thought. However, seeing that Zhou Yang was already buried in his food and didn't give him another look, Qifeng could only give Era a piece of beef with bones that he had just eaten half of from his bowl. After eating for nearly half an hour, everyone filled their stomachs and sat down to chat. When they thought that the food downstairs should be almost cooked, they got up, packed up their things, and went to the first floor together. As soon as they walked into the staircase, the temperature instantly rose several degrees. The further they went down, the higher the temperature became. When they walked out of the fire door, Zhou Yang felt so hot that he was sweating. The fire door looked normal, but it was so hot that it hurt his hands. In the end, Qifeng had to wrap vines around the door latch to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, A scorching heat mixed with the stench of corpses and barbecue hit them in the face, almost making them vomit all the supper they had just eaten. And they hurriedly stepped back several steps. Qifeng rolled his eyes in disgust and just wanted to go up to get some fresh air. Fuck. Or let's wait for the smell to dissipate and the temperature to drop before coming back. How can we get in here? Before he finished speaking, Zhou Yang handed him a gas mask. Put this on before you go in. You won't smell much. If it's hot, just bear with it. It's not like you haven't encountered high temperatures before. Why are you being so pretentious? It's almost dawn outside. Time is running out. Hurry up and get to work. After saying that, he took out several gas masks, gave one to each person, and finally put it on himself. Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei didn't say a word. They put on the gas masks neatly after getting them. And Yan Fei even started making metal screens for everyone. Seeing this, Qifeng could only curl his lips, nodded to Yu Wei Jian Yuan Shan, and put on the gas mask. After getting the super large screen from Yan Fei, the few of them walked in. The fire inside had been extinguished, but the temperature was still very high. Zhou Yang estimated that it was about 70 to 80 degrees, which was simply a steam room. The few people didn't say much, picked up the sieve and started to work, although it had been burned very thoroughly. Basically, after a scoop, only various tiny crystal cores were left. But the temperature was too high, and everyone started to sweat after a few strokes. The most uncomfortable thing was the head wearing a gas mask. Not only did the sweat almost blur my eyes, but it was also stuffy and hard to breathe. Later, they couldn't bear it anymore, and several people gave up treatment and took off the gas mask. Sure enough, they felt much better, although the smell was really disgusting. In order to get out of the sea of suffering as soon as possible, several people speeded up their hands, and it took only more than half an hour to fish out the crystal cores. After getting the crystal cores, several people quickly evacuated the sea of suffering and immediately ran back to the warehouse upstairs. After Zhou Yang put all the crystal cores into the space, the group changed their clothes that were stained with corpse stench and prepared to go back directly. As for the way to go back, they decided to follow the way they came before. Anyway, this building has more than 20 floors, so it must be no problem to return to the building they came from before. If possible, they can choose a taller building farther away. So they climbed all the way to the top floor again, and then among the tall buildings in the direction of return, they chose an office building that was located diagonally opposite the previous building and farther away. There were relatively fewer zombies there, away from the city center and residential areas, so they unanimously chose it. Still follow the previous method and copy the same method. However, this time the straight line distance was several hundred meters farther than before. And Yan Fei also tried 3 times before he successfully tied the metal cableway to a solid position. The others had the experience of the first time, so they were much braver this time. They slid over the cableway, except that their hearts were somewhat affected by the weightlessness. Everything else was fine. Only P and Era, who were sitting in the iron basket, vomited out all the bitter gall again. Zhou Yang looked at P crying in his arms, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and quickly took out the spring water to comfort it. He secretly swore in his heart that he had to quickly upgrade to level 5, so that if he encountered such a situation again in the future, P could be directly put into the space. Era, who was standing next to him, smelled the spring water and wanted to come over to lick it. But P, who was protecting his food, bared his teeth and dared not move. Chapter 191 The extreme heat is coming. At this time, the sky was already a little bright, and there was not much time left before sunrise. After P drank a basin of spring water and became energetic again, Era also recovered his breath, and several people walked downstairs quickly. This office building is not high, but it has about 10 floors. Fortunately, it is easy to go downstairs. It took about 10 minutes for the group to reach the lobby on the first floor. The sun was already out, and the light outside was much brighter. Several people picked up their weapons and walked outside the building. As soon as they went out, the zombies around them smelled the smell of strangers and gathered around. Shen Zichuan and others took the weapons in their hands and rushed up, while others were fighting zombies. Zhou Yan also took out the 2 cars from before. After almost cleaning up the zombies, several people got in the car and left. P still ran with Era. When the car was about to leave the city center, it was completely bright. The sun was hanging brightly in the east, although it was just sunrise. Zhou Yang felt that the temperature around him was rising. Suddenly, his heart was alarmed, and he stopped the car immediately. Stop! This sun is not right. Just change to ride the P. Hearing this, Shen Zichuan immediately stopped the car and looked at Yan Fei in the back seat. Without refuting, he got out of the car directly. After getting out of the car, Zhou Yang put away the car directly, took out the special big dog saddle, and then made the P bigger. On the other side, Qi Feng and his car followed behind and stopped the car after seeing this. Stop so suddenly. What's wrong? Don't you think this sun is not right? It's not even 5 o'clock yet. The temperature is rising a little too fast. Let's change to the P and try to go back earlier. Ah? Is there? I think it's okay. Qi Feng frowned after hearing this. Maybe because of his high level and plant ability. He has a certain resistance to high and low temperatures. So he is not as sensitive to temperature as Zhou Yang, an ordinary person. But as a reborn person, Qi Feng would not think that Zhou Yang was exaggerating. And because he had lived in the apocalypse for too long, he could not remember when the extreme heat came. He only vaguely remembered that it rained a deadly rain on the day of the extreme heat. So he was more willing to trust Zhou Yang's intuition at this time. Then change it directly. Qi Feng also wanted to make era bigger directly. But Zhou Yang asked again, can your era become smaller? If possible, make it smaller. And we will all make P's directly. P's are faster. Okay. Although he was a little confused whether he was really in such a hurry, and could not be a little slower. Qi Feng still nodded. And then made era directly into a mini puppy, and stuffed it into Yui's backpack. Qi Feng and the other two followed Zhou Yang and the others, and climbed onto P's back. As soon as they sat in the big dog saddle, before Qi Feng could take a curious look at the dog saddle, he heard Zhou Yang shout, hold on to the railings. Cub! We have to go home as soon as possible. Speed up. Woof! P responded immediately, and rushed out without even a run-up, because he heard his master asking him to speed up. He was so excited that he immediately increased his speed. Zhou Yang and the other two had experience. So as soon as P stood up, they quickly grabbed the handrails and lowered their bodies to try not to be blown by the wind. Because Qi Feng and the other two had only been era. They had not experienced P's speed, let alone the feeling of being blown by the wind as if their skin was being peeled off. So they just held the handrails vaguely at first, and even wanted to laugh at the movements of Zhou Yang and the other two. But when P started running, the three of them could not laugh anymore and began to doubt their lives. Damn! This speed must be twice the full speed of their husky. Right? They relied on the handrails at both ends to barely prevent themselves from being thrown out. Their faces that were originally facing the wind were hurt by the wind, and they felt that their whole bodies were about to split apart. Now I finally understand why Zhou Yang and the others were all crouching down on the dog's saddle. At this speed, who can bear it when sitting? Qi Feng grabbed the handrails and released vines, tightly wrapping himself and Yu Hui on the dog's saddle. And using the power of the vines, they also crouched down in the headwind. And only then did they feel that their faces finally belonged to them. It was just that they were a little numb from the wind before, and they still had no feeling now. As the sun rose, the temperature around them began to rise sharply. Even if Wando ran very fast, and the wind was so strong that he couldn't straighten his waist. Zhou Yang and the others were directly exposed to the sun because they were facing away from the sun. Zhou Yang felt his back getting hot from the sun, and sweat started to form on his forehead, and he became increasingly anxious. Today's sun was indeed abnormal. It had only been 10 minutes since it rose, and it had already climbed to the middle of the sky. The sky was bright, and the temperature was almost as high as around 10 a.m. If we wait until the hottest time at noon, the temperature will be off the charts. Right? It seems that the extreme heat wave is coming today, but it seems that it didn't come so early in the previous life. Zhou Yang couldn't help cursing in his heart, wanting Wando to hurry up. But when he opened his mouth, all he could do was speak wind, and he couldn't say anything. He could only pray silently that Wando could get back to the base before the sun rose completely. In the previous life, when the extreme heat came, when the sun rose to the middle of the sky, it started to rain. At first, the rain was just a little warm, and everyone was still happily making a fuss in the rain. And some men were even bold enough to take an outdoor hot bath directly. But as the sun rose, this rain turned into a real sun shower, and there was no sign of stopping. The warm rain was also blessed by the sun, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. when it was the hottest at noon. It was just like boiling water, which could directly burn people's skin and flesh. At the base, most people have moved to the underground shelter, so he is not worried. What he is worried about now is themselves. At the speed of the rising sun, if they can't get back to the base in time, they will be the ones with their skin torn. TSK. If it really doesn't work, they can find a shelter to hide in the middle of the way and then go back. That boiling rain is really unbearable. But what you fear will come true. Just when Joe Yang was worried about the rain, he felt something warm hit his face. Looking up, it was not just him, but others were also hit. And what hit them was bean-sized raindrops. Fuck. Joe Yang just wanted to curse this thief god at this moment. And he didn't even wait for a while. Chapter 192. Do you want to try the hot water rain? Because he lived in a refugee camp next to the square in his previous life, Joe Yang had a very deep impression of this hot water rain. He still remembered that the rain started at almost 10 o'clock. At that time, he saw many people running to play in the rain, thinking that it would be cool after the rain. Because he was afraid of catching a cold, he could only hide in the tent and collect some rainwater in an empty bucket for backup. When it was almost 10:30, his bucket was finally full. The rain was already a bit heavy at this time, but the sun was still very big, without any dark clouds. And most of the people who were playing outside had returned to the tent. He put on a layer of waterproof tarpaulin and went outside the tent to take his bucket back. However, when he stretched out his hand, he found that the rainwater dripping on the water was like hot water, and his heart was immediately shuddered. He couldn't figure out what was going on at the moment, but his intuition told him that this was not normal. And if it got hotter, the tent in the square would not be safe at all. So, he immediately put down the bucket, went straight to his own bed, rolled up his bedding and other items, stuffed them into a large backpack and put them on his back, and wrapped himself up with waterproof plastic sheeting. As soon as he turned and left, the empty bed was immediately filled by other people waiting for a seat. Joe Yang took a look at the time and found that the person occupying the bed was a middle-aged bachelor who often wandered around in the tent and was not very clean. So he ignored him and just sighed at the other refugees in the tent. After walking out of the tent and picking up his bucket full of rainwater, Joe Yang went straight to the nearest underground garage. He added a few points and exchanged a squatting position in the underground garage with the guard over there. Yes, you heard it right. A squatting position. The bed was too expensive. He couldn't afford it. And he couldn't spend all his points on accommodation. So he had to keep some for emergency use. Although the squatting position was a little smaller, it would be nice to sleep on it if he found a suitable place. Joe Yang was lucky. As expected, he found a place against the wall in a remote corner. The reason why it was not occupied was that this place happened to be a vent to the ground. Although it was not exposed to rain, it was the hottest place underground during the day. So there were almost no people here during the day, and people would come to rob at night. He put away his things and guarded a bucket of water, and he temporarily settled down in this corner. But after just closing his eyes and resting for a while, he felt that the surroundings were getting hotter and hotter. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard screams from above. And then, he saw a noisy noise coming from the exit of the underground garage. After listening for a long time, he realized that it was because the rain outside suddenly heated up again. The refugees in the tents couldn't stand the heat, so they wanted to take shelter in the underground garage temporarily. But they were soaked by the rain as soon as they ran out, and they fell to the ground not long after walking. The people at the entrance of the tent stopped when they saw it, but the people behind them didn't know and crowded forward, causing several people at the entrance of the tent to be squeezed out and exposed to the rainstorm without any protection. Their skin was burned red, and they cried in pain. The people in the tent felt something was wrong and retreated in fear. They wanted to save people, but the rain was so hot that they couldn't even stretch out their hands. Although Joe Yang only saw it from a distance behind the crowd, the bloody and miserable appearance of those people is still fresh in his memory, and he is scared when he thinks about it. If he hadn't been more careful and changed places in advance, he might have become one of them. In the end, even if they were not directly scalded to death by the boiling water rain, they would be steamed half-cooked in the tent. That's right. In the end, most people in the tent couldn't escape, surrounded by high temperature and boiling water rain. The tent that was originally used for survival turned into a huge steamer in an instant, steaming everyone inside, except for a few low-level psychics who survived. No one else survived. So now when Joe Yang saw that it was raining, He panicked. In addition, there had been many accidents in his life, and today's sun shower came quickly and urgently. So he didn't dare to bet when this rain would turn into boiling water rain. So after thinking it over, Zhou Yang reached out and pulled a handful of Pi's hair. He was afraid that Pi was too absorbed in running and didn't feel that he was pulling its hair. So he deliberately used all his strength. Fortunately, Pi was smart. As soon as Zhou Yang pulled the hair on its back, it felt it, and immediately slowed down. Then looked back, woof! Seeing that the speed had slowed down, Zhou Yang quickly raised his head and looked around. Then pointed to a new community that was still under construction in the distance. Boy, take us to that place. Let's find a place inside to avoid the rain first. Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei looked at each other. But because of their trust in Zhou Yang, they had no objection. Qi Feng and the other two were still a little confused at this time, and they didn't care about this accident at all. And Pi obeyed Zhou Yang's orders, and ran over immediately after only glancing at the direction pointed by his master. A distance of several hundred meters was reached in the blink of an eye. After entering the community, Zhou Yang looked around, pointed in the direction of the underground garage, and asked Pi to carry them to the entrance. Then everyone quickly got off Pi, waited for Zhou Yang to put away the dog saddle, and made Pi smaller, and then went into the underground garage together, because the community is still under construction. This underground garage is still in its infancy, except for the load-bearing columns, load-bearing walls, fire doors and garages. Everything else is still empty. The ground is still cement, and even the floor paint has not been applied, let alone the division of specific parking spaces. As soon as he entered the underground, Zhou Yang found a relatively clean place, then took out a few large cardboards and spread them on the ground, and then put 3 mats on them. Several people took off their shoes and sat on them. As soon as Zhou Yang sat down, he waved to Pi standing next to the mat. Seeing this, Pi shook off its wet hair, stuck out its tongue, walked over, let Zhou Yang clean its paws, and then lay down at Zhou Yang's feet. Qi Feng finally calmed down now. After sitting down, he first sighed at the speed of Pi, then looked at the drizzle outside and asked, "The rain is not heavy now. Do we need to hide from the rain now? According to the speed of your Pi high-speed train, it will arrive in about 10 minutes. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at him and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Think about it carefully. Have you ever seen a sun shower after sunrise? And the rain is still warm. Do you want to try the feeling of boiling water scalding your skin?" Qi Feng shut up immediately, thinking about the rain on the extremely hot day in his previous life. It seemed that it was indeed not so fast. So he sighed. "Okay. Then we may have to wait here for a day." Zhou Yang looked at the rain outside, which seemed to be getting heavier, and frowned. "Wait until the rain stops completely. If it doesn't work even if the rain stops, then we will rush back at night." Chapter 193. It's just a boiler room. Shen Zichuan saw his wife whispering to other men, and immediately came up to him, directly pulling Zhou Yang and Qi Feng apart. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, the rain outside. What's wrong with the rain? It's not at the right time, and the temperature is not right. I'm not sure yet, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Let's wait here for a while." Hearing this, Shen Zichuan didn't take it seriously, just nodded, and then hugged the person into his arms and rubbed against him. Later, Zhou Yang disliked the heat and pushed the person away, which made Shen Zichuan feel wronged. As the temperature outside continued to rise, the underground garage became a lot hotter. The rain was also falling, and it was getting heavier. It didn't take long for it to become a heavy rain, and when it poured down, a mist would rise. If Zhou Yang hadn't experienced it personally, he would probably think it was because there was too much dust outside. But after his past life, Zhou Yang could easily tell that this was not dust raised by the rain, but steam from the high temperature. The rain outside was already boiling water. It had only been a few minutes since they stopped to take shelter from the rain. Zhou Yang felt a chill down his spine when he thought of this. If he had been lucky just now, they would have been scalded into red shrimps by now. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang couldn't help but take a breath. Shen Zichuan heard Zhou Yang's breath and looked over with concern. "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "No, I'm not feeling uncomfortable." Zhou Yang shook his head. "I'm just a little scared. Look at the rain outside. Does it look like boiling water pouring from the sky?" "Huh?" Hearing this, Shen Zichuan turned his head and looked outside. Others also looked towards the exit. At this moment, the outside was foggy and white. If it weren't for the sound of rain, everyone might have thought it was foggy outside. In addition, the temperature is so hot that it makes you suffocate. It looks like a boiler room outside. And it is a boiler room when water is boiling. Seeing this scene, everyone frowned. Hey, don't tell me. It really looks like someone is pouring boiling water in the sky. Shen Zichuan laughed after watching it. But then, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because he saw with his own eyes a mutated bird trying to fly in to avoid the rain. But it fell to the ground and howled after a few flights. The sound seemed to have suffered great suffering. The other people also saw this scene and were all shocked. Yu Hui widened his eyes, and saw that the bird fluttered and couldn't move. Why is this mutant bird not moving? Did it die in the rain? Maybe it was scalded. Chi Feng said faintly. Yu Hui looked over in disbelief. What? Hot? Is this rain really boiling water? You are kidding. Chi Feng raised his eyebrows. Then why don't you try it? No one will stop you. Yu Hui opened his mouth, and then looked at the mutant bird outside that was completely silent, and chose to be a quail. Well, according to the experience since the end of the world, the boss's warning must be listened to, and trying it will definitely lead to death. For his unpresentable curiosity, it's better not to have it. Seeing Yu Hui's immediate fear, Jiang Yuanshan laughed on the side, and finally succeeded in getting an elbow from his good brother. Yin Fei looked at the boiling water rain outside, and his eyebrows were full of worry. Because of the accident last night, the Baijishan base has moved to the underground shelter, so there is no need to worry. But the capital base may not be so lucky. This high temperature and heavy rain came strangely again, without any signs, and it is very likely to cause heavy casualties in the capital. Seeing Yin Fei's worry, Shen Zichuan patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. When the rain stops, we will hurry back to the base. Baijishan has basically moved underground, so everything should be fine. As for the capital, we will let Uncle Gu contact them and ask about the situation in the capital. Yin Fei nodded silently. The rain lasted for 6 hours before it stopped after noon. As soon as the rain stopped, Zhou Yang and others immediately approached the garage exit to explore. But they still couldn't get out. Nothing else. It's too hot outside. Although the rain stopped, the direct sunlight was even heavier. The rain that fell before turned into even hotter steam, far exceeding the previous boiling water rain. The mutant bird not far away had been soaked in high temperature and boiling water for 6 hours. At this moment, its skin and flesh were separated, and even its feathers were scattered all over the ground. Zhou Yang tried to take a pork elbow to the sun for a while, and the pig's skin instantly turned red, which stunned everyone. There was no choice but to retreat and wait for nightfall before returning. In the afternoon, the temperature was getting higher and higher, and even breathing was painful. Zhou Yang took out the thermometer and looked at it. The temperature in the underground garage had reached more than 50 degrees. It must be at least 60 degrees outside, not to mention the cool mat underneath. Even the cardboard under the cool mat was wet by the sweat of several people. Seeing this, Zhou Yang quickly took out the snow pile that had been stored in the space and put it on the cement ground beside, which finally made them feel better. Wando and Era even fell on the snow pile and rolled around, and the whole dog felt comfortable. People felt better and finally had some appetite. It was impossible to make it now, so Zhou Yang took out a scallion pancake directly from the space, and gave each person a bottle of water, and a meal was solved. However, the water given to Chi Feng and the other three was ordinary mineral water, while Zhou Yang and the other three drank the spring water that Zhou Yang filled himself. But the packaging was the same. Wando, Da Huang, and Era were also fed some mutant yellow beef bibimbap. After eating and drinking enough, there were still more than 3 hours before sunset. While the snow was still melting, Zhou Yang and his friends laid down on the mat to rest and wait for the night to fall. Zhou Yang fell asleep unconsciously. After all, he had not rested since last night. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dark outside. His clothes were soaked with sweat unconsciously. But Zhou Yang didn't care about that at the moment, because he found that the surroundings were not only dark, but also quiet, without any movement. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang immediately sat up. As soon as he moved, P beside him also opened his eyes and came over, rubbing against Zhou Yang's legs. Feeling P's presence and touching P's head, Zhou Yang calmed down. He took out the flashlight and shone it to the side, and saw the same Huang, Da Huang and Era, who were left behind, as well as Yu Wei, who was still lying on the other side in his sleep. As for the figures of other people, Zhou Yan did not see them. Zhou Yan only thought about it for a moment, and realized that the others must have gone to the garage to inquire about the situation. So he stood up and left the mat, and walked towards the exit. Halfway through, he met Shen Zichuan and his 4 companions who were walking back. Chapter 194. This woman looks familiar. How is it outside now? Is the temperature still high? Zhou Yang asked first when he saw Shen Zichuan and the others. Shen Zichuan looked at Zhou Yang's sweaty hair and raised his hand to wipe his sweat. It's okay. It has dropped a lot compared to the daytime. It is probably about the same as the underground garage now. About 50 degrees. Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's okay. Let's hurry back. Yeah. Everyone agreed. When they walked back, Yu Hui had just woken up not long ago. At this time, he was like a headless fly, turning around anxiously on the mat. Oh, so I'm the only one left when I wake up. Where are the others? They won't be eaten by some monsters? Jiang Yuanshan, the old fox, is gone. But I, such a strong boss, am also gone? Qi Feng, Jiang Yuanshan's mouth twitched, and he stepped forward to pat Yu Hui on the shoulder. This slap scared Yu Hui so much that he turned around and found a dark shadow standing behind him. His legs were weak, but he thought it might be someone else. So he tried to see the other person clearly. Unfortunately, the garage was too dark, and he couldn't see anything except the blurry shadow. Jiang Yuanshan suddenly remembered that this guy was afraid of the dark and ghosts. So he lowered his voice and said gloomily, I haven't eaten enough yet. I might as well eat you too. Fuck. There's a ghost. Yu Hui heard a voice he had never heard before, and it sounded sinister. He immediately turned around and wanted to crawl away, but the other party grabbed his collar and couldn't move at all. Seeing Yu Hui's timid look, Jiang Yuanshan felt it was boring. TSK. You're so scared that you're pissing and shitting. Can't you improve a little bit? It's been the end of the world for a long time, and you're still afraid of the dark and ghosts. Yu Hui immediately came to his senses when he heard this familiar voice, and turned around and cursed, Jiang Yuanshan, you old fox. Can you be a human being? What good will it do you to scare me to death? Jiang Yuanshan nodded. You can call me an old fox. But can't I scare you? I'm not training your courage. It's the end of the world. How can you still be so timid? Yu Hui. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Qi Feng came up and interrupted them directly. Okay. Stop arguing. Hurry up and pack up and get ready to go. The moment he saw Qi Feng, Yu Hui seemed to have found his backbone, and immediately started crying. Woo! Boss! Remember to call me next time you go to do something. I was left alone when I woke up, and I thought you had abandoned me. I was scared to death. Qi Feng sighed lightly. You are not alone. Are you? Didn't you see that Era was with you? After looking at Era next to him, Yu Hui was silent. Okay. Is his team status now on the same level as Era? Yu Hui lowered his head and silently put away his small bag, and even consciously put the mini Era in it. Zhou Yang and the others watched the excitement for a while, and they also felt that they should put their things away and put them all in Zhou Yang's space. After that, they walked out of the underground garage directly, got on P, and went straight to the base. This time, they arrived at the gate of Baijishan base in less than 10 minutes. Fortunately, the people guarding the gate today were familiar people. As soon as they saw the big dog head of P, they recognized Zhou Yang and the others. They didn't need to say hello to Gu Tianqi. They were allowed in after a simple inspection. After entering the base, they changed cars and hurried on their way. They drove through several areas and finally drove to the underground parking lot. They didn't see any miserable scenes. They all breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the several seriously injured people and their families, who were isolated in the underground parking lot, were no longer there. Only a small team was left guarding above. Zhou Yang estimated that the seriously injured had died. They drove directly to the entrance of the shelter and greeted the guards. Then they went down smoothly. Once they returned to the underground shelter, they walked straight towards home. However, just after turning a corner, not far from the door of their home, Zhou Yang and his friends saw a woman with long flowing hair, who just came out of their door and walked away quickly with her back to them. Because of the long hair, they did not see the woman's appearance clearly, and they could only see the general shape of her body. and they only felt that the woman was very thin. But for some reason, Zhou Yang always felt that the figure of this woman was somewhat familiar. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that most women's figures are quite similar. After thinking for a long time without any results, Zhou Yang had to put it aside for the time being and planned to ask Yu Jing and others after returning. Qi Feng and his 3 friends greeted Zhou Yang and his friends, and went back to their own homes first. As for the supplies, they would wait for a while before coming back to get them. Zhou Yang and his 3 friends naturally had no objection. After Qi Feng and his friends left, the 3 of them went straight back to their own homes. As soon as the 3 of them entered the room, they saw Yu Jing and the others all sitting in the living room, looking restless. When they saw the 3 of them coming back, they all rushed up, looked them up and down, and started asking questions at once. "Oh, you're finally back. We were so worried. Is everything going well? I heard that it rained hot during the day, and several soldiers were accidentally burned. Are you okay?" "Yes. You're not burned?" Yu Jing even held Zhou Yang with one hand and Shen Zichuan with the other. Her eyes were red from crying. Shen Zichuan shook his head. "We are fine. We were supposed to come back at dawn, but we found that the situation was not right halfway. So we found a place to shelter from the rain and came back after dark." Zhou Yang also smiled and nodded. Yu Jing was finally relieved after hearing this, and said, "That's good. That's good." On the other side, Lu Xingye had a stern face, and also pulled Yan Fei up and down to check. Finally, when he saw that there was no injury, his face looked better. Yan Fei smiled and scratched the other person's nose. "Don't worry. I'm not hurt." This time it went smoothly, but it was delayed by the rain. "Humph." Lu Xingye glanced at him, said nothing, and his mouth was still raised high. Yan Fei whispered a few more words to coax him, and then he was able to hold the other person's hand. After confirming the safety of the 3 people, the others also put their hearts back in their stomachs. Knowing that the 3 people had almost not slept for a day and a night, they urged the 3 people to wash up and rest quickly. But Zhou Yang was still worried about the woman he saw just now, so he asked Yu Jing again just in case. "Oh, you mean Zhang Wan? Right. She is a little girl who lives in the dormitory with a big bunk bed in front. She just turned 18 this year and lives alone with her grandmother. She is a very hard-working and filial child. Last night, I wanted to go to the public area to try to make some porridge, but I tripped over something on the way and almost fell on a stone. If she hadn't seen me and pulled me in time, my eyes might have been injured. She came here today to borrow needles and thread to sew clothes for her grandmother. Is that so?" Zhou Yang thought about it and realized that there was no one named Zhang Wan among the people he knew. So he just thought that he was overthinking. After asking, Zhou Yang finally felt relieved. He and Shen Zichuan took a bath together, ate something casually, and went to bed. Chapter 195. Seeing Gu Yaoyao again. After returning to their own nest, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan relaxed completely and slept for more than 8 hours. When they woke up again, it was already the next morning. But there was no sun or moon in the earth, and they could only distinguish the changes in time from the clock. As soon as they went out, they saw that everyone had gathered in the living room to chat. The dining table was put away, and only 2 breakfasts were placed on it, which was obviously left for the 2 of them. The 2 of them did not act pretentiously. They sat at the dining table and picked up the bowls and chopsticks to eat. A mouthful of steamed bun, a mouthful of porridge, and a chopstick of pickled mustard, which was very refreshing. Just after eating a few bites, Yan Fei came out of the inner room with a plate with several empty bowls. This scene, anyone with a discerning eye can understand. The others looked at Yan Fei teasingly, and Yan Fei just smiled and said nothing. He cleaned the plate and empty bowls and put them away, and sat on an empty seat beside him. As soon as Shen Zichuan saw him sitting down, he asked, "Yan Fei, have you called Uncle Gu? How is the situation at the capital base?" "Yan Fei, I called last night. My uncle also contacted the capital yesterday when he found the heavy rain and high temperature. My father and others transferred most of the survivors to the shelter in time. So although casualties are still inevitable, it is much better than expected. However, your cheap brother seems to be gone." "Oh!" Hearing the last sentence, Shen Zichuan was not very surprised, but just nodded calmly. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan finished their breakfast quickly. Just put down the bowl and chopsticks. Before taking a breath, Qi Feng and others came to the door. Oh, you just finished breakfast? After clearing the dishes and handing them over to Shinzichuan to wash together, Zhou Yang sat back in his seat. Well, you are here to get supplies, right? You didn't bring Huawan with you. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he looked around, but didn't see Huawan. Just when he was about to ask Qi Feng how he could take the supplies without Huawan, he heard Qi Feng say, Ahem. I want to ask you for a favor. Can you temporarily store the supplies in your space? You also know that my Huawan space can't store much, and the shelf life is not long. Zhou Yang twitched his mouth. You really trust me? So many supplies are stored like this. Here? Qi Feng sighed. I can't help it. Right? Look how hot it is today. The underground shelter here is deep enough. It's over 40 degrees during the day, and it will be even hotter in the future. There are a lot of supplies that are not easy to store. Should I take them all out and let them rot? Zhou Yang thought about it and said, Okay. Then put them here for the time being. You can come and use them at any time. But I have to charge a storage fee. Not much. Half is fine. Also, let me tell you, you can't bother me with the excuse of missing something in the future. Okay. Okay. You have the final say. Qi Feng is now immune to Zhou Yang's stinginess and agreed without thinking. After discussing the storage of supplies, Qi Feng and his friends only took some supplies that could be stored and left. By the way, they also got a few steamed buns and pickled mustard from Yujing in the morning. In the following days, the temperature outside during the day basically remained at around 70 degrees. People could not go out during the day at all. Even accidentally exposing themselves to the sun would burn their skin. In the early morning, when the temperature is the lowest, it will be around 60 degrees. So during the day, everyone basically stays in the underground shelter. And even the soldiers do not go out on duty, and can only patrol the base at night. The extremely hot sun is so toxic that in just a few days, the land inside and outside the base has been cracked by the sun, and the nearby small rivers have dried up to only a small stream under the riverbed. Fortunately, the base has stored a lot of water before, and has been recruiting water-based superpowers from the base to release water, which barely maintains the water supply problem of the shelter. Because everyone has moved to the underground shelter, Zhou Yang and others finally saw Gu Yaoyao again. The one who sent her here was Xia Ling, who Zhou Yang and others found before and could make tofu. And Xia Ling's son Lin Yu also came with her. Everyone was surprised. And after asking, they found out that it was Gu Yaoyao who accidentally got lost before, and was brought home by Xia Ling by chance. Later, after Gu Tianqi found his daughter, he thought Xia Ling was good at taking care of the child. So he asked Xia Ling to help take care of Gu Yaoyao for a while. Now Yin Fei and the others are back. So Xia Ling brought them here. As soon as they arrived, Gu Yaoyao saw Zhou Yang and others, and immediately rushed over excitedly and hugged Yin Fei's thigh. Brother, Yaoyao misses you so much, Gu Yaoyao said coquettishly, and then saw that everyone was looking at her, and quickly added, Yaoyao also misses brother Xiaoshou, brother Xingye, brother Zichuan, brother Chai Jin, and brother Zi. Yin Fei chuckled and rubbed Gu Yaoyao's little head, then picked her up. Little clever ghost. You know how to treat everyone equally. Hee hee. Gu Yaoyao laughed and immediately buried her head with a red face. Come over and say hello. This is Sister Qing Tang, Sister Shan Shan, and Aunt Yujing. Sister Qing Tang, Sister Shan Shan, Aunt Yujing. This is Uncle Chai and Aunt Chai, and Brother Chai Yi. Uncle Chai, Aunt Chai, Brother Chai Yi. Yin Fei took Gu Yaoyao to recognize all the others, and Gu Yaoyao also called them one by one, and received a lot of praise and snacks by the way, and smiled so hard that her teeth could not see her eyes. When Chai Yi saw Gu Yaoyao, his eyes lit up, and it seemed that he liked this cute little sister very much. When he heard his parents ask him to take care of his sister in the future, he nodded without thinking. Everyone was very lively around Gu Yaoyao. Only Lin Yu, who had been following behind Gu Yaoyao, now stood timidly behind his mother, looking up with envy at Gu Yaoyao being surrounded like a little princess. Zhou Yang noticed this somewhat introverted child, so he took a candy and walked over. Little friend, how old are you now? I'm 3.5 years old. Lin Yu looked at the candy and swallowed his saliva, but remembered that his mother couldn't eat strangers' food, so he didn't take it, and only looked at his mother pitifully. Xia Ling smiled. It's okay. You can eat this little brother's candy. Thank your brother quickly. Thank you, brother. Lin Yu then happily took the candy, tore off the wrapping paper, and stuffed it into his mouth. So good. Zhou Yang smiled and rubbed Lin Yu's little head. When you have time in the future, you can still come to play with Sister Yao Yao. And Brother Chai can teach you to read and recognize words. Really? Lin Yu's eyes widened. Zhou Yang smiled and said, Of course it's true. Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled even more happily. Not far away, Chai, who was teaching Gu Yaoyao how to play a jigsaw puzzle, suddenly felt his nose itchy. After rubbing his nose, he couldn't help but sneeze. Chapter 196. I remembered. Not long after sending Gu Yaoyao to the shelter, Xiaoling took her son back first. Although everyone has moved to the underground shelter now, the military's canteen in the shelter still needs to operate, and she has to rush back to work. Gu Yaoyao has to live with them temporarily, but there is no separate small room for her. And of course, it is impossible for Gu Yaoyao to sleep on the floor by herself. When Yin Fei was having a headache, Yu Jing took the initiative to suggest that Gu Yaoyao sleep with her and Su Qingtang. Gu Yaoyao is already 6 years old, and it is not appropriate for a half-grown child to follow any grown man. Instead, the two ladies are the most suitable. Yin Fei thought about it and agreed. Fortunately, Gu Yaoyao is also a person who goes with the flow, so the matter was settled. The extreme heat came suddenly, and the rest of the day was just torture. During the day, Zhou Yang and the others basically hid in the house and did not go out, turning on the air conditioner, eating smoothies and playing poker, and only went out to get some fresh air at night. But it was still very hot and stuffy at night, and there was no wind, so we couldn't stay for long, at most an hour, and it would be uncomfortable if we stayed any longer. And if there was too much of this kind of collective life, it was inevitable that we would have some interactions with others. Fortunately, their team was now notorious, so they didn't encounter any trivial troubles. That day, Zhou Yang and his team came back from a walk and met the woman with long hair again. This time, they saw her profile instead of her back, but her long hair covered most of her face, making it difficult to see clearly. Zhou Yang also admired her. In the extremely hot weather, she could still bear to keep such long hair and not feel hot. Unlike them, they took a razor and shaved their slightly long hair into a buzz cut as soon as they came back. Even Yu Jing and other ladies reluctantly cut their long hair into shoulder-length short hair that could just be tied up. Hey, Xiao Zhou, are you back? Yu Jing put away the needle and thread that had just been returned, and saw Zhou Yang and others coming back. So she greeted them. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded. Well, I came back because I was tired. Who is this? Yu Jing smiled. Oh, this is Zhang Wan I told you about. Didn't she borrow needle and thread from me 2 days ago? She returned it to me today. You are Zhang Wan. I heard that you helped my aunt before. Thank you. Zhou Yang took a step forward, then smiled gently and looked at the woman who had been lowering her head since just now. Hearing this, Zhang Wan was stunned for a moment, and then she raised her head slightly, slowly looking in the direction of Zhou Yang. Her pointed chin and thin face made her eyes look bigger. Her delicate appearance, coupled with her white dress and long hair, looked pitiful. She gently put her hair behind her ears and said softly, Hello, I'm Dong Wan. It was a piece of cake for me to help Auntie before. So you're welcome. And Auntie has helped me a lot these days, so I should thank her. The girl's voice was as clear as a bell and had a sense of coolness, like a mountain stream, which made people feel refreshed and wanted to help her. Zhou Yang didn't know why, but he had this feeling in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong, and the more he looked at her, the more he felt that he had seen this person before, but he couldn't remember it for a while, so he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. But his extra glances made Shinzichuan behind him anxious and jealous, and he quickly pulled the person back to his side. TSK. Why are you staring at her? Stop it. I'm not staring at her. Zhou Yang patted him, then whispered, I just think she's weird, and a little familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere before, and I think I've seen her after the end of the world. Don't you think she's familiar? Shinzichuan tilted his head and looked at her, then shook his head. I haven't seen her. I don't know her. Zhou Yang then looked at the others behind him, and the others also shook their heads. Seeing this, Zhou Yang sighed, but he still felt something was wrong, so he couldn't help but look at Zhang Wan a few more times, and finally was directly taken back to the house by the jealous Shinzichuan. Yin Fei and others nodded to Zhang Wan and followed into the house. Only Su Zi and Yi Shanshan stayed, accompanied Yu Jing and talked to Zhang Wan for a few more words, and waited until Zhang Wan left before entering the house together. Inside the door, Zhou Yang, who was pulled to sit down, still felt something was wrong. He must have seen this woman before, but he may have only seen her once, so he didn't have a deep impression. Shen Zichuan saw Zhou Yang still in a daze and was unhappy. Are you still thinking about the woman outside? What is there to think about? You might as well think about me as much as she does. After saying that, he buried his head directly in Zhou Yang's shoulders and neck. After shaving his head, Shen Zichuan's hair was hard and prickly, and it was itchy in Zhou Yang's neck at this moment. So he quickly pushed Shen Zichuan's head away. No. You really don't think this woman looks familiar? I always feel like I've seen her before. Let me think about it carefully. Shen Zichuan didn't care. I've seen her before. Maybe I saw her somewhere in the base. It's normal that you can't remember. Zhou Yang didn't think so. No. With her look, white clothes and long hair, if I just saw her in the base, I would definitely have an impression. After that, Zhou Yang carefully reviewed every detail in the base, and finally remembered that when he took Gu Yaoyao to the trading market, he saw a woman wearing a white dress and long hair. It's just that the woman was in a mess and crazy, and she didn't look like Zhang Wan at all. The only thing that could be related was that they were a little similar in body shape. It shouldn't be the same person, Zhou Yang thought. So where did he see this woman? Zhang Wan's face really looked familiar. Could it be outside the base? While thinking hard, P came up and nudged his hand to ask for water. It must be thirsty. Zhou Yang then lowered his head and touched P's head, then took out a large basin of spring water from the space, and P immediately lowered his head and drank it. It looked like a little puppy drinking a water bowl that was twice as big as itself. It was funny just to watch it, and the key was that it could drink it all. Looking at P drinking water obediently, Zhou Yang suddenly remembered the majestic look when he took P to collect supplies. It was really different from its current appearance. As he thought about it, a picture suddenly flashed through Zhou Yang's mind. His eyes suddenly became stern and he sat up straight. I remember it. Chapter 197. Lin Wanwan changed her surname and gender? Everyone looked over when they heard Zhou Yang's words. Shen Zichuan asked directly, what do you remember? That Zhang Wan. Zhou Yang frowned. She's not called Zhang Wan at all. She should be called Lin Wanwan. Shen Zichuan frowned. Lin Wanwan? Who? Zhou Yang looked at Shen Zichuan. When we moved to your downtown community, a woman blocked the road to find you when we were leaving. When she heard that we refused to take her, she cursed and scolded Wando, and threatened to kill Wando. That woman is Lin Wanwan, the Zhang Wan we saw today. Because it's been a year, and she looks a lot thinner now, and her temperament has changed a lot. So I didn't recognize her. Don't you remember it? After listening to Zhou Yang's words, Chai Jin on the side also remembered it. So he scratched his head and said, it seems that there was such a thing. But we were all in the car at the time, and the woman was heading for Brother Chuan's car. So we didn't see what the woman looked like. Lu Xingye and others also nodded. Su Zi glanced at Shen Zichuan and teased, TSK. It's fine if we don't remember. But you didn't recognize that woman who stopped your car? I didn't even look at her that day. Okay? Besides, I didn't know her. So who knows why she had the nerve to stop the car? Shen Zichuan rolled his eyes and grabbed Zhou Yang's hand to explain, looking pitiful. This woman has nothing to do with me. Look, I can't even remember her. You're the only one in my eyes. TSK. Put away your love-brain speech. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at Shen Zichuan and pulled back his hand a little unbearably. TSK. Why didn't I realize that this man likes to act before? I want to return it. Seeing the counter-effect, Shen Zichuan coughed lightly and sat up straight, fearing that Zhou Yang would dislike him even more. Yin Fei thought for a long time and suddenly interrupted, since she should be called Lin Wanwan. Why is she called Zhang Wan now? And she should know us. But now she pretends not to know us and deliberately approaches Aunt Yu Jing. Why? Aren't you afraid that we will recognize her and kill her directly? I also felt strange before, but I didn't take it seriously. Now I think it's really wrong. Su Zi also took the opportunity to ask the question that he had been unable to figure out for some time. My mother said that she lives alone with her grandmother, but I don't think she looks like a superpower. I heard that her grandmother is also an ordinary person, but you see her white dress and long hair. She looks like she is living a good life. How do you think she, an ordinary person, can do it? When Suzy asked this question, several people instantly thought of the women in the red light district of the capital base. After all, ordinary women in the end times want to live a good life. In addition, what other ways can they have? So several people generally think that Lin Wanwan is Zhang Wan. And it should be the same. Let's check it again. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and said, then called Yin Fei again. Go back to the military to check the registration information of this woman. And it's better to check the people related to her. I always feel that this woman is not simple. Yin Fei nodded. I think so too. I will go to my uncle to ask later. Zhou Yang and his friends did not avoid other people when they were talking. But Su Qitang and others watched several people discussing things righteously. And they all ate melon seeds silently. And did not dare to interrupt. Especially when Yu Jing heard that Zhang Wan did not call her Zhang Wan. She was shocked. Later, when she heard that she might be approaching her with a purpose, she immediately patted her chest and sighed in her heart that people's hearts are unpredictable in the end times, and decided to go out less in the future. After Zhou Yang and others finished the discussion, he turned around and specifically told Yu Jing, Aunt, if Zhang Wan comes to you again, try not to contact her, and wait until we finish the investigation. Yu Jing nodded repeatedly. Okay. Okay. I will try not to go out and see Zhang Wan again. After the discussion, Yin Fei went directly to the military residence in the back and found Gu Tianqi to help him check people. It was not until more than 2 hours later that Yin Fei came back with a stack of handwritten information. Zhou Yang and others had been waiting for a long time and were almost dozing off. When Yin Fei saw him coming in with the information, he finally came to life again. Several people took the information and immediately looked at it. Zhou Yang got a basic data of Zhang Wan, which contained all the registration data of Zhang Wan from the base to the present. It clearly stated that when she first entered the base, she registered under the name of Lin Wanwan, but entered the base as the cousin of a certain superpowered person. Coincidentally, that superpowered person was one of the members of the underground gang that was previously wiped out. Moreover, Lin Wanwan was abused and humiliated by this gang for a long time until the gang was uprooted by the base and she was rescued. Afterwards, Lin Wanwan was transferred to the refugee camp in the square. During this period, she met the lonely old widow Zhang who took good care of her. Later, in order to repay Zhang, Lin Wanwan recognized Zhang as her grandmother and changed her name to follow Zhang's surname, becoming Zhang Wan from then on. There was nothing after that. Zhou Yang put down the data and recalled the crazy woman he saw in the trading market, the hateful eyes, the feeling of being stared at by the enemy when he passed by the square after destroying the gang, and the familiar back figure. In an instant, they were all connected. At this moment, he was more certain that Zhang Wan definitely had ulterior motives. This Zhang Wan is indeed Lin Wanwan, and I have seen her twice before and after, except for the time in the downtown community. I don't think her appearance now is accidental. Do you see anything from the data over there? Suzy picked up a few interrogation records in his hand. There is nothing here. All of them praise her. Some say that she gets along well with people, and some say that Zhang Wan is kind and helpful, and often helps the lonely elderly and orphans in a dormitory. Shen Zichuan also threw away the record sheet in his hand. There is nothing useful about me. The survivors who lived in the same community with us before said that they were not familiar with her. TSK. After hearing this, Zhou Yang couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this woman Lin Wanwan not only changed her name, but also her temperament? Is the grinding of the end of the world so effective? That's all you have found? Is there nothing else? Zhou Yang asked Yin Fei again without giving up. Yin Fei shook his head. They are all here. I also asked other brothers in the military department. After this woman was rescued, she has been very quiet. She often helps the lonely elderly and orphans, and even often helps the men in charge of guarding the military department to mend clothes. She has a good reputation in the army. Hearing this, Zhou Yang frowned even deeper. Did she really change her gender after changing her surname? Zhou Yang murmured. But I always feel that something is wrong. At this time, Shen Zichuan touched his chin and said at the right time, I think she looks too clean. No matter what she wears, or what she thinks. Hearing this, Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. Yes. That's it. Too clean. How can a person with bad intentions look like nothing happened after experiencing the end of the world and being imprisoned? Bullied and abused? It's good that she didn't become a member of the newspaper. In the end, you made yourself look like a pure angel. It's not right to think about it. Yin Fei added, we don't know what Zhang wants to do. And it has nothing to do with us for the time being. But we still have to be careful in the future, and have less contact with Zhang. Others nodded in agreement. Chapter 198, Building an Underground LAN. After that, Zhang would come to Eugene under the pretext of borrowing some small objects. However, no one allowed Eugene to go out and contact Zhang. So every time other people with supernatural powers would go out to send her away, and they would not lend her if they could. After a few times, Zhang also found out that they were deliberately sending her away and didn't want to talk to her more, because every time the excuse was that they didn't have it. Finally, after being rejected again for borrowing needles and thread, Zhang turned back with a stiff smile, and never came again. On the way back, Zhang smile on her face gradually faded. When she turned into the dark alley, without the illumination of the lights, her face turned ashen. Her hands clenched tightly on both sides, her fingernails deeply embedded in the flesh, and the poison in her eyes almost overflowed. She knew that those people must have recognized her. But it didn't matter. She didn't intend to hide it. Even if they recognize her, she can still let these people know how powerful she is. Thinking of her efforts during this period of time, Zhang finally raised the corners of her mouth again. After a while, Zhang relaxed again, flicked the non-existent dust on her clothes, and returned to the dormitory with her sleeves fluttering. Because there are many people living in the dormitory, there are guards standing at the gate to maintain order. The soldier standing guard today is just in his early 20s. He used to be in the guard team over there at the big tent in the square, and Zhang helped him sew clothes several times, so he is quite familiar with Zhang. When he saw Zhang coming back, he immediately smiled and took the initiative to say hello. Wan is back. Why do you look unhappy? What's wrong? Xiaohong. I'm sorry. I didn't borrow needles and thread, so I can't help you mend your clothes. When Zhang raised her head, her eyes were red, and she looked like she had suffered a lot of grievances. Seeing this, the soldier immediately became anxious and comforted him. It's okay. It's okay. My clothes just have a small hole. It's not a big deal. Besides, it's so hot. I feel cooler with more holes. Hearing this, Zhang burst into tears and laughed. How can torn clothes be good? It's all my fault that I didn't know anything when I first came to the end of the world. I accidentally said the wrong thing and offended the people of the Qianlong team. So now they don't want to pay attention to me, and they are not even willing to lend me a needle and thread. I want to help you in the future, but I have nothing to help you. Hey, did you go to find the Qianlong team? I only heard that this team was the team of our leader's nephew, but it seems to have helped the base. I've been to the military many times, and they are such petty people. It seems that they are too proud. It's okay. If we can't borrow it, we won't use it. When I go back, I go to the trading desk inside our military department to help you change it. Hearing this, Zhang immediately smiled. Well, thank you, Brother Xiaohong. Brother Xiaohong. Then I go back to see my grandma first. I've been away for so long. She must be worried about me. Yeah. Go in quickly. Then goodbye, Brother Xiaohong. Zhang playfully waved to the other party, and then walked into the dormitory. Then turned around and put away her coquettish look, raised the corners of her mouth, and revealed a hint of ridicule. After returning, Zhang appeased Grandma Zhang and other people who cared about her, and then exaggerated the matter of not being able to borrow things, which successfully made everyone's impression of the Qianlong team worse. Zhou Yang and others naturally didn't know how angry Zhang was, and how she discredited the Qianlong team. Since Zhang stopped coming to the door, everyone felt that life was easier. As long as Zhang didn't make trouble, they didn't bother to pay attention to her. Zhou Yang and his team found a gap to go to the temporary office of the military headquarters underground and handed most of the supplies they had taken back to the base, which earned them a lot of points. Of course, Zhou Yang mixed a lot of his own things in as usual. Gu Tianqi looked at the pile of supplies that were almost all food, and he was so happy that he slapped his thigh. He immediately asked his soldiers to come over and take all the supplies that couldn't be stored to the cafeteria to add extra meals for everyone in the next 2 days. In the days that followed, everyone in the Qianlong team basically stayed at home and didn't go out much. Yu Jing and Uncle Li and other older people took care of all the things at home. Others had nothing to do, so they could only practice their supernatural powers. In this way, everyone's strength increased a lot. In just 1 month, Lu Xingye and his friends all reached the late stage of level 4. Yin Fei also reached the middle and late stage of level 5. And Shen Zichuan was stuck at the peak of level 5. And Su Qintang also successfully reached the late stage of level 4, with the help of the crystal core brought back by Zhou Yang and his friends. The crystal core was also obtained from the zombie rat, and its volume was slightly smaller. And even the energy contained was a little less than that of a normal crystal core. Otherwise, it would have reached the peak of level 4 directly. Knowing that the clinic in the underground shelter had many more patients due to the high temperature, but was too busy every day due to the lack of doctors, He Shanshan, as a doctor, took the initiative to ask to work in the base clinic. Everyone thought that it was a waste for such a talented person from a medical family to stay at home every day. So they all agreed. The only requirement was that He Shanshan had to bring oranges and be picked up and dropped off by Su Zi every day. In fact, the clinic was only a few hundred meters away from their home. But the underground shelter was crowded and cluttered. And He Shanshan was an ordinary person without superpowers. So everyone was worried. He Shanshan naturally agreed happily. The extremely hot days lasted for almost 2 months. Although it had not rained, the trees outside were dry and cracked. But Zhou Yang and the others felt that they were about to mold. That day, Gu Tianqi came to eat together again. And during the meal, he talked about the news that the underground shelter might be connected to the internet in the near future. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up immediately, and they asked for details. It turned out that since moving underground, there was not much space left for those scientific researchers to do experiments. Only a few important studies were retained, and the remaining researchers were all given a long vacation. Other researchers suffered from the lack of venues and materials, and could not do research anymore, so they could only passively stay at home. The computer information talents had much fewer restrictions, and they could get together at home to study. Since they could not study the big aspects and did not have the conditions, they studied how to build another network, pulling a few military metal ability users. After nearly 2 months of tinkering, they actually copied a few switches for them. And after connecting the network cables and equipment, they actually built a new simple local area network. However, due to equipment limitations, the network range was only between a few computers connected to the network cables. But they were still very excited to report this matter to the military. Gu Tianqi was also very happy to hear the news. But now it was extremely hot outside, and it was impossible to build or repair nearby base stations. So he planned to build a few small base stations underground first to experiment. Now everything is still in the planning stage. After all, the design and placement of the base station, as well as the construction of various equipment and the arrangement of network cables, all take time. Everyone was very happy to hear that it was a matter of time. Especially Lu Xingye. His eyes were wide open, and he looked excited. It was obvious that the blood of the internet-addicted teenager had awakened again. However, after a few seconds of happiness, Yin Fei poured cold water on him. Even if the internet was connected, it would only be a larger local area network with limited functions. At most, it would be more convenient for communication, but not for playing games. When Lu Xingye heard this, he glared at him angrily. Chapter 199. The internet is connected. Unlike Lu Xingye, Zhou Yang is more concerned about whether the required materials are sufficient. He still has a lot of network cables and data cables in his space. However, Gu Tianqi said that the military had brought back a lot of cables before, and simple wiring should be enough. Zhou Yang was relieved, but he still told Gu Tianqi that he still had a lot of extra cables and could come and get them whenever he needed them. Gu Tianqi smiled and nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would not be polite if he needed them. In the following time, Zhou Yang and his friends waited for the local area network to be built. But first, they had to find their mobile phones. As early as when there was no signal and no power, everyone gradually put down their mobile phones. And now no one knew where they were thrown. It was impossible to lose them. After all, there were still many important photos and videos in them. But they were just stuffed in when they were packing their luggage. And finally they were all stored in Zhou Yang's space. Zhou Yang then took out everyone's luggage, and everyone searched through the boxes for a long time before they were found one by one. In fact, there are still many new mobile phones and tablets in Zhou Yang's space. But everyone still prefers their old mobile phones, so they decided to find their mobile phones. Zhou Yang also informed Qi Feng and the other 4 people next door about this matter. and asked them to prepare communication equipment as soon as possible. But he expected Chi Feng to have prepared it in advance. Sure enough, Chi Feng was only slightly surprised after hearing it. TSK. The network is available quite early this time. Fortunately, I have prepared it in advance. Then he took out a whole box of unopened new mobile phones. There are quite a lot of varieties, but without exception, they are the most expensive ones on the market. You have a lot of people in your team. Do you have enough mobile phones? If not, take a few more from me. My family Hua One still has several boxes of mobile phones. Enough. No. I still have several boxes of brand new mobile phones in my space. Zhou Yang waved his hand and refused. Chi Feng thought so. So he didn't insist, and gave each of their team members one, and let Hua One take the rest back. After about half a month, the underground LAN was finally built. The military released the news immediately, and called on families to equip themselves with a communication device as much as possible to facilitate the reception of important information released by the base in the future. Although most people's tablets and computers are thrown away one after another after they run out of power because they are not used, take up space, and are heavy. But mobile phones are reluctant to be thrown away by many people because they store photos of relatives and children. Even if they are just iron lumps, they are well collected. Even if it is not possible to have one for everyone, every family basically has a mobile phone as a souvenir. However, not so many people in the dormitory still have mobile phones, so everyone can only share one. In fact, mobile phones are still a small problem, mainly because most mobile phones have no chargers. So everyone went to the temporary office to exchange chargers with points. But the military did not have many extra chargers, so they could only stipulate that each household was equipped with one charger, and the dormitory was equipped with one charger for every 20 people, because the supply was really insufficient to meet the demand. The military could only set up a public charging area in the public area, and charging could be done after paying a certain number of points. Because there are special guards watching, there is no need to worry about someone stealing mobile phones or chargers. Survivors who have savings are also willing to go there to charge, and 1 point can charge for several hours. Zhou Yang and his friends don't have this worry, and they don't even use chargers. Since discovering Shen Zichuan's charging function, all the batteries in the house have been handed over to Shen Zichuan, and the current mobile phones and tablets are naturally no exception. It can be said that Shen Zichuan's role has been brought to the extreme. This local area network is just as Yanfei said. The function is very limited. After everyone's mobile phone is connected, they found that all the previous software has become a decoration. None of them can be used, and the only one that can be logged in is a web page called Baijishan Base Forum. This forum is also very simple. In addition to the official notification section, there is only one communication section, and there is nothing else. But this also allows everyone to find a place to vent, and many people have posted on it. Some want to barter, and some write about the end of the world. But more are asking when this end of the world will end. Zhou Yang even saw someone writing a novel on the forum, a science fiction and future-oriented one, with many people urging him to update. Seeing that it was well written, he followed suit. Later, he found it interesting and recommended it to others, and they all enjoyed reading the novel together. Compared to Zhou Yang and his friends, an iFan next door was full of disgust when he saw such a simple network. This little broken network is really too bad. So after enduring for a few days, he still couldn't help it. Took the computer from Chi Feng and connected it directly to the network. After a lot of crackling, he made the little broken network wider, higher, and thicker in just half an hour, and built a lot of new things. When the researchers from the information department, who were responsible for monitoring the LAN, looked at it again, the simple LAN they built had changed a lot, and there was a new app on the device of each user connected to the network, named Baijishan Base. When they opened it, in addition to the original official notification and daily communication functions, a lot of improvements were made and some other functions were added. For example, users can leave comments on the forum only after real name registration, and users can also apply to open a store online to buy and sell materials, or write novels on it to earn rewards. There is even a special task section that connects all the tasks released by the official and individuals so far, so that everyone can view all tasks online. The researchers immediately tracked down the IP of the changer, and finally found that it was on their switchboard. Several people instantly realized that they had encountered a master. It was also unexpected that there was such a big boss hidden in this base. Several people did not dare to be arrogant, and immediately reported the matter to your military. But the military did not find out the reason, and the other party did not think about controlling it after the change, but made the land more perfect. After working for several days, they finally gave up when they saw that the other party had no ill intentions. Only Zhou Yang and his friends realized that it was probably the work of NIFN next door when they saw the app and the perfect design of the sections on it. However, it would only benefit the base and not harm it. So they kept silent about whether the other party had any intention of showing off. Chapter 200 Something happened at the Shanghai base. With this local area network and the Baijishan app, everyone is much more lively. When I have nothing to do, I surf the internet, see other people's liveliness, and catch up on new novels. The days underground are not so hard to endure. However, after the internet was connected, the suffering of the survivors at the bottom of the base became more obvious. Because of Zhou Yang, the big cheater, the Qianlong team drank water with spring water every day, and their physical condition improved a lot. In addition, there was an air cooler, so no one had signs of heat stroke so far, and they gradually adapted to this environment. But other people, especially ordinary people without superpowers, were not so lucky. Although everyone entered the underground shelter in advance in this life, the high temperature of around 50 degrees at night still made many ordinary people unable to endure, especially the more vulnerable elderly and children. Even though there were ice-type psychics making ice cubes everywhere underground day and night, the temperature that could be lowered was still limited. In addition, water resources were in short supply, so almost every day people died of heat stroke and lack of water. Zhou Yang and his team could only say that they could not help. The only thing they could do was to let Lu Yanwen and Lu Xingye help the military for free, and donated some summer heat-removing medicines such as Wuxiang Jingqi water. Then, they counted the days over and over again, hoping that this extreme heat would pass soon. This endured until mid-October. Although it was still very hot, and people could not walk during the day, the temperature had begun to go downhill, and there was hope for these tormenting days. The official also notified the news of the cooling trend on the app, which gave the survivors a lot of hope. Once people have hope, they have the hope of survival. In the following time, the temperature dropped quickly, and it dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye almost every day. By the beginning of November, the temperature outside gradually dropped to around 50 degrees, and the temperature in the underground shelter also dropped accordingly, and it was usually kept at around 40 degrees. More and more people would go out for a stroll at night. Even many superpower teams would take advantage of the night to go out of the base to collect supplies. After all, in the underground shelter for more than 4 months, the consumption of supplies was really great. Unfortunately, after experiencing an extremely hot weather, there were very few supplies that could be collected outside, so they basically returned empty-handed. Zhou Yang and his team also went out once, but they were not for collecting supplies, but just for a walk and to see the situation outside. However, once they left the base, they saw the cracked earth, the dry river, the large dead trees, and even the zombies had basically no good meat left, with white bones exposed outside, and everywhere was rotten and desolate. Everyone was dumbfounded. When Zhou Yang saw this familiar scene, he sighed directly, and couldn't help but think of the scenes in the small base in his previous life again. But it was more miserable than here. After looking around, the group only killed a few ugly zombies, and went back in disinterest. However, it must be mentioned here that the zombies that are still strong after being tempered by extreme heat have indeed reached a higher level. Now basically no level 2 zombies can be seen. The lowest is level 3, and even level 4 is not uncommon. It seems that we can go back and prepare. When the weather is a little milder, we can go to the next city to see if we can find zombies above level 5. However, before the few people waited for a good time to go out and hunt high-level zombies, they received a notice issued by the base to organize rescue of the Shanghai base. Seeing the words written on the notice that the Shanghai base was in danger and urgently needed rescue, Yan Fei and others were very surprised. And Zhou Yang was even dumbfounded. I haven't heard of this in my previous life? What happened? Did the marine creatures launch an attack in advance? But the Shanghai base in my previous life didn't seem to be so weak, so it couldn't bear it. TSK. The notice didn't even give a detailed description. Zhou Yang, who didn't know the situation, suggested to the others to go to the military to ask about the situation first, and then decide whether to go to the Shanghai base with the base for rescue. Others also thought it made sense. So, Zhou Yang, Shin Zichuan and Yan Fei immediately went to the military department to ask Gu Tianqi for details. But when they arrived at the military department, Gu Tianqi was busy, so the three had to sit in his office and wait. This was the first time Zhou Yang came to the military department after going underground, because they wanted to save space as much as possible. Even Gu Tianqi's office was very small, except for a desk and a set of benches against the wall for entertaining guests. There was no room for anything. Three big men sat on the small benches, squeezed together, looking very cramped. By the time Gu Tianqi was done with his work and had time to pay attention to them, almost an hour had passed. "Oh, I'm so tired. Why did you think of coming to my place today?" Gu Tianqi turned his stiff neck and asked the three people. "We saw the military's notice to rescue the Shanghai base this morning. It only said that it was endangered but not the specific situation. So we came here to ask for details." Yan Fei touched his chin. "What's the situation at the Shanghai base? Is it serious?" Gu Tianqi scratched his head. "Well, I heard from your father that it's quite serious. It seems that the mutant creatures in the ocean attacked the Shanghai base, and it's almost out of defense. Originally, this call for help was sent directly to the capital base. But you also know that organizing rescue takes time. The capital base is far away, and the firepower in the capital is not enough now. So rescue information was sent to all the large bases around the Shanghai base, and we were naturally included in it." Hearing this, the three nodded. Only Zhou Yang was still a little confused. In his memory, the Shanghai base was very powerful and could block the attacks of the mutant creatures in the ocean every time. This time, it asked for help just after the first wave. It was really incredible. Finally, unable to resist curiosity, Zhou Yang asked one more question. "Are the marine mutants that landed strong? Doesn't the Shanghai base have guards and psychics? How long did they fight before they lost their defense?" Hearing Zhou Yang's question, Gu Tianqi also sighed. It is said that before the extreme heat, someone suddenly killed all the high-level officials in Shanghai overnight, resulting in more than half of the government officials being killed or injured, and they no longer have the right to speak. In addition, several high-level officials in the Shanghai military also died after a major blood transfusion. Many high-level psychics and other psychic teams died. At that time, the entire Shanghai base was in chaos, and in the end, even the murderer was not caught. And this incident also directly led to the reduction of most of the power of the entire Shanghai base. When Zhou Yang heard this, he instantly remembered what Qi Feng had said to him at the beginning. TSK. This guy really left after revenge, and he killed Shanghai into such a ghost. It's too cruel. Chapter 201, Going to Shanghai. After listening to Gu Tianqi's description of the Shanghai base, everyone was silent. Shin Zichuan was puzzled. Is this a newspaper or revenge? Has the murderer never been caught? Gu Tianqi shook his head. Not caught. The action was clean and neat, leaving no traces. In addition, Shanghai has been in chaos for a long time, and now there is no way to investigate. It should be a high-level psychic, at least above level 5, to kill so many people without leaving any trace. Yan Fei summarized after listening for a while, and then asked, "By the way, what plans do the capital base and us have for this rescue?" Hearing this, Gu Tianqi's face became serious. "Your father and I think the idea is similar. The Shanghai base cannot be lost. Since marine creatures can attack on land now, they will also be able to do so in the future. Therefore, we need a forward battle to keep an eye on the situation along the coast and pay close attention to the situation in the ocean. After this rescue, ordinary survivors will be transferred to other bases close to the inland, and other psychics will try to encourage them to stay. All the military forces of the Shanghai base, as well as some high-level psychics from the capital and our side, will stay together to guard the Shanghai base." Yan Fei nodded. "Okay. Then we will go together this time. What do you think?" Shin Zichuan nodded and had no objection. Zhou Yang also wanted to see the mutated marine creatures, so he also had no objection. "I guessed that you were going. Well, get more exercise. But you must be careful and don't work as hard as before. Focus on your own safety." Hearing that Yan Fei and the others were going, Gu Tianqi was not surprised, but he was also a little worried. After all, the situation of the creatures in the ocean was unclear, so he couldn't help but explain a few more words. Shin Zichuan smiled. "Don't worry, Uncle Gu. We are in a very bad situation now. We can't let our daughter-in-law be a widow." "Right. Yan Fei, As he said that, he pulled Zhou Yang's hand and refused to let go. Zhou Yang couldn't bear to watch him like that. So he endured it and didn't pull his hand back. Yan Fei, who was called out, couldn't help laughing when he thought of Lu Xingye's angry face, and nodded. Gu Tianqi was sitting opposite, looking at the two people in front of him with a sour smell. And he felt itchy. He raised his hand and was ready to drive them away. Go away. Go away. You are still showing off your love in front of me. If you want to talk, go home and talk. Seeing that they had annoyed Gu Tianqi, Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan restrained themselves a little, because they had understood the matter. They confirmed the specific time of departure with Gu Tianqi, and then the three of them planned to say goodbye and leave. But before he reached the door, Zhou Yang suddenly remembered that he had stored hundreds of thousands of zombie rat crystal cores in his space, and had nowhere to use them. Thinking that the military should be in short supply of low-level crystal cores, he quickly turned back to Gu Tianqi. Uncle Gu, is the army still in short supply of second and third level crystal cores? We have hundreds of thousands of low-level crystal cores that are useless. And there are many with properties. Do you want them? Gu Tianqi's eyes lit up immediately when he heard this. Yes. We are in great demand. We take as many as you can. But where do you get so many crystal cores? Hey. We went to the next city the day before the extreme heat, and encountered a nest of hundreds of thousands of zombie rats, and killed them. It's just that the crystal core of the zombie rat is slightly smaller than that of the zombie, and the energy will be slightly reduced. Gu Tianqi waved his hand. It's okay. It's not a big problem. With this batch of crystal cores, I can have several more level 3 peak or even level 4 superpower warriors under my command. Okay. How can I give it to you? It shouldn't fit here. Zhou Yang looked around, and this small office definitely couldn't fit it. Wait. I asked someone to call a space superpower over. After that, Gu Tianqi asked the guard to find a space superpower. Not long after, the guard came back with a soldier, who was an old acquaintance who had fainted in the snow with Zhou Yang before. The two of them, one released and the other collected, and it only took more than 10 minutes to install hundreds of thousands of crystal cores. After letting the space ability user hand over the crystal core to the person in charge of distributing the crystal core, Gu Tianqi asked Zhou Yang and the other two, what do you plan to exchange so many crystal cores for? Or points? If you have extra level 5 crystal cores, that would be the best. If not, then just use points. Gu Tianqi didn't even think about it. Then you should just use points. I don't have extra level 5 crystal cores. I have so many people under me. But I have only produced one level 5 so far. You two are already level 5. And you still want level 5 crystal cores from me. Go. I have someone put the points into your account later. Zhou Yang and the other two, The three were sent away by Gu Tianqi using points. But they were just asking casually. They knew that the army was in great need of high-level crystal cores, so there was no way they could give them extra. After returning, the three of them told the others about the Shanghai base. At the same time, they also told the others that they decided to go to the Shanghai base for rescue together. Lu Xingye and others said they had no objection, and they all scrambled to go. But it was impossible for everyone to go. After all, ordinary people like Yu Jing and Uncle Li had to stay in the base, and 2 people had to stay in the base to help look after the house. So the final list only included Zhou Yang, Shen Zichuan, Yan Fei, Lu Xingye, Lu Yanwen and Su Qingtang, plus a P. Su Zi and Chai Jin stayed in the base. And even De Huang's family was left behind by Zhou Yang. Although Yu Jing and the other elders were very worried about this trip, they didn't want them to go out, but thinking that it was the end of the world now. And these children were all outstanding. If they were all huddled in the base, then it was unknown when this end of the world would end. So they didn't stop them in the end, and could only make a lot of food for the group in various ways, and let Zhou Yang receive it in the space. The departure time was 4 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Now the temperature outside has dropped below 50 degrees, and it will soon return to normal. And it is unknown how long they will be out this time. In order to prevent the temperature from dropping too quickly, Zhou Yang thought of moving everyone back to the 18th floor in advance. As long as the solar generator and air conditioner are installed, it will not be too hot. Others also thought it was okay. So that night, Zhou Yang and his friends returned to the 18th floor, installed the power generation facilities and air conditioners one by one, and also put the furniture and appliances back to their original positions. However, Due to time constraints, they only had time to finish the 2 houses on the 18th floor. However, if they were not there and only Yu Jing and the others lived there, it would be enough. In addition, Zhou Yang also left a lot of drinking water and daily necessities in the living room, put a lot of food in the refrigerator and freezer, and even put some autumn clothes in the closet in advance. Chapter 202 Getting Ready to Go. Zhou Yang and others were busy coming and going next door, so conspicuous that Qi Feng knew at a glance that they were planning to go to Shanghai for rescue. However, isn't this a bit too much? Qi Feng thought about it, and thought about going there early tomorrow morning to ask if he needed to go to Shanghai as well. After all, he was the one who caused the trouble in Shanghai, so he felt a little guilty towards the ordinary people in Shanghai, although it was really only a little. Early the next morning, Qi Feng went to the door. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Zhou Yang and others packing their luggage, with large and small bags piled all over the floor. Aren't you only going to Shanghai for rescue? Are you going to move directly to Shanghai? How is that possible? We just moved back to the 18th floor in advance. When the temperature drops, we won't be able to make it back to Shanghai. It's inconvenient for Uncle Li and his family to move by themselves, so we just moved in advance. Qi Feng was shocked. Fuck! You didn't tell us in advance that you were going to move back. What will we eat after you move away? No. We move back together. After saying that, he turned around and ran back without caring about Zhou Yang's reaction, completely forgetting the purpose of coming here today. When Qi Feng asked this question, Zhou Yang was busy putting all the packages at his feet into the space. When he was done and finally had time to meet Qi Feng, he looked up and saw the other persons back walking quickly. Zhou Yang shook his head, retracted his gaze, and continued to work. After half an hour of busy work, the group finally packed up the house they had lived in for more than 4 months, leaving only some hard decorations that they were too lazy to remove, and only covered with a dust cover on the outside. Anyway, they had to move in when the next extreme heat came, so they were too lazy to remove them. Finally, Yan Fei sealed the door and windows, and that was it. The group stood outside the door with empty hands, and were about to leave when they were stopped by Qi Feng, who stuck his head out from the next door. Zhou Yang, come and help me pack up the things. Our flour rolls can't fit anymore. Zhou Yang sighed, but still walked over to take a look. Well, the whole living room was full of big boxes. Zhou Yang raised his hand to pack them up, and thought it was over. But Qi Feng said that the bed and wardrobe in the room had not been taken away, so he had to go in and walk around again. After the packing was completely done, the group left the underground shelter with ease, because she had greeted Gu Tianqi. Gu Yaoyao also moved back with them. Back on the 18th floor, Zhou Yang took out everyone's luggage and put it in the living room, then went upstairs with Qi Feng and the others, took out Qi Feng's luggage, and put their beds and wardrobes directly into the room. Okay, I go first. After finishing his work, Zhou Yang clapped his hands and prepared to go downstairs. Before he was about to go out, he was stopped by Qi Feng, who caught up with him. Wait a minute. Are you going to Shanghai tomorrow? Zhou Yang turned around. Yeah. What's wrong? Qi Feng touched his nose. Ahem. I just want to ask about the situation of the Shanghai base. And by the way, I want to remind you that those marine mutants are quite powerful, and the level division is different from that on land, and the evolution direction is also different. However, at this time point, it should be the first batch of landings, and most likely they are low-level mutants, and it is not ruled out that there are 1 or 2 mid-level mutant leaders. You just need to pay attention to it at that time. Military at the Shanghai base. Although the current strength is not very good, the remaining people are not bad. You should try to save them. Zhou Yang first roughly described the situation of the Shanghai base, and then faced Qi Feng and opened fire. Look at the mess you have made. You killed the Shanghai base to the point of being a paper shell. Otherwise, would we need to save it? Well, I have too many enemies, and I have no choice. Besides, how can I take revenge in batches? If I want to kill, of course, I will kill them all at once. Qi Feng was speaking confidently at first, but he was stared at by Zhou Yang coldly, and he still felt guilty at the end. TSK. You said how many ordinary people in Shanghai you have harmed. So take revenge if you want. At least help them pass this level before leaving? Zhou Yang shook his head and sighed. I want to. Qi Feng spread his hands. I was originally planning to go to Shanghai before the marine mutants landed, and collect a wave of marine life crystal cores to upgrade Yuhui and Yuan Shan, who knew that the mutants were supposed to land before the next extreme cold. But they landed just as the extreme heat was about to end? Then landing in advance won't delay your going? Zhou Yang came to his senses after hearing this. How about it? Do you want to go together tomorrow? I didn't say I won't go, but I'm not sure if my brother Fan will go with him. Let him stay downstairs and live with Uncle Li and the others. We leave Su Zi and Chai Jin to look after the house. What if I miss my husband? Then take him with you. You are already in the late stage of level 6 supernatural power. Right? You can't protect your husband? Although I can. I'm still worried. Zhou Yang was speechless and choked, and cursed in his heart. Fuck. He really wanted to hit someone. So are you going to take him or not? Qi Feng sighed. Forget it. I won't take him. If Brother Fan gets hurt, I'd be heartbroken. I let Yuan Shan and Huowan stay with him to keep him company, so he won't be bored. But forget about living with you. Brother Fan doesn't like socializing. Zhou Yang was silent for a moment, then rolled his eyes at the ceiling and said, Okay. Okay. You guys can discuss the details. I take my leave first. We will set off at 4 a.m. tomorrow. Remember. After saying that, he went downstairs directly. After returning, Zhou Yang and several others told him that Qi Feng might bring Yu Hui with them tomorrow. Several people said they knew. That night, Yu Jing made a lot of food for them and put it in Zhou Yang's space. Although Zhou Yang's space was actually more than enough, he accepted all the food because of Yu Jing's kindness. By the way, he also refilled the used ingredients in the refrigerator and freezer, and even Chai Yi's level 3 space was filled up by him. Even if they encountered other changes later and came back late, they would not let the people who stayed behind lack food and clothing, because there were not enough rooms. And they were afraid of waking up Yu Jing and others when they left the next day. Zhou Yang and others directly made beds on the floor in the living room. Only Su Qitang, the only girl who was going with him, slept alone. Small guest room. Zhou Yang and his friends got up at 3 a.m. the next day. Zhou Yang neatly folded up the mat and put it into the space. After everyone had washed up, Zhou Yang went to knock on Su Qingtang's door. For a little girl, it's good to sleep for more than 10 minutes. After Su Qitang got up, Zhou Yang took rice balls and milk to share with everyone. Wando also got a large portion of beef rice and spring water. After eating, everyone took a backpack with some emergency supplies and went out. As soon as they opened the door, they ran into Qi Feng and Yu Hui, who were coming downstairs. They also carried a backpack, but they carried 2 more suitcases than them, and followed by a stupid husky. Zhou Yang glanced at the corner of his mouth. You really didn't bring Huowan, but only this stupid dog. Qi Feng sighed. Why do you always say that our little second child does it? It just doesn't know how to fight zombies. The big seafood is still okay. 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 It's not bad as a mount. But you only brought this much luggage? Qi Feng patted the suitcase. Enough. We each brought more than a dozen pairs of underwear, and a few sets of spare clothes. As for food, we rely on you for relief. Anyway, we are on your monthly basis for 3 meals a day, so you can't cheat. By the way, please help us collect the suitcases. They are very heavy. Okay. Okay. Take money from others and help them get rid of disasters. Zhou Yang sighed and walked forward to collect the suitcases for the 2. Chapter 203 Go to Shanghai. Because no one lives on the ground floor, all elevators are closed. So Zhou Yang and his team climbed downstairs and drove to the gate of the base after reaching the first floor. When they arrived at the gathering place, the gate was already full of people. Zhou Yang estimated that there were about 2,000 people. Most of them were superpowered warriors from the military department of the base. And the 2 superpowered special forces led by Song Lian and Zhou Xian were also on the list. There were also several private superpowered teams, like Zhou Yang and his team, who participated in it. But even though the base offered a high reward, not many were willing to go. At 4 a.m., the rescue team set off with 2 superpowered special forces leading the way, because there were many people going this time. Although there were many military dogs that could grow bigger in the team, they could not fit many people no matter how big they grew. And Shanghai was not far away, so the team chose to drive directly there. The military dogs followed by the side and acted as guards. Piera and the mutant animals of other teams also followed the convoy. Only small mutant animals were placed on a military truck. Of course, to avoid fighting, they were all locked in cages. The convoy headed east, along the mainland out of Baiji City, and headed toward Shanghai. Perhaps due to the influence of the extreme heat, the mutant plants and animals have not recovered yet, and we didn't encounter many along the way. When passing a bare hill, we also encountered a few mutant rabbits whose fur was burned off. It is estimated that they survived by hiding underground. But they looked really ugly. Although everyone was greedy for meat, they couldn't eat the mutant rabbits that looked like they were irradiated. But in fact, they can still be eaten. But Zhou Yang was too lazy to remind them. Anyway, when the extreme heat is completely over, the laboratories of major bases will announce it after testing. Along the way, the most seen are the huge number of zombies. Because they know to hide in the buildings. They will run out and move the fastest after the extreme heat eases. So the zombies that follow the convoy all the time and catch up with them when they smell the smell. Fortunately, there were basically no obstacles ahead, and the team fought while walking, which did not affect the speed of the march. It was just that the crystal cores of the zombies that were killed were wasted. But the rescue in Shanghai was more important at the moment, so they could not take care of these crystal cores. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, the team entered the territory of Su Province, and then continued to walk toward Shanghai along the provincial road of Su Province. Su Province is indeed a major industrial province. The more eastward you go, the more zombies there are along the way. When passing the outskirts of the once prosperous stone city, the road was blocked by a large number of zombies pouring out of the surrounding buildings. This forced the team to stop halfway and kill the zombies that blocked the road first. There were so many zombies at this time, and they were all at least level 3 zombies. And occasionally there were level 4 zombies mixed in. Everyone was reluctant to leave the crystal cores, so they were all cleaned out. On the way to Shanghai, everyone could improve their abilities a little bit. Although Zhou Yang and his team also killed a lot of zombies, they only got level 3 crystal cores in the end. Level 4 crystal cores, especially those with attributes, were given priority to the army. The future of this rescue trip is unknown. If we can improve everyone's strength as much as possible, we can have a better chance of winning. It took almost an hour to deal with this batch of zombies, and the team hurried on. On the way, the team tried to bypass the urban area as much as possible, but never encountered a large number of zombies again. Occasionally, when encountering some zombies, the team was too lazy to fight them, and drove the military truck directly over them with increased horsepower. Near noon, the temperature gradually climbed to about 40 degrees. Fortunately, the army was fast enough, and the team driving private cars, like Zhou Yang and his team, could bear it with the windows open and the wind blowing. However, the soldiers squeezed in the military truck were uncomfortable, but no one said a word. Even if they were sweating profusely, they held heavy guns in their hands, stood straight, and were ready to fight at any time. In front of Zhou Yang and his team was a military truck carrying dozens of soldiers. Looking at the soldiers squatting in rows on it, he couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Alas, I hope the journey will be smooth, and we can reach Shanghai as soon as possible. After that, as Zhou Yang wished, the journey was quite peaceful. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the team had passed through most of Jiangsu province. At this time, there were only more than 100 kilometers left to the location of the Shanghai base. Song Lian and Zhou Xian looked at the time and found a temporary camp behind a residential building to avoid the sun. They rested for half an hour and let everyone eat something to replenish their energy. It was obviously impossible to make a big pot of rice in half an hour, so everyone just took out dry food and water to deal with it. Zhou Yang and his team also took out the rice balls in the space and gave one to each person, and also gave each person a bottle of drink. After a not-so-dry meal, the few people went downstairs for a walk. Half an hour later, Zhou Xian gave an order, and the whole team got back on the car and set off. Everyone packed up and returned to the car, and the soldiers returned to their positions in less than 3 minutes. The convoy set off again. When approaching the Shanghai base, Song Lian and Zhou Xian, who had been at the front of the convoy, saw a few scattered cars coming from the opposite side in the distance. Zhou Xian and Song Lian looked at each other, then gestured to the convoy behind, and the convoy gradually stopped. The 2 cars of the Qianlong team followed behind, and only vaguely saw vehicles in the distance. But the specific situation was unknown, so they could only stop. However, they now have Su Qingtang, a late-stage psychic with level 4 ability. who can use mental power to sense the movements within 2 kilometers even from a long distance. So as soon as they stopped, they asked Su Qintang to pay attention to what was happening ahead. After seeing the convoy of the Baijishan base, several cars on the opposite side also stopped far away, looking over and whispering to each other. Both sides watched each other for a long time. Finally, Zhou Xian got out of the car first, and after making a gesture of goodwill, he led a few people over. "Hello. We are the rescue team sent by Baijishan base to Shanghai. May I ask if you are from the Shanghai base?" Zhou Xian first said that he was from Baijishan base to rescue, and then began to ask the other party's identity. "Yes. We fled from Shanghai. You are a rescue team." The people in the car were delighted when they heard that they were here to rescue. But when they heard about Baijishan base, they felt unfamiliar. When they saw that there were only 1 or 2,000 rescuers, they thought it was just a small base. So they stopped smiling. "Alas, you are from a small base. Thank you. But your few people are not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the monsters in the sea." The man who answered sighed after he finished speaking. This morning, the monsters in the ocean attacked the base again, because none of the rescue teams from other bases arrived. The troops stationed in Shanghai spent a lot of effort and cost to defend the base, but it is not certain if there is a next time. After realizing this, the survivors in Shanghai panicked. Seeing that they could no longer rely on the army, they began to think of ways to find a way out. They were part of the group that escaped. Even the tens of thousands of soldiers in Shanghai could not defend. So what was the use of this team with so few people? After thinking this, the man sighed again. Chapter 204 Arrival at the Shanghai Base. Zhou Xian didn't know what this man was thinking, so he asked him about the current situation in Shanghai, and then pointed them to the road to Shecheng, and even kindly reminded them that there were many zombies on the way to Shecheng, and they might not be able to get through. Unfortunately, these people didn't take it seriously at all. Waiting for 5 escape vehicles, they drove away in the direction Zhou Xian pointed without looking back. Zhou Xian frowned and walked back. After returning to the car, Zhou Xian talked with Song Lian for a long time. The conversation between Zhou Xian and the refugees and between Zhou Xian and Song Lian was also heard by Su Qintang, who then related to Zhou Yang and the others. Yin Fei touched his chin and said, "I didn't expect that we were the first base to come to rescue." On the side, Lu Xingye also showed a puzzled expression. "No rescue team from other bases in the surrounding area has arrived? The capital base is too far away. But Hangzhou base and Shecheng base are so close. And they haven't come yet?" Zhou Yang nodded. "It seems so. We may have to fight a tough battle next. I don't know when the rescue from other bases will arrive. I'm afraid that other bases haven't sent anyone at all." While staring at the situation in front, Shen Zichuan patted the back of Zhou Yang's hand on the co-pilot and comforted him. "It shouldn't be that bad. At least the capital will definitely send people. Come here. As for the rescue from other bases, maybe they are on the way now." "I hope so." Zhou Yang sighed, and then looked at Su Qintang, who was sitting diagonally in the back seat. "But Qingtang's mental power is really good. In the future, we can always inquire about the nearby movements, and we don't have to worry about the walls having ears." Su Qintang smiled shyly. Then can I go out with you to do missions and fight zombies in the future? I also want to go out and see more. Of course. Didn't I bring you out this time? But you still have to work hard to upgrade in the future. The late stage of level 4 is still not enough. Yeah. Su Qintang nodded repeatedly after hearing this. After that, the convoy continued to set off. Along the way, their team met several small convoys that fled from Shanghai, including ordinary people and evolvers, as well as small teams of superpowers. When they met their team and heard that it was a rescue team, they were very happy. But when they looked carefully at the number of rescuers, they left without looking back. Some even advised them to go back, obviously not believing that they could save Shanghai. "Hey, which inland base are you from? Shanghai is already hopeless. You are all young. Don't die. Hurry back to the inland. The inland is safe. We also want to go inland." Upon hearing this, Song Lian and Zhou Xian were speechless, and almost wanted to shout. All of them are superpowers, and the lowest is late level 3. They are really not that weak, and this lowest is still dragged back by several private superpower teams, and the ones sent by their military this time are all superpowers above level 4. However, before they could express their dissatisfaction, the convoy that said this had already left. leaving them with a face full of car exhaust. Okay. This Shanghai must be visited to give their Baijishan base a good name. And let everyone see the strength of the Baijishan base. It's so infuriating. Zhou Xian and Song Lian stamped their feet. And after returning to the car, they directly ordered to rush to Shanghai at full speed. Next, they didn't bother to pay attention to the cars coming out of Shanghai, and just passed by them, leaving the cars covered in dust. This made those who were trying to escape stunned, looking at the convoy heading towards the Shanghai base. Although there were not many people, they were very imposing and didn't look like they were from a small base at all. These people couldn't help but stop and talk. Among them, there was a small team of more than a dozen people, who also gathered together to think about it. This rescue team looks very powerful. Without any hesitation. Yes, they look very impressive. But aren't there too few people? I heard that the capital has agreed to rescue. Could it be the advanced team from the capital? But it doesn't look like that from this direction. It could also be from the Shicheng base. The first place the army asked for help was Shicheng. But isn't it too slow? Maybe. But should we go? Let's go. Our team is basically ordinary people. And few have superpowers. Now that the zombies have upgraded, it's hard for us to fight zombies, let alone these sea monsters. But you also said that it's a problem for us to fight zombies. Can we get to the Hangzhou base? Why don't we go back and have a look? What if they can stop them? Then, go back and have a look. The team discussed for a while, and finally felt that the team just now had some hope. So they decided to go back and wait and see. If it doesn't work, it won't be too late to go. After making up their minds, the team immediately turned around and followed behind the Baijishan convoy. Zhou Yang and his team were at the end of the team this time. So they saw the small convoy that turned back and followed behind them in the rearview mirror. They were so amused. Hey, when we were dealing with them, they ran very fast. Now that we are ignoring them, they are catching up with us. It's really interesting. Lu Xingye was chewing on the tiger skin chicken feet that he had worked hard with Yin Fei for a long time, and said vaguely, "What is this called?" "Oh, don't rush forward, but go backwards." It's quite vivid. Zhou Yang and his team laughed after hearing this. The whole team marched for more than 10 minutes, and finally saw the boundary marker of Shanghai. When they looked up, they saw the Shanghai security base built on the border. This security base is very large, much larger than Baijishan. After all, it is a large survival base that can accommodate 100,000 survivors. However, the base has now become dilapidated, and several parts of the outer wall have collapsed. At this moment, many superpowers are busy on it, obviously trying their best to repair it. Looking inside the base wall, the wall should be a newly built building, but now it looks like a dilapidated building that is almost 100 years old and dilapidated. And the place outside the base is even worse. There are potholes and pits left by the use of hot weapons and superpowers everywhere. And the devastation is everywhere. In addition, there are corpses on the ground that have not been dealt with in time. Like hell on earth. The stench and fishy smell of the corpses of zombies and marine creatures are overwhelming, almost making everyone from Baiji Mountain vomit. Chapter 205. It can still be rescued. We finally arrived at the Shanghai base. But the scene in front of us made everyone feel heavy. Among the corpses that could be seen, there were human limbs everywhere. Many of them were still wrapped in familiar camouflage uniforms. But the broken clothes had long been stained dark brown by blood, and the original appearance could not be seen. Only from the patterns on them could one distinguish one or two. This prosperous city, once known as the capital of the world, has become a purgatory on earth. The closer Zhou Yang got, the more he felt his heart tremble. He believed that he had seen a lot of tragic scenes in his previous life, but now it seemed far less than 1/10 of what he saw in front of him. Su Qingtang, who was sitting by the window in the back seat, only glanced at it and quickly turned her head away, not daring to look. "Oh my God! This is too miserable. It's miserable." Lu Xingye, who was not tactful, said, "But you don't dare to look at it? Sister, you have to get used to it. How can you follow your brothers to do missions in the future?" Su Qingtang was about to cry. "Do you always go to such miserable places when you go out on missions?" "Yeah, it's about the same." Lu Xingye nodded seriously. Seeing Lu Xingye fooling Su Qingtang, Zhou Yang and the others felt a little embarrassed. But they all held back their laughter, and no one stopped him. After all, they all wanted to train Su Qingtang. not only because she might go on missions with them in the future, but also because they hoped that she could protect herself and others even when they were not around. If she couldn't even bear to see these miserable scenes and just be a delicate flower in a glass house, then even if her abilities were upgraded, she wouldn't be able to survive alone in this doomsday. Although this possibility was not great. What if it happened? So it was still necessary to train her. Fortunately, Su Qingtang herself was a person who never gave up. And she was not a pampered person at all. She sniffed and said, "Well, then I will try to adapt." After that, she tried to look outside again. But this time she failed to hold on for more than 3 seconds. But she did not give up. She closed her eyes for a while, built up her psychological defense, and continued to watch. This cycle repeated, and she was able to improve a little bit each time, and gradually persisted for several minutes. Others were very pleased to see this. Just as the people of Baiji Mountain were watching the tragic situation. The people responsible for repairing the city wall also saw the rescue team of Baiji Mountain outside the city, and immediately called the person in charge of repairing the wall over. "Captain Lee, a large group of people are coming down. About 1,000 or 2,000 people." Captain Lee was stunned when he heard this. "Refugees? Are there still refugees coming to Shanghai now?" The man scratched his head. "They don't look like refugees. Could it be that the rescue team has finally arrived?" Upon hearing that it might be a rescue team, Captain Lee was immediately excited. He took a long step up the city wall, walked to the direction pointed by his subordinates, and looked down. It really was a convoy of 1,000 or 2,000 people. They seemed to be well equipped and looked very energetic. They really didn't look like refugees. Could it really be a rescue team? Thinking of this, Captain Lee's eyes lit up. "Brothers down there, where are you from?" Zhou Xian, who was at the front of the team, heard the shouts from above and looked up. He saw a man in camouflage uniforms lying on the wall and looking down. He shouted back, "We are the rescue team sent by the Baijishan base." Captain Lee slapped his thigh and shouted, "Oh, it's really a rescue team. Brothers, wait a minute. I go down to pick you up." After saying that, he immediately got off the wall and trotted all the way to the gate. By the time the other party came down, the team had already arrived at the gate of the Shanghai base. Zhou Xian and Song Lian had just got off the car with their people and met Captain Lee head-on. "Hello. Hello. I am Li Cheng, the captain of the 871 team responsible for the safety of the outer city area of the Shanghai base. On behalf of the Shanghai base, I welcome you. Thank you for coming to rescue the Shanghai base at this time." "Oh, it's great that you can come." Li Cheng shook Zhou Xian's hand and said excitedly. They had been sending requests for help to 2 nearby large bases for almost half a month. But there was no response. In desperation, they could only seek help from another base in the capital. Originally, they were just trying their best. But they didn't expect that the other side would immediately send a rescue team and release a message to other major bases to mobilize rescue. They thought they would have to wait for a long time. But they didn't expect that after only 3 days, rescue teams from other bases really came. It seems that in this end of the world, the appeal of the capital is not small. What surrounding strategic brothers? None of them can be trusted. "Hello, Li Cheng. I am Zhou Xian, the captain of this rescue team. And the person next to me is Song Lian, the deputy captain. Our compatriots are in trouble, and our Baijishan base will certainly help them. You don't have to be polite." Zhou Xian patted the other person's shoulder after speaking. "I wonder what the current situation of the Shanghai base is. Alas, it's too tragic. These sea monsters are too powerful. We have almost 50,000 garrison troops, but now there are less than half of them." Li Cheng felt more and more sad as he spoke. Originally, there were more than 100,000 survivors. After the last riot, coupled with the attacks of sea monsters during this period, some died and some fled, leaving only 60,000 or 70,000. Li Cheng sighed and finished speaking. He didn't feel depressed for long, and then grinned again. "But now it's good to have your rescue. By the way, I see that there are not many of you here. Are you the advanced team?" Zhou Xian fell silent after hearing this, and couldn't say any words of comfort, so he could only continue to pat Li Cheng's shoulder. "We have more than 2,000 people this time, but we are not the advanced team. Our base is not as big as Shanghai, and we can't spare so many people." Zhou Xian paused. "But don't worry. We are all elites in the base this time. All of them are superpowers. The highest level is 5 peak, And the lowest private team has 3 late levels. After hearing Zhou Xian's first half of his words, Li Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that it was all over. How could such a small number of people save so many people in Shanghai? If the next wave of attacks came, they would be destroyed along with the Shanghai base. Thinking of this, Li Qing instantly cried. However, after a few seconds of sadness, he heard the other party say that all of them were superpowers, and the highest one was at the peak of level 5. And he immediately put his heart back. If I had known that there was no level 5 in the entire Shanghai, even in the heyday before the riot, the highest level of superpowers was only at the late stage of level 4. And now there are not even a few left at level 4. Even now he is only at the middle stage of level 3. And it is difficult to fight a low-level sea monster. But this team is at the peak of level 5. I think that even if the Baijishan base is not large in area, its strength must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Li Qing suddenly felt that the Shanghai base could still be saved. It seems that the next wave of sea monster attacks can be saved. Chapter 206, Settling In. After a few more pleasantries, Li Qing led Bai Jishan and his party into the Shanghai base. The Shanghai base was in such a state that there was no need for any inspection. So the team drove in directly. Zhou Yang and his team's car also followed the team and drove in slowly. Originally, I thought the outside was miserable enough. But when I drove in, I found that the inside was more like a Shura field. Broken walls and ruins. All over the field. Zombies, sea monsters and human corpses. The survivors searched for the remains of their relatives in the sea of corpses and blood. And each one seemed to be a walking corpse without a soul. The face that was covered with dust and blood, after being washed by tears, had several mottled marks, until the tears were all dried on the face. Like a clown. That look would definitely be full of joy before the end of the world. But in this situation, it only makes people feel extremely sad and desolate. There is nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. This is probably the case. The team passed by these survivors, and in their numb eyes, gradually drove towards the government building, which was relatively intact among all the buildings in the Shanghai base. When they arrived at the destination, Zhou Xian asked the 2 deputy captains of the special power team to wait with the others, and then took Song Lian and called the people of the Qianlong team to follow Li Qing to meet the base leader of the Shanghai base. Originally, it was not Zhou Yang's turn to get involved in this matter. But who made the people who came out this time? The most powerful ones were in the Qianlong team? So Zhou Xian naturally wanted to pull them together to support the scene. Qi Feng and Yu Hui came with Zhou Yang and others. And Zhou Xian mistakenly thought they were also from the Qianlong team. So they were also called together. If it were someone else, they might immediately deny it or refuse it. But Qi Feng was shameless, and he agreed and followed Zhou Yang and others with Yu Hui. Zhou Yang and others did not stop them, and tacitly accepted that these 2 people were in the same group with the Qianlong team, who made Qi Feng the highest ranking person in the whole team. Go in and participate. It will also facilitate the subsequent combat allocation. Zhou Yang didn't care. Anyway, he pulled Qi Feng here to work, and he would definitely not let him idle. A group of 10 people followed Li Qing all the way up to the 3rd floor, and finally stopped outside the small room at the end. Li Qing stood still and knocked on the door. Report? After a while, a dull voice came from inside. Come in. Li Qing then pushed the door in. Zhou Yang and the others followed closely. As soon as they entered, they saw a middle-aged man sitting behind a large desk with his head down, writing something furiously. But the most noticeable thing was his sparse hair that was almost close to the Mediterranean. Hearing the sound of someone coming in, the man put down his pen and raised his head, but saw that except for Li Qing at the head of the line, he didn't recognize any of the others. Li Qing? What's the matter? They are. Report to the chief. These people are from the rescue team from Baijishan base. And Captain Zhou Xian is the main person in charge of this rescue. The rescue team from Baijishan base? Hearing the name of Baijishan base, the middle-aged man felt a little unfamiliar. So he muttered. But after hearing that they were here to rescue, the middle-aged man instantly became energetic and stretched out his hand. Hello. I am Fu Guoyang, the current base commander of the Shanghai base. Thank you very much for coming to rescue us. Zhou Xian immediately stepped forward, shook the other party's hand and said, Base commander, you are polite. Our Baijishan base is also responding to the call of the capital base. In the end times, everyone must help each other, so that more people can continue to survive. You are right. In this end times, We really need to help each other to survive. Fu Guoyang sighed, and then asked, "By the way, how many of you are here? I have someone arrange a place for you to rest. It's just that our base is a bit messy now, and the accommodation may not be very good. I hope you can understand. We have more than 2,000 people this time. But don't worry. They are all elites of our base, and they are definitely not perfunctory. As for the resting place, don't worry about it. I wonder if there is anything in the base that needs our help now. It would be great if we can help." Fu Guoyang didn't say politely to Zhou Xian, mainly because their base was indeed short of manpower, and it was difficult to clean up the mess now. After thinking for a while, Fu Guoyang asked one more question. "Well, I wonder what the approximate level of the psychics among the people who came this time is." "Oh, this Mr. Shinzichuan is the highest level psychic in this rescue team, at the peak of level 5 in the lightning system. And this Yin Fei, with a metal ability at the late level 5. Captain Song Lian and I are both at the early level 5, respectively." Zhou Xian did not hide anything and introduced their abilities and levels one by one. But when he introduced Qi Feng and Yu Hui, he got stuck because he was not familiar with them. Well, as for these two, Qi Feng, late level 5 plant ability. Qi Feng was not angry. He introduced himself directly, and then pointed at Yu Hui and said, "Yu Hui, late level 4 earth ability." When Zhou Xian and Song Lian heard Qi Feng say that he was also at the peak of level 5, they were stunned for a moment, and looked at each other in surprise, and they all kept silent tacitly. The members of the Qianlong team pulled their mouths, but did not expose Qi Feng, but silently complained about Qi Feng's pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger in their hearts. Zhou Yang felt a little strange. The people in this base seemed to have no impression of Qi Feng and the others. Are their presence so low here? But it was not suitable to ask Qi Feng at the moment, so he could only hold it for the time being. Zhou Xian then exchanged pleasantries with Fu Guoyang for a while, before saying goodbye on the grounds of settling the rescue team. Because Fu Guoyang was still busy with many things, he continued to give the task of entertaining them to Li Cheng. Li Cheng didn't say anything more. He immediately led the rescue team of Baiji Mountain to settle down in several villas that were still intact. Although these villas were soaked in water before, they are now considered good in this base. Please stay here for the time being. It's okay. We are not picky. Thank you. Zhou Xian nodded and thanked him, and then nodded to Song Lian. The latter understood and immediately went to arrange accommodation, because there were limited rooms and no beds. Everyone slept on the floor, not to mention the rooms. Even the living room was not wasted. The Qianlong team was directly assigned to the first floor. 8 people, and 2 rooms. It didn't matter to them. A few big men sleeping on the floor solved the problem. However, Su Qingtang, a girl, still needed to be taken care of. So Zhou Yang took out a single tent with good privacy. In this way, even if she had to squeeze into the same room with them, her privacy could still be well protected. After packing up the accommodation, several people quickly went downstairs to gather again. Chapter 207 Sea Monster Night Attack. When Zhou Yang and the others went down, Zhou Xian was talking to Song Lian, so he stood aside quietly waiting. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, Zhou Yang pulled Qi Feng's sleeve and asked the previous question. "Hey, why don't the people in the Shanghai base seem to know you? Even if you are disguised as level 4 superpowers, you should be considered a high-level team here. Who told you that we are pretending to be level 4 superpowers here? We are all pretending to be ordinary people, right?" Zhou Yang was silent. 6 Who can remember a few ordinary people in the end of the world? No wonder they killed half of the Shanghai base, and still couldn't catch you. Zhou Yang silently gave Qi Feng a thumbs up, and the latter smiled proudly. After most people settled down and gathered, Zhou Xian issued a new order to help the Shanghai base repair the residential buildings. Everyone had no objection and followed the team to the destination. After Li Cheng brought them there, he said goodbye because he was still busy with the city wall. After that, everyone played to their strengths, repairing walls, leveling the ground, or cleaning up the debris and clearing the site. Finally, before nightfall, they patched up several residential buildings. These few buildings were enough to prevent many Shanghai survivors from sleeping on the streets at night, because they received gratitude from many Shanghai survivors. After completing the mission, Bai Jishan and his team hurried back to their accommodation. Because it was a base mission, the meals were provided by the base, So dinner was a big pot meal made by several soldiers with cooking squad experience. A multi-grain steamed bun and a bowl of big pot stew were today's dinner. Zhou Yang and his team did not make any special arrangements and did not choose to cook by themselves. Each of them took a stainless steel rice bowl and went to serve it back, and then gathered in the corner to eat. Although he did not cook, Zhou Yang still secretly added a few pieces of braised beef to everyone's bowl for a snack. The meal was quickly finished. After cleaning up the dishes, Zhou Yang and his team continued to stay in the corner. They talked about it when they were eating just now, and planned to ask Zhou Xian and Song Lian later to see if they had learned the details of the sea monster attack from Li Cheng. If not, they would wait until tomorrow morning to find the people in the Shanghai base to understand the rules of marine creature attacks, so that they can be prepared to avoid being caught off guard in the future. In the open space, the others also finished their meals one after another. However, because it was a collective task, seeing that no one was leaving, they all sat quietly. Seeing that Zhou Xian and Song Lian had finished their meals, Zhou Yang and others walked over together. "Hey, you guys are here? It's just right. So we don't have to go over to find you. Come, sit down and talk." Seeing the Qianlong team coming over, Zhou Xian hurriedly greeted them, and then pointed to the open space on the side and said. Several people were not polite, and sat down on the ground. As soon as they sat down, Shen Zichuan asked, "Well, Captain Zhou, have you asked Captain Li Cheng about the sea monster attack before? For example, the time of the attack and the attack mode?" Zhou Xian touched his chin and said, "I did ask. But it was a bit abstract, and there was no pattern. I tell you about it, and you can help me analyze it." Then he told Zhou Yang and the others about the sea monster attack that Li Cheng had told him. After a long time, Zhou Yang and the others breathed a sigh of relief after listening. It sounds like the scale is not very large, although there are also large sea monsters landing. The battle is basically outside the base. And the reason why the base looks so miserable is mainly because there is a kind of small fish that loves to eat people and can fly, and will explode when attacked. And the time of the attack is generally in the morning during the day, and there has been no attack at night so far. And each attack is basically every other day. It seems that they can sleep well at night and have enough energy. And even tomorrow they can continue to find people to learn about these sea monsters. Just as he was thinking, Li Cheng, who had finished his work, came over again, holding a large bag of food in his hand. Seeing the people from Baijishan sitting on the ground, he greeted them warmly. "Has everyone eaten? I brought you some seafood from our side to add to your meal." "Captain Li, you are too polite. We just ate." "Oh, why are you being polite to me? You have eaten. So it doesn't matter if you try our seafood here. They are all dried fish, and can be eaten directly. We are close to the sea here, so these are the only things we can show off," Li Cheng said, as he took the big bag and stuffed the things in. Zhou Xian had no choice but to accept it after refusing to no avail. He took a look and saw that it was indeed some dried fish. Thinking that it would be good to supplement everyone's nutrition, he asked his soldiers to distribute it directly. Zhou Yang and his men were close, so they got a few large pieces of dried fish first. Zhou Yang looked at it curiously in his hand. It looked like a golden pomfret, but it was several times larger than before the apocalypse. Then he took a small piece of fish meat and put it in his mouth, chewing it twice. It's sweet and delicious. After eating it, others also gave it good reviews. Since the end of the world, they haven't eaten such delicious dried seafood for a long time, and they all miss it very much. Seeing that the things he sent over were well received by Baijishan, Li Cheng was also very happy. "Just as long as you like it. Otherwise, we would feel really bad if you came all the way here to rescue us, and we couldn't even let you have a bite of good food. It's getting late today, and we troubled you to help repair several residential buildings before. You all should go to bed early. Don't worry. Nothing will happen at night. It's still very safe. You should have a good sleep. Tomorrow I come with other brothers to greet you, and then discuss the specific matters of sea monster defense." When Zhou Xian heard this, he wanted to continue to find out about the sea monster, but now he had to put it aside. So he answered directly, "Okay, Captain Li, thank you for your hard work today. See you tomorrow." Li Cheng smiled heartily. "What's the hard work? Captain Zhou, Captain Song, brothers, have a good rest. See you tomorrow." He waved to the others in Baijishan. After seeing Li Cheng off, it was almost dark. There was no light around. Zhou Xian couldn't figure out whether the Shanghai base had lost power due to the attack or whether they had deliberately turned off the lights to avoid attracting the attention of the creatures in the sea. So he waved his hand and asked everyone to go back and prepare to rest. When everyone heard this, they immediately stood up and returned to their assigned host sites in an orderly manner. Zhou Yang and the others also patted their buttocks and stood up, and went back to the room on the second floor together. After a simple wash, they took out the mat and spread it, and several people went to sleep directly. Even Su Qitang didn't care, brushing his teeth and washing his face, and hurried into the tent. The Shanghai base was very quiet at night, and even the chirping of insects and birds could not be heard. But this kind of silence that could not be found before the end of the world makes people toss and turn after the end of the world, and it is difficult to calm down. In this excessive silence, Zhou Yang thought about it for a long time before gradually becoming sleepy and slowly falling asleep. Because it was in the end of the world, Zhou Yang didn't sleep deeply. Half asleep and half awake, he was suddenly awakened by a sharp sound. It's an air raid alarm. Realizing this, Zhou Yang immediately sat up. Then he saw that everyone else was like him, sitting up in shock from their sleep, all with a look of alertness on their faces. It wasn't the first time he heard this sound, and he immediately knew what was happening outside. But he didn't know what it was. Just as he was about to get up and go outside to take a look, he heard a scream from outside. "Sea monsters are attacking." Zhou Yang's mouth twitched. Well, isn't it said that sea monsters won't attack at night? So it's safe? You call this safe? Chapter 208 Exploding Flying Fish. This scream was not only heard by Zhou Yang and his group, but also by everyone in Baiji Mountain, regardless of whether it was true or not. And even without anyone giving orders, everyone quickly stood up and rushed to the open space outside to gather. However, as soon as they walked out of the villa gate, they saw the fire not far away, and there were continuous explosions in their ears. Just as they were looking at it, a hideous and ugly flying fish flew over their heads. It looked a bit like a combination of tuna and pufferfish in the form of explosions, with a pair of wings on its back. In short, it was very ugly. A metal mutant couldn't help but throw a flying knife directly at it. Bang! With a sound, the flying fish exploded between the heads of the crowd, and the huge explosion made everyone's ears lose their voice for a moment. Then, the pieces of the flying fish fell down, and the fishy smell spread among the crowd, which was simply unbearable. One of the pieces of meat fell on Yu Hui's head. Yu Hui shook his hair in frustration. The meat pieces fell off, but the fishy smell remained. Qi Fengjian left him in disgust and squeezed next to Zhou Yang and the others. Yu Hui, After seeing that the flying fish was as powerful as a small bomb plus a stink bomb, no one dared to underestimate this little thing. After counting the number of people, Zhou Xian immediately assigned the people around him. Those with abilities below level 4 were responsible for rescuing ordinary survivors. Those above level 4 and below level 5 were responsible for dealing with the bomb-flying fish in the base, and tried to avoid harming innocent people, and of course, buildings as much as possible. As for the few people above level 5, they went directly to the periphery of the base to check if there were any large monsters attacking. Everyone quickly received the order. The Qianlong team was also forced to disband. However, Zhou Yang and the others had no objection. The only one who needed to be worried was Su Qitang, who had never gone out to do a mission. But with Lu Yanwen and Lu Xingye watching, it shouldn't be a big problem. However, Zhou Yang could not go to the periphery with him, so he could only tell Shen Zichuan and the others to be careful. And just in case, he also asked them to bring peas. Seeing Zhou Xian and Shen Zichuan and the others above level 5 go to the periphery, Zhou Yang and the others followed the main force to deal with the flying fish that kept coming from the ocean in the sky. It was strange to say that the coastline was dozens of kilometers away from the base, and no one knew how they could fly so far. However, after the end of the world, almost all species have changed. Only humans seem to have not changed much. So it seems nothing strange to have such flying fish. These flying fish are easy to kill. Just hit them, and they will explode on the spot. The difficulty is to grasp the time and place of the explosion, and try to avoid causing further damage to the Shanghai base. And all these flying fish are heading for crowded places. It was just that there were not many people outside when the attack started, so they chose to attack indiscriminately, which blew up many buildings in the base. When people were scared and ran back from the buildings, these flying fish took the initiative to abandon the buildings. After seeing the true nature of these flying fish, Zhou Yang and his team consulted with Zhou Qi, the acting captain, and decided to rescue and transfer the ordinary people first, and then let the psychics go to a more open place as targets, directly attract the flying fish, and strive for collective explosion. Afterwards, a large number of ordinary people were transferred to safe buildings by the crowd. When there were only many psychics left outside, Zhou Qi made another allocation. All earth and ice psychics went to several squares to be targets, and were ready for explosion prevention at any time. And metal and fire psychics were also divided into several waves, and went to several squares to be responsible for explosion work. The rest of the people were on standby, ready to rescue at any time, and to deal with the flying fish that were left alone. Your group goes to the northeast corner. Your group goes to the southeast corner. Your group goes to the central position, and act immediately. As soon as Zhou Qi finished speaking, the three groups of people immediately went to their positions. Those on standby were dispersed to facilitate the clearing of flying fish from all directions, and at the same time reduce the attraction to flying fish. Zhou Yang also took Su Qintang with him, hiding in a corner, and then took out 2 crossbows that had been sealed in space for almost half a year. He gave the small one to Su Qintang, and took the heavy crossbow himself. Fortunately, Zhou Yang could easily control this heavy crossbow now, and it was not difficult to lift it for a long time. With a large number of ordinary people gone, the many superpowers who were conspicuous like bags on the 3 open spaces became the primary targets of these flying fish. They rushed towards these 3 directions in a swarm. Seeing this, all superpowers immediately used their superpowers. The Earth system built a protective wall, and the Ice system froze the flying fish that came down, so that it would not explode even if it fell. As for the metal and fire systems, when the flying fish accumulated to a certain number, they activated their superpowers, and countless flying blades and flames shot at the flying fish. Instantly, the flying fish started to explode like ignited firecrackers. Seeing that the fish had been ignited, the metal and fire psychics responsible for the blasting quickly hid behind the earth wall and the ice wall added by the ice psychic. As soon as they hid, the fish in the sky exploded completely. If a flying fish is just a small bomb, then these thousands of flying fish are simply a C4 bomb. Together, the 3 C4s directly lit up the sky above the Shanghai base, as if it were daytime. It was also thanks to the fact that everyone present was a psychic. Otherwise, even with the earth wall and ice wall as protection, it would be difficult to survive. The large-headed flying fish were successfully dealt with, but it was inevitable that some fish were caught in the net and scattered everywhere. So, the others also quickly picked up weapons or activated their psychics to hurry up and deal with the lone flying fish. Zhou Yang and Su Qintang came out from their hiding place only after the last flying fish in front of them was shot and exploded, although they were covered in dust. Compared to the others who were all covered in dust, the 2 of them were already very clean. After making sure that all the flying fish had been dealt with, everyone gathered together again, leaving those below the initial level 4 and the people from the Shanghai base to stay behind, while the others followed Zhou Qi to the periphery. Zhou Yang and his companions were at the forefront. When they were fighting the flying fish before, they could faintly hear several explosions coming from the outer city, which made Zhou Yang a little worried. But because the flying fish had not been dealt with, he kept trying to hold it in. Now that they could go to the outer city, they were naturally eager. However, they had not walked far when they felt a sense of earthquake. When they looked up, they saw a huge octopus approaching the base and trying to climb over the city wall. The movement just now was caused by the movement of this octopus. On the city wall, countless superpowers were constantly attacking this big octopus. But this octopus was like a cheat, and could eat any superpowers without any effect. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yang suddenly had an idea. Could this be a mutant animal that can devour space? Then can its crystal core be used to upgrade himself? In this way, he can put the P into space openly. When he thought of this, Zhou Yang's eyes lit up and flickered in the darkness. Chapter 209: The Rise of Water. However, if you want the crystal core of this giant octopus, you have to kill it first. But this octopus will devour all the skills that are used, and ordinary attack methods are useless. What should we do? Zhou Yang's brows were wrinkled in distress. Looking at the giant octopus, he pondered for a long time about the opponent's possible weaknesses. Somehow, he suddenly thought of jellyfish and was immediately inspired. Yes, isn't this thing similar to jellyfish? Most of it is water, and it will die soon after leaving the water. Even if it has mutated now, It will not be in danger of life if it leaves the water for a period of time. But water is still the basis for the survival of this kind of creatures. So they can use water to control it. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang was immediately excited. And then he told Lu Yanwen and the other two about this plan. Lu Yanwen and Su Qitang thought this idea was reliable as soon as they heard it. When Lu Xingye heard that he needed to calm the situation this time, his body stood up straight and was very proud. After the four of them discussed it, Zhou Yang took Lu Xingye to find Zhou Qi and told him about the plan again. Give me all the water-based psychics. And then you take the others to help the base commander evacuate the refugees. Zhou Qi thought about it for less than a minute and immediately agreed. Then, he immediately called all the level 4 water-based psychics under Zhou Yang. All the water-based psychics above level 4 brought out by the base this time are here. See if it's enough. If not, I asked the people from the Shanghai base for more. It should be enough. Zhou Yang took a look and saw that there were more than 30 water-based psychics. Thinking that it should be enough, he shook his head and said, "Please follow me, and do your best to drain the water out of the big octopus body. Please." "You're welcome, little brother. It's my duty." Hee hee. I didn't imagine that one day we would need water-based psychics to conquer the world. All the water-based psychics were very excited and full of fighting spirit, with the momentum of finally rising up under oppression. Seeing that no one had any objections, Zhou Yang did not hesitate anymore and took Lu Xingye and other water-type psychics to the city wall. As soon as they went up, P, who was originally with Shinzichuan and helping to spit fire, heard the familiar footsteps and immediately stopped, turned around and shouted in the direction of Zhou Yang. This shout made Yin Fei and others who were temporarily replaced to rest also noticed the movement and looked over. At a glance, they saw a group of level 4 psychics led by Zhou Yang and Lu Xingye. And except for Zhou Yang, the others were all water-type psychics. Noticing this, everyone frowned. Among the group of people, only Qi Feng smiled softly with a smile on his face. Just now, after he realized that this big octopus could swallow skills, he wanted to suggest finding a group of water-type psychics to deal with this big guy. After all, when they dealt with marine mutants in their previous life, they did this. But at that time, they were all level 7 or 8 water-type psychics. And 1 or 2 were enough. Now, it would probably take a large group. It's just that he didn't know anyone here. And it was not good to expose himself directly. So he didn't ask Zhou Xian to call for help. Fortunately, Zhou Yang's brain turned quickly. Seeing people getting closer and closer, Yin Fei looked at Lu Xingye and others. And his face darkened. "Why did you come up? It's dangerous here. Go down first. TSK. You're not the only one who can fight monsters." Lu Xingye put his hands on his waist and turned his head to look at the big octopus beside him. Yanon said, "We are here to deal with the big octopus. And by the way, save you little noobs?" "Humph." Shinzichuan, one of the little noobs who had just released a wave of lightning and temporarily stopped the big octopus. Qi Feng, a level 6 noob. Yen Fei, Shou Xian and other level 4 peak and level 5 noobs. After listening to Lu Xingye's words, they all doubted their lives. And then, they all looked at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's scalp tightened after being blamed by Lu Xingye for no reason. And he waved his hands repeatedly. "I never said you were noobs. But we are here to save you." Hearing this, everyone's eyes changed from accusation to starry eyes in a second. Shinzichuan, Yang, do you have any ideas to deal with this octopus? Zhou Yang nodded, "Yes. When I just came here, I saw that most of the skills you used were swallowed by it. It should even swallow the flying blades that Yin Fei used." Shinzichuan and others nodded in unison. Qi Feng touched his chin and said, "Indeed, I guess it should have the ability to swallow space. Even my vines were cut and swallowed by it." "I guess so." Zhou Yang nodded. "It's a waste of energy for you to continue fighting like this. It's useless." Zhou Xian hesitated and said, "Then why did you find so many water-type psychics? Pump out the water. Pump out as much water as possible from the octopus," Zhou Yang said, pointing in the direction of the octopus. No one present was stupid. After hearing Zhou Yang's words, they understood after a little thought. Octopus, a creature, is actually similar to jellyfish. 86% of its body is water. As long as there is no water, it will die immediately. So water-based abilities are the biggest nemesis of this thing. Great. Why didn't I think of it? Song Lian slapped his thigh and couldn't help but praise. But this is a big project. It will probably take a long time to pump out. And this big octopus won't stand still and let you pump. Right. Zhou Yang smiled. So during the pumping process, you still need to help hold it back. Hearing this, Song Lian nodded directly. Okay. We will protect you. We will definitely not let you water mages get hurt. Ha ha ha. Others also said in unison, no problem. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhou Yang then explained his plan to several people. Then our plan is like this. And then like this. A few minutes later, Zhou Yang raised his head again after expressing his opinion and looked around. This is the plan. Do you have any suggestions? If there is no problem, we will hurry up and do it. Otherwise the big octopus will recover soon. Shen Zichuan's previous lightning attack could only temporarily paralyze the big octopus after most of the lightning energy was swallowed up. And it could not cause any harm to the mutant octopus. Just a few minutes later, the two tentacles lying on the wall began to move again, leaving little time for everyone to make arrangements. Everyone nodded in unison, and then quickly dispersed to various locations according to Zhou Yang's instructions. Chapter 210, Dealing with the Mutant Octopus. The water-based psychics split into two groups, and stood on both sides of the big octopus. As soon as they stood still, they began to use their powers to extract water from the big octopus. Shen Zichuan and his group also split into two groups, and stood beside the water-based psychics on both sides to protect them, ready to use their powers to attack at any time. Although Zhou Yang did not have any powers, he had two big hang-ups, Wando and Xiu, so he also stood behind Shen Zichuan. As more than 30 water-based psychics activated their powers at the same time, a large amount of water in the mutant octopus body was extracted. The mutant octopus, which was originally paralyzed by lightning and felt no pain, became nervous when it realized that the water it relied on for survival was being quickly extracted. Under this anxiety, the mutant octopus began to try its best to absorb the remaining lightning energy in its body, and the paralysis effect was quickly eliminated in the process, and it recovered soon. Then, it swung its tentacles, except for the one that was clinging to the wall and the other one that was used to stabilize its body, and lashed out at the water-based psychics on both sides. All the water-based psychics were shocked. Fortunately, Shen Zichuan and others had been watching the mutant octopus every move. As soon as the other party made a move, they immediately released their superpowers to attack the tentacles of both sides and successfully intercepted the attacks of several tentacles. Zhou Yang also released Xiaohu and directly entangled several tentacles together. Lu Xingye and the others breathed a sigh of relief. But the action of pumping water in their hands became more fierce. The mutant octopus saw that its attack was hindered by those annoying attacks again, and the thing that sucked its water was pumping more vigorously, and it became even more angry. After devouring all the superpowers and obstacles released on him, he waved a few tentacles, roared, and sprayed a large mouthful of ink from the ink jet near his mouth, heading towards the water superpowers on the other side of Zhou Yang, which happened to be where Zhou Xian and Song Lian were. No one else realized the power of ink. After all, the ink of octopuses before the end of the world was almost non-toxic to humans, and even had good nutritional value after being cooked. Even Zhou Yang, who didn't know much about marine life, didn't react for a while. But Qi Feng, who had lived in Shanghai for 8 years in his previous life, was very familiar with this kind of thing. He immediately put away his relaxed attitude and shouted at Zhou Xian, who had ice superpowers on the other side. Zhou Xian, freeze these inks. They are highly toxic. On the other side, Zhou Xian, who heard this, didn't even have time to think, let alone whether it was true or false, and directly released the ice superpower to freeze all the ink coming towards them. But the range of the ink was too large. Even though Zhou Xian reacted quickly, he could only freeze most of the ink. Fortunately, he still protected most of the people, as the large pieces of frozen black ice fell to the ground quickly due to the weight. They broke into black ice slag. The few inks that were not frozen also fell to the ground, corroding a layer of the city wall. A few scattered drops fell on Zhou Xian and other psychics on the edge. At the moment of contact, they directly corroded their outer clothes and continued to erode their skin through the outer clothes, causing them to scream in pain. When they rolled up their sleeves, they saw that all the skin that came into contact with the ink was corroded, revealing a piece of bloody red flesh. Fuck! This ink is so cruel! Zhou Xian and others gritted their teeth and cursed in their hearts. This is because they are at a higher level and can still bear it. If it were the lower-level water psychics behind, they would have been torn to pieces. On the other side, Zhou Yang and the others looked at the highly corrosive ink and heard the screams from the other side. They also shrank in their hearts and looked at the mutant octopus with more vigilance, seeing that the mutant octopus was furious because its attack failed, and it was unknown whether there was still ink in its ink sac. Zhou Yang asked Shen Sichuan to take the initiative just in case. It may still have ink. Don't let it spray out again. Use lightning to paralyze it directly. Shen Sichuan nodded, and a lightning net flashing with lightning shone on the mutant octopus's head and went up. If one failed, he threw the second one, the third one, and finally succeeded in slowing down the mutant octopus's movements. Seeing that the mutant octopus was successfully controlled, and it was unknown how long it could last this time, Zhou Yang hurriedly shouted to Lu Xingye and the others, "Everyone, do your best to extract water. Don't hold back." Lu Xingye and the others also saw the power of the mutant octopus, and nodded, silently increasing the output of superpowers, taking advantage of this gap. Yan Fei and others were not idle either. They all used their special powers to do their best to cause more damage to the mutant octopus and delay a little longer. At Zhou Yang's signal, Wando also sprayed a big fire on the mutant octopus, further accelerating the evaporation of the octopus's water. Zhou Yang also took the opportunity to take out 2 bottles of spring water and gave them to Shen Sichuan, who was resting temporarily, to replenish his special powers. Shen Sichuan took it and finished the whole bottle directly. Seeing that he still hadn't recovered, Zhou Yang quickly handed over the other bottle in his hand. On the other side, the mutant octopus shrank visibly with the efforts of all the water-based psychics. Because of the lack of water, the mutant octopus began to panic. But it was helpless because the paralysis of its body had not yet worn off, and it could not move. In addition, there was a supernatural fire that was not inferior to its own that was roasting it, and it began to make sharp and piercing howls in pain. The sound penetrated the eardrum and rushed straight to the forehead, almost lifting the top of the head of a person. Everyone was almost broken by the sound, especially the water-based psychics of slightly lower levels, who gritted their teeth and endured it without interrupting the action of pumping water. Zhou Yang, who actually had no supernatural powers, was miserable. He covered his ears and squatted on the ground uncomfortably. Among all the people, only Qifeng, who was in the late stage of level 6, was not affected much. But his brows had not been relaxed since he heard the sound. This sound doesn't seem like a sonic attack, but more like a call to something, Qifeng thought. His eyes couldn't help but look towards the direction of the deep sea. In that darkness, it seemed as if something was surging. A few minutes later, as the mutant octopus shrank to half its previous size with the efforts of everyone, it finally fell down under the city wall after struggling in vain, and the devil sound gradually dissipated in the ears. The people who recovered gathered together at the city wall and looked at the mutant octopus that was almost unable to struggle below, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yan looked at the mutant octopus, thinking about the crystal core in its head, and rubbed his hands, when he was struggling whether to let Shen Sichuan go down to help him kill it now. Qifeng, who was standing by, looked at him, swung the vines and stabbed hard, and sent the octopus to the west directly, and rolled up a large piece of crystal core, and handed it directly to Zhou Yang after taking it in his hand. Looking at the space crystal core of the mutant octopus that Qifeng had taken, Zhou Yang, who was about to speak shamelessly, was stunned for a moment. "You just gave it to me like that? What else? You are so active in giving advice on how to kill monsters. Isn't it because you have your eyes on this crystal core? And you are the highest in the space system here, so you can maximize your benefits if you upgrade quickly." Qifeng smiled. "This crystal core is almost comparable to a level 6 crystal core. You have to hurry up and upgrade it. Then, I won't be polite." Hee. Zhou Yang was no longer polite, took the crystal core and stuffed it into the space. Chapter 211 Mutated Jellyfish. As soon as the mutant octopus died, everyone relaxed and just wanted to sit down to rest. They saw countless lights suddenly lit up at the sea level in the distance. Colorful, flickering, flying everywhere. Very beautiful. Zhou Yang and others looked at the light, all a little confused, looking at each other, not knowing what it was. Qifeng looked at the shining things inside. Sure enough, this mutant octopus was just calling for help. After realizing this, Qifeng walked to Zhou Yang and whispered to Zhou Yang, "Be careful later. Those are mutant colorful jellyfish. They can fly. They are poisonous and electric. And this thing always comes in a large group. And they will also bring their companion fish. Mutant shepherd fish. Oh! By the way, the mutant shepherd fish is also electric. But if you are lucky, you have a chance to hit the lightning crystal core comparable to level 5 or 6. Which seems not bad when you think about it. After Chi Feng finished speaking, he touched his chin and nodded. After hearing this, Zhou Yang was stunned, thinking that the mutant creatures in the ocean were really more abnormal than each other. Next to him, Zhou Xian looked at those things and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. So he asked the superpowers of the Shanghai base, "Brother, what are these?" Unfortunately, the other party had never seen such a scene before, and shook his head. "I haven't seen it either. Generally, the ones who come to attack are flying fish that can explode, mutant octopuses that are smaller than the one just now, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, etc." Seeing that the inquiry was fruitless, Zhou Xian could only turn his eyes back, and then pray in his heart that these things were not coming for the base. Unfortunately, his prayers were useless. I saw that the lights were coming straight to the Shanghai base at a fast speed, and in the blink of an eye they were 100 meters away. When they were far away, they only thought they were beautiful. But when they were close now, they found that the more beautiful things were, the more terrifying they were. One by one, huge flying jellyfish floated in the air, and flashes of lightning flashed from time to time in the colorful light. There were also enlarged versions of small herders with wings hanging between the wandering tentacles, which were obviously mutated. Due to the large number and huge size, it looked like the Shanghai base was surrounded inside, making the entire Shanghai base colorful like the neon light print. Seeing this scene, everyone on the wall couldn't help but take a step back. Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei pulled Zhou Yang and Lu Xingye behind them respectively. The other survivors in the base naturally felt the colorful lights above their heads, and they all looked up curiously, and saw the mutated giant jellyfish that surrounded them for most of the circle. Everyone was shocked. The psychics were still calm, but ordinary people were weak after the sea monsters had been tormented for a while. Fu Guoyang and a group of soldiers were still guarding below, looking at the huge jellyfish in the air outside the city, with a sullen face. Then, he waved his hand and arranged for his subordinates to prepare large-scale thermal weapons, and at the same time asked them to evacuate all ordinary people to the rear of the base. He was ready to defend the Shanghai base. Just looking at the many children in their early 20s around him, Fu Guoyang still sighed. As the mutant jellyfish approached the city, Zhou Yang and others found that the size of these jellyfish was beyond their imagination, and they were only slightly smaller than the previous mutant octopus. While everyone's attention was on the jellyfish, Zhou Yang took a few steps back and found Chi Feng hiding behind. "You should have seen this thing before. Can you tell me what its weaknesses are? Does it still rely on water-based abilities to drain water?" "Well, draining the water is okay, but there are too many, and it can't be drained, and it takes too much time. But this thing is afraid of light. As long as it can last until dawn, it will retreat by itself. Of course, it would be better if there is a light-based ability user now. A few light bullets will be done." Zhou Yang was surprised. "There is such an ability?" Chi Feng nodded. "Yes. I saw one in Shanghai before, but it should still be in another base now." Zhou Yang, well, it's nothing to be happy about, but it's good to have weaknesses. If you can't beat it, just wait for time, and you have to wait until dawn." Zhou Yang looked down at the watch on his wrist. "It's past 3 a.m. now, and the sun will rise in more than an hour. It should be possible to hold on for more than an hour." After thinking, Zhou Yang walked back to Shen Zichuan, Yan Fei, and Lu Xingye, and told them all the information he had just received from Chi Feng. After listening to Zhou Yang's analysis of the mutant jellyfish, Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei immediately made a decision. Yan Fei took the lead in assigning everyone, let the water system continue to pump water, and the others continue to defend. "But we can't defend it with just a few people. Captain Zhou, please ask the other level 4 psychics below to come up. I see that these jellyfish are electrified, so the more earth psychics, the better." Zhou Xian nodded and immediately made a gesture to Zhou Qi and others who were waiting below. Zhou Qi, who received the order, came up with a large group of people in a short while. Lu Yanwen was among them, and he walked up to Zhou Yang and others as soon as he came up, because he didn't see Su Qingtang. Zhou Yang asked a question, and only felt relieved when he learned that the other party was fine below. When everyone arrived, Zhou Xian and Song Lian quickly made arrangements. The crowd quickly dispersed, while Zhou Yang and others were preparing for battle. The jellyfish in the sky outside the city had already arrived at the battlefield and were in front of him. Without waiting for the reaction of the people on the city wall, the mutant jellyfish in the front row near the city wall suddenly danced their tentacles. And then in the colorful light that was enough to blind the eyes, the mutant shepherd fish rushed towards everyone. Each one was shining with lightning, just like a thunder ball. Seeing this, everyone immediately used their own abilities to attack these mutant shepherd fish, making sure to intercept them in midair. The mutant shepherd fish exploded one by one, and the sound of thunder and lightning resounded through the sky. On the city wall, most of the mutant shepherd fish were successfully intercepted, but there were still many fish that slipped through the net and flew into the base. Fortunately, Fu Guoliang had been guarding below with tens of thousands of soldiers. When he saw the mutant shepherd fish that broke through the siege and headed towards the base, he really launched a rocket launcher and successfully intercepted all the mutant shepherd fish. Seeing that the first shot missed, the mutant jellyfish was obviously very unhappy, and immediately launched a batch of more mutant shepherd fish. This time, because of the large number, Zhou Yang and others on the city wall could only intercept 70%. The remaining 30% flew into the city. Although not most of them were intercepted by Fu Guoliang and his team, one still hit many buildings and the ground in the base. Fortunately, the ordinary refugees had been transferred to the rear by them, and there were not many casualties. Chapter 212 Space Upgrade. Seeing that the two attacks of the mutant fish herders were blocked and ineffective, the mutant jellyfish switched modes directly, and one by one, they continued to raise the lightning balls on their bodies, and threw them down on the city wall one by one. Seeing this, all the Earth system immediately built a defensive wall, connected into one, and stood in front of them to block the first wave of lightning balls. Shen Zichuan also released an electric net, which caught the lightning balls coming towards them and directly converted them into lightning for his own use, and also replenished himself with some energy. Qi Feng and Yan Fei's abilities could neither counter lightning nor absorb lightning like Shen Zichuan, so they could only use their abilities to hit the lightning balls back. Taking this opportunity, the water system ability users hid behind and tried their best to extract the water from the mutant jellyfish. However, there were too many jellyfish, and they were large in size. And it was indeed as Qi Feng said. There was not much effect. Dozens of mutant jellyfish's lightning balls were pouring down. There were too many of them, and there were always places that could not be defended. Shen Zichuan and others had to move quickly to rescue. Zhou Yang was not as fast as them, so he took Xiaohu and Wando to defend the position. However, running back and forth like this, frequently using superpowers, and consuming a lot of energy, everyone soon showed signs of fatigue. Only Shen Zichuan could continue to persist while consuming and replenishing, but he was still able to continue. With just a little carelessness, a soil wall was attacked by several lightning balls and collapsed in an instant. And even several water-based superpowers, who were responsible for pumping water in the back, were injured. Everyone dared not be careless again, and they were forced to be 120,000 spirits and continue to defend. Finally, after holding on for more than an hour, Zhou Yang and his team survived until sunrise. As Qi Feng said, the mutant jellyfish began to retreat at a very fast speed, and they ran very fast. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Their powers were almost all used up. If these mutant jellyfish didn't retreat, they would be in trouble. Now they felt that the battle was over, so they began to prepare to retreat. Zhou Yang also relaxed, because the battle was too chaotic just now. He and Shen Zichuan dispersed. Now he wanted to find a few people, so he gradually fell behind the crowd. As he was looking around, he heard a cry from the side, and everyone looked at the sky in horror. Zhou Yang was puzzled, so he looked up and saw that a mutant jellyfish that was larger than the previous jellyfish appeared above them at some point, rushing straight down towards them. And Zhou Yang was right under the jellyfish. Yang, get out of the way! Zhou Yang, be careful! He heard the voices of Shen Zichuan and others shouting at him, but he couldn't get away at this time. Seeing the jellyfish in front of him, Zhou Yang was on the verge of death, and he didn't have time to consider whether the space would be exposed. He subconsciously put the mutant jellyfish with sparks all over its body into the space. The moment he touched the mutant jellyfish, Zhou Yang suddenly felt like he was being electrocuted, and cold sweat broke out. Fuck! This was the first time I knew what electric shock felt like. It was so painful. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and endured it. Then put all his thoughts into the space and directly fixed the mutant jellyfish. Originally, he wanted to kill it directly. But now his body was too painful, and he couldn't use his strength. So he could only convey his intention to Ahu, who was guarding the spring. Ahu, help me beat this ugly thing to death. Okay, master. Ahu will beat it to death right away. Ahu, who was just sitting there and panicking, waved his thick vines happily after receiving the order, and attacked the mutant jellyfish in the distance. After a few strokes, he beat the mutant jellyfish into a broken skin doll. The mutant jellyfish, that was originally rampant outside, was surrounded by countless lights as soon as it entered Zhou Yang's space. It was already weak and uncomfortable, and it couldn't move for no reason. Now there was a mutant plant that was not afraid of its lightning and lightning attacking it, and it was immediately scared and screamed. Unfortunately, animals and plants don't speak the same language, and Zhou Yang won't let it go. Just when Zhou Yang was reluctantly concentrating on dealing with the mutant jellyfish in the space, Shen Zichuan and Wando outside were already anxious. Shen Zichuan rushed up and wanted to grab Zhou Yang to check, but fortunately Qi Feng stopped him. Don't worry. Zhou Yang should be fine. I think he seems to have upgraded forcibly. So he received the mutant jellyfish into the space. Now he is probably stabilizing it while dealing with the mutant jellyfish inside. If you move him rashly, you may hurt him. After listening to Qi Feng's words, Shen Zichuan thought about the special nature of their space and tried his best to resist the urge to touch Zhou Yang's hand. He just watched Zhou Yang's whole body twitching. His hands clenched into fists, and his palms were scratched with several bloody cuts. Even the corners of his mouth were faintly bleeding. He looked very uncomfortable and stamped his feet anxiously. But no matter how anxious he was, he could only pull P, who was as helpless as him, and worry about it. Zhou Yang, who was concentrating on the space, didn't know what was happening outside. Look! Ahu whipped the mutant jellyfish for an unknown number of times, and the mutant jellyfish finally stopped moving. Zhou Yang finally calmed down a lot. Although his body was still numb, he was conscious at least. Seeing that the mutant jellyfish was dead, Zhou Yang asked Ahu to help him dig out the crystal core of the mutant jellyfish. After getting the huge thunder crystal core in his hand, Zhou Yang slowly opened his eyes. Just when he wanted to find Shen Zichuan to give him the crystal core, he opened his eyes and saw Shen Zichuan and the others looking at him. Even Zhou Xian and the people from the Shanghai base were staring at him without blinking, which scared him directly. What's wrong? Are you staring at me like this? Just now you were shaking and sweating, which scared me to death. How do you feel now? Shen Zichuan said, pulling Zhou Yang's arm up and down. Zhou Yang scratched his head. The symptoms before were painful, but now they are fine. Hearing this, Shen Zichuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he still held Zhou Yang's hand. It seems that you have successfully upgraded. How about it? You should be upgraded now? Level 5 or level 6? Qi Feng touched his chin. But you can't see it at all? Did you put that mutant jellyfish into the space and die? Zhou Yang thought about it, and felt that it was a good opportunity to use this opportunity to upgrade his space. So he immediately said that he had upgraded. And he even said it was higher. Yes, I just passed level 6 now. But I was forced to upgrade due to the situation. And it is still unstable now. I have also killed that mutant jellyfish in the space. At this point, Zhou Yang suddenly remembered the crystal core in his hand, and quickly handed it to Shen Zichuan. Oh! This is the crystal core dug out from the head of the mutant jellyfish. See if it's enough for you to upgrade. Shen Zichuan took the crystal core and looked at it. It turned out to be a late level 6 thunder crystal core. It seems that the mutant creatures in this sea are really strong. If Zhou Yang hadn't just had a living space, wouldn't it be dangerous? Thinking of this, Shen Zichuan's eyes darkened instantly, and the hand holding the crystal core clenched tightly. Chapter 213 Shen Zichuan is promoted to level 6. The mutant jellyfish has retreated, and the crisis is temporarily resolved. Everyone was exhausted, and went down the city wall one by one. Zhou Yang and his team also went down the city wall after the crowd. But before leaving, Zhou Yang remembered that there was still a corpse of the mutant jellyfish in the space that had not been dealt with. So he walked directly to the city wall, and threw the corpse next to the mutant octopus below. Back under the city wall, the soldiers of Shanghai were busy cleaning up the battlefield. Fortunately, there were no casualties this time. Basically just some ruins of bombed buildings, which were easy to deal with. So Zhou Xian and his team did not participate anymore, and went back to their accommodation to rest. Su Qingtang had been left below, and had not gone up. When he saw Zhou Yang and his team coming down, he immediately went up to greet them. "Brother, are you all okay?" Shen Zichuan shook his head. "No. How about you? Is the one down there not injured?" "No. I'm fine." "That's good." The group followed the main group and returned to the accommodation. After eating a simple meal with everyone, they hurried back to the room. After the battle just now, several people were all fishy, with smelly sweat and dust. It was really uncomfortable not to take a shower. There was no condition for showering, but a bucket bath was still okay. Fortunately, they were assigned 2 rooms in total. After leaving one room alone for Su Qingtang, the others all went to the other room to take a shower. After washing and brushing their teeth, they lay on the floor with a refreshed body, and several people were sleepy instantly. From yesterday to now, several people have only slept for a few hours in total, and fell asleep one after another not long after lying down. When Zhou Yang woke up again, it was already past 11 o'clock. He was the first to wake up, and the others were still asleep. Shen Zichuan was also half hugging him and sleeping deeply, and there was no sign of waking up. However, they all overconsumed their powers, and were much more tired than him. So it was normal that they were still asleep. Although he woke up, Zhou Yang didn't get up because he was afraid of disturbing others, especially Shen Zichuan who was holding him. But there was nothing to do lying down, so he simply closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the space, calling Ahu to help him tidy up the space that he hadn't looked at for a long time. This tidying up took more than half an hour in the space. When Zhou Yang opened his eyes again, Shen Zichuan was no longer around him, and even Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan next door were gone. And he had an extra coat belonging to Shen Zichuan on his body. I guess Shen Zichuan thought he was still asleep, so he didn't wake him up. When he looked at the time again, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Zhou Yang quickly lifted his coat and propped up his body to sit up. P, who was beside him, heard the noise and immediately came over to stick to him. Zhou Yang touched P's neck to comfort it, then turned to look for other people, and then saw Shen Zichuan and others sitting around on the other side. Qi Feng and others in another room were also there, looking like they were discussing something. Then he stood up and walked over. As soon as he got close, he heard Shen Zichuan say, "I don't know when the next wave of attacks will come. I plan to upgrade to level 6 today." "Are you sure? I saw Zhou Yang's upgrade last night was quite dangerous. He was twitching all over, and his clothes were mostly soaked with sweat. I saw that he seemed to vomit blood." Lu Yanwen thought of Zhou Yang's upgrade last night and hesitated. Zhou Yang, who was already standing behind a few people, well, he was actually just electrocuted. The power was too high, and he almost died. As for vomiting blood, well, he just accidentally bit his tongue. Yan Fei thought for a moment and said, "Zhou Yang is a special case. It is naturally more dangerous to force a breakthrough in a hurry or to directly advance to level 2. But Zichuan is different. He has been stuck at the peak of level 5 for a while. And as a Thunder-type mutant, his physique is also better, so it will be much easier to advance to level 6. Lu Yanwen and Lu Xingye thought so too, so they nodded. Su Qingtang, who had been listening to the conversation obediently and didn't interrupt, scratched her hair, tilted her head and saw Zhou Yang standing behind her at some point, and immediately called out, "Little Zhou, you're up." Zhou Yang smiled silently at Su Qingtang. Yan Fei and others who heard Su Qingtang's words immediately turned their heads and saw Zhou Yang standing behind them. The moment Shen Zichuan saw Zhou Yang, he stood up and walked in front of Zhou Yang. "Yang, are you awake? Won't you sleep a little longer?" "No. I can't fall asleep after waking up." Zhou Yang smiled and shook his head. "By the way, I just heard you say that you want to upgrade today. Well, while it's still safe during the day, upgrade the level first. This way, if there is another surprise attack from the sea at night, you will have more confidence." "Well, that's good." Zhou Yang did not stop him. He saw those marine mutant creatures with his own eyes last night, and found that the level of these things was far beyond his cognition. It is indeed the best choice for all of them that Shen Zichuan can upgrade early. However, there is no need to rush to upgrade. You have to fill your stomach first and make preparations. Yan Fei and his team had already brought back the big pot of rice from the rescue team, but it was tasteless with little salt and oil. If everyone was not hungry, They might not be able to eat it. Although Zhou Yang's portion was still uneaten. Zhou Yang did not intend to eat it. After putting it in the space, he directly took out several more plates of food, intending to give everyone a good meal to replenish their teeth. In the corner, Qi Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed and not participating in the conversation between Shen Zichuan and others, was willing to open his eyes after smelling the fragrance of the food and came over eagerly. They had a big meal together. After 2 days, their stomachs were finally filled with oil and water again. After eating, Shen Zichuan decided to start upgrading to level 6 directly. Zhou Yang did not say anything, but just let him drink a bottle of spring water in advance, and then took out a bunch of crystal cores, ready for him to replenish energy at any time. Shen Zichuan nodded at Zhou Yang and gave him a soothing look before he calmed down, closed his eyes, and started upgrading with the crystal core in his hand. As time passed, Shen Zichuan's expression changed from calm at the beginning to a hint of forbearance, and it was obvious that he had begun to touch the key to upgrading. Sure enough, after just a few minutes, Shen Zichuan's forehead began to sweat profusely. His muscles were tense, and his veins bulged, as if he was sprinting with all his strength. And this state lasted for more than an hour before it gradually eased. The crystal core in Shen Zichuan's hand was now half the size. Just when everyone thought he had successfully upgraded and was about to end, Shen Zichuan suddenly began to absorb a large amount of energy from the crystal core piled next to him in his hand. Not long after, he groaned and a mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, staining the straw mat under him red, directly scaring the others. Zhou Yang was also scared out of his wits, thinking that something went wrong with Shen Zichuan's upgrade, and hurriedly pulled Qi Feng over to check. Look at him. What's wrong with him? Did the upgrade fail? No. He was probably too eager for success. And after reaching level 6, he went straight to the late level 6. TSK. He's really reckless. Doesn't he know that this can easily lead to trouble? Qi Feng looked at Shen Zichuan for a while, and after feeling the other party's current energy fluctuations, he said coldly. Hearing Qi Feng's words, Yan Fei and others were relieved. Although Zhou Yang was relieved, his face was very ugly. He cursed in his heart, this guy. It's just nonsense. Chapter 214, The Capital is Rescued. On the other hand, although Shen Zichuan suffered some internal injuries due to the forced upgrade, he was very excited to successfully upgrade to the target level. At this moment, he was still immersed in the joy of reaching the late stage of level 6. And he didn't know that Zhou Yang's face had turned black. After consolidating the energy in his body, Shen Zichuan opened his eyes and wanted to share the good news with Zhou Yang with joy. However, when he turned around, he saw Zhou Yang's gloomy face. As soon as he saw Zhou Yang's face, Shen Zichuan's joy was immediately retracted, and he asked blankly, What's wrong? Did someone make you unhappy? What do you think? Zhou Yang sneered. You are really brave to force yourself to reach the late stage of level 6? The last time I upgraded from the peak of level 4 to the late stage of level 5, I was still in the space, and it took most of the night to complete it due to the time difference. This time, it took only 2 hours to go from level 5 peak to level 6 late stage. How much risk did he take? The more Zhou Yang thought about it, the angrier he got. Shen Zichuan quickly humbled himself and apologized. I was wrong. I just felt that I was too weak to protect you. I felt that I could directly upgrade to level 6 late stage. But I couldn't help it. I will pay attention next time. Don't be angry with me this time. Okay? Hearing this, Zhou Yang couldn't get angry anymore. So he could only sigh and persuade, then don't be so aggressive next time. I was negligent this time, and I will protect myself in the future. Shen Zichuan saw that Zhou Yang's tone softened, breathed a sigh of relief, and nodded repeatedly. Of course. The upgrade storm passed just like that. It was almost evening. In order to celebrate that Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan had successfully upgraded to level 6, Lu Xingye suggested having a big meal in the evening, and it would be better to have some snacks. However, this proposal was only half approved by everyone. The other half was naturally the snack part, which was vetoed by Yan Fei. Lu Xingye curled his lips and had to give up. He turned his eyes and began to pull Zhou Yang to order the dishes he wanted to eat. The other people also quickly gathered around Zhou Yang and began to report their menus. Zhou Yang's ears were about to explode when he heard the chattering in his ears. Finally, it was decided that each person could only order one dish they liked, and he would take care of the rest. The scene was quiet, and everyone was struggling to choose which one to choose. While these people were struggling with the final menu, Zhou Yang and Shen Sichuan explained it, and went out to find Zhou Xian and the others. Since they were not going to eat the team's big pot meal, they still had to explain it. It was okay not to eat, but the supplies could not be wasted. As soon as Zhou Yang got downstairs, he saw Zhou Xian and Song Lian talking to a soldier from the Shanghai base on the open space outside the house. Without bothering them, he went to the other side and found a few soldiers who were busy cooking. He told them not to worry about their Qianlong team for dinner. After he finished speaking, he was about to go back when he was stopped by Zhou Xian. Zhou Yang. Wait! I was just about to find you. And you just came down. Zhou Yang turned around and looked at Zhou Xian with a puzzled expression. Captain Zhou. Is there anything wrong? Just now, the little brother from the Shanghai base came to inform us that the rescue team from the capital base has arrived. They are still with the deputy base commander. They said they will come over in a while. I heard that the leader of the team this time is still the eldest brother of the Yanfei brothers. You called Yanfei and the others last time and asked them to come down and wait. Okay. Then I go up and tell them. Zhou Yang nodded at Zhou Xian, and then strode upstairs, back to their assigned room. Everyone had finished their discussion and sat quietly waiting for dinner. Seeing Zhou Yang come in, they all looked over. Yang, shall we start eating right away? Lu Xingye stared at Zhou Yang with his big eyes shining like Kazalin. We can't eat for now. Zhou Yang spread his hands, and then continued in the puzzled eyes of others. The rescue team from the capital base has arrived, and they will probably stay near us. By the way, it seems that the leader of the team is still Yanfei's eldest brother. So we have to go down and wait now. As for dinner, let's talk about it later. Hearing this, everyone else was stunned for a moment. And then, they all became happy again. Especially Yanfei, who was in a visibly good mood. Shen Sichuan was a little surprised. The rescue team from the capital base arrived so quickly? I thought it would take several days. Lu Xingye followed up and echoed, yes. And it was brother Yan Qian who led the team this time. Yanfei nodded, well, I guess my brother and his team set off shortly after notifying us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so fast. Then I go down and wait now. Lu Yanwen tilted his head to look at Yanfei and the others, then stood up first. They should be here after they greeted Base Commander Fu. We can't let brother Yanfei and the others wait for us. That's right. Shen Sichuan nodded and stood up. The others stood up one after another and walked outside after Yanfei. Even Qi Feng pulled Yu Hui to join Zhou Yang and the others in the fun. He knew quite a lot of people in the capital base, although that was in his last life. I don't know if he can see some familiar faces from his last life this time. The group quickly went downstairs and went directly to the open space outside the house. As soon as they walked out, they saw Zhou Xian and Song Lian talking together. When they saw Zhou Yang and the others coming down, they stopped talking and greeted them. You guys are coming down? Come and sit down and chat for a while. Seeing that the people from the capital base had not come yet, Zhou Yang and the others walked over without hesitation. However, seeing the empty seats next to Zhou Xian and the others, the few people did not sit down, mainly because there were not enough seats for all of them. So they simply did not sit down, listening to Shen Sichuan, Yanfei and Lu Yanwen, who were responsible for socializing and chatting with Zhou Xian and the others. Lu Xingye felt bored, so he secretly asked Zhou Yang for melon seeds to eat. Zhou Yang thought about it and simply took out a big bag, and everyone squatted aside to eat melon seeds together. Maybe the sound of eating melon seeds was a bit eye-catching. Zhou Xian and the others stopped talking and looked at Zhou Yang unanimously. Yang and others. If you look closely, you can see they're rolling Adam's apples. Feeling the sudden silence around him, Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment. And when he turned around, he saw Zhou Xian and Song Lian's eager eyes, and then handed the melon seeds in his hand forward. Do you want to eat? Zhou Xian pursed his lips and thought for a while, but did not speak. But Song Lian and Zhou Yang and others were quite familiar with each other, so he was not polite and took a large handful back. Yes. However, he did not eat alone, and seeing Zhou Xian's face-saving look, he directly gave him half. Zhou Xian took a look at the melon seeds in his hand, and finally couldn't resist the temptation, and followed him to eat melon seeds. Chapter 215. Let's eat together. When Yan Qian came out from Fuguliang and brought people over, he saw a dozen people squatting together eating melon seeds. It seems that the rescue demand is not as urgent as imagined. Yin Qian thought to himself as he approached silently. As a result, these people were eating and chatting, and they didn't notice that he had walked behind them. After standing for a long time without anyone paying attention to him, Yin Qian had to clear his throat and said, "Are the melon seeds good to eat?" "Yes, they are good to eat." Hearing the question, Lu Xingye answered subconsciously. But when he came to his senses, he found that the voice was not from him, and he was stunned. Zhou Yang and others also heard this, and turned their heads to look behind them. They saw a handsome man in a neat military uniform standing behind them, even with a slight smile on his face. He still made people feel awe-inspiring. Seeing that it was Yin Qian, everyone put away the melon seeds awkwardly, clapped their hands and stood up. Lu Xingye, who was the first to say hello, blushed and touched his nose and said, "Hey, big brother. You're here." Yin Qian nodded. "Well, how is Xu Ye doing recently?" Lu Xingye nodded obediently like a primary school student. "Yeah, pretty good." Seeing that Lu Xingye was a little afraid of Yin Qian, Yin Fei directly pulled him behind him, and then solemnly called him, "Big brother." "Yeah." Hearing Yin Fei calling him, Yin Qian turned his eyes to his younger brother, and said a faint hum. "How is your ability improvement recently?" "It's the late stage of level 5 now." "Yeah." Hearing that his younger brother is now in the late stage of level 5, Yin Qian is still very satisfied, but still encouraged. "Keep working hard and strive to reach level 6 as soon as possible." Yin Fei nodded. "Got it." Listening to the awkward conversation between the two brothers, the other people were embarrassed to dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room. Fortunately, Zhou Xian stepped forward and greeted Yin Qian in time, which eased the embarrassment. "Hello, Major General Yin. I am Zhou Xian, the leader of the Baijishan base this time. And this is the Deputy Captain Song Lian. I have long heard of Major General Yan's name. I don't deserve it. Captain Zhou, you are too polite." Yin Qian shook Zhou Xian's hand, and then nodded to Song Lian behind Zhou Xian. Although Song Lian behind was not greeted directly, he was immediately excited when he saw Yin Qian nod at him, and he looked at Yin Qian with eyes like a little fan. "You are our idol, the youngest major general in China. I have always wanted to meet you, and today I finally met you. Thank you. You are also very good." Yin Qian smiled and said modestly, and then immediately said, "We just came to see you, and we will go to settle the brothers first. You can do whatever you want." After that, he took the people from the capital base behind him to the villa complex on the other side of them. But he stopped after walking a few steps, looked at Yin Fei and the others and said, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Come over and have dinner together later." Zhou Yang and the others didn't dare to object at all, nodded together, and then watched Yin Qian and his men leave. When they walked over, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The momentum of the eldest brother of the Yin family is not weaker than that of Chief Yin. Just saying these few words feels stressful, compared with Zhou Yang and others who were trembling with fear. Chief Feng was much more relaxed standing behind. He also saw a few familiar people in the capital team, and this team leader was one of them. However, compared with his previous life, this person's momentum is much gentler now. I remember that in his previous life, he didn't say a few words, and he was cold and murderous the whole time. Since they agreed to have dinner at Yin Qian's place, they probably won't be able to have this big dinner in the evening. However, Chief Feng and Yu Hui were not suitable to go with them, and Chief Feng himself was not willing. So Zhou Yang went back and left 2 meals for the two, and then went to the villa complex where they lived in the capital base with Shin Zichuan and others. As for Wando, Zhou Yang originally wanted to put it in the space temporarily, but it refused to do so, so he could only turn it into a puppy and follow behind. When Zhou Yang and his friends went there, most people in the capital base were still packing their bags, but the army had already started cooking, which should be similar to the pattern of the Baijishan team. Looking around in the crowd, Zhou Yang saw many familiar faces, including the 4 people from the superpower team they had saved before. The 4 people also saw them, and even waved excitedly at them. Originally, he was still hesitating whether to go over and say hello, but after Yin Qian's deputy noticed them, he came over directly, and led them directly to see Yin Qian. Zhou Yang simply gave up saying hello, gestured to a few people, and followed Shin Zichuan and the others into the villa. It was similar to Baijishan's, with the living room also covered with mats, leaving only a passage in the middle. Several people followed the assistant all the way to the innermost small room on the first floor. After bringing the people in, the assistant went straight to work. Zhou Yang and the others had to go in by themselves. As soon as they entered, they saw that there was nothing inside except a single camp bed, a folding table, and a folding chair. Yin Qian was sitting on the only folding chair, reviewing the documents piled up along the way. Hearing the noise of several people coming in, he was willing to look up. "Are you here? Find a place to sit first. Dinner will be a while later." After saying that, he continued to wave his pen, not caring that there was no place to sit in his small room. Zhou Yang and the others looked around. Apart from the single camp bed, there was no other place, and there was no room for so many of them. So Zhou Yang could only take out a small folding chair from the space for each person. Several people lined up in a row, leaning against the wall, waiting quietly for Yin Qian to finish his work. When Yin Qian finally finished reviewing the documents, he looked up again and saw several people sitting like kindergarten kids, and he laughed out loud. "What are you doing? Are you getting scolded?" Yin Fei coughed lightly. "I don't want to disturb you from work. You have so many things to do when you come out like this?" Yin Qian glanced at the stack of papers on the table and smiled. "Not much. All of them are piled up along the way, and they are the material demand applications of various groups. So, you must be hungry waiting? I asked someone to see if the meal is ready outside." After that, he called a soldier in and asked a few questions. Fortunately, the soldier in charge of cooking outside was quick enough, and someone brought several servings of food after a while. Looking at the several large bowls of stew on the folding table, Zhou Yang was silent for a moment. One was a vegetable stew. The other was another vegetable stew. And then, there was a dish of seaweed and pickled mustard greens soaked in water, and a bowl of whole grain steamed buns. Is this a vegetarian meal? Not only Zhou Yang was silent, but the others were silent too. Chapter 216: The Calm Before the Storm. They haven't eaten such vegetarian food for a long time. Even the big pot dishes in Baijishan would put a few slices of bacon or something, although each person could only get a small piece at most. At least they could still see the meat. But here in the capital, there was no meat at all. Lu Xingye endured and endured, but in the end, he was still too greedy for the sweet and sour spare ribs that he had been thinking about for a long time today. So he tentatively asked Yin Qian, "Brother, do you mind if we add a few more dishes?" Yin Qian paused after hearing this and looked over in surprise. "Aren't you going to give me more food? Before I came here, I heard Yin Xiao say that there are countless delicious foods in your space, and asked me to follow you to eat more." Zhou Yang and others, So this is the truth about asking them to have dinner together? Now that it's said so much, what else can I do? Zhou Yang directly took out several meat dishes from the space. As for the vegetarian dishes, none of them were taken. After all, the vegetarian dishes on the table could not be wasted. Looking at the delicious meat dishes in front of him, Yin Qian couldn't help but widen his eyes. He finally understood why his second brother told him to go to Yin Fei and the others for free meals. They really ate well. Thinking of this, Yin Qian said directly, "Well, you can all come to my place to eat in the future. There is enough food. Are you sure it's not that we have enough meat?" Zhou Yang and others complained silently in their hearts, but no one dared to say it out loud. Let's eat together. After all, we are family, so it's not a loss. However, Qi Feng and Yu Hui had to continue eating alone, because the meat dishes made by Yu Jing were too delicious. The vegetarian dishes also added a bit of flavor. Several people ate all the food like a whirlwind, and even said a few more words in the middle. When everyone had finished eating and stopped, there was not even a drop of soup left on the table. It was a real plate-clearing operation. After the meal, Zhou Yang directly put all the empty plates that belonged to them into the space, and then asked Yin Qian to call people to take away the other pots and pans. Afterwards, the group talked about the two bases and everyone's recent situation, and finally talked about the previous sea monster night attack. The mutant creatures in the sea are very powerful, and the evolution direction is strange. But fortunately the general weaknesses are still there. Otherwise I don't know how to fight. After listening to it, Yin Qian had an idea in his mind, and secretly wrote down the characteristics and weaknesses of several marine mutant creatures mentioned by several people. Afterwards, Yin Qian's deputy came in to report to Yin Qian. Seeing that Yin Qian was busy, Zhou Yang and others packed up their folding chairs and stood up to say goodbye. Walking out of the villa, on the open ground, The people from the capital base had just finished their meal and were talking around the campfire in several groups. Zhou Yang and his companions walked through the crowd and were about to leave when they were stopped by a voice. When they looked at the voice, they saw a vague figure in the corner not far behind them. When the people in the dark walked into the moonlight, they could see that it was Li Mei, who had short hair, still dressed in black, and looked heroic. This black dress matched the dark night. If she hadn't spoken on her own initiative, Zhou Yang and his companions would not have noticed her. Zhou Yang looked at Li Mei in surprise. Captain Li, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come to Shanghai this time. Is your brother's health better? He really didn't notice that Li Mei was in the team in the capital before, and it was obviously impossible for her to bring her brother with her to rescue this time. It was really strange that she was willing to leave her brother, who was in poor health, alone in the capital. Long time no see. My brother is completely healed. I'm lucky. I found a kid with healing ability before. He helped me heal my brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to travel so far to Shanghai. Healing? Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, then laughed again. That's lucky. Healing ability is 1 in a million. Thank you very much. Without your medicine, my brother might not have lived to see the day of the healing. Li Mei smiled. Don't call me Captain Li anymore. It's so strange. I should be older than you. Call me sister from now on. Okay. Sister Li. Zhou Yang followed suit and shouted with a smile. But Shen Zichuan and the others behind him didn't speak. They just watched the two talk and didn't interrupt. Seeing this, Li Mei shrugged and didn't take it to heart. After chatting with Zhou Yang for a few more words, she took the initiative to say goodbye on the grounds that she was going to look after her teammates. After watching Li Mei leave, Zhou Yang and the others slowly walked back to the Baijishan team. When they returned to the room, Qi Feng and Yu Hui were nowhere to be seen. But the dishes had been cleared away and placed on the small table in Zhou Yang's room. Seeing this, Zhou Yang ignored the two of them, and after washing up with Shen Zichuan and the others, he went to bed early. Qi Feng and his partner came back in the middle of the night. Because of the previous sea monster night attack, everyone didn't sleep deeply, so they all noticed the movement, especially Lu Yanwen, who lived in the same room with Qi Feng and his partner. But seeing that the two had returned safely, he didn't care much. For the next 3 days, everyone was on high alert every day. But the expected sea monster attack did not come. Let everyone have a few days of peace. However, such days did not make everyone feel excited, but felt that it was more like the calm before the storm. The quieter it is now, the more dangerous it will be when the sea monster attacks. After 2 more days, the sea monster still did not come, but the rescue teams from Hangzhou and Shicheng bases finally arrived. However, the number of people from the 2 bases was not large, about the same as the number of people from Baijishan, and the ability level was not as high as that of Baijishan and the capital base. The highest was only level 4 peak. It was only when they arrived that they realized that the reason they had not arrived for a long time was that after the extreme heat, both bases were besieged by a large number of zombies, making them unable to send teams to rescue. After nearly 10 days of delay, the problem of zombie siege was finally solved, and the rescue team was sent over. Hearing this, everyone was deeply moved. In the apocalypse, no place is easy. After that, everyone continued to work hard to upgrade in the base, while always on guard against the next attack of the sea monster. During this process, the temperature has dropped significantly, and it has dropped by about 20 degrees in just a few days. The next extreme cold is just around the corner. Zhou Yang estimated that before the next extreme cold came, the sea monster would definitely launch another big wave. Otherwise, it would be unfavorable for the sea monster to move when the extreme cold came. Chapter 217: Sea Monster Attacks the City. Sure enough, not many days later, when the temperature dropped below 20 degrees, the marine mutants finally attacked again. This time it was still in the middle of the night, around 2 a.m., when everyone was most likely to relax. Zhou Yang and others were awakened by the air defense alarm as usual. But this time, there was no hesitation. As soon as they opened their eyes, they immediately got up, put on their clothes and walked out. As soon as they walked onto the open space below, they saw Zhou Xian and Song Lian waiting there, and the others hurried over to gather. The teams of the capital base in the distance, as well as the Hangzhou base and Shicheng base on the other side, were also gathering. While the team was still counting the heads, Zhou Yang looked around. They lived near the inner city, and now it looked very stable. Nothing could be seen. And there was no shadow of the bomb-flying fish this time. If he hadn't heard the air defense alarm, he would even think that nothing had happened. It seems that this time the marine mutants chose to attack directly from the outside. I don't know what's going on outside. A few minutes later, everyone, led by Yin Qian, Zhou Xian and other team leaders, headed straight for the outer city of the Shanghai base, because the sea monster's attack time is uncertain. After the previous raid, many refugees in the outer city have been moved to the vicinity of the inner city. So there are basically no people in the outer city except the soldiers of the Shanghai base. So the rescue team had a smooth journey. As soon as Zhou Yang and his team arrived at the outer city, they saw a long row of mutant jellyfish above the mutant city, with dazzling colorful lights, staring at the countless humans in the city. And there are countless mutant crabs, shrimps, etc. on the city wall, constantly attacking the base gate. And even many of them are carrying mutated marine soft animals to climb up the city wall together, which is as disgusting as it can be. Under the city wall, Fu Guoyang and his men were originally guarding near the base gate, but when they saw the sea monster invading from the city wall, they quickly asked his men to take most of the soldiers to the city wall to intercept these sea monsters. But there were too many sea monsters, and the soldiers couldn't stop them at all. Some of them were even swallowed by the sea monsters without paying attention. This scene made everyone in the rescue team furious. But the distance was too far, and they could not reach them. So they could only watch their compatriots being dragged down the city wall. Fuck. I'm going to kill these dogs. Zhou Yang heard someone in the crowd curse. Then, others followed suit and strongly demanded to go over to support. Yin Qian and Zhou Xian also heard it. However, they did not blindly go over to rescue, but first greeted Fu Guoyang. And after a brief discussion of countermeasures, they quickly arranged for the battle. All high-attack superpower warriors above level 4 were arranged on the city wall for attack and defense. And non-attack superpowers, like Zhou Yang and Su Qintang, were arranged below to defend the base gate. Zhou Yang thought about it, and didn't show off. Although he had P in Little Tiger, he was not a superpower after all. Whether it was reaction speed or physical strength, he was not as good as a real superpower. So he stayed down there obediently. But in fact, it was not very safe down there. After all, the sea monsters outside had been attacking the gate of the base. If it weren't for countless soldiers fighting hard, these things would have attacked long ago. But this is not a solution. The gate will be undefended sooner or later. Zhou Yang was thinking about what to do, and suddenly saw Qi Feng on the wall swinging vines to directly fight 10 people with one, blocking a gap. And suddenly an idea came to his mind. Yes, I almost forgot that plants are not afraid of these sea monsters. The main body in his space, Ahu, killed the mutant jellyfish directly, so it should be no problem for Xiao Hu to deal with these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Zhou Yang did it as he thought. He immediately ran to the wall and dug a pit, transplanted Xiao Hu into it, covered it with soil, and then poured a large bucket of spring water on it. Xiao Hu, there are a lot of bugs outside. Go and get rid of them all, Zhou Yang said while watering the plants, and paused halfway through. Well, I don't know if you like seafood. You can try it. If you like it, eat more. If there are crystal cores you like, you can eat them directly. You're welcome. Okay. Xiao Hu got it. Xiao Hu twisted his little branches cutely. Master, please make way. Xiao Hu is going to grow up. Hearing this, Zhou Yang quickly stepped back 2 steps. As soon as he stood still, he saw Xiao Hu soaring into the sky, and directly turned into a thick vine that 2 adults couldn't hug. And then in the blink of an eye, it quickly split into hundreds of vines, crossed the wall above the Shanghai base, and rushed down towards the countless black shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and wiped down countless mutant sea monsters along the way, while relieving a lot of pressure on the soldiers on the wall. It also stunned them all, and they all looked at the huge vine. At first, they thought it was another mutant plant invasion and were shocked. But when they saw that the vines seemed to come out from the inside of the base, and were helping them fight sea monsters, they immediately put their minds at ease. Shen Zichuan had seen Xiao Hu in this form before, so he recognized it at first sight as the vines released by Zhou Yang. Although Yan Fei and others had seen Zhou Yang let Xiao Hu out from time to time to look after the house and pick up crystal cores, it was the first time they saw such a fierce and strong Xiao Hu, so they didn't recognize it. It was only after Shen Zichuan reminded them that they suddenly realized it. Looking at the invincible Xiao Hu, Lu Xingyi sighed, I think Yang Yang is the real killer. Hearing this, Shen Zichuan and others nodded in agreement. Yan Qian, Zhou Xian, and others were also shocked when they saw the vines. For the first time, they clearly realized that plants could be so strong. They began to look at the plant-based psychics around them with new eyes, making the plant-based psychics tremble. Damn, their plant abilities are not so abnormal. It is still unknown which plant master raised this mutant vine. It is too abnormal. Qi Feng looked at Zhou Yang's vine and thought for a long time. He knew that Zhou Yang had subdued a mutant plant, but he never expected it to be such a terrifying mutant vine. He obviously has no plant ability, but he has done something that even he, who has just reached the peak level 6 plant ability when he went out at night to find mutant plants, may not be able to do. It seems that Zhou Yang has many secrets. Thinking of this, Qi Feng smiled playfully, but he did not intend to get to the bottom of it. After all, who doesn't have a secret? Even he himself has many. With the help of Zhou Yang's mutant vines, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals outside the Shanghai base were quickly controlled and could no longer get close to the Shanghai base. Seeing this, the jellyfish army behind became anxious, and a strange light began to fly over. With the experience of the last time, everyone was not in a hurry this time. Yan Qian and his men were well prepared and made a gesture to their subordinates. The soldiers immediately understood and quickly changed their defensive positions. Chapter 218, Repel the Sea Monster. Because jellyfish are lightning-resistant plants, Zhou Yang took the lead in letting Xiaohu withdraw. The moment Xiaohu returned to the city, all the mutant jellyfish threw lightning balls at him. Fortunately, the Earth-type psychics in the front row had already built a defense, and then the metal psychics made a long row of lightning rods to attract all the lightning balls that hit them. And then all the electricity was directed underground. Even if there were lightning balls that slipped through the net, they would be dealt with by other psychics responsible for defense in the back, or directly absorbed by Shen Zichuan. And none of them fell into the base. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, who were driven back by Xiaohu, came back again under the protection of the mutant jellyfish, and attacked the city wall again in the blink of an eye. The soldiers wanted to stop them, but because the mutant jellyfish above their heads were covering them and constantly throwing lightning balls down, they had no time to take care of other things, and they could intercept less than 50% of them. More mutant sea monsters successfully crossed the defense line and fell into the base. As soon as they landed, they moved towards the base gate where the crowd gathered. Seeing this, Fu Guoliang, who was defending the base gate below, could only allocate some people to deal with these sea monsters falling from above. Seeing more and more sea monsters falling, the people sent by Fu Guoliang could not beat them at all. Zhou Yang could only ask Xiaohu and Wando to help. And then, the situation was under control. But there were too many sea monsters coming from the sea, and they kept coming in an endless stream. Gradually, both on the city wall and in the base, it was a bit difficult, and the jellyfish army was getting closer to the base. If this continued, as long as the defense line was broken, so many jellyfish could directly take down the base. On the city wall, Yan Qian deflected the lightning ball that was flying over, and looked at the mutant jellyfish above his head, and the group of sea monsters that could not be seen in the distance and were still being transported. And he had a headache. This won't work. We must first get rid of these mutant jellyfish, then deal with these annoying shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and then push the front back, preferably directly to the coastline. Yan Qian lowered his head and thought for a while, then called Zhou Xian and the leaders of the Hangzhou and Shicheng rescue teams, and a few of them started to discuss. A few minutes later, the few of them finally came up with a feasible plan, and then hurriedly asked people to find Fu Guoliang. They didn't bring many hot weapons, and most of them were small and medium-sized guns and ammunition. The large ones still had to rely on the Shanghai base. After hearing this, Fu Guoliang hesitated. In fact, there were not many stocks in their gunpowder depot. But now it's not needed, and the base may not be able to be defended, so they can only grit their teeth and ask people to fetch the few remaining short-range missiles. More than a dozen missiles were quickly transported over, lined up in a row, and aimed at the mutant jellyfish outside the city wall that were gradually approaching the city. Because after the end of the world, the satellite system was disconnected, and even the launch of missiles could only be controlled manually. So at this moment, a soldier stood next to each missile, ready to launch at any time. Seeing that the missiles below had been arranged, Yan Qian, Zhou Xian and others immediately issued instructions to everyone on the city wall to evade in time. 2 minutes later, more than a dozen missiles were launched at the same time, aiming directly at the mutant jellyfish group. Bang! Bang! As the missiles hit the target and exploded, more than a dozen mutant jellyfish also screamed and fell in the artillery fire, and another one directly smashed into the base. Seeing that it was about to overwhelm the crowd, Zhou Yang directly turned to the P on the side and knocked the mutant jellyfish to the side, and sent it another big fire. The huge army of jellyfish lost more than half in the blink of an eye. Although the remaining few jellyfish were not directly hit, they were also injured by the power of the missiles. Yin Qian and others saw that the effect was good, and while the remaining jellyfish had not reacted yet, they immediately commanded everyone to use their superpowers to continue attacking. After a crazy output, 2 more jellyfish were knocked down. Seeing that they could not get any good results, the remaining mutant jellyfish immediately wanted to retreat. One of them chirped and immediately retreated, and the others followed. Yin Qian and others did not intend to let these mutant jellyfish go so easily, but countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals blocked them. In desperation, they could only deal with these bottom sea monsters first. When everyone got rid of some of these things, the mutant jellyfish had already retreated to the rear. However, it didn't matter. Yin Qian and his team achieved their first goal. Next, they had to find a way to counterattack. Thinking of the vines that had shown their power before, Yin Qian called all the plant-based psychics again and asked them to urge the mutant plants to deal with those sea monsters and try to move the battle line back 100 meters. Zhou Yang was also called over, and Qi Feng was naturally there. The other plant-type ability users all looked embarrassed and said frankly that their highest level was only 4th elementary, and they could only provide small-scale protection at present. It would be too much of an honor for them to move the front line back. In the end, this task naturally fell to Zhou Yang and Qi Feng, while other plant-based psychics assisted from the side. Zhou Yang and Qi Feng had no objections. Both of them sent out their mutant plants at the same time. Xiaohu grew up again and swept a large area with one move. Everyone had seen Xiaohu's power and were not surprised. What made them look at him differently was Qi Feng, who had always performed mediocrely. He gave birth to a mutant plant with one hand, which took root as soon as it landed. Under the stimulation of Qi Feng's ability, it turned into a towering tree and attacked in the opposite direction of Zhou Yang's vines. That lightning-fast attack was obviously not something that a level 5 could have. This guy must be a level 6. He must have been hiding his abilities before. Although I can't figure out why he hid his strength. It's not the time to pursue this issue now. With the cooperation of Zhou Yang and Qi Feng, the battle line was quickly moved back to 100 meters away from the base. The gate of the base was also safe. Yin Qian and his companions left some psychics on the city wall to prevent other sea monsters from invading from above, and then took the rest of the people directly to the outside of the base, near the front line where Zhou Yang and Qi Feng's mutant plants were moving. It was less than 2 hours before dawn, and although the sky was still gray, some scenes could be vaguely seen. Outside the city, all you could see were sea monsters, and the zombies that were supposed to be wandering outside the city had already been crushed into ashes by these sea monsters, and none of them could be seen. After only looking at it for a while, Yin Qian gestured backwards. The soldiers and psychics behind him immediately rushed forward and joined the battle, cooperating with the 2 mutant plants to move the front line further back. Chapter 219 Giant Mutant Octopus. After everyone's unremitting efforts, they finally pushed the front line step by step to the coastline at sunrise. Facing the still weak sunlight, several mutant jellyfish retreated directly to the sea and soaked themselves in the sea water. Under the angry eyes of Zhou Yang and others, they quickly sank into the sea and soon disappeared. Seeing this, Yin Qian and others had to give up the mutant jellyfish and turn around to continue to deal with those shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Just as the battle was in full swing, suddenly, a wave surged in the sea, and countless mutant marine creatures rushed to the shore from the sea, even ignoring Yin Qian and other humans, and ran towards the land in a detour. Seeing a large number of sea fish with long legs and shellfish walking on clams passing by, everyone was in a mess in the wind. Thinking that the marine mutant creatures had changed their strategy and were targeting the Shanghai base again, they quickly contacted the people left behind in the Shanghai base and asked them to pay attention to defense. And they were also preparing to intercept first. At this time, someone discovered that a huge blue-green land suddenly appeared in the sea, and screamed, "Hey! Why is there suddenly an island over there?" Am I dazzled? I remember that there has never been a floating island near the Sea of Shanghai. The discoverer, a local supernatural person in Shanghai, rubbed his eyes hard after saying this, and then looked again, only to find that the land seemed to be much closer, and was immediately shocked. Fuck. Why is the island getting closer and closer? Everyone looked at the sound, and sure enough, a small floating island suddenly appeared on the sea surface a few kilometers away, and it was moving towards the land at an alarming speed. Yin Qian and Zhou Xian saw that this was not a floating island, but another mutant marine creature, and directly ordered everyone to be on alert. Hearing this, everyone immediately became alert, and each of them tightly grasped their weapons. Qi Feng stood behind the crowd, looking at the thing that was moving quickly. His eyes darkened, and he secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Hey! This must be a king-level mutant octopus. Could the mutant octopus that was killed earlier be the offspring of this thing? But there was no time to study this now. So he directly grabbed Zhou Yang, who was next to him. That thing is probably a giant mutant octopus that can change color. It's not easy to deal with. Don't get close to it later. Zhou Yang was silent for a second. Why is there another mutant octopus? Is there nothing to eat in the sea? One or two of them like to run on land. Many creatures in the sea are already very large, and they become even larger after mutation. Especially some powerful ones. They like to enclose a piece of sea as their territory. Those weak and incompetent ones are either eaten or expelled. The ocean is so big. Naturally, there are some mutant creatures that can survive on land or evolve into amphibians and run to land. The living space of humans is really getting smaller and smaller. Not only do we have to compete with zombies, muted plants and animals on land, but now we have to compete with those in the ocean. Zhou Yang looked in the direction of the ocean and sighed softly. But now is not the time to sigh. It is more important to deal with this giant mutant octopus. After asking Qi Feng a few more questions about the giant mutant octopus, Zhou Yang immediately found Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei in the front row and relayed these to Shen Zichuan and the others. This mutant octopus is bigger than the ones we encountered before, and its tentacles can regenerate infinitely. And the regeneration speed is also very fast. Unless its crystal core can be directly dug out from its head, it will not die easily. However, its head is very hard and difficult to break. The best way is to enter through the eyes. However, even the easiest eye membrane is a barrier that is difficult to break through. I am afraid that the only ones who can try here are Yin Fei and brother Yin Qian, 2 level 5 metal mutants. After listening, Yin Fei did not say anything, turned around and immediately went to discuss countermeasures with his elder brother. After listening to what Shen Zichuan said, he pushed Zhou Yang back and urged him to stand in the last row. Okay. We got it. Go back to the back. It's not safe here. Zhou Yang touched his nose, and was about to say that he was not as weak as she thought. And he also wanted to try to use Xiu's vines to restrain the tentacles of the giant octopus. However, reality did not give him a chance to speak, and he could not stand in the back row of the crowd as Shen Zichuan wished, because the giant mutant octopus had already rushed out of the sea while they were talking, and jumped in front of everyone. A large amount of seawater was carried away from the sea and splashed all over everyone's face. Zhou Yang was also directly drenched by the seawater. Facing the breeze of sunrise, he felt chilly all over. After wiping the seawater off his face, he opened his eyes again and looked up to see a giant octopus that was dozens of meters tall and comparable to a skyscraper. The blue-green head had turned black, and now it was staring at them on the ground with 2 huge eyes, as if it was looking at a group of ants. Everyone was stunned by the change and stood there, unable to recover for a while. Zhou Yang was also stunned by the giant octopus. This head? The previous mutant octopus was just a newborn baby in front of it. Yin Qian was the first to recover in the crowd and shouted, "Everyone prepare to fight." Hearing the voice, everyone recovered instantly, and looked at the magic of the giant octopus and took precautions. But more people were still afraid, as if it felt the fear of the people under its feet. The giant octopus suddenly raised its head and howled, raised a few tentacles, and began to hit everyone. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly dodged. Zhou Yang and Qi Feng directly restrained 2 of them with vines, but the other tentacles still slapped over, because the tentacles moved too fast. Even though everyone tried their best to dodge, several psychics were unfortunately hit by the tentacles. Some were thrown more than 10 meters away, while others were directly slammed into the sand. They all lost their lives. This scene made Yin Qian and others angry, and wanted to cut the giant octopus into pieces. But before everyone could catch their breath, the giant octopus had already torn off several vines, and the next wave of attacks was already in front of them. So everyone could only continue to run around. This won't work. It's too passive down there. We need helicopters or fighters to support it and distract its attention from the air. Yanqian, who had temporarily escaped from danger, saw that several brothers had been sacrificed, while the giant octopus was still unharmed. So as soon as he took a breath, he decisively picked up the satellite phone to notify the Shanghai base and asked them to send a few helicopters or fighters over. Only by distracting the attention of this thing could he and Yin Fei seize the opportunity to climb to the top of the giant octopus and try to dig out the opponent's crystal core directly. A few minutes later, a helicopter and 2 fighter jets dispatched by the Shanghai base arrived and began to circle around the giant octopus under Yanqian's hand gestures. The helicopter's posture and the loud engine sound successfully attracted the giant octopus's attention, just as Yanqian had expected, and directly shifted its attention from the humans on the ground to the several planes. Chapter 220. Yanqian was seriously injured. The 2 eyeballs of the giant octopus kept turning with the movement of the helicopter and the 2 fighter planes, and twisted its tentacles from time to time. It looked like it was waiting for the best time to attack rather than observing. Sure enough, Zhou Yang, who was below, had just caught his breath when he heard a huge explosion above his head. He looked up and saw that one of the helicopters was hit by the tentacles of the giant octopus and the fuel tank and wing, and exploded directly in midair. The pilot inside might not even have time to react before he was shattered to pieces in the explosion. Although they were dozens of meters apart, Zhou Yang seemed to be able to feel the fear of death. Seeing that there were only 2 fighter planes left out of the 3 planes, Yanqian no longer waited, looked at Yin Fei, and then made a gesture to the others. Under the cover of the others, he used his metal ability to directly transform into a chain with darts, and stabbed the other end of the chain into the giant octopus. Because the giant octopus was so big and had thick skin and flesh, Yanqian and Yin Fei's actions were just like ants climbing onto an elephant, which was not painful at all for the giant octopus. When its attention was focused on the helicopter, it did not notice that 2 small humans had climbed onto its body, or it did not take it seriously even if it found out, because humans were too small to it and not worth mentioning at all. While Yanqian and Yin Fei were trying to climb up, another fighter plane was sacrificed. But before the sacrifice, the pilot of the fighter plane sent all the remaining ammunition on the plane to the giant octopus, which bought Yanqian and Yin Fei a little more time. There was only 1 fighter plane left in the sky fighting. Looking at the remaining fighter plane, everyone couldn't help but sweat. Fortunately, after learning from the lessons of the first 2 planes, the pilot of the remaining fighter plane did not fly according to a fixed route, but changed to a method of ups and downs, left and right, successfully making the giant octopus spin around. And the movement of waving its tentacles seemed particularly irritable. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yanqian and Yin Fei finally successfully climbed to the top of the giant octopus's head from the back. After roughly finding the possible location of the octopus's brain, each of them chopped it down with a knife. Unfortunately, the head was too hard, and the knife could not get in at all. Even Yin Fei's knife of the late level 5 only left a white mark, without even cutting the skin and flesh. Sure enough, the hope of breaking through directly from the top of the head was too slim. So they had to start from the eyes. Perhaps because the sense of touch on the top of the head was more sensitive. The giant octopus finally noticed that there were 2 humans on the top of its head at this time. So it stopped and stretched out a tentacle to touch its head. Fortunately, Yanqian and the others were well prepared, and used the chain to successfully avoid the tentacles. Seeing that the 2 humans were not pulled down, the giant octopus also got angry and waved several tentacles and began to attack the top of the head non-stop. Seeing this, Yanqian and Yin Fei could only continue to dodge while trying to get closer to the direction of the giant octopus's eyes. Unfortunately, the giant octopus seemed to be able to see through the 2 people's thoughts. Every time it got a little closer, it was forced back by its tentacles. After several times, the 2 of them became a little impatient. The people below could not see the game above, and could only worry below. The pilot on the helicopter could see it clearly, and was also very anxious. He remembered that there were still a few rounds of ammunition left on his fighter plane, so he did not hesitate and fired directly at the giant octopus. The giant octopus, which had been angered by the ammunition fired by the previous fighter plane, saw that it was blown up again. Although it did not cause much damage to it, it felt insulted. So it put its sights on the fighter plane again, and chased the fighter plane with its tentacles dancing, and even ignored the two humans, who were still running wild on its head. Taking advantage of the fighter plane to help divert the attention of the giant octopus again, the brothers Yin Qian and Yin Fei did not delay any longer, and ran quickly to the end close to the eye. But the eye was below, and the two of them had to jump down, because there is no place on the giant octopus's head for them to insert the dart chain to fix it. The jumping position must be directly above the eyes, and the moment they jump down and reach the eyes, they must throw it in time to pull themselves into the giant octopus's eyes. And there is only one such opportunity. If they fail, the giant octopus will not give them such an opportunity to get close to the eyes again. The brothers took a deep breath and stood at the position of the left and right eyes respectively. This was discussed by the two people early in the morning. In order to increase the success rate, one person is responsible for one eye, and it is necessary to ensure that one party can complete the task. After finding the best position, the two looked at each other for the last time, and then jumped down resolutely, and threw their chains with all their strength when they fell to the position of the eyes. Zhou Yang and his companions, who were watching the movements from above, held their breath as they watched the two people jump down, and kept an eye on their every move, fearing any accidents. Two darts were seen piercing the giant octopus's eyes almost at the same time, successfully breaking the eye membrane layer, and under the inertia, they successfully pulled the two people back to the eyes. Two living people were directly on the giant octopus's eyes, and for the giant octopus, this was no different from a small flying insect in a person's eyes. Although the damage was not great, it was very uncomfortable. At that moment, he gave up the fighter plane that made him angry, stopped directly in place, and waved his tentacles towards his eyes, trying to get the two insect-like things in his eyes out. But things that entered the eyes were not so easy to clean. The tentacles swept for a long time without any effect, and the two insects even had a tendency to drill in. The giant octopus was immediately anxious, roared, and launched a burst of energy in his body. The huge energy ball rushed straight to the giant octopus's forehead, shocking the two people who were still trying to crawl into their eyes and spitting blood. But this did not make the two give up, but instead began to scratch the eye membrane with more effort. Finally, Yin Fei took the lead in making a hole big enough to accommodate himself. After taking a deep breath, he immediately drilled in and headed all the way to the giant octopus's brain. Feeling that one of them had already drilled into his eyes and was still going into his brain, the giant octopus didn't care about his eyes this time, and directly danced his two tentacles and stabbed into his two eyes. Yin Fei on the right entered early, so before the tentacles arrived, he had already touched the other end of the eyeball, and found a suitable position to break through the eyeball to the brain tissue. When the tentacles stabbed in, Yin Fei also saw it, and even deliberately stood in the position he had chosen, and immediately dodged when the tentacles came over, but instead let the tentacles open a passage for him without any effort. While the tentacles continued to search for him in the eyeball, Yin Fei dodged through the large hole made by the tentacles, and went directly to the brain tissue. Compared to Yin Fei's success, Yin Qian was not so lucky. At that time, he had just cut enough holes, and had just got half of his body in when he was caught by the tentacles that had pierced in. Seeing that he was about to be caught, he hurriedly tried his best to get in. After finally getting his whole body in, he thought he was safe and turned around to swim in. But he never expected that this giant octopus would be so cruel as to pierce his eyes directly. When he realized something was wrong, his abdomen had been pierced through. The intense pain made him unable to hold his breath, and he was choked directly. Then, as a large amount of blood flowed out of his body, the surrounding transparent liquid was dyed red. The voices and faces of his wife and son, as well as his parents and family members, kept flashing through his mind. The past scenes were all passing through his mind like a passing show, until his consciousness fell into darkness. Chapter 221 Healing Psychic. The giant octopus poked its eyes cleanly and neatly, which made Zhou Yang below dumbfounded. Damn it! Is this octopus so cruel to itself? Chi Feng shrugged. Anyway, he can grow back. So what's the big deal about being blind for a while? Zhou Yang was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Just as he was about to ask how long it would take to grow back, he heard others screaming. Major General Yin was caught by the tentacles. What should I do? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang hurriedly looked over and saw that Yin Qian was pierced directly by the tentacles of the giant octopus. At this moment, He was hanging on the top of the tentacles without any movement, and his life or death was unknown. Fuck. Qifeng. Help me save people. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he urged Xiaohu to attack the giant octopus. At Zhou Yang's signal, Xiaohu's vines directly wrapped around the giant octopus's tentacle that was wrapped around Yan Qian, and pulled it down hard. Qifeng heard Zhou Yang's call and hurriedly urged his vines to help. Fortunately, the giant octopus was still trying hard to save Yan Fei, who was getting farther and farther in its eyes, and could not take care of Yan Qian and Zhou Yang who had been caught. So after combining the strength of the two mutant plants, Zhou Yang and Qifeng finally succeeded in pulling the tentacle down. But how to rescue people from the tentacles became a problem again, because the tentacles were still subconsciously struggling with the vines, and instead had a tendency to wrap Yan Qian tighter and tighter. Zhou Yang was immediately anxious and hurriedly called Wan Dou over to let it set fire to the tentacles. Yan Qian's deputy also came over with his men, and took the lead in helping to deal with the tentacles. With everyone working together, the tip of the tentacle was finally broken, and the part that was wrapped around Yan Qian was instantly relaxed. Zhou Yang and others hurriedly pulled the tentacles apart. But as soon as they pulled them apart, they found that Yan Qian's abdomen was completely penetrated. The blood on his body had dyed his military uniform red, and Yan Qian's face was pale, obviously due to excessive blood loss. In this case, Zhou Yang and others did not dare to move. With such a large penetration wound, if the tip of the tentacle was pulled out directly, even if Yan Qian was a level 5 psychic, his life would be in danger. There were no professional doctors at the moment, and the few soldiers in the army who had some first aid awareness did not dare to start. When everyone was anxious, Zhou Yang suddenly remembered that Li Mei said that there was a healing psychic in their team, and he didn't know if they brought it with them this time. Zhou Yang stood up and looked around, and finally saw Li Mei busy among the people responsible for rescuing the wounded in the back. Sister Li, you said before that there is a healing psychic in your team, right? Did he come to Shanghai this time? He did, but I left him behind the Shanghai base. Can you bring him here? Brother Yan Qian's injury can't be delayed. Okay. I go and bring him here now. Wait a minute. You go sit on the P. Zhou Yang called the P who was following him. Boy, take this sister back to where we live today. Pick someone up and come back right away. Okay? The P shouted, turned into a super large version, and then lay on the ground. Li Mei was not polite, and climbed up neatly. Watching the P rushing out with Li Mei, Zhou Yang could only turn around and go back to Yan Qian's side. I don't know what level the healing psychic is. In order to increase the survival rate, Zhou Yang took out a basin of spring water, cut Yan Qian's clothes with scissors, and cleaned the wound with spring water. He couldn't give it to Yan Qian directly, because it was common sense that he couldn't drink water after being seriously injured. He didn't dare to feed Yan Qian spring water directly in front of so many people, so he could only choose to use spring water to clean the wound first. In just a few minutes, Wan Dou came back exhausted. But there was not only Li Mei on his back, but also several more people. In addition to Su Qingtang and an unknown middle-aged man, there was actually a pair of siblings, Sun Jing and Sun Peng, who had been rescued from the cannibal villagers on the way to the capital base. But Zhou Yang didn't care about being surprised now, and took a big step forward and asked directly, which of them is a healing psychic? Li Mei pointed to the youngest Sun Peng. This child is a level 4 healing psychic. This Mr. Liu is a professional surgeon. Come together to help watch the treatment. Hearing this, Zhou Yang looked at Sun Peng blankly. He never thought that this child was a healing psychic, and he had already reached level 4 in just half a year. Obviously, he was trained by Li Mei. It's true. After all, he helped her cure her heart disease. At that moment, Zhou Yang did not hesitate, and took Dr. Liu and Sun Peng to Yan Qian's side. Seeing that Yan Qian's abdomen was almost completely pierced by the tentacles, Dr. Liu couldn't help but sweat. Such a serious injury. If it happened before the end of the world, he would have died on the spot. Fortunately, this patient is now a level 5 mutant, and his physical fitness is good enough to hang on. But even so, the risk is still very high. If the tentacle is pulled out, it will bleed heavily again. But if it is not pulled out, it will be even worse, and the wound cannot be treated. So the only way is to quickly treat the wound and treat it while pulling out the tentacles. And there can be no slackness in both. Dr. Liu looked at Yan Qian and had a plan in mind. So he looked up and asked, who among you has strong abilities, great strength, and experience in treating penetrating injuries? I need someone who is strong enough and fast enough to pull out the tentacles. In addition, I need a basin of clean water and disinfectant, as well as clean and smooth gloves, preferably disposable medical gloves. Shin Sichuan was the first to step forward. I pull out the tentacles. I have what you want. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he took out a new basin of spring water and a bottle of disinfectant, and handed them to Dr. Lu one by one. Dr. Lu nodded, then looked at Sun Peng on the side. Little friend, when I tell you to treat it, you will quickly follow what I say. Understand? Sun Peng did not speak, but just glanced at Dr. Lu, and then nodded seriously. On seeing this, Dr. Lu turned his attention back to Yan Qian, and after taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Pull it out!" Chapter 222 Death of the Giant Octopus. Shin Sichuan had already placed his hand on the tentacle, and when Dr. Lu gave the order, he decisively pulled out the tentacle. At the moment when the tentacle left the body, the wound that had gradually stopped bleeding began to bleed again, instantly dyeing the ground under him red. Dr. Lu did not dare to delay, and immediately used spring water and disinfectant to quickly disinfect the wound, and then directly said, "Little friend, you first follow the direction of my hand to treat it, and the speed must be fast. That is, here, quick. Very good. This side is almost done. We will continue to treat here." After nearly half an hour of stitching and patching, Yan Qian's abdomen was finally cured for the most part, and Sun Peng's superpowers had been consumed too much. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his little face was flushed. Seeing that Yan Qian was no longer in danger of death, Zhou Yang quickly stopped the treatment. Otherwise, if the treatment continued like this, Yan Qian might not be much better, and the little guy would be backfired because of the excessive consumption of superpowers. Healing abilities are different from other abilities. If you use up your abilities, you will lose your vitality. Therefore, if it is not necessary, healing abilities will not consume their abilities excessively. Thank you, little friend. That's enough. Go and rest for a while. Zhou Yang patted Sun Peng on the shoulder and stuffed him with a few level 3 crystal cores. No. We have crystal cores. Seeing that the treatment was over, Sun Jing hurried over and wanted to help Sun Peng to rest. As a result, when he came over, he saw Zhou Yang stuffing several crystal cores into his brother's hands and hurriedly stopped him. You saved us before, and we haven't had time to repay you yet. How can we still ask for your crystal cores? Let's put it in a different way. This is what your brother deserves. Take him to the side to absorb the crystal cores and restore his physical strength. He is still young and should not consume his abilities excessively. Zhou Yang insisted on giving Sun Peng the crystal core. Sun Jing refused to no avail. In the end, he had to take his brother to rest. After Yan Qian's condition stabilized, Zhou Yang and his men carried him to a place far away from the battlefield, and then left Su Qingtang and Dr. Lu to look after him before returning to the battlefield. The people who had been observing below didn't know what was going on above, so they could only keep a close eye on the giant octopus every move, ready to rescue Yin Fei at any time. In the giant octopus's head, Yin Fei didn't know that his elder brother was almost dead, and now he had successfully entered the giant octopus's brain tissue. Unlike the hard shell, the brain tissue was abnormally soft, and it was easy to scratch out a hole that could accommodate him. It was just that Yin Fei dug easily, but the giant octopus was in pain. The brain was constantly dug, and even iron couldn't stand it. It wanted to continue to use its tentacles to grab the worms in its brain, but it twitched in pain when the tentacles touched the brain tissue. So in the end, it could only rely on the tentacles to keep whipping its head, hoping to kill the worms that had drilled into its brain. Unfortunately, although Yin Fei inside also felt a huge shock, the brain tissue of the giant octopus around him protected him very well. Apart from being a little dizzy, he was not hurt at all. After crawling forward for an unknown period of time, Yin Fei finally found a crystal core with a diameter of more than 1 meter in the center of the giant octopus's brain. Because he had been in the giant octopus's brain for too long, Yin Fei was almost unable to hold his breath, so he didn't have time to think about anything else. He went up and directly cut off several nerves in the giant octopus's brain that were connected to the crystal core. As the nerves were broken one by one, the giant octopus began to frantically whip everything around it that could hit it, including itself, and finally rolled on the ground like crazy. Yin Fei inside only felt a tremor of the earth and knew that this was the giant octopus's counterattack after he cut off the nerves. So he struggled back to the crystal core and cut it several times in a row, until the last nerve was cut off by him. The giant octopus gradually stopped moving. Yan Fei then hurriedly and quickly withdrew from the giant octopus's brain tissue along the original route, and escaped through the giant octopus's eyes. The first moment he got out, he took a deep breath, and then collapsed directly outside the eyeball. He was really too tired. It took him nearly 30 minutes from entering to exiting, and he also held his breath for nearly 30 minutes. And he was still moving during this process. If the Guinness record was still there, he would definitely break it. After seeing the giant octopus flopping into the sea, and finally lying on its back on the shallow beach without moving, Zhou Yang and others outside knew that Yan Fei must have succeeded. So they all rushed over and stood by the sea waiting for Yan Fei to come out. A few minutes later, they finally saw Yan Fei crawling out of the octopus's eyes, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing Yan Fei leaning on the eyeball for a long time without moving, Zhou Yang and others were a little anxious, fearing that he was also injured, and hurriedly waded through the sea water to run over. As soon as he stood under the giant octopus's head, Shen Zichuan shouted, "Yan Fei, how are you? Are you injured?" Hearing Shen Zichuan's voice, Yan Fei looked up and saw Shen Zichuan, Zhou Yang, Lu Yanwen and others standing anxiously below. He quickly replied, "It's okay. It's just that I held my breath for too long and was shaking inside, so it's a bit uncomfortable." Hearing this, Zhou Yang and the others were relieved. Yan Fei took a break for a while and felt that his strength had come up a little. He immediately glanced at the other side, but did not see his eldest brother. So he asked again, "Where is my eldest brother? Is he still in there?" Shen Zichuan shook his head, "No. He came out a long time ago. You come down first and talk about it." Hearing this, Yan Fei was stunned for a moment, realizing that something must have happened to his elder brother. So he stood up decisively and jumped down, landing steadily in front of Shen Zichuan and others. As soon as he stood still, he asked anxiously, "What happened to my elder brother? Is he injured? How is he now?" "He was pierced by the tentacles of the giant octopus and was seriously injured, but we rescued him. It happened that there was a healing system in Li Mei's team, and he is now out of danger." "That's good." Knowing that Yan Qian was out of danger, Yan Fei breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Zhou Yang and said, "The crystal core in the giant octopus's brain is too big. I can't hold my breath and come out first. Zhou Yang, can you take it out with the vines? I don't want to go in again. It's disgusting." Zhou Yang nodded immediately, and commanded Xiaohu to get into the giant octopus's brain and take out the crystal core. It took less than 2 minutes. Looking at the huge gray crystal core in front of them, Zhou Yang and the others were stunned. This power crystal core is too big. It seems that Chai Jin won this time. This one must be a late level 6. But it's a good thing that this giant octopus is only evolving in strength. Otherwise, they might not be able to get it so easily. Collect the crystal core. After getting up, Yan Fei turned around and rushed back quickly, wanting to go back to check on Yan Qian's injuries. Seeing this, Zhou Yang and the others hurriedly followed. However, as soon as they turned around, there was another huge noise behind them. Li Mei and others who were waiting on the coast in the distance looked at the direction behind them in fear. Zhou Yang and the others turned around and saw a mutant squid that was a circle larger than a giant octopus, swooping down from the distant sea at a very fast speed. In a blink of an eye, it arrived at the shallow sea area in front of the few people. Chapter 223 The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. Unaware of the Oriole behind. Just when Zhou Yang thought they were doomed, the giant squid dragged away the giant octopus that had just died with its tentacles, and started its feast directly in the shallow sea area. Zhou Yang, Just as Zhou Yang was stunned, Shen Zichuan and his men quickly came to their senses, and directly pulled Zhou Yang back to the coast. The escape of several humans did not attract the attention of the giant squid at all. Apparently, the fresh corpse of the giant octopus at the moment could attract the giant squid even more. This meal was enough to offset its hunting volume for several days. The indestructible octopus head under Yan Qian and Yan Fei was easily torn in half by the giant squid at this moment, and then directly stuffed into the mouth parts by the squid's tentacles and swallowed alive. The blue blood unique to the octopus dripped into the sea along the torn wound and drifted along the seawater. It looked like blue ribbons dancing in the water. This scene should have been very beautiful, but now it was only bloody, because the purpose of the giant squid was unclear. Everyone was not sure whether it would leave after eating the giant octopus, or continue to attack them like the sea monster and giant octopus before. So they all temporarily retreated to a farther place, where Yan Qian was lying. Fortunately, Zhou Yang and his friends' worries were unnecessary. The giant squid in front of them had no interest in the tiny humans, let alone the mutated crabs and shrimps on the beach. After quickly eating a whole octopus, it decisively turned back and dived into the sea, swimming to deeper waters. Seeing this, Zhou Yang and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, seeing that this squid was just coming here to eat a meal. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. The sky had already brightened, and the sun was hanging high in the sky. Looking at the calm sea, everyone agreed that the sea monster attack should be over. So they planned to quickly clean up the battlefield and return to the Shanghai base, just as everyone walked towards the previous battlefield, intending to clear the crystal cores of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. A bloody storm was set off in the distant sea. Everyone looked over and saw that the giant squid, which had just had a full meal, had just returned to the deep sea area, and was surrounded by a group of mutant killer whales that smelled the blood. Each mutant killer whale is now comparable to a small yacht more than 10 meters long, and there are at least a dozen of them. Seeing that the target was obviously its own, the giant squid was not stupid, and immediately waved its tentacles to drive it away. The two sides fought fiercely for a while, but the killer whale group was too large, and the giant squid was eventually defeated and was dragged into the deep sea by the killer whale group and eaten. After a long time, there was only a pool of melted black ink on the sea surface, and then it disappeared under the washing of the sea. Everyone watched the mantis stalking the cicada quietly, and they were all shocked. The sea was far more cruel and dangerous than they had imagined. Afterwards, fearing that they would attract something from the sea, everyone quickly packed up the crystal cores of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and then took the bodies of the brothers who died and withdrew. But before leaving, Zhou Yang, under the guidance of Qifeng, collected a lot of edible mutant fish, shrimps, and shellfish into the space. It just made up for the shortcoming that there were no mutant seafood in his space, and the seafood feast in the future was also guaranteed. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group immediately withdrew to the Shanghai base. Yan Qian was still in a coma because of a serious injury, and it was not suitable for bumps. But the road was now bumpy because of the battle, and even driving the best equipped car would be like driving a roller coaster. So the few people discussed it, and finally decided to put the person on P's back and let P carry him back slowly. After the P grew bigger, it could walk slowly and catch up with the speed of a car at 20 to 30 yards, which was about the same speed as the team's return. When they returned to the Shanghai base, the people guarding the city cheered and jumped for joy when they saw the group returning smoothly. But when they saw the bloody bodies on the military card, they fell silent at the same time. Although today's casualties were not large compared to the past, it still could not change the fact that this victory was won by stepping on the flesh and blood of countless compatriots. Although sadness is immeasurable, the living still have to live. After a simple collective funeral and cremation, everyone put away all their sadness, cheered up, and began to reorganize the base. After this fierce battle, the city wall was destroyed in several places and urgently needed to be repaired again. Inside and outside the city wall, there were also a lot of sea monster corpses that needed to be cleaned up. After the apocalypse, it seems that even bacteria have evolved, and the speed of decay is much faster than before the apocalypse. Unless it is an extremely cold day, or even as it is now, with a temperature of over 10 degrees. Many creatures, especially things like seafood, will quickly rot once they die, and it may take less than a day. So if they are not cleaned up in time, these corpses will rot soon, and the Shanghai base may stink more than the garbage disposal plant. That is why Zhou Yang only picked up the mutant seafood that had just died on the beach, and didn't want any of the ones on the base. Although they were not yet rotten and smelly, they were not so fresh after all, and it would not be worth it if you got sick. However, although Zhou Yang looked down on these mutant sea monsters, the military of the Shanghai base still needed them very much, and had already sent people to pick up a large number of them, put them in the freezer, and freeze them for slow consumption. As for the rest, the military left them to the lower-class refugees in Shanghai. For so long, these refugees have been relying on picking up the seafood left by the military after each war to have a full meal. Zhou Yang and his team were still worried about Yan Qian's injuries, so they did not participate in these finishing works, and directly took Yan Qian to the accommodation at the capital base in a hurry. Wando carried Yan Qian all the way to the square in the inner city. Further in, the road narrowed and Wando could not go in. So he had to stop here. Then Zhou Yang took out a stretcher, transferred Yan Qian onto it, and asked Yin Fei and Shen Zichuan to carry him inside. Dr. Lu also followed the others, and returned to the small single room where Yan Qian lived. After directing the others to transfer Yan Qian to the bed again, he quickly checked Yan Qian's wound to see if it had cracked on the way back. By the way, he also took new bandages and ointments from Zhou Yang to rebandage the wound. Before, because of insufficient conditions and in a hurry, he just bandaged it hastily. Now that he is back, he naturally needs to apply medicine and rebandage it. Chapter 224 Yan Qian wakes up. Fortunately, Yan Qian's recovery ability is good, and he was not bumpy on the way back, so the wound did not crack again. Dr. Lu only applied a large amount of wound medicine and rebandaged the wound. However, in order to avoid inflammation of the wound, Dr. Lu still suggested that Zhou Yang feed Yan Qian some anti-inflammatory drugs if conditions permit. After seeing the patient, Dr. Lu said goodbye. But before leaving, Zhou Yang and his team also paid Dr. Lu some supplies as consultation fees. Dr. Lu did not refuse, and happily took the supplies and left. After Dr. Lu left, Zhou Yang immediately took out a box of anti-inflammatory drugs from the space. Because he had asked Dr. Lu about the dosage in advance, he directly picked out 2 pills. Then he took out a small cup of spring water from the space, then peeled off the capsule shell of the anti-inflammatory drug and dissolved the medicine inside into the spring water. Yan Qian is definitely unable to take the medicine in this condition, and the only way is to feed it artificially. So Zhou Yang can only do this. However, it was not suitable for him to pour the medicine. So after preparing the potion, Zhou Yang directly stuffed the quilt to Yin Fei. You pour the anti-inflammatory potion into your brother. Yes, Yin Fei responded, took the cup and walked to the bedside, slightly lifted Yan Qian's head, and began to pour the medicine. But the unconscious person couldn't even open his mouth, so the potion didn't go in, and it flowed directly into his neck along the corner of his mouth. There was no other way. Yin Fei had to force his eldest brother's mouth open before pouring it in. Seeing Yin Fei's simple and rough movements, Zhou Yang felt a pain in his mouth for Yan Qian. After a cup of spring water and anti-inflammatory medicine were poured, they really relaxed. And then Zhou Yang and others planned to go back and clean themselves up first. After such a big battle, the body was covered with dust and sweat, and the residue of sea monsters, which was fishy and smelly. Especially Yin Fei, who went around in the giant octopus's brain, and still felt sticky and uncomfortable. So they urgently needed to go back to take a shower and clean themselves up. So several people temporarily handed Yan Qian to Yan Qian's deputy, and asked him to send someone to the Baijishan team to find them if he found Yan Qian awake. Then after telling the deputy a few words, he went straight back to his accommodation. As soon as he entered the door, he took a shower and changed clothes. When everyone came out after washing up, their stomachs were already growling with hunger. So Zhou Yang took out a table and chairs from the space again, and set up a table directly in the room to offer everyone a meal. As for the mutant seafood collected before, they wanted to vomit when they saw it now. So Zhou Yang didn't move it. Anyway, it wouldn't go bad if it was stored in the cellar, and it wouldn't be too late to eat it when they returned to the Baijishan base in the future. Looking at the table of hot and fragrant food, several people couldn't help swallowing their saliva. However, in line with the principle that the parents of food and clothing should start eating first, after Zhou Yang took the first chopstick, the other 7 people began to eat voraciously. In less than 20 minutes, the food on the table was eaten up, and everyone's belly was full. Even Su Qitang couldn't stand up. Several people sat for a long time before getting up to clean up the mess. After eating and drinking, they couldn't help but feel sleepy. But Yan Qian's deputy didn't send anyone over. Thinking that Yan Qian was still not awake, they didn't want to rest. After thinking for a while, Shen Zichuan asked Lu Yanwen and Su Qitang to stay here with Qi Feng Yue and wait for Bai Jishan's people to come back to see what arrangements Bai Jishan had made. The other 4 of them continued to watch Yan Qian at the capital base team. Although the deputy brought by Yan Qian should be trustworthy, it was more reassuring for them to watch him in person. In case of an accident, they could also take action in time. When Zhou Yang and the other 4 arrived, Yan Qian's deputy was guarding the small room conscientiously, and had to deal with things in the team from time to time. Yan Qian was unconscious now, so the matter of the capital base team naturally had to be handled by him. the deputy captain. Seeing Yin Fei and the other four coming over, the deputy captain was relieved and quickly stood up and said, "Young Master Yin, why don't you go see the Major General first? I have to go out to comfort the wounded in the team, and then distribute the rewards and pensions." Yin Fei nodded and had no objection. "Okay. You go." After that, he took over the position of deputy captain and sat beside Yin Qian's bed. The deputy captain nodded and walked out quickly, closing the door when he left. After the deputy captain left, Zhou Yang took out 3 folding chairs and put them aside. He sat behind Yin Fei in turn with Shen Zichuan and Lu Xingye. The 4 of them stayed until almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yin Fei and Shen Zichuan were still quite energetic and talked from time to time, while Zhou Yang and Lu Xingye were so sleepy that they wanted to doze off. On the single bed, Yin Qian felt that he had slept for a long time. When he regained consciousness, he felt the intense pain coming from his body. Not only did his body hurt, his back hurt, but even his mouth and chin hurt a little. Yin Qian struggled for a while before opening his eyes. Looking at the gray-white ceiling, he almost thought he was in the hospital. When he came to his senses, he remembered that it was the small room where he had stayed for 2 days. He vaguely remembered that he was pierced through the abdomen by the mutant octopus's tentacles before he lost consciousness. So was he rescued? Yin Qian was a little uncertain. But when he glanced and saw the back of his younger brother sitting next to him, he put his heart back in his stomach. It seems that he was indeed rescued, and the giant octopus should have been solved. Yin Fei turned his back to discuss the follow-up actions with Shen Zichuan at this time, so he didn't notice that Yin Qian had woken up at the first time. It was when Shen Zichuan was listening to Yin Fei's words and thinking that he glanced at the head of the bed and saw that Yin Qian had opened his eyes. So he quickly interrupted Yin Fei. "Your big brother is awake." Hearing this, Yin Fei immediately stopped talking and subconsciously looked back. Sure enough, he saw that Yin Qian had woken up and was looking in the direction of them in a trance. "Big brother, are you awake?" "Yeah." Yin Qian nodded, and just as he was about to try to move, he pulled the wound on his abdomen and groaned. "Don't move now. Although the wound has been treated by a healing psychic, it only repaired your internal organs. The external wound only looks better, but it is still easy to tear, so you can only lie down and rest. Don't worry about the outside things for the time being. Your deputy captain will take care of it." Yin Qian was silent for a while and didn't move again, but he tilted his head to look at Yin Fei and asked, "Then I can eat? I feel very hungry and a little thirsty." Yin Fei was speechless. They really didn't remember to ask this question. So Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan took the initiative to go out again and ask Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu slapped his forehead and blamed himself for forgetting to tell the 2 about the diet, and hurriedly told them one by one. According to the pre-apocalypse, he must not eat. But now Yin Qian is a psychic, and his recovery speed is several times faster than that of ordinary people, so eating something should not be a problem. But just in case, it is best to only eat some easy-to-digest and light liquid food, and don't eat too much. After asking Dr. Lu, Zhou Yang had an idea. Chapter 225 Take them back. After returning, he only took a bowl of vegetable porridge that he had cooked with spring water from the space for Yin Qian to eat. Because Yin Qian couldn't get up, Yin Fei fed him this bowl of porridge. Looking at the green vegetable porridge in front of him, Yin Qian suddenly felt that he was not so hungry. However, it was shameful to waste food, so he finally opened his mouth to eat it. Unexpectedly, the vegetable porridge in his mouth was really delicious. "I think this vegetable porridge is made with broth. Otherwise, how could it be so delicious?" Yin Qian didn't stop eating one mouthful after another, and the bowl of vegetable porridge was finished in a blink of an eye. Licking the corner of his mouth, Yin Qian still felt a little unsatisfied, but Zhou Yang and others didn't dare to let him eat anymore. Yin Qian's protest was ineffective, and he could only lie down and sigh. Although Yin Qian woke up, due to his injuries, he could only mention the matter of the capital rescue team verbally. The deputy captain's deterrence was not enough, and his military strength could not suppress those private superpower teams. So Yin Qian directly pulled Yin Fei over to be a laborer and take charge of the team at the capital base. Although he didn't have to take care of anything, he was just used to deter those who wanted to make trouble. But Yin Fei had shown his face at the capital base before, and everyone at the capital base knew that he was the youngest son of Chief Yin and a brother of Yin Qian. So naturally they didn't dare to say anything. In this way, there were a few people who were originally disobedient, But they were suppressed by Yan Fei's airborne landing, and dared not make any rash moves. Zhou Xian and others had no objection to the Baijishan base. After all, Major General Yin had an accident, so it was normal to ask Yan Fei, his younger brother, to help. Moreover, their team was simple and easy to control, and he and Song Lian alone were enough to hold the fort. Moreover, once the sea monster attacked again next time, it would still be a matter of several bases working together. In the next few days, the weather became colder and colder, and the temperature dropped to single digits. Zhou Yang and others had to take out their thick coats and put them on. However, the people in other rescue teams were not so lucky. It was a hot day when they came out, and they didn't think so much at all. Now many people were snotty from the cold. Zhou Yang saw that this business opportunity had come. Right? He immediately started to sell the thick coats piled up in his space among several bases. 5 level 3 crystal cores could be exchanged for 1 coat. If it was in the original base, it would definitely be a high price. However, the Shanghai base is backed by the sea, and the evolution of the creatures in the ocean is relatively high. Therefore, after experiencing many sea monster attacks, most of the survivors here have no shortage of level 3 crystal cores, and the several bases that came to rescue have made a lot of money. So 5 level 3 crystal cores for a thick coat is really not expensive here. In just one morning, Zhou Yang sold thousands of coats, and his hands were soft from collecting crystal cores. During this period, although the sea monsters also attacked several times, they were all minor fights and did not cause any damage to the Shanghai base. Several rescue teams cooperated with the Shanghai base and easily beat the sea monster back. Zhou Yang and Qi Feng speculated that it was because the temperature dropped rapidly, and most of the sea monsters, especially the large mutant sea beasts, migrated to other places to avoid the cold. After all, it would be troublesome to migrate when the extreme cold came. The two also told this speculation to Xin Zichuan and Yan Fei, and everyone felt that it made some sense. So after a few days, when the temperature dropped below 0 degrees, they discussed with several base rescue teams to see if they should prepare to go back. The temperature has dropped very sharply. If it is delayed and hits the extreme cold, I am afraid they will not be able to go back. Zhou Xian and Yan Qian also thought it made some sense. So they went back and discussed it, and decided that except for some people who stayed at the Shanghai base to guard, everyone else would return to the original base. Zhou Xian and his brothers from the Special Forces team stayed at the Baijishan base, and the team was handed over to Song Lian and Yan Fei. Of course, the focus was still on Yan Fei and his Qianlong team. Of course, this was said secretly behind Song Lian's back. Otherwise Song Lian would definitely jump up and down. The capital base was supposed to be led by Yan Qian, but unfortunately Yan Qian was injured. Although he has recovered in the past few days, and his daily activities are not restricted, he is still not able to fight. So this time, the deputy team leader and a part of the Yin family army stayed behind. As for the rescue teams of the other 2 bases, they also took the initiative to leave a team of more than 10 people. After all, although everyone has seen the horror of marine mutants, they have also seen the high returns brought by marine mutants. So there are also many people willing to stay and fight. After that, Zhou Yang and others followed the large force of Baijishan to prepare to go home. The rescue teams of several other bases also set off on the same day as them. However, they also have another task, which is to escort the ordinary survivors of the Shanghai base to migrate to the Shicheng base and the Hangzhou base respectively. Since there were too many ordinary people, the rescue teams of the 2 bases alone might be eaten by zombies before they even reached the base. So after discussing with the bases, it was decided that the Baijishan base would help the rescue team of the Hangzhou base to escort 50% of the ordinary people to Hangzhou, and the people of the capital base would naturally help the Shicheng base to escort the remaining people to Shicheng. On the day of departure, Zhou Yang and his friends discussed and found Zhou Xian and Yan Qian, and sent some survival supplies to the teams left behind in the 2 bases. They were all very cold resistant and could be used in extreme cold weather. Both sides accepted them happily. After putting down the things for the team of the capital base, Zhou Yang and his friends planned to go back to Baijishan. However, not long after walking, Zhou Yang was stopped by Li Mei, who caught up with him. "Little Zhou brother, wait a minute." Zhou Yang looked back when he heard the shout, and saw Li Mei standing behind them with Sun Jing and Sun Peng. "Sisterly, is there anything I can do for you?" I want to ask you for a favor. Can you please take the siblings back to the Baiji Mountain base? Zhou Yang was stunned when he heard this. Huh? Ah? Sun Peng is a level 4 healing psychic, so he was just allowed to take them back to Baiji Mountain. Although he also brought along an ordinary person, Sun Jing. But no matter how you look at it, Li Mei was at a disadvantage. Not only Zhou Yang couldn't figure it out, Shen Zichuan and the others also looked at Li Mei in disbelief. The level 4 healing psychic that she had cultivated was just given away for nothing. Looking at the puzzled faces of the people, Li Mei could only sigh helplessly. I have no choice. The news that Xiao Peng is a healer and cured my brother cannot be concealed in the capital. People have been targeting us, especially Zhang Tao, who has been looking for trouble with our Black Rose and their siblings. So I could only bring them with me this time. By the way, I also want to try my luck and see if I can meet you. Please take them back. After all, I don't trust others. Zhou Yang tilted his head. Then you can trust us? Li Mei chuckled. I believe it. They believe it too. After all, you have saved them a long time ago. And you are strong enough. The healing system is just icing on the cake for you. It is not very useful. Right? That's right. Zhou Yang chuckled, and then turned to look at Shen Zichuan. What do you think? Shen Zichuan shrugged. I don't care. It's all right. Just make your decision. Zhou Yang looked around again and found that the others didn't seem to care at all. So he nodded and said, okay. Let them go back with us. Chapter 226 Escort to Hangzhou Base. However, Zhou Yang was still a little worried about taking the siblings from Li Mei's team directly. So he asked again, but if you send the healer directly to me, will everything be fine after you go back? Those people who are eyeing the healer will not give up. Right? Li Mei sneered. What else can they do? I didn't want to stay in the capital in the first place. I will call my sisters to come with me when I go back this time. I will join you after the extreme cold. You must welcome the sisters when the time comes. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded. Of course there is no problem. The Black Rose team is always welcome at the Baijishan base. Li Mei nodded with satisfaction, pushed Sun Jing's siblings in front of Zhou Yang and others, and turned around and left decisively in the eyes of Sun Jing's siblings, who were reluctant to leave. After seeing Li Mei off, Zhou Yang looked at the siblings again. Let's go. You follow us back first. But, didn't you bring your luggage? Just a small bag? Looking at the small bag in the siblings' hands, Zhou Yang fell into deep thought. We left in a hurry, and didn't bring anything with us. Sun Jing held her brother's shoulder and whispered. But we have quite a few level 3 and 4 crystal cores in our bag. Before Sister Mei sent us here, she gave us a level 5 water crystal core, saying it could be used as our lodging fee. We will also work hard to earn crystal cores and return them to you in the future. Level 5 water? TSK. Sister Li really gives us whatever we need. Zhou Yang chuckled. Don't worry. We don't lack crystal cores. The level 5 crystal core that Li Mei gave you is enough to make up for the food and accommodation we provide for you. Just go back with us without worry. By the way, I don't think I've ever seen your brother speak. Is he particularly introverted? Zhou Yang had never heard the child speak since he first rescued the siblings. Even now, he just stood quietly by and watched them talk, blinking his eyes, without making any sound, and suddenly became curious. Sun Jing lowered her head and touched Sun Peng's little head. My brother can't speak since he was a child. It's congenital. Zhou Yang touched his hair awkwardly. Ahem. Well, can't he cure himself? Sun Jing shook her head. I let Xiao Peng try it himself. It didn't work. Zhou Yang touched his nose. Okay. Maybe the level is not enough. Or it will be fine in the future. Let's go first. We're about to leave. The few of them quickly returned to the team at Baiji Mountain. Sun Jing and Sun Peng were also taken directly to the Qianlong team's car by Zhou Yang and his team. Seeing that Zhou Yang and his team brought 2 more people back. One of them was a healing psychic who saved the leader of the capital base. And he looked like he was going to go with them. Although the others were quite surprised. No one asked too much. In any case, having more healing psychics in the team is also a good thing for them. Just after 8 o'clock in the morning, the teams from Hangzhou and Baijishan bases set off first with nearly 10,000 ordinary survivors from Shanghai base. And the teams from Shicheng and capital bases followed closely with the other half of the survivors. Not far from Shanghai base, the 2 large teams arrived at their respective intersections. And Zhou Yang and his team followed the large team to detour south to Hangzhou base. Because the highway is not available now. The large team can only take a national highway from Shanghai to Hangzhou. Fortunately, there is no traffic control now, and the team set off on the highway all the way. And it was quite fast. However, because this national highway passes through many towns and villages, there are really many zombies encountered on the road, and even encountered the situation of being blocked by zombies many times. Since this provincial road is the closest and most convenient way to Hangzhou, the team cannot take a detour, and they can only be forced to stop and clean up every time. Fortunately, the level of the superpowers in the team is relatively high, and there are several above level 5, so it doesn't take much effort to clean up these zombies. In addition, the ordinary people in the Shanghai base had seen more terrifying sea monsters, so they were not afraid of these zombies, except for the old, weak, sick and disabled. The young and strong people got off the car one by one to help fight the zombies. This made the action of clearing the zombies faster. Seeing such a scene, the people in the Hangzhou base team, who were reluctant to take in ordinary survivors, also shut up. These ordinary people in the Shanghai base are much more useful than those who eat and wait for death in their base. At least they dare to fight zombies. And it seems that it is not impossible to take them in. The same scene also happened on the way to the escort team of Shicheng and the capital base. And they all had a great change in their views on the survivors of the Shanghai base. There were many zombies along the way, but the most annoying thing was the mutant plants and animals that had recovered a long time ago and started to hunt wildly. And they would come from time to time. Most of the mutant plants were flowers and plants on the roadside. Fortunately, Chief Feng was there, and he could basically sense the existence of mutant plants in front in advance, and then send vines to clear them in advance, and harvest a wave of yuan cores by the way. The mutants were basically poultry and livestock such as chickens, ducks, and geese raised in the passing villages. Most of them were huge in size, and some of them had evolved superpowers. They were not afraid of them, but added to the team's meal. On the contrary, when they stopped to rest, they encountered several elusive mutant cats that gave everyone a headache. Although they were not big in size, they were a group of criminals, and each one was more ferocious than the other, and they were extremely fast, catching everyone off guard. Even P's speed could not catch up with these mutant cats, but was beaten by several mutant cats with meow punches that were so fast that you could not see their shadows. Zhou Yang finally rewarded it with a large basin of spring water to coax it. Fortunately, these mutant cats were intended to steal the mutant poultry and livestock hunted by the team to eat, and they had no intention of hurting people. It is estimated that they were domestic cats before the end of the world. Otherwise Zhou Yang and his team would have been beaten by these mutant cats. After stealing the food, the mutant cats ran away quickly. Seeing that the crisis of the team was resolved, everyone hurriedly did not care about resting. After eating the food in their hands, they packed up their things, got on the car, and continued on their way. After walking for another afternoon, the team finally arrived at the Hangzhou base at around 4 p.m. After watching the people in the Hangzhou base take most of the survivors in, the team of the Baijishan base was about to leave directly, and saw that the last car had not entered. Song Lian looked puzzled and asked, "Why don't you go in?" The middle-aged man driving the car replied, "Officer, we want to go to the Baijishan base with you. Is it okay? The 6 people in our car are all from Hui province, and we want to go back to see if we can find other relatives." Hearing this, Song Lian could not say no, so he agreed directly and asked them to follow the team closely, without the drag of the large army, and they were all in a hurry to return to Baijishan. Their speed would only be faster next time. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, turned the car around, and ran to the Baijishan team. Although the leader of the Hangzhou base strongly invited the Baijishan team to rest for a night at the Hangzhou base and leave early tomorrow morning, but everyone in Baijishan was eager to go home, and the journey was not too far. So Song Lian left with the team directly after saying goodbye to the leader of the Hangzhou base team. Chapter 227 Mutant Cat Group. The team turned from the small road to the main road and headed straight for the Baijishan base, moving at full speed. The Hangzhou base was originally built in the northwest corner, so in less than 3 hours, the team arrived at the border with Hui province. Coincidentally, it was the county town where the number 1 granary in Jiangnan was located, because they didn't know whether the mutant rat nest at the granary was still there. The team did not go to the granary, but just found a village that had been abandoned for a long time to rest and fill their stomachs. It would take several hours to reach the Baijishan base, and they didn't plan to stop on the way, so everyone had to eat more for dinner. After taking one of the mutant geese in Zhou Yang's space, Song Lian and the others cleaned it, started a fire and greased it, and started roasting the goose directly on the spot, although it was not marinated in advance. Fortunately, Zhou Yang provided enough barbecue ingredients. If you cut it a few more times to make it taste good, it would be just right to eat it alone, with a bowl of spicy soup and pancakes with green onions. The taste is really amazing. Zhou Yang and his friends took out their own tables and chairs and chose to sit at the edge of the crowd. They were eating happily when P, who was busy gnawing on the leg bones of a goose, suddenly raised his head and stared at the wasteland behind Zhou Yang and his friends with his teeth bared, and kept making warning sounds. Hearing the sound, Zhou Yang and his friends stopped eating and turned around to look back. Unfortunately, the wasteland behind was dark and they couldn't see anything. But P's reaction would never be aimless. So Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei looked at each other, put down the roast goose meat in their hands, stood up, took their weapons, turned on the flashlight, and walked slowly towards the wasteland. As the two approached step by step, some subtle rustling sounds gradually came from the grass in the wasteland. If it weren't for the silence around them, you could hear a pin drop. Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei really wouldn't have found it. There must be something in this wasteland. Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei exchanged a reassuring look. And then at the same time, they rushed into the wasteland and slashed at two of the places where the sound was made before. In an instant, several sharp sounds rang out at the same time. Meow, meow, meow. It's a cat, or several cats. Hearing the sound, Zhou Yang felt that the meat in his hand was not fragrant anymore, and immediately stood up from the small table next to him and looked at where Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei were. Song Lian and others heard the sound in the distance, put down the biscuits in their hands, and ran over to check. What's wrong? I seem to hear a cat's cry. Is there another mutant cat? Lu Yanwen shook his head, not sure yet, but most likely. As soon as he finished speaking, the group saw several kittens running out of the bushes. Each one looked like it was 1 or 2 months old, and looked so soft and cute that people really wanted to rub it. But Zhou Yang and the others didn't think these little things were harmless at all, and they all took a step back at the same time. In the end times, the cuter things may be more dangerous. So, even Lu Xingye, who had no resistance to furry things, rubbed his hands and followed suit. So small. Just born? Song Lian looked at the little things and couldn't help but ask. Zhou Yang glanced at him. That's hard to say. What if they grow bigger and eat you in one bite? Song Lian thought of the scene of himself being eaten by a mutant cat, and felt a chill, and quickly rubbed his arm with goosebumps. As they were discussing, Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei were also returning to the wasteland. Seeing that there were people on both sides, the cats breathed at Zhou Yang and the others, and quickly fled in the direction of the other side, where there was no one. Zhou Yang and the others did not think of stopping them, but they still looked at the direction where the cats fled, a little confused. So easy to run away. Didn't they grow bigger and give a cat punch? Could they really be ordinary cats? Just as Zhou Yang was wondering, a scream came from the direction of the large army behind him. Zhou Yang and the others looked over and saw several large mutant cats rushing into the large army, one of which was holding a large piece of roast goose meat. Fuck. He seriously suspected that they were being lured away from the mountain. Seeing that a group of superpowers were trying to intercept several mutant cats, Zhou Yang and the others could not care so much for a while, and hurried over behind Song Lian and the others. When they got closer, they found that these were the mutant cats that stole food that they had encountered before. Are they targeting their team? That's not right. Why aren't they targeting the team in Hangzhou base? Is it because they can't get into Hangzhou base? Or do they think that the team in Baiji Mountain is easy to bully? Song Lian lowered his head and said, "Hey." Determined not to let these habitual thieves go, feed them into a circle and catch them. If you dare to steal things from my team, I pluck out all your cat hair. I don't know if it heard what Song Lian said, but the biggest tabby cat in the room stared at Song Lian's direction, with a fierce look in its eyes. Following Song Lian's order, everyone moved away from the mutant cats, and then stood in a circle, surrounding the mutant cats in the middle. Zhou Yang and the others also stood over and filled the gap behind them. The three-color mutant cats saw that they were surrounded, but they were not in a hurry. They retreated step by step behind the tabby cats, still holding the meat in their mouths tightly, without letting go. The tabby cat glanced at the cat brothers behind it, then looked at the direction of Song Lian, and then rushed over in one step, followed by the other mutant cats. This time the mutant cats were not in the crowd, and everyone had no scruples. The leading mutant cat directly output his supernatural power as soon as he moved. For a while, wind, fire, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, ice, thunder and lightning, thunder and lightning, thunder and lightning, and ice were smashed into the encirclement. But the mutant cats moved flexibly, and these abilities rarely hit them. And even if they occasionally hit them, it was not painful. Seeing that ordinary moves were useless, Shin Sichuan directly made a lightning net to cover them, which completely trapped the mutant cats. Several calico cats were anxiously running around inside, but the tabby cat was relatively calm, with its fluffy tail swinging regularly behind it. And even after staring at Shin Sichuan for a while, it started eating the roast goose in its mouth. Everyone, including Zhou Yang, ? Chapter 228 Mutant Rats Attack the City. Although the action of the tabby cat was not very harmful, it was extremely insulting, making Song Lian and others look ugly. Even the temperature around them seemed to drop by several degrees. Seeing the leader so calm, the calico cats behind him gradually calmed down, squatting on the ground and eating roast goose meat, which made Song Lian and others want to hit the cats even more. However, the lightning shield not only blocked the retreat of the mutant cats, but also blocked Song Lian and others from entering. But this did not delay Shin Sichuan from taking action. Seeing that the mutant cats, especially the tabby cat, seemed to be not worried at all, they immediately struck a thunderbolt and rushed straight towards the tabby cat. Unfortunately, the tabby cat seemed to be concentrating on eating, but in fact it was always staring at Shin Sichuan's every move. As soon as the thunderbolt was struck, it was flexibly moved away by the opponent and was unharmed. Shin Sichuan sighed. You didn't hit them. You're quite clever. Forget it. It's just a few pieces of meat. Use your lightning to cover them first, and then retreat after we leave. Yin Fei glanced at the mutant cats, then looked at Song Lian. Let the brothers eat something quickly, and we set off as soon as possible. Okay. Song Lian nodded, and then glared at the mutant cats in the cover. You're lucky. I let you go this time. Next time we meet you, we pluck all your hair. The crowd then ignored the mutant cats, and quickly finished the remaining roast goose meat. After filling their stomachs, they quickly packed up their things and returned to their cars. Zhou Yang and the others also went back to finish their cold biscuits and meat, and then put away the tables and chairs. After returning to the car, they waited for the other vehicles in front to set off and drive a distance before Zhou Yang and the others set off to follow. When they were almost 1 kilometer away from the place where they had just stopped, Shin Sichuan remotely retracted the lightning shield, then immediately stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward, and soon caught up with the large group in front. On the way, Zhou Yang and his team also paid special attention to observe, and did not find any mutant cats catching up, so they were relieved. After another 3 hours of trekking, their team finally arrived at Baijishan City. The magical thing is that along the way, except for occasionally encountering a few mutant plants, they only encountered a dozen or so zombies that were not a big deal. Even near the city center, there was no shadow of a zombie. It was so smooth that it was like a dream. Just when everyone was thankful for the smooth journey and planned to go directly back to the base, they suddenly heard the sound of artillery fire from afar, and the direction from which it came was exactly the direction of the Baijishan base. At that moment, everyone was shocked. The base was attacked. This was the first thing everyone thought of, considering that they had not encountered many zombies along the way. Zhou Yang and his team looked at each other and had some guesses. Shin Sichuan was the first to speak out his guess. All the zombies along the way are gone, and it is very likely that they have all gathered outside the base. There are probably many zombies outside the base now, and the situation is probably not optimistic. Yin Fei nodded in agreement. Let's go to the front and tell Song Lian, and then take the peas back to sea. Hearing this, no one else had any objections. So Shin Sichuan and Lu Yanwen drove separately and went directly to the front of the team. Song Lian sat next to the military truck. As soon as they drove past, Yin Fei shouted directly at Song Lian, Song Lian, we suspect that the base may have been besieged by zombies. Next, we will not follow the team. Let's take the peas back to see the situation. That's what I guess too. Song Lian nodded directly after hearing this. Okay. Then you go first. We will catch up immediately and go back to support as soon as possible. Okay. After discussing with Song Lian, Zhou Yang and others got off the car. put away the car and replaced it with peas, and then headed directly towards the base. Seeing Zhou Yang and his group leaving in the P, Song Lian also hurriedly shouted to the car behind, and the whole convoy sped up. A few minutes later, Zhou Yang and his group arrived at an intersection 2 kilometers away from the Baijishan base first, and then stopped, looking at the base not far away with bright lights and artillery fire. Several people were a little dumbfounded. The dark masses gathered outside were not zombies, but countless mutant rats with squeaking and screaming sounds. There were so many that they directly occupied the area 1 kilometer outside the base. This was also the reason why Zhou Yang and his group had to stop at 2 kilometers. And the reason why they didn't encounter a few zombies along the way to Baijishan City was probably because they were eaten by these mutant rats who ate everything when they were hungry. Lu Xingye looked at the place full of mutant rats in front of him, and his scalp was a little numb. Why are there so many mutant rats here? Yin Fei, maybe they came from other places in the north. It is estimated that they were starving when it was extremely hot, and now it is almost extremely cold. So they plan to go south and eat everything they can on the way. Baiji Mountain may just be on their way, so they are targeted. Lu Xingye looked around. TSK. What should we do? Should we force our way in? Shen Zichuan shook his head. We can't force our way in, so we should surround them from the outside and solve as many as we can. Well, let's solve some of them from the outside first. By the way, find the Rat King among these mutant rats. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. Chi Feng and I will use vines to pour gasoline on the rats and set them on fire. Others agreed when they heard it. Immediately, Zhou Yang took out dozens of barrels of gasoline directly from the space, and Chi Feng was responsible for one direction each, and began to use vines to carry the gasoline barrels and pour them on the heads of the mutant rats. Dozens of barrels of gasoline were consumed in the blink of an eye. The mutant rats who were closer to Zhou Yang and his team felt disgusted by the smell after being doused, but they couldn't remember it for a moment, so they could only squeak and scream even louder. Seeing this, Zhou Yang hurriedly called P and asked it to go over and burn the rats with fire. When P heard that he could play with fire, he ran over excitedly, and a long string of flames came out of his mouth. In just a moment, a raging fire ignited the periphery of the mutant rat group. Before the mutant rats had time to react, they were already in the flames, and no matter how they fluttered, it was useless. But the fire became more and more intense, and the burning range became wider and wider. Even many mutant rats that were not doused with gasoline were dragged into the sea of fire by their companions covered in flames. Chapter 229 Mutated Tabby Cat. The sudden fire of mutant rats in the back was seen by all the people guarding the city in the Baijishan base, and they all showed great joy. No need to guess. It must be the rescue team from the Shanghai base that has returned. Everyone suddenly felt that the hope of victory was greater, and even the movements of throwing superpowers to hit mutant rats in their hands became much smoother. On the other side, Song Lian and his team also caught up. When they arrived at the place where Zhou Yang and his team were, they saw a raging fire and countless pairs of red eyes behind the fire. After getting off the car, Song Lian hurriedly brought his brothers to Zhou Yang and his team. Looking at the rats in front of him, he couldn't help but utter a national curse. Fuck. So many mutant rats? Are you talking about zombies? Lu Xingye tilted his head and said, well, the zombies may have been eaten by them a long time ago. And then, they continued to eat our base when they were not full, thinking that there were at least hundreds of thousands of zombies in the urban area of Baiji Mountain. Song Lian was puzzled. Can't Baiji Mountain fill their stomachs with so many zombies? Zhou Yang coughed lightly and explained, you may have some misunderstanding about mutant rats eating zombies. They don't eat the stinky meat on the zombies. At most, they dig out the crystal cores and chew them. Song Lian was speechless for a moment. Well, he was ignorant. After a moment of silence, Song Lian asked, then shall we continue to burn it? We must continue to burn it. But we still have to find the mutant rat king first. However, there are too many mutant rats here. At least hundreds of thousands. And it is not easy to find them. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he sighed again. Alas, if only our little Huang was here. Or at least your Huan would be here. As the natural enemy of rats, it is much easier for them to find the mutant rat king than us. Hearing this, Lu Xingye thought of the mutant cats he had met before, and sighed. TSK. If those mutant cats could come and help eat the mutant rats, it would be even better if they could eat the rat king by the way. Song Lian shrugged and spread his hands, saying, we want to, but those mutant cats didn't come, And even if they came, they wouldn't listen to us. Before he finished speaking, Song Lian felt a black shadow flash before his eyes. Looking intently, I saw that the raccoon cat dumped the big tail in front of the crowd, sitting, and leisurely lifted a front paw to add a few hair. The cat really followed him? What about the others? Thinking of this, Zhou Yang hurriedly looked around, but did not see the traces of several other mutant cats. So he could only turn back to look at the raccoon cat. Staring at himself, he suddenly felt that he was in his heart. So he walked 2 steps next to him, but found that the Citic cat's eyes followed him. Thinking of the nature of the cat, Zhou Yang didn't take it seriously, but he continued to stand behind others. As a result, when he looked up, he saw that the tabby cat was still staring at him, and Zhou Yang was immediately puzzled. Is this mutant cat targeting him? He didn't do anything? What's going on? Zhou Yang scratched his head and couldn't figure it out for a while. At this moment, Song Lian, who was standing in the front, exclaimed, "Oh my god! Why is the cat gone again?" Zhou Yang immediately heard the sound and looked over. Sure enough, the tabby cat was gone in front of him. Maybe it ran away, Zhou Yang said, and his face relaxed. It's better to leave this kind of uncontrolled mutant animal. If it retaliates against them when fighting with mutant mice, it will be over. We'd better hurry up and find a way to find the mutant rat king. Others nodded. Zhou Yang then discussed with others how to find the rat king. Suddenly, Zhou Yang felt something pulling at his trouser leg. He thought it was Wando pulling at him, so he didn't take it seriously. He said without even looking at him, "Don't make a fuss. We're just discussing something." However, the pulling didn't stop. Zhou Yang looked down and saw that the tabby cat that had run away was now sitting at his feet, with one claw hooked on one of his trouser legs, looking at him with its head tilted. Zhou Yang's mind went blank, and he lost his ability to speak. His palms were sweating. What was going on? Was he planning to pick on him, the weakest one? First, the mutant tabby cat didn't care how Zhou Yang was feeling. When he saw Zhou Yang noticed him, he immediately swung his tail at Zhou Yang's feet and rubbed his head against his trouser leg. Zhou Yang was even more confused now. Does this raccoon cat have something to ask of him? So he is trying to show his affection by imitating the way he did before the end of the world? But you have to say, this is really cute. I really want to rub it. Zhou Yang couldn't guess what the other party meant for a moment. Rubbed his fingers, and still resisted the urge to touch him. On the side, Shen Zichuan was talking to Yan Fei for a few words. As soon as he stopped, he found that Zhou Yang was very silent at this moment. He turned his head and found that he was looking at something with his head down. So he also looked down and saw the raccoon cat rubbing against Zhou Yang. A question mark slowly appeared in Shen Zichuan's mind. As Shen Zichuan was silent, Yan Fei and others gradually noticed something unusual, and they looked over one by one, and then looked at the raccoon cat at Zhou Yang's feet, and were collectively confused. Lu Xingye stared, somewhat incredulous. Didn't it run away? How did it come to your side again? Zhou Yang sighed helplessly. I don't know. I just felt something rubbing me. And at first I thought it was a pea, but it turned out to be it. What are you doing? Shen Zichuan was very angry, but he was afraid of angering the other party and hurting Zhou Yang instead. So he could only suppress his anger and said. The tabby cat tilted its head to look at Shen Zichuan, then rolled its eyes at him, and continued to cling to Zhou Yang's legs. I don't think it seems to have any ill intentions. It feels more like it has something to do with us. Song Lian's face was full of questions. Looking for us? We were just about to beat them. Why did they look for us? After thinking for a while, Lu Xingye touched his chin and said, Is it possible that it feels that it has been wandering outside for too long? So it plans to find a big family to continue to live a life of eating and waiting to die before the end of the world? Others heard this and looked sideways. Zhou Yang thought it made sense. So he looked down at the tabby cat and asked tentatively, Do you want us to take you in and live with us? Hearing this, the tabby cat's eyes lit up, raised its head, and looked at Zhou Yang, making a clip-like sound, meow. Then he rolled over at Zhou Yang's feet. Chapter 230 Cat Catches Mouse. The tabby cat's movements were skillful and smooth, and it was obvious that it must have done this often before. It was definitely a domestic cat before the end of the world. Zhou Yang and others thought so. P, who saw the tabby cat's operation, was not happy. He felt that his seat beside his master was taken away by another cat. So he immediately roared and pounced on it. As a result, He didn't even touch a hair, but got 2 cat punches. P was furious and screamed at the tabby cat that ran to the other side. Joe Yang quickly stepped forward and hugged P's neck to comfort him, and then warned the tabby cat, "If you want us to take you in, you can't bully P. P is much more important than you." Hearing this, P raised his proud head. The tabby cat, who originally didn't take Wando seriously, was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the direction of the big yellow dog depressedly for a long time, and finally could only put away his big tail and called out humbly, "Meow." The tabby cat's submissive attitude pleased Wando very well. P shook his tail and generously stretched out his front paws to pat the tabby cat's head a few times, just as if this new little brother admitted his fault. The cats and dogs achieved peaceful coexistence here, and Joe Yang and his friends, who had figured out the tabby cat's purpose, all breathed a sigh of relief. Well, anyway, this old man couldn't be sent away. It was just one more mutant cat, and they could afford to keep it. Just when they thought so, they heard the tabby cat cry out to the sky. Meow. Just when Joe Yang and his friends were wondering, they saw several shadows rushing over from a distance and fell in front of them. The few people looked closely and found that they were the mutant calico cats that followed the tabby cat before, and each of them was holding a kitten in their mouths. They looked like the ones they found in the wasteland. "What do you mean? The whole family is going to rely on them." Looking at the big and small cats on the ground, Joe Yang and his friends were a little overwhelmed. So many. I don't think I can afford to keep them. And I don't know how many mutant mice these mutant cats can deal with. What if they are useless? Wouldn't that be a big loss? Thinking of this, Joe Yang said the ugly words first, looked down at the tabby cat and said, "You want us to take you in. But we can't keep you for nothing. You have to show your value. See the mutant mice in front? We can temporarily give them to you to show your strength. If you can kill most of the mutant mice here, then you are of some use, and we can consider whether to take you in. Of course, if you have the ability to catch the mutant rat king and kill him, then you can follow us back to the base directly, and we will cover your food and accommodation from now on. Do you understand?" After listening, the tabby cat tilted its head and glanced at Joe Yang, then looked at the black army of mutant mice, stood up, and then shouted at the other mutant cats, and rushed into the mutant mouse army first. Several mutant calico cats put down the kittens in their mouths, and then cried a few times, and used their claws to dig and push them all in the direction of Joe Yang. Then, they followed the tabby cats and rushed into the mutant rat group. The remaining kittens looked at the humans who surrounded them helplessly, and then all huddled at Joe Yang's feet obediently, one on top of the other, without moving. Lu Xingye looked at Joe Yang enviously. "Yang, do you have a cat-attracting physique? I want it too." Joe Yang shook his head. "I don't think so." Anyway, he had never found himself attracting cats before. Lu Xingye sighed and continued to look at the kittens under Joe Yang's feet with envy, although he wanted to reach out and touch them. These cats had not been incorporated after all, so he could only stand and watch. Joe Yang only glanced at the kittens under his feet for a few times, and then turned his attention to the mutant rat group. He wanted to see how the mutant cats dealt with the mutant mice, but the mutant cats were so fast that he could only see a few figures, shuttling back and forth to harvest waves of mutant mice. The mutant mice screamed, but they couldn't even catch the shadow of the mutant cats. But in an instant, a large open space was cleared by the mutant cats in the middle of the mutant mice, and there were several hills of mutant mouse corpses on the side, with at least tens of thousands of them added up. Joe Yang and his men had already killed tens of thousands of mice by setting fire, and now seeing so many people die in an instant, the mutant rat king who had been hiding in the rat group gradually became restless. In addition, the mutant cats were the ones who took action this time, and cats and mice are natural enemies among natural enemies. The hatred that was born in their blood made the Rat King's eyes blaze with fire. Now, he couldn't even take care of the large amount of food in the base for the time being. With a roar, he commanded all the mutant mice to turn their heads and face the mutant cats. The mutant cats licking their paws in the open space were not panicked when they saw that they were surrounded by mutant mice. After looking at each other, several mutant calico cats stood back to back and pointed in different directions, looking at the countless mutant mice around them, licking their mouths, and then showing their paws. The tabby cat sitting in the center looked at the mouse group with contempt, and then continued to lick his paws while looking around the mouse group with his peripheral vision. After cleaning both paws, the tabby cat finally saw a relatively large mutant mouse in the corner near the base gate. Unlike most mutant mice with reddish eyes, The big mouse's eyes were faintly glowing with blue light. After just one more look, the tabby cat almost recognized that this was the Rat King. So after calling out to the calico cats, he charged directly in the direction of the Rat King and charged into the mutant rat group. The other calico cats followed suit and charged in. As the mutant cats started killing again, the rat group was once again in chaos. The mutant rats' advantage in numbers was not fully utilized, or the mutant cats did not give them any room to play. Facing an enemy that was so fast that they could not be seen, what else could they do except passively being clawed? The Rat King in the distance was so angry that his teeth itched when he saw the mutant cats that were besieged but still killing everywhere. So the dog hid in the rat group stealthily and crawled towards the leading tabby cat among the mutant cats little by little. Chapter 231 Let the military raise him. The Rat King thought his actions were very covert, but he didn't know that he had already fallen into the peripheral vision of the tabby cat. However, the latter still pretended not to notice and continued to harvest the garbage rats, giving the Rat King enough opportunities to approach him. The Rat King did not disappoint the tabby cat. After a zigzag move, he finally succeeded in getting behind the tabby cat, and then spit out a large mouthful of ice spikes to pierce the back of the tabby cat. However, the tabby cat seemed to have eyes on its back, and it jumped away directly at the moment the ice spikes flew out. The speed was so fast that the Rat King could only see a residual image of the opponent. The Rat King was stunned and looked around, trying to find the tabby cat, but there was no trace of the tabby cat anywhere he could see. Suddenly, it felt a creepy feeling coming from the back of its head, and the hair stood up immediately. He turned back quickly to see that the tabby cat had appeared behind him without him noticing, with two copper bell-like eyes staring at him straight, and the sharp claws of its front paws were placed on his neck. The Rat King was petrified on the spot, not daring to even squeak, fearing that he would be dead if he moved, although he didn't feel that the mutant cat in front of him was much stronger than himself. The blood suppression in his bones still made him feel timid. However, when the Rat King was thinking about how to hide himself, the tabby cat didn't intend to give it time to hide. It just waved its claws lightly, and the Rat King's head was harvested by it so easily. When the Rat King's head fell to the ground, his eyes were even wide open, full of disbelief. Once the Rat King died, the other mutant rats, who had been killed by the mutant cats and were also beaten by the humans on the base wall, were directly messed up. The mutant rats of 400,000 or 500,000 were now only half of them. The human base in this place had been slow to be attacked, and now there were a few mutant cats that were not easy to mess with. So the mutant rats immediately retreated. So after a lot of chattering, they quickly elected the next leader. The new Rat King was not strong enough and did not intend to confront the mutant cats and humans head-on. After a command, he led the remaining rats to bypass the human base and continue to move south. But the mutant rats wanted to run away. But the mutant calico cats and the soldiers of the Bajishan base, who were red-eyed, did not intend to let them go. So after a burst of output, there were still tens of thousands of mutant rats left, while the other calico cats were still chasing the mutant rats. The tabby cat had already held the hungry head of the former Rat King in its mouth, flashed in front of Zhou Yang, and patted the Rat King's head in front of Zhou Yang with one claw. Then, as if showing off, he raised his head and looked at Zhou Yang, and the three words "praise me" quickly were hung around his neck. Zhou Yang couldn't help but admire the quick decision of the tabby cats. It took only a dozen minutes. Right? They beat the mutant rats to pieces, and even the process of killing the Rat King may have taken up just a few minutes. Not only Zhou Yang, but others also looked at these mutant cats with new eyes. I thought they were just freeloaders, but they turned out to be good cats that could catch mice. When everyone was surprised, the other calico cats came back after killing mice, and squatted behind the tabby cats to comb their hair that was messed up when they killed mice. The kittens, who had been silent when the tabby cats came back, came up to the calico cats hesitantly when they saw them coming back, and they cried so aggrievedly, as if they were abused by Zhou Yang and the others. Not at all like the well-behaved cats, who clung to Zhou Yang for warmth. Zhou Yang, okay. He is just a tool. Seeing that Zhou Yang didn't respond for a long time, the tabby cat got a little anxious. It called out to Zhou Yang several times, pointed at the mutant rat corpses on several hills behind with its claws, and then pushed the Rat King's head forward, as if to say, "We killed a lot of rats. I brought all the spoils. You can't cheat." Seeing this, Zhou Yang touched his nose. Ahem. I'm not cheating. I'm just thinking about where you can live more appropriately. With so many mutant cats, their team definitely can't accommodate them. And he doesn't plan to raise these mutant cats in the space. So the best way is to hand them over to the base directly. Anyway, everyone has seen the power of these mutant cats. And the military should still be willing to raise them, so that the base will not be afraid of mutant rat disasters in the future. However, thinking that the tabby cat came for him from the beginning, Zhou Yang thought it was better to fool it first, and make it willing to follow the military. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang tentatively said to the tabby cat, "Our house is very small, and can't accommodate so many of you. Besides, your family is too large, and there may be more in the future. We can't afford to support them with just a few people. But there are tens of thousands of soldiers in our base, and they can definitely support you. Why don't you just join the army? Don't worry. The army is full of animal lovers. You just need to help them patrol around the base and prevent mutant rats. They will provide you with food and accommodation. And they can also play with you and comb your hair. How about it? If you agree, shout once. If you disagree, shout twice." Hearing this, the tabby cat tilted its head and thought for a while, then chose the latter between a few people and tens of thousands of people raising them. Seeing the tabby cat agreed, Zhou Yang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. At least this hot potato was thrown out. Otherwise he couldn't stand dealing with so many mutant cats. He would be annoyed to death. Although Song Lian and the others behind him had no objection to taking in mutant cats, they felt that the future would be even more difficult when they saw more than a dozen mutant cats needing to eat. These are all meat-eating ancestors, and they don't like to hunt by themselves. How can they be raised? Seeing Song Lian sighing behind him, Zhou Yang looked over in confusion. "Why are you sighing?" "I'm worried. The military doesn't have so much meat." "Ah?" Zhou Yang pointed to the back in confusion. The dead mountain of mutant rats in front of him. "Aren't they all meat? Although you don't eat rats. Is there any problem with cats eating rats?" Hearing this, Song Lian's thoughts were immediately opened. "Yes. Isn't this ready-made meat? As long as it is properly preserved, it will be enough for these mutant cats to eat for a long time." Thinking of this, Song Lian immediately grinned. After the mutant rat tide passed, the base also quickly sent out a team to clean up the bodies of the mutant rats. Seeing this, Song Lian hurried forward to negotiate, and then asked several ice and space psychics from the military to come out and freeze the bodies of the mutant rats that had collected the crystal cores and take them away. Then he led this series of mutant cats into the base in a swaggering manner, letting them choose a favorite place in the military building to make a nest. Chapter 232. Returning home. The mutant cats settled down in the base. The news that the military had recruited a new mutant cat group spread throughout the base the next day. Many soldiers who were not assigned military dogs went to visit the mutant cats and were immediately fascinated by the cute little kittens. They all rushed to adopt one. Even Gu Qianqi was curious and took a few glances. It was very rare. Sure enough, few people in this world can escape the attraction of furry cats. However, the mutant cats had just moved into the base and had not yet become familiar with each other. Song Lian did not dare to let them adopt the kittens directly, so they could only wait and see. Of course, these are all later stories. After the mutant rat issue was successfully resolved, Zhou Yang and his team continued to stay to help the soldiers clean up the battlefield. When everything was over, they returned home with Chai Jin and Su Zi, who had been guarding the city outside. Although it was almost dawn, Yu Jing and the others who stayed at home were still awake because of the mutant rats outside the base. When Zhou Yang and the others returned, they were sitting in the living room and sighing with worry. After Zhou Yang and Qi Feng said goodbye on the 18th floor, they went home. As soon as they opened the door and went in, they saw Yu Jing and the others gathered in the living room of Zhou Yang's house. Even the 11-year-old Chai Yi was awake. "Mom, Aunt, Shan Shan, Sister Shan Shan, we are back. Mom and Dad, Xiaoyi, we are back. Uncle Li, we are back." When Yu Jing and the others heard the voice, they turned their heads and saw Zhou Yang and the others at the door, and they were immediately excited. "Oh, Xiao Zhou and Sichuan, you are back too. That's great. Nothing happened to you during your trip to Shanghai? By the way, how is it outside? Have the mutant rats retreated? We were so anxious this night." Yu Jing and the others asked at once. When they had almost finished asking, Shen Zichuan finally answered, "Our trip was quite smooth. The mutant rats outside were also driven away, and everything is fine now." Hearing this, Yu Jing and the others were finally relieved, seeing that everyone was tired, but afraid that it would be bad for their health to sleep on an empty stomach. Yu Jing wanted to make a simple meal for everyone, but Zhou Yang stopped her, and, "It's too troublesome to make it again. And it takes time. I still have a lot left in my space. We can just eat the ready-made meals." Yu Jing also thought it made sense. That's fine. So Zhou Yang took out several dishes from the space and put them on the dining table, each of which was a large portion in a bowl. And there was also a large pot of rice. Everyone was busy all night and was very hungry. They sat down and started to eat voraciously without being polite. After a hot meal, Yu Jing suggested that everyone go back to rest. No one objected. But since Zhou Yang and the others were back, they naturally couldn't continue to live in the two houses on the 18th floor. Fortunately, when Zhou Yang and the others went out, the others had nothing to do at home. So they also cleaned up the two houses below, puttied the walls, and installed the insulation layer. The solar panels and generators were also assembled early in the morning. Now all Zhou Yang had to do was put in the beds and basic furniture and appliances, and they could live there. So Zhou Yang went downstairs to install the appliances and furniture for the Chai and Lu families first, and moved their luggage over, and then went back to his own home with Shen Zichuan, because Yu Jing and the others also moved to the opposite side with Su Zi. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan were the only ones left in Zhou Yang's house. Oh! And Wando and Da Huang's family. Even Gu Yaoyao, who was already asleep in the second bedroom, was carried away by Yu Jing along with her quilt. After everyone left, the originally lively house suddenly became deserted. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan were indeed exhausted. They returned to the room, washed up quickly, and then went to bed together, lying on the bed that had not been used for many days. Hugging the fragrant quilt, Zhou Yang leaned on Shen Zichuan's chest and fell asleep contentedly. This sleep lasted for 10 hours. When Zhou Yang woke up again from his sleep, he opened his eyes and found that he was locked tightly in Shen Zichuan's arms. Except for his head, he could not move any other parts of his body. Zhou Yang felt that his body was about to stiffen, but seeing that Shen Zichuan seemed to be still awake, he was reluctant to kick him awake. So he sighed and flashed into the space. After changing clothes in the small building, Zhou Yang went straight to the fields. This time when he went to the Shanghai base, he was unable to look at the space for nearly half a month, and the crops inside had already ripened. Many of the easy-to-pick fruits had already been harvested by Ahu, and now the fruits growing in the ground have not been harvested, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. However, these fruits growing in the soil are easy. Zhou Yang only needed to control the soil in the world, and directly spit out the fruits inside, and then let Ahu help harvest them. With this cheating behavior, more than 1 acre of land was harvested in just a few minutes. After collecting all the potatoes and sweet potatoes, Zhou Yang planted a wave of fresh vegetable seeds. Afterwards, he saw that he was covered with dust again. So he went to the small building to take a shower. When he came out of the shower and returned to the master bedroom, he was about to put on his clothes when he was thrown onto the bed by a sudden force behind him. At first, Zhou Yang was startled and was about to throw the attacker directly into the sky. But then he thought that it seemed that there was only one person who could run to the master bedroom to pounce on him in the near space. Shen Zichuan. So he took it back. Sure enough, just as he was buried in the quilt, the person behind him pressed against his neck and said in a voice that he was most familiar with, "Yang Yang, you smell so good." After saying that, a pair of hands were still not honest, fanning the flames on Zhou Yang everywhere, successfully making Zhou Yang groan. "Wife, we have been vegetarian for many days. Let's have a big meal." When Zhou Yang heard this, his face flushed immediately, and coupled with the constant sensations from his body, he could not say no except for panting. Shen Zichuan saw that there was a chance, so he didn't wait for the thin-skinned Zhou Yang to agree, and ate the buffet by himself. The two of them fooled around in the space for more than 2 hours, and finally stopped reluctantly when both of them were hungry. Shen Zichuan also wanted to fight for himself the evening benefits, but this time, he was sternly rejected by Zhou Yang. Just kidding. If he let this person come again at night, he would probably have to soak in the spring water for several hours to ensure that he would not become a useless person tomorrow. When the two came out of the space again, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was about to set. Chapter 233 Fishing. The living room was quiet, and it was obvious that Yu Jing and the others did not come. So Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan simply took Wando and Da Huang and the others to the opposite side. Compared to the quietness of Zhou Yang's house, this side was much more lively, and everyone had gathered here. Some were chatting, some were cooking, and the two children were playing with building blocks on the carpet in the living room. Hearing the sound of the door opening, all the idle people in the living room looked over, and when they saw that it was the two of them, they all smiled teasingly. Suzy snorted and laughed. "Oh, you finally got up? You guys slept for a long time. I thought if you don't get up, I go knock on the door." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jing, who came out of the kitchen, nodded on his head. "Don't act like a brother all the time. Aren't you tired after being out for so many days? Yan Fei and Xingye have only been up for more than half an hour. What's wrong with them sleeping a little longer?" Yan Fei and Lu Xingye, who were suddenly called out, wished that a hole would appear in the ground for them to crawl into. Lu Xingye blushed and twisted Yan Fei's waist hard. Then he supported his still uncomfortable waist and hid behind Yan Fei. Yan Fei didn't dare to say a word when he felt pain, and could only silently serve as a human shield for Lu Xingye, touching his nose, looking up at the sky and the ground, not daring to speak. At this sight, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan still had something to understand, and it was obvious that they got up because they had started eating meat. Everyone present was knowledgeable, and no one pointed it out. It was almost time for dinner, so they all called for a seat and a meal. However, when the dishes were finally served, all the dishes placed in front of Zhou Yang and Lu Xingye were light and easy to digest. Zhou Yang and Lu Xingye suddenly felt that they could not hold back their smiles, and they all gave the instigator a hand-twisted pork twist. After the meal, it was already dark outside. Zhou Yang and the others were not in a hurry to go back. They had just woken up and could not sleep now, so they gathered in the living room to chat and learn about the current situation in the base. After the rescue team left, the temperature dropped a lot. After the Qinlong team, many other superpower teams moved out. Most of the troops also moved back to the dormitory building on the military side, leaving only a small part to maintain order below. After all, there were still many survivors in the underground shelter. Of course, the underground shelter will not be closed for the time being. Zhou Yang expected that it would last until the late stage of the extreme cold, before the snow melted. Before that, the underground shelter should be habitable. The reason why Zhou Yang and his team moved out so quickly was that the underground was too stuffy, and they also wanted everyone to gradually adapt to the extreme cold. As long as the house is well insulated and equipped with heaters, it is no problem to spend the extreme cold at home. If you live in the basement all the time, although the temperature is high, it will be uncomfortable to move out of the underground shelter suddenly in the future. First, you may not be able to adapt to the sudden temperature difference and get sick easily, and the house that has been unoccupied will be colder. It is more difficult to rebuild a house in the extreme cold than in the extreme hot weather. You should know that it is colder when the snow melts than when it snows. And then even the underground parking lot will not be able to accommodate people. Therefore, the Qianlong team chose to move out directly. And those special teams and the military that have the conditions should have made similar judgments based on the experience of the last extreme cold. Now that the next extreme cold is approaching, those who still choose to stay in the underground shelter are either not broad-minded enough and only see the vested interests in front of them, or they are ordinary survivors who can only afford to live in the big tents in the square. Even if they go out, they will only freeze to death. It is better to stay in the underground shelter and live one day at a time. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. It is really not easy to survive in the end of the world. I just hope that fewer people will die in this extreme cold. After chatting, Zhou Yang and his friends went downstairs to check the two houses where the Chai and Lu families lived. Before, I was too tired and didn't look carefully. I just hurriedly put the furniture, installed the air conditioner and heater, etc. and left. Now I have to re-examine the warmth measures of the two houses. If there are any shortcomings, I have to do it again. Zhou Yang looked around. Although the outer walls were fixed with foam insulation boards, the ceiling of the windows was not good enough. So everyone applied sealant together, and also pasted ceiling strips. The curtains also added a thick layer of warm fabric. The floor was laid for easy maintenance, which was okay for now. But it would be cold when the extreme cold came. So Zhou Yang left several rolls of carpet-style electric blankets downstairs, and laid them directly on the floor when the time came. So the temperature in the house could be raised a lot. After finishing the warming work of the two houses, it was getting late, so everyone went back to rest. After returning home, Zhou Yang was still not sleepy, but he had nothing to do. Suddenly, he remembered the big fish pond he dug out in the space before the end of the world. I originally thought that I could indulge in fishing in the space when I was free, but I haven't found a chance to fish yet, since I couldn't sleep and had nothing to do. Zhou Yang thought of taking this opportunity to experience it, so he pulled Shen Zichuan into the space as soon as he returned to the room. Shen Zichuan, who also couldn't sleep and was trying to coax Zhou Yang to relive the previous harmonious experience, was surprised that Zhou Yang took the initiative to pull his hand, and found that he had been pulled into the living room on the first floor of the small building in the space. After a moment of hesitation, he thought that Zhou Yang had the same idea as him, and suddenly stars appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to pull Zhou Yang to the master bedroom upstairs, a rod was stuffed into his hand. Looking down, it was a fishing rod. Zhou Yang on the opposite side had also picked up a fishing rod, and there were even 2 large plastic buckets filled with 1/3 of water at his feet. "Aren't we going upstairs to exercise? Can you have less yellow crap in your head?" Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at him. "Come on. Take the bucket. Let's go fishing. We have a fish feast tomorrow." After saying that, he carried the fishing rod and walked out directly. Shen Zichuan sighed, picked up the bucket, took the fishing rod and followed Zhou Yang's steps silently. The fish pond was not far from the foot of the mountain, and not far from the small building. The two walked to it in a few minutes. Stopped by the fish pond, Zhou Yang took out 2 small stools, one for each of him and Shen Zichuan. Although Zhou Yang had never fished before, he had seen it and watched a lot of videos. So as soon as he sat down, he fiddled with his fishing rod and bait in a very professional manner, and even gave instructions to Shen Zichuan, who was stumbling beside him from time to time. Feeling that fishing alone was meaningless, Zhou Yang suggested, "How about we have a competition? Whoever catches more fish wins. The loser will have to wash his stinky socks for a month." It just so happened that he had accumulated a lot of dirty socks from the rescue trip to Shanghai and had never washed them. Okay. Shen Zichuan, who doted on his wife, naturally agreed without hesitation. Although Zhou Yang was full of confidence, fishing really depended on luck. The two cast their rods and baited at the same time. But after waiting for a long time, Zhou Yang's bait was eaten up and no fish was caught. On the other hand, Shen Zichuan's bait was frequently caught, and soon there were several big fish in the bucket. Zhou Yang didn't believe in evil, so he hung a large piece of bait on himself and cast the rod again. This time he finally caught a small fish, and Shen Zichuan's bucket was full. Fuck. I wanted to set a trap for Shen Zichuan, but I ended up pitting myself. Zhou Yang was furious and threw the fishing rod in his hand directly. Chapter 234. It's snowing. In the end, this fishing competition ended with Zhou Yang's failure. Of course, Shen Zichuan was reluctant to let Zhou Yang really wash a month's worth of stinky socks, so he took on this job on his own initiative. But the premise was that Zhou Yang had to accompany him to eat a big meat meal today. Zhou Yang thought for a few seconds, and between suffering for a night and suffering for a month, he chose the former. Then Zhou Yang was pressed on the bed by Shen Zichuan again, and was repeatedly fried several times. And finally, he didn't even know how he fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, he was already lying on the bed outside the space. The whole body still felt weak. After a slight movement, he felt the soreness from the private parts below the waist. But it was much better than the last time he fainted. It seems that he was also trained by Shen Zichuan. Glancing at Shen Zichuan, who was still sleeping soundly beside him, Zhou Yang endured the urge to hit him. In order to go out and meet people today, he decisively flashed into the space. Drink spring water. Take a bath in spring water. And arrange everything for yourself. An hour later, Zhou Yang finally felt that he was well again. So he changed his clothes and left the space. When he went out, Shen Zichuan was still not awake. So Zhou Yang did not call him, and went directly to the kitchen to make a pot of heat-clearing and fire-removing tea for Shen Zichuan. This man is really too much. He definitely needs to be relieved. When Shen Zichuan came out, Zhou Yang was sitting alone at the dining table, eating porridge with steamed buns, and Wando and Da Huang were eating their breakfast in the corner. "Why did you get up so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer?" As he said that, he sat down next to Zhou Yang, took a steamed bun from the plate, and stuffed it into his mouth. Just as he was about to take another porridge from Zhou Yang's bowl, he was slapped away by the other party, and then stuffed a cup of tea. Drink this. It clears away heat and relieves internal heat. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at him, and then answered Shen Zichuan's previous question. If you're not feeling well, you can't sleep. Who is like you? Sleeping like a pig? Shen Zichuan was not angry at all when Zhou Yang compared him to a pig, and kissed Zhou Yang on the face directly. Didn't you not sleep well before going out? Now that I'm finally home, and you're next to me, I can't help but fall asleep deeply. Zhou Yang glared at him, and didn't say anything else. The main reason was that he understood that Shen Zichuan was really tired before, and he could sleep peacefully outside because Shen Zichuan and the others were always alert. So he naturally wouldn't hold on to this problem now. For breakfast, the two of them were too lazy to go across to bother Yu Jing, so they solved it so simply. After breakfast, the two wrapped themselves in blankets and sat on the sofa to watch a movie leisurely. Just watching, Zhou Yang suddenly felt a little cold, especially his feet, which were icy cold. It seems to be getting colder again, and it's a bit too much, don't you think? The insulation in his house is relatively good, and he can feel the cold so obviously. The temperature outside must have dropped a lot. Shen Zichuan felt it carefully after hearing this, and nodded, indeed. Zhou Yang thought about it, then got up and walked to the balcony, opened the curtains and looked outside. Because the weather is getting colder, it's hard to say when the extreme cold will come back. So in order to strengthen the warmth, the curtains in the house are now drawn day and night. Only then did I realize that snowflakes were already falling outside. But it was just a little bit, and it looked like sleet. It's snowing so early this time? Zhou Yang frowned as he looked at the snow outside the window. It seems that the extreme cold this time will be tonight at the latest. I have to remind everyone when we eat later that the heater and carpet-style electric blanket should be turned on at night. Shen Zichuan followed Zhou Yang and frowned after seeing the snow outside, and directly agreed with Zhou Yang's idea. After checking the time, it was almost noon. So Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan went directly to the opposite side. As soon as they went out, they felt that the temperature outside was obviously lower, probably around -10 degrees. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan were originally wearing thick coats, but now they had to take out their down jackets and change into them. When the two of them went over, Yu Jing had just cooked the rice, and was directing Su Zi and Su Qitang to help her cut vegetables. Seeing the two people coming in, Yu Jing asked hurriedly, "You two just got up? You haven't had breakfast yet. Are you hungry? How about I heat up the meat buns for you this morning?" As she said that, Yu Jing was about to heat up the buns, and Zhou Yang saw this and quickly stopped her. "Don't bother, Aunt. We were too lazy to go out this morning, so we just ate something casually, and we're not hungry now. By the way, Aunt, why don't you change into thicker clothes? Don't you feel that the weather has suddenly become cold?" Looking at the single sweaters that Yu Jing and the others were wearing, Zhou Yang couldn't help but ask one more question. It just suddenly dropped in temperature again. It started snowing outside. It must have dropped by at least 10 degrees. Alas, it was only about 0 degrees in the morning. Is it -10 degrees now? Yu Jing was stunned for a moment. We started making buns early in the morning, and then made various glutinous rice balls. We have been busy until now. If you didn't tell me, I really didn't notice it. After saying that, Yu Jing hurried to the window and opened the curtains to see that it was indeed snowing outside. And the snow was heavier than what Zhou Yang had seen just now. It's really snowing. Alas, it's only the end of October. It rarely snowed so early in the north before. You have to know that this place is in the south. Before the end of the world, it should be more than 20 degrees now. Even when it is the coldest time of the year, it is only about -10 degrees. The Su brothers and sisters, who were busy in the kitchen, heard the conversation of the three people and hurried out after finishing their work. Looking at the snow outside the window, they were also very surprised. "Z, go and take Shanshan's down jacket and thick cotton shoes now. Don't let him get frozen. It's quite cold over there at the base clinic." Yu Jing looked at the heavy snow outside for a while, and suddenly remembered that Shanshan didn't wear much in the morning. She was a little worried, and quickly pulled Su Zi over and told him, "I go now." Su Zi also had the same idea, and hurried back to the house to get 2 long down jackets, one thicker and one thinner, and then took a pair of thick-soled cotton shoes and thick socks, as well as a pack of warm baby patches and foot warmers, and hurried out. After Su Zi left, Zhou Yang looked around and didn't see Gu Yao Yao. So he asked, "Aunt, where is Yao Yao? Is she still awake?" "She's awake a long time ago. It's just that after Yin Fei and the others came to have breakfast this morning, Xiaoyi didn't leave and stayed with Yao Yao in the room to read. But I turned on the heater for them, so they shouldn't be cold." Zhou Yang was relieved when he heard that and nodded. "It should be fine then." Chapter 235 Extreme Cold Warning. While Zhou Yang and his friends were talking upstairs, the Chai and Lu families downstairs also noticed the temperature drop and the heavy snow outside. They changed into thick clothes and down jackets and hurried upstairs. As soon as Uncle Li and Chai Jin and his wife entered the house, they talked about the heavy snow outside with Yu Jing. And then the four of them went into the kitchen to get busy. Yin Fei pulled Lu Xingye and walked straight to Zhou Yang and his friends. It suddenly dropped in temperature and snowed this morning. The extreme cold should be in the next 1 or 2 days. Everyone should pay attention in the next 2 days. Especially at night. Don't sleep too much. Use the heaters and other things that should be used. And don't save electricity. Shen Zichuan nodded. We guessed it too. But Zhou Yang and I guessed that the extreme cold will arrive tonight at the latest. Yin Fei frowned when he heard this and thought about Shen Zichuan's words. If this is true, the progress of the extreme cold seems to be faster than last year. The number of casualties in the base will only be more than last year. You'd better talk to Uncle Gu and let everyone in the base be alert tonight and take precautions against the cold. This year's extreme cold won't be much better than last year. Zhou Yang thought about it and reminded Yin Fei. Yin Fei nodded and took the phone to call Gu Tianqi. Zhou Yang sat on the sofa with Shen Zichuan and Lu Xingye to continue chatting. Lu Xingye took advantage of Yin Fei's lack of time to pay attention to him and quickly took a small bag of spicy strips from Zhou Yang. He ate them behind Yin Fei's back and quickly ate them before Yin Fei came back. Then he stuffed the bag back to Zhou Yang. Hurry up. Help me put it in the space. Don't let Yin Fei see it, or he will say something to me again. Zhou Yang glanced at the corner of his mouth and wanted to remind him that it was useless to just destroy the bag. You would smell spicy strips as soon as you opened your mouth. However, after thinking about it, he didn't say anything more and quietly put away the spicy strips bag for Lu Xingye. After the call, Yin Fei did exactly what Zhou Yang thought, and soon discovered that Lu Xingye was eating spicy strips. The reason couldn't be simpler. The smell of spicy strips in the air was really unbearable. However, Yin Fei didn't expose Lu Xingye's little thoughts in public. After all, he was not young anymore, and it was not good to be scolded by him in front of everyone. It wouldn't be too late to educate him slowly when he returned home in the evening. Thinking of this, Yin Fei couldn't help rubbing his fingers and began to look forward to the education in the evening. About a quarter of an hour later, Su Zi came back after delivering clothes to Yishanshan and told everyone about the situation outside as soon as he came back. During the time I was out, the temperature outside seemed to have dropped again. It's definitely more than -10 degrees now. I see some people can't help but move back to the underground shelter. This temperature drop is not normal. Let's take away the spare car parked underground after dinner, so as not to freeze it later. Zhou Yang nodded. Okay. After dinner, Zichuan and I will go down to take away the car. While they were talking, Yu Jing and the others had finished lunch. After calling Gu Yao and Chai Yi out, everyone hurried to the table to eat, planning to prepare for the next extreme cold after eating. If the extreme cold really comes at night, it will still be easy for everyone to freeze. So the carpet-style floor heating blanket Zhou Yang gave must be laid first, and a few more heaters must be placed and turned on before going to bed. While eating, Zhou Yang's mobile phone in his pocket suddenly made a beep. Before he took it out to check, other people's mobile phones also rang with beeps one after another. Everyone picked up their phones to check. Zhou Yang also took out his phone to check, and found that it was the official notification information about the extreme cold warning on the app. It said, the extreme cold is expected to arrive tonight, so everyone in the base should be prepared to resist the cold. Residents who are not prepared to resist the cold can continue to go to the underground shelter to resist the cold. At the same time, the entrances and exits of the driveways of each underground parking lot will be closed after 2 p.m. and will not be allowed to pass. All vehicles parked outdoors should also be parked in a safe place. Looking at this notice, Zhou Yang couldn't help but admire Gu Tianqi's swift and decisive action in his heart. Originally, I thought that Gu Tianqi would have to discuss and hold a meeting after receiving Yin Fei's warning, and the earliest notification would be issued in the afternoon. I didn't expect that the warning notice would be issued in less than half an hour. But it's good this way. Everyone is prepared. And with the experience of last year's extreme cold, more people should be able to survive this year. After dinner, the others started to get busy, and Zhou Yang and Shin Sichuan went out together. When they arrived at the underground parking lot, the two did not rush to park the car and leave, but drove directly out of the underground parking lot, intending to go around the base before the extreme cold, because everyone had received the notice. Everyone in the base was preparing for the extreme cold, and many people who had just moved out of the underground shelter moved back in a hurry. Of course, there are also special teams who, like Zhou Yang and his team, plan to resist the cold in their own homes. Now they are rushing to the trading market and the trading hall of the service center to exchange more winter supplies. Otherwise it will be troublesome to go out when the extreme cold really comes. Zhou Yang and Shin Sichuan went to the trading market first. Because of the sudden extreme cold warning, the trading market is now in a mess, and everyone is rushing to buy supplies, causing the prices of various supplies to rise sharply. The two did not join in the fun. They stopped at the door of the store and opened the door directly, intending to collect the empty containers and other objects inside and leave. However, just after collecting the things, before locking the door, they were stopped by someone. Zhou Yang looked back and saw that it was Lu Wu, an old customer who loved to buy cigarettes in their store. There were two young men following behind him, who should be brothers in the same team as him. "Brother Lu, why are you here?" Lu Wu scratched his hair and smiled innocently. "Well, I want to try my luck and see if you can open the store today. If you do, I will stock up some cigarettes. If possible, I can sell some food, antipyretics, cold medicines, etc., which will be even better." "That's a coincidence. We will leave if you are a little later." Zhou Yang smiled. "Brother Lu, how many cigarettes do you plan to take this time? But we may not have so many food and medicines." "It's okay. It's good to have some to exchange." Lu Wu waved his hands. "For cigarettes, just give me 2 packs. I will save them later and exchange the rest for food and medicine for my brothers." After that, he took out 2 large bags of crystal cores from the hands of his younger brother behind him and handed them to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang opened them and saw that each one was at least level 3, and many were level 4. It seems that Lu Wu also spent a lot of money to stock up here this time. "Brother, look at these crystal cores. Exchange as many as you can. I know food is expensive now, and medicine is even more expensive. Just give me some as you see fit. We just went to the trading hall, and the food is limited, and can only be exchanged for brown rice. There is no vegetables or meat, and medicine can't be exchanged at all." Zhou Yang also sighed secretly after hearing this. "Okay. Then I give it to you as you see fit." Chapter 236. The extreme cold comes again. After receiving the crystal core, Zhou Yang handed Lu Wu 2 packs of cigarettes, and then took out 10 boxes of instant noodles, 5 boxes of noodles, a large bag of dehydrated vegetables, and some high-calorie foods, such as mutant animal jerky and chocolate bars. In addition, there was a bag of medicines for colds and flu. "Take a look at these and see if they work." Lu Wu took the big bag of medicine and looked at the food on the ground. He was very surprised and nodded repeatedly. "Hey. Okay. Okay. This is great. Thank you. Brother. That's it. We leave first. And you should take your things back quickly." Zhou Yang nodded. And then he and Shin Sichuan, who had already locked the door, left first. Lu Wu behind him also left after Zhou Yang and the others, and hurried back with the other 2 brothers with things, in the envious eyes of others around. After leaving the trading market, Zhou Yang and the others went around to the service center of the base. The Qianlong team now has countless level 4 crystals in the space. Today, they came here to clean up all the crystal cores of level 3 and below and sell them to the base. Secondly, after the team discussed, they decided to clean up the frozen meat before the end of the world that no one eats in the space, and then sell a batch of typhoid medicine and coarse grains such as potatoes and sweet potatoes to the base. Of course, the two did not plan to take these things directly out of the trading hall, fearing that it would cause a riot in the trading hall. So after cleaning up the crystal cores, they turned to the military department and handed the things directly to Gu Tianqi. As for how to distribute them in the end, it is the military department's own business. After that, the two wandered around the base again, seeing that the snow was falling again. The temperature had dropped to about -20 degrees Celsius. The branches and the road surface had accumulated a thick layer of snow. They returned to the underground parking lot, then collected the car and returned to the 18th floor. As soon as the two entered the door of the corridor of the 18th floor, they clearly felt the temperature difference. It turned out that Yanfei and his team had even covered the corridor tightly, and it was airtight. A thick layer of curtains was added behind the solar panels at the window. While ensuring the normal operation of the solar panels, it also strengthened the warmth and windproof. Even the iron door of the corridor was wrapped with a layer of insulation board inside. This work was really done well. Zhou Yang couldn't help but give everyone a thumbs up. In the afternoon, no one went out again. They all stayed at Zhou Yang's house, playing poker, eating melon seeds and chatting together. Until the evening, there was no sign of a significant drop in temperature outside. The Qianlong team also had a safe meal, considering that they might have to resist the cold at night. Zhou Yang directly prepared a big meal for everyone. A Mandarin duck hot pot. However, this soup base is different. It is a broth cooked with spring water. Even the meat and vegetables are produced in this space. At the very least, they are mutant beef or mutant chicken. This meal made everyone's eyes shine. The meat in the pot had to be snatched to get a few slices. Later, Zhou Yang couldn't stand it anymore and poured the food into the pot to stop the scramble. The hot pot lasted more than an hour. Not to mention the meat slices and vegetables. Even the soup at the bottom of the pot was drunk up. Everyone stopped eating until they could hardly walk. Even Gu Yaoyao and Chai Yi, two half-grown children, ate twice as much food as usual. If their stomachs were not full, they would not put down their chopsticks. Fortunately, since most of the food was space products, although they ate a lot, it did not cause any burden to the body. Instead, they felt warm and comfortable all over. After a while, everyone suggested going back. I don't know when the extreme cold will come, so it's better to go back and turn on the heater and lie in bed. Zhou Yang then gave everyone a sleeping bag for polar expeditions and a single electric blanket, just in case. After Yu Jing and the others took Gu Yaoyao back, Zhou Yang went back to the room with Shen Zichuan. This time, even Wando and Da Huang were brought back to the room by Zhou Yang. Just like in the previous extreme cold, they slept on the carpet under the bed. After a simple wash, the two of them lay down directly in the quilt. Zhou Yang even stretched his cold feet directly on Shen Zichuan's calves without hesitation. Shen Zichuan, a superpower, has a high body temperature. When it is extremely hot, it is extremely hot, but it is very useful in extreme cold. His legs were suddenly frozen, and Shen Zichuan did not dislike it. He directly clamped Zhou Yang's cold feet with his legs, and also took the person into his arms. In the warm environment, Zhou Yang soon fell asleep. Shen Zichuan did not bother him, and he hugged his sweet and soft wife and went to sleep contentedly. In the second half of the night, when everyone was asleep, the footsteps of extreme cold finally arrived. The temperature dropped sharply to about -60 degrees again. Many people in the base were woken up by the cold. In the underground shelter, the temperature also dropped to more than 40 degrees below zero. The military woke everyone up immediately to prevent anyone from freezing to death in their sleep without preparation. Everyone got up quickly and put on thick cotton clothes, then wrapped themselves in quilts and gathered around the fire to keep warm together. The special ability teams that had the conditions to resist the cold outside also turned on the heaters and started a fire. Zhou Yang and his team were well prepared and were not affected too much by the extreme cold. Even if they felt the cold, they huddled in the quilt and did not wake up. They all slept until dawn. It was not right to say that it was dawn, because the curtains were all drawn, and it was impossible to distinguish between day and night. I only knew that I slept very comfortably. When Zhou Yang opened his eyes and stuck his head out to turn on the light, he found that the temperature outside the quilt was extremely low. He just took a few breaths and felt his nose was frozen. Realizing that this should be the extreme cold, Zhou Yang immediately ran away even the few remaining sleepy bugs. TSK. This extreme cold really came in the middle of the night. I don't know how the others are doing. It's extremely cold now. I'm still a little uncomfortable. Zhou Yang sighed, waited for a while to adapt, then stretched out his hand and quickly turned on the bedside lamp, and then quickly retracted his hand. Looking at the clock on the bedside, it was past 6 o'clock in the morning. Due to the stimulation of the light, Shen Zichuan beside him also woke up. But before he opened his eyes, he subconsciously hugged Zhou Yang. Well, sleep a little longer. Zhou Yang patted the other's arm, Don't sleep. It's extremely cold. We have to go out and see how the others are doing. Huh? Hearing this, Shin Sichuan paused and immediately opened his eyes, and there was no sleep in his eyes. After stretching out his hand to measure the temperature outside, he was sure of Dou Yang's words. I go check across the street and downstairs first. Don't rush to get up. I turn on 2 more heaters for you. Shin Sichuan let go of Zhou Yang, got up, put on his sweater and trousers, and went straight out of bed to turn on the heater. Wait until the room is warmer before getting up to change clothes. Okay? When he went to bed last night, he only turned on 1 heater, and the temperature in the room was not high enough. He was afraid that Zhou Yang would catch a cold if she got up to change clothes now. Chapter 237, Snail House. I know. Zhou Yang was so happy that he didn't have to get up, and nodded repeatedly. After Shin Sichuan turned on the heater, he changed his clothes and went out directly. After Shin Sichuan left, Zhou Yang lay in bed for another half an hour, and when the room temperature reached an acceptable range for him, he quickly got up and changed into thick clothes. When he finished washing and went out again, Shin Sichuan had already returned and was tinkering with the steamer in the kitchen. What are you doing? Zhou Yang yawned and asked. I got a few packs of frozen buns from my aunt and want to steam them. Shin Sichuan finally finished studying the steamer, put a large plate of buns on the table and set the timer. By the way, I just cooked a pot of porridge, and I have the buns with the porridge later. Zhou Yang nodded. Okay. By the way, are my aunt and the others okay? It's okay. We've made enough preparations this time. When I went to call them, they weren't awake yet. They all come over for breakfast in a while. That's good. Hearing this, Zhou Yang finally felt relieved. While the buns were still steaming, Zhou Yang went to boil a large pot of boiled eggs, and also instructed Shin Sichuan to wash an apple for everyone. After the 2 of them finished, the buns and porridge were almost ready. Afraid that the food would get cold, he was about to call for help, but Yu Jing and the others on the opposite side came over first. I saw that they all wrapped themselves up like dumplings, especially Gu Yaoyao, who was almost like a ball. The coolest dressed person among the few people was Su Zi. As a fire-type psychic, he was not afraid of the cold as long as he had enough energy in his body. He could even exercise his psychic powers at the same time, which was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He made everyone else envious. Soon afterwards, Yin Fei and others downstairs also came up, also wrapped themselves tightly. However, Lu Yanwen, who was walking at the end, was dressed as coolly as Su Zi. As expected of an ice-type psychic, he was not afraid of heat when it was extremely hot, and he was not afraid of cold when it was extremely cold. Zhou Yang suddenly felt that ice-type psychics were the most cheating species in the end times. Everyone had arrived, so they immediately sat down to eat breakfast. And breakfast was naturally the buns with porridge made by Shin Sichuan, and a pot of boiled eggs cooked by Zhou Yang. And each person was given an apple. But before the table was served, Zhou Yang added another pot of fried dough sticks and gave everyone a stack of soy sauce for dipping. After sitting down, Zhou Yang first served himself a bowl of porridge, then skillfully peeled an egg and put it in the soy sauce. This action immediately attracted everyone's attention. The northerners looked at Zhou Yang as if they were looking at a rare species. Lu Xingyet even exclaimed, "Eggs dipped in soy sauce?" Zhou Yang was stunned when he heard this. This is how we eat it in our family. Otherwise, how can we eat boiled eggs with porridge if they are bland? Our fried dough sticks are also eaten with soy sauce and porridge, which is delicious. After saying that, he directly picked up a small half of the egg dipped in soy sauce and put it into his mouth. Then grabbed a fried dough stick and dipped it in the soy sauce dish, took a bite, and drank a big mouthful of porridge. After taking a big mouthful, Zhou Yang felt warm from the stomach to the heart, and couldn't help but sigh. TSK. It's still comfortable to eat like this. It's really delicious. Seeing Zhou Yang enjoying the meal, Shin Sichuan thought about it, and also picked up a fried dough stick and tried to eat it with soy sauce. After taking a bite, the mouth was full of salty fragrance. After taking a sip of clear porridge, it was really different. It was really good to eat porridge like this. Then, he peeled an egg and put it in soy sauce. He followed Zhou Yang's example and split the egg in half with chopsticks. Then he ate half of the egg in one bite, and his eyes were suddenly brightened. Just dipped in a little soy sauce. I didn't expect that the bland boiled egg would immediately feel different. Seeing this, Others also followed suit. This was like opening the door to a new world. After breakfast, because Su Zi didn't have to take He Shanshan to the clinic for the time being, everyone decided to stay at Zhou Yang's house all day. Due to the extreme cold, the base clinic was temporarily closed. It was said that it would be moved to the underground parking lot in the next few days, so He Shanshan could also rest at home for a few more days. Zhou Yang had time to look at the scene outside the window at this time. The heavy snow was still falling outside, but the world had become a vast expanse of white, and everything was covered with a layer of silver. After just one night, the first floor doors of the residential buildings in front were all buried a quarter of the way. I think their building is in the same situation. The heavy snow closed the city, and going out has become a difficult thing. So in the following days, everyone in the base lived in a small house. The Qianlong team was the same. Everyone basically stayed at home. Only Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan occasionally went to the military headquarters to help Gu Tianqi deal with some things in the base. Qi Feng and others upstairs would only come down to get food when they were ready to eat. However, because the ambient temperature was too low, every time they took the hot food back, it would freeze before they even got home. So they had to go back and heat it up again. But heated food always loses some of its flavor. So after thinking about it, Qi Feng shamelessly came to Zhou Yang with 4 people's rations to negotiate and asked to join the big table of the Qianlong team to eat together. If they couldn't sit at the big table, they could just open a small table next to them. Every day, the hot food turned into ice chips in seconds after they were taken out. And the hot food tasted burnt when they went home was really too hard to bear. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang laughed so hard that he laughed at Qi Feng for a long time. These days, there are still people who can burn the food just by heating it up. Zhou Yang laughed so hard that Qi Feng's face turned green and white. And he agreed only when he saw that he was about to get angry. But there was no need to open a separate table. Zhou Yang had replaced the dining table at home with a large round table of the largest size, which could accommodate more than 20 people. Their entire team, including Gu Yaoyao, only had 15 people. And there were only 4 more people, Qi Feng and his team, so they could definitely sit. In this way, Qi Feng and his team began to eat with Zhou Yang and his team, and occasionally they could get breakfast if they got up early. The two teams became more and more familiar with each other, and even An Fan, a socially anxious hacker, became more active with everyone. Due to the extreme cold, the military headquarters at the base had basically nothing else to do except clearing snow on the main road every day and regular duty. Gu Tianqi finally had some free time because of this, and he could come over to have a meal from time to time. Chapter 238. It's New Year's Eve again. Time passed by little, and this kind of life in a small house has passed for more than 2 months without knowing it. In a blink of an eye, it is almost the second New Year's Eve after the end of the world. The base released a notice on the app one day in advance to collect New Year's benefits. Everyone can go to the management office of the shelter with their own points card to get a pack of instant noodles or bread, plus 2 pieces of dried meat, and a bottle of room temperature water for free. Although this benefit is not much better than last year, it is already very good to have free benefits, so no one makes any trouble. As soon as the news came out, a long line formed. On New Year's Eve, the base also cooked several large pots of quick frozen dumplings and distributed 2 to everyone in the base. Although 2 quick frozen dumplings were gone in 2 bites before the end of the world, and they were not even enough to fill their stomachs. But now everyone is reluctant to eat them, and 1 dumpling has to be divided into several bites to eat. If the temperature is not too low, eating too slowly will get cold or even frozen. Otherwise it will probably be too fast to eat in several bites. As usual, Zhou Yang and his team didn't go to get these benefits and dumplings. Early in the morning, a group of people from the Qianlong team started working together. Even Qi Feng and his 4 companions upstairs were pulled down by Zhou Yang early in the morning. Can't we sleep in on New Year's Eve today? Qi Feng, who was awakened by the knocking on the door before he opened his eyes early in the morning, scratched his chicken hair and came to open the door for Zhou Yang, speaking with a bit of irritation in his tone. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at him, but didn't indulge him. If you want to have a New Year's Eve dinner, you have to go downstairs to work together. Come down quickly. After saying that, he didn't care about Qi Feng's expression and turned around and went downstairs directly. Eat people's mouths soft, take people's hands short. Qi Feng sighed, and could only turn around and change his clothes quickly, and then take an Fan and others downstairs to help with the work. Last year, there were fewer people, so Zhou Yang and his team just prepared a few New Year's dishes and made dumplings. But this year, there are more people, so they must add more dishes. Zhou Yang directly listed a big list of New Year's Eve dinner for everyone, and let everyone choose the dishes they wanted to eat, and then prepare them. In the end, a group of people chose more than a dozen New Year's Eve dishes. Then Zhou Yang took out a lot of ingredients from the space according to the menu, and asked them to distribute them. Of course, the most important dumplings on the New Year's Eve dinner cannot be forgotten. However, this year there are more people and more time. After Zhou Yang and Yu Jing discussed it, they decided to make more dumplings with a few more flavors. A large group of people worked from morning to afternoon, and finally processed all the ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner in the evening, and even made dumplings. Of course, the main force among them is naturally Zhou Yang and Yu Jing, who can make dumplings. As for Shin Sichuan and others, although they also made some efforts, they looked ugly and even worse than the dumplings made by Gu Yaoyao. In the end, they were directly driven away by Yu Jing and Chai Jin's mother with disgust. In the evening, Gu Tianqi celebrated the New Year's Eve with the soldiers in advance, and told the kitchen team to prepare extra meals for everyone, and then came to Zhou Yang and his friends. As soon as he entered the door, he was attracted by the table full of food. There were chickens and ducks, geese and fish, and even several dishes of seafood. There were several plates of various stir-fried vegetables and rare fruits. There was also a big electric hot pot in the middle, and several kinds of hot pot meat and vegetables were placed next to it. This specification completely caught up with the New Year's Eve dinner before the end of the world, and it was even more luxurious than many ordinary families. Gu Tianqi looked at the New Year's Eve dinner that was more sumptuous than last year's New Year's Eve, and suddenly felt that the New Year's gifts he brought were not good enough. The bag of vacuum rice and dried shrimp he brought seemed not enough to exchange for any dish on the table. Just as he was sighing, Lu Xingye was the first to greet him. "Uncle Gu, you are here. Hurry up. Let's eat the New Year's Eve dinner while it's hot." "Yeah, it's here. Your New Year's Eve dinner is too rich." After hearing Lu Xingye's voice, Gu Tianqi came back to his senses. "Put the things in the corner inside. Hey, many of the dishes here are ordered by me. They are delicious. Please eat more later." Lu Xingye rubbed his hands. "We are waiting for you to come and have dinner." Hearing the meaning of Lu Xingye's words, Gu Tianqi raised his hand and nodded the boy's head. "TSK. This is dislike for him coming late and hindering him from having dinner." Lu Xingye laughed, dodged to the side, ran directly to the dining table, and continued to drool at the table of delicious food. Seeing that Lu Xingye was already ravenous and Gu Tianqi had also arrived, Zhou Yang suggested that everyone sit down and start eating the New Year's Eve dinner. Everyone agreed happily and sat down one by one. After everyone had eaten their fill, Zhou Yang took out 2 bottles of Maotai and imported wine, as well as a few wine glasses from the space. "Today is the new year. There is only one day like this in a year. Do you want to have some more wine?" As soon as Zhou Yang took out the wine, the alcohol bugs in the bodies of several middle-aged men at the table became addicted and nodded repeatedly. "Uncle Li, okay. But I can't drink too much. Hee hee. I haven't drunk alcohol for a long time. I'm going to drink as much as I can today." Chai Jin's father also happily took a wine glass and placed it in front of him, and pointed directly at Mao Tai. "I want white wine." "Okay. Make some." Gu Tianqi nodded. "We can't just drink. You little ones have to drink too. Otherwise, it would be boring for just us." After saying that, Gu Tianqi also pointed at Yin Fei and the other juniors. Hearing this, several people could only take a wine glass each and drink with the elders. Zhou Yang also poured himself a glass. However, he knew his alcohol tolerance, so he poured red wine directly. How could a southern kid like him compete with a group of northerners in drinking? Not to mention white wine. Even red wine is probably not good enough. At most half a bottle. Fortunately, the firepower of persuading people to drink was mainly concentrated on Yan Fei and Shin Sichuan. As long as no one noticed him, he would quietly eat vegetables and meat on the side. When he was called, he would drink a small sip of red wine. So when the others drank 2 or 3 glasses of white wine, he only drank half a glass of red wine. After 3 rounds of drinking, Yu Jing left the table to cook dumplings for everyone, and served them in 4 portions. 2 soup dumplings, and 2 dipping sauces. "The dumplings are here. Eat them while they are hot." I have wrapped coins in 5 of them. Let's see who can eat them. Putting down the dumplings, Yu Jing called everyone to eat quickly. There are also coins, so we have to try our luck. Hearing this, everyone immediately became interested, and those who were drinking quickly put down their glasses, quickly picked up chopsticks, and scooped several dumplings into their own small bowls. Zhou Yang also scooped several dumplings from the big soup bowl. But he didn't think of eating coins, nor did he think he had such luck. So he took a big bite without thinking. Then, crack, his teeth almost broke. Zhou Yang covered his teeth and was stunned. After a long while, he spit out a coin. Chapter 239 Drunkards Can't Have It. Ah! Xiao Zhou got the first one. This luck will be especially good next year. Yu Jing, who was opposite, saw Zhou Yang spit out the first coin and immediately clapped her hands. Zhou Yang was still having a toothache and couldn't speak, so she had to continue covering half of her face and smiled embarrassedly. Next to him, seeing Zhou Yang still covering her mouth, Shen Sichuan immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked over. Does it still hurt? Let me see. After saying that, he reached out and touched the place where Zhou Yang was covering, and even asked Zhou Yang to open his mouth to show him the tooth that was hit by the coin. Fortunately, there is no bleeding. It should be that you bit too hard. Don't be anxious to eat dumplings later. What if you eat a coin again? Well, if you eat one, it's the end of the world. You can still eat more. Zhou Yang rubbed his cheeks and said when he felt better. Shen Sichuan pinched Zhou Yang's other face and smiled. That's not necessarily true. Anyway, eat slowly, and don't bite too quickly. I know. Go eat your own. Zhou Yang saw that everyone at the table was watching them flirting, and blushed as he pushed Shen Sichuan and told him to eat his own food. After everyone looked away, Zhou Yang lowered his head and ate his dumplings again. Although he said that it was impossible to eat coins again, Zhou Yang's mouth movement slowed down a lot. Fortunately, this bite was safe and did not bite anything hard, and he felt relieved immediately. However, it was obvious that he relaxed too early. After swallowing the second dumpling in his mouth, he picked up the third dumpling, and Zhou Yang was stunned as soon as he started to bite it. He actually bit the coin again. It was the second coin of the day. Isn't this winning rate too high? Why didn't he have this luck before? Every time he scratched the lottery ticket, it was all thank you for your patronage. Could it be that the end of the world has changed his luck? Zhou Yang looked at the 2 coins on the plate and doubted his life. And looking at the second coin Zhou Yang spit out on the plate, everyone else felt that the dumplings they had eaten before were fake. So they ate the dumplings more vigorously. The last 3 coins left. One was eaten by Gu Yaoyao, one was eaten by Lu Xingya, and the other was born in Pi's mouth. When the coin spit out by Pi fell to the ground, it made a clear sound, and then spawned happily in place. Everyone couldn't help but cover their faces and laugh. Has eating dumplings now become worse than dogs? A New Year's Eve dinner. Everyone ate very happily. It was almost midnight when it was over, and the food on the table was basically eaten up. There were only a few people who drank, except Zhou Yang, Uncle Li and an Fan who drank less. The others were all drunk, and Lu Xingya and Chai Jin, who were not good at drinking, fell directly on the table. Zhou Yang and Uncle Li spent a lot of effort to move all these people back one by one. As for Gu Tianqi, since he did not bring a guard today, Zhou Yang could only let him stay overnight. Fortunately, his second bedroom and guest room were empty, so Zhou Yang arranged for people to stay in the second bedroom. When all the drunks were arranged and returned, Yu Jing and Su Qintang had almost cleaned up the kitchen and dining table, so Zhou Yang wanted them to go back and rest first, and Yu Qintang and Sister Shanshan should go back and rest first. I do the rest. Yu Jing waved her hand. It's okay. There's only the dishes left. We washed them for you. It'd take you a long time to clean up by yourself. After that, she continued to wash the dishes quickly, while Su Qintang and Yi Shanshan were responsible for the final cleaning. Okay then. Seeing that the 3 of them had no intention of stopping, Zhou Yang had to rub his nose and leave the kitchen. But he didn't go back to rest directly, but went to the living room to see Gu Yaoyao, who had fallen asleep on the sofa a long time ago. After making sure that the little girl's hands and feet were warm, he wrapped her in the quilt again, returned to the dining room, sprayed the table with detergent, wiped it again with a hot towel, and then cleaned the floor of the dining room and living room. When Zhou Yang finished cleaning, Yu Jing and the others also finished cleaning. After Yu Jing and the other two left with Gu Yaoyao in their arms, Zhou Yang went to see Gu Tianqi in the guest room again, and then returned to the master bedroom after making sure that the heating in the room was sufficient. In the room, Shen Zichuan had already fallen asleep. Zhou Yang only washed up quickly and lay down directly in the quilt, huddled himself in Shen Zichuan's arms, yawned, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. In his dream, Zhou Yang vaguely felt that something was tickling on his back, which was very itchy, so he subconsciously slapped it. Then he turned over and fell asleep again. But not long after sleeping, he felt that thing began to stir in his stomach, so he slapped it again. But this time it seemed that the slap didn't work, and that thing became more and more lawless. Zhou Yang was so angry that he grabbed the culprit who prevented him from sleeping peacefully. It was only after this grab that he realized something was wrong. It seemed to be a hand. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang regained consciousness. When he half closed his eyes and looked down, he found that he had indeed grabbed a hand through his clothes. Then he looked back in the direction of the arm, and saw a pair of reflective eyes staring at him in the dark, which scared Zhou Yang away. He almost wanted to slap him. But then he remembered that he was sleeping, and the person lying next to him should be Shen Zichuan. Damn! What are you doing in the middle of the night? Wife! Shen Zichuan didn't answer. While calling his wife, he stuck to Zhou Yang stickily. The hand on Zhou Yang's belly began to grope upwards again. Wife! I feel uncomfortable. Well, this drunkard hasn't woken up at all. Smelling the strong smell of alcohol sprayed on his face, Zhou Yang felt a headache. He couldn't reason with a drunkard. Be good. We won't feel uncomfortable when we fall asleep. Come! Lie down. Close your eyes, and have a good sleep. Zhou Yang took Shen Zichuan's hand out of his clothes, then turned around, pushed Shen Zichuan back, and coaxed him. Although Shen Zichuan was still drunk, he was still obedient and lay down. Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to lie down, he was pulled into Shen Zichuan's arms, and his hands directly reached into Zhou Yang's pajamas again, with no intention of sleeping at all. Seeing that he couldn't hide, thinking that Wando and Da Wan's family were still in the room, and Gu Tianqi was still in the second bedroom outside, Zhou Yang had no choice but to pull people directly into the space. This night, Zhou Yang was in dire straits again. Shen Zichuan was drunk and didn't know how to be serious. After being fried repeatedly for countless times, Zhou Yang completely became a salted fish that didn't want to move. Before falling asleep, Zhou Yang had only one thought in his mind. Is it possible to keep this drunkard Shen Zichuan? Chapter 240 flew. After New Year's Eve, the base lost its festive atmosphere and returned to a dead silence. Everyone continued to count their fingers numbly. After nearly 3 months of heavy snow, it finally stopped shortly after New Year's Eve. But the temperature did not rise at all. Instead, a cold northwest wind blew, which was painful every day, making it even more difficult to go out than when it snowed. Many patrol soldiers who withstood the heavy snow could not withstand this wave of northwest wind, and fell one after another, catching a severe cold. What's more terrible is that this cold is highly contagious. Even though the military intervened in time after discovering the flu and distributed ginger soup, Isata's root water, cold medicine and other preventive decoctions to everyone, only a few days later, half of the soldiers in the army fell down, and even Gu Tianqi was not spared. And with the outbreak of the flu in the military, the residents in the underground shelter also began to be infected. The temporary clinic in the underground parking lot was overcrowded every day, and all the medical staff were busy. Patients with influenza came one after another, but the base could only provide so many cold medicines, and many of them were not antiviral cold medicines for influenza. So most patients had to go home and endure it after seeing the doctor. In less than half a month, many ordinary people died because they could not survive. When Zhou Yang and his team got the news, although it was still before the outbreak of influenza, they thought it was just a common cold like the extreme cold last year, so they didn't take it seriously, but asked Yin Fei to bring another batch of medicines for preventing and treating colds to the military. It was not until the influenza could not be controlled and broke out directly in the military that they realized something was wrong. But at this time, many people had been infected. Even Gu Tianqi fell down, and even ordinary people had died from this influenza. When Zhou Yang first heard the news, he couldn't react for a while. In his memory, there was no influenza in their small base in his previous life, so he didn't make any preparations. Unexpectedly, he encountered it when he went to Bai Ji's base. It's just that people don't move around in the apocalypse now. So it shouldn't be easy to spread the virus. And no one knows where the flu virus came from. Could it be that the northwest wind blew it here? After thinking for a long time, Zhou Yang couldn't figure it out. So he temporarily put aside his thoughts and took out a batch of antiviral cold medicines from the space and asked Yin Fei to take them to the military. And then, the military handed them over to the clinic. However, these medicines only temporarily alleviated the symptoms of most people. After the effect of the medicine wore off, the patient would still have a high fever again. So the doctor could only increase the dosage. But in the end, it was back to square one. This repeated condition not only failed to control the condition, but also allowed the virus to gradually adapt to the drug properties, making it more difficult to treat. Seeing that the virus had evolved, all medical staff felt desperate. The few people in the institute who were originally responsible for biological research were forced to directly study epidemiology. But after all, everyone has their own expertise. After almost half a month of research, they didn't find anything. They only determined that this was a newly evolved flu virus, and ordinary drugs could not suppress it for the time being. At this critical moment, Gu Tianqi also fell down. The most important person in the base fell down, which shocked everyone. Zhou Yang and the others were also anxious like ants on a hot pot. And they specially sent a batch of antiviral drugs. No one dared to tell Gu Yaoyao about Gu Tianqi's illness, but just coaxed her and told her, "Dad is too busy and can't come to eat together for a long time." Gu Yaoyao was also very sensible. When she heard that her father was very busy, she didn't make a fuss, but just asked Yin Fei to take a message to her father to eat well and sleep well. With too many patients, the burden of the clinic became heavier. Even the medical staff, who were doing strict protection every day, fell down one by one under the increasingly heavy and high-intensity work. He Shanshan was one of them, because the incubation period of this influenza virus may be a few days. But once it occurs, the progress is extremely fast. So He Shanshan didn't find it at first. It was not until she felt uncomfortable and had a fever at her workstation in the afternoon that she found that she was also infected. So after He Shanshan handed over the work to her colleagues, she asked for leave from the clinic and went home. But when she got home, she didn't dare to open the door directly. After thinking for a long time, she chose to knock on the door outside. But everyone was gathered in Zhou Yang's house at this time, and because of the good sound insulation, no one heard it. If it wasn't for the fact that it was almost dinner time, and Su Zi was in a hurry to deliver food to He Shanshan and left the house early, He Shanshan didn't know how long she would have to wait outside. "Hey, Shanshan, you got off work so early today? I was just about to deliver you food. Why don't you just open the door and come in?" Su Zi was holding a thermos lunch box. As soon as he went out, he heard a knock on the door. He opened it and saw He Shanshan standing in the corridor, covering herself tightly. Just as he was about to reach out to pull the person in, he saw the other party take a step back. "What's wrong? Come in quickly. Let's go in and eat together. Don't come over. I'm infected. Please put on a mask now, and then bring disinfectant. I will go back to the room for isolation in a while, and you can disinfect the places I pass by inside and outside the door. By the way, let Qintang and Mom live with Xiao Zhou temporarily. And you too." "No. It's okay to let Mom live across the street, but I can't let you be isolated alone." Su Zi firmly disagreed. "Wait a minute. I go to Zhou Yang to move a room for Mom and them." Then, regardless of whether He Shanshan agreed or not, he went straight in to find Zhou Yang and others. In the room, Zhou Yang and others were very surprised to hear that He Shanshan was infected. Especially Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang has been adding spring water to drinking water, although the amount added is not much. After half a year, everyone's physique should have been strengthened. But even so, He Shanshan was still infected. It is really difficult to deal with the virus with a mobile phone. No wonder many superpowers in the base have been infected. Then Yu Jing and the others really have to move to their side. Otherwise, as ordinary people, Yu Jing and Gu Yaoyao were easily infected. Zhou Yang did not delay, and immediately went to the opposite side to move all the things from Yu Jing's room, and let them live in Zhou Yang's second bedroom temporarily. As for Su Zi, he insisted on not moving. So Zhou Yang and others did not say anything more. After Su Zi took He Shanshan back to the room to rest, Zhou Yang and others disinfected the house inside and outside. Shen Zichuan also delivered the dinner for the two directly to the small table outside the door. Also delivered were several kinds of medicines that He Shanshan had specified. Chapter 241 Chinese Medicine Intervenes. He Shanshan is infected and now isolated at home. Others also lost their appetite and hurriedly finished dinner after filling their stomachs. Yu Jing was so worried that she didn't eat much. In the next few days, He Shanshan was taken care of by Su Zi to eat and take medicine on time. But her condition kept recurring. And in the end, she couldn't eat anything. Everyone was very anxious. Seeing that the various related Western medicines and Chinese patent medicines collected in the space had no effect. Zhou Yang was so anxious that his mouth was almost bubbling. And he even started to flip through Chinese medicine books himself. This glance really showed some clues. I can't remember where I got the ancient book, which was so bad that the cover was almost broken. But Zhou Yang actually found several prescriptions that might be useful. Unfortunately, Zhou Yang didn't know much about Chinese medicine, and didn't know the feasibility of these prescriptions. So after thinking about it, he took the medical book to find other people, and talked about the possibility of using Chinese medicine for treatment. Western medicine and Chinese patent medicine are useless at present. Should we try Chinese medicine intervention? We can try it, but we still need to find a Chinese medicine doctor to ask about the feasibility. That's what I mean. Let's find out if there is anyone who knows Chinese medicine in the base, and give it a try. Okay. We will go to the base information center to look for it later. After discussing, Zhou Yang and the other two hurried out the door and went straight to the current information management office of the base. After searching for a long time, they finally found 4 people who were related to Chinese medicine, for Chinese medicine doctors. 2 men and 2 women. Based on the above information, the 3 found these people. But unfortunately, one of the female Chinese medicine doctors also got the flu and was too sick to get out of bed. So they had to find the other 3 first. Don't be nervous. We found you here mainly to let you take a look at these ancient prescriptions and see if they can be used for this flu. We plan to let Chinese medicine intervene and treat together. One of the oldest men took the medical book and took a look. Then sighed and said, "You can try the 3 prescriptions above. But each prescription has medicinal materials that need to be adjusted according to the symptoms of the flu patients this time. But it's useless for you to come to us. We don't have any medicinal materials on hand." Another Chinese medicine practitioner also sighed after hearing this. It's not that they haven't thought about practicing medicine to save lives. But without Chinese medicine, it's useless to just know how to treat diseases. They can only watch the infected patients around them anxiously. Zhou Yang thought for a while and said, "The military should have collected spare medicinal materials. And we have some here. You should report all the medicinal materials you need to us first. And we will find a way if we don't have them." After that, he handed over paper and pen. Hearing this, the Chinese medicine practitioner nodded directly. "That's fine." Then he wrote a long list of material names on the paper Zhou Yang gave him. By the way, the demand for these herbs should be huge. The more the better. Zhou Yang and the other 2 nodded, took the paper, and went to the military to find herbs. Finally, combined with the herbs stored in their own space, the herbs on the paper were basically complete. As for the missing herbs, they could basically find alternative herbs. Even the mountain spring water required in the prescription. Zhou Yang directly gave them several barrels of mineral water mixed with spring water. Only licorice, well, Zhou Yang and the military thought it was useless at the time, so they didn't collect it. But it's not a big problem. At most, the Chinese medicine boiled out will be a little bitter and a little hard to drink. But compared with my life, this is nothing. With the herbs, the 3 Chinese medicine practitioners immediately felt that they had a place to use their skills. Without Zhou Yang's urging, they spontaneously began to study the prescriptions and even boiled the medicine themselves. The 3 worked hard for a day and boiled several sets of medicine for the 3 adjusted prescriptions. Afterwards, the group went directly to the clinic and mentioned the suggestion of TCM intervention to the medical staff there. The clinic also had no idea about influenza, and they watched patients die one by one every day without any solution. So when they heard that TCM might have a cure, they immediately agreed, and immediately sent a notice to all patients to voluntarily join the experiment. Almost all patients wanted to participate when they heard that there was a new treatment plan. But Zhou Yang and his team obviously didn't need so many. So in the end, the 3 TCM doctors took the lead, and selected more than a dozen patients from all the patients who were willing to do pathological experiments, and divided them into 3 groups for the experiment, with 1 person responsible for 1 group. On the first day, Each of the 3 groups was prescribed a dose of medicine. Because it was only the first day, the dosage was not much. So the conditions of the 3 groups were similar, and not much could be seen. On the second day, the 3 TCM doctors discussed and decided to increase the dosage directly, and each of the 3 groups was given a dose of medicine in the morning, noon and evening. By the evening, the changes in the first 2 groups were not significant, but the patients in the 3rd prescription group had obvious improvements. Although the fever did not subside, the physical condition was obviously stabilized, and several critically ill patients managed to save their lives. This gave everyone hope. On the 3rd day, the 3 groups took 3 doses of medicine in the morning, noon and evening. The patients in the first 2 groups also began to show obvious improvement. But the effect of the 3rd group was obviously more obvious. Not only did 3 severe cases turn from critical to safe, and their conditions were relieved, but even the high fever of everyone decreased. On the 4th day, with the same dosage, the first 2 groups were still recovering slowly. But the 2 patients with the mildest symptoms in the 3rd group had their fevers subsided directly. Except for some common cold symptoms. Everything else was fine. The other patients also turned from high fever to low fever, and their bodies were mostly healed. At this point in the experiment, the results were very obvious. The prescription of the 3rd group completely defeated the first 2 groups. After confirming that the 3rd group was the most effective prescription, everyone directly abandoned the first 2 prescriptions and replaced them all with the 3rd prescription. After 2 more days of treatment, the first batch of mild patients finally recovered successfully and were discharged from the hospital. The prescription was prepared by 3 Chinese doctors and several soldiers from the army and distributed to all influenza patients in the base. However, Zhou Yang and his friends did not take it. Instead, they chose to take the herbs and go home to cook it themselves. Zhou Yang took the initiative to take charge of the work of cooking the medicine, and directly cooked it with the spring water in the space. Anyway, Chinese medicine is so bitter, and you can't taste the spring water. It was too troublesome to cook one portion. So Zhou Yang even cooked Gu Tianqi's portion as well. With the blessing of the spring water, the effect of this medicine was simply amazing. He Shanshan and Gu Tianqi recovered in a few days, so they didn't have to cook the medicine for the next few days. However, considering that there are still many influenza patients in the base, Zhou Yang still let them drink it for 1 more day to consolidate. As for the other people at home, Zhou Yang also asked several Chinese doctors for a prescription for preventing influenza, and then cooked it with spring water and distributed it to everyone. Well, it's hard to drink. Zhou Yang himself pinched his nose to drink it. But don't say it. The effect is really good. Chapter 242. The door was pried open. This flu lasted for more than a month before it was completely over after the last infected person recovered. After this flu, the Baijishan base, which already had a small number of people, lost hundreds of people. But in this situation, the base can only continue to implement unified cremation and funeral arrangements. But because of the snow, the ashes were temporarily placed in the military headquarters and buried after the snow melted and the flood was completely over. As for where the flu virus came from, the Research Institute finally discovered that the flu virus actually carried rat genes after several months of research. So it was reasonably suspected that some soldiers who were attacked by mutant rats during the last attack on the city were infected with the virus. But it only broke out under this extreme cold. After reaching the conclusion, the Research Institute reported the result to Gu Tianqi in a timely manner. Gu Tianqi saw that it was related to mutant rats. So in order to prevent other bases from encountering this situation in the future, he directly sent this important information to the capital base and several other bases with whom he was connected, and sent the prescription for the treatment of this flu along with the research conclusion. Of course, this is a story for later. After the flu ended, the temperature began to rise again, and from the end of February, the temperature increased exponentially, from 40 to 50 degrees below zero to the single digit above zero. As the temperature rose, the snow began to show signs of melting. The base immediately moved all the medical equipment in the temporary clinic in the underground parking lot back to the base clinic. Then, the residents of the underground shelter began to move out one after another under the arrangement of the base, and return to the houses they had rented before. Residents on lower floors, or those without homes, could only squeeze into the corridors of high-rise buildings for temporary residence. At this time, the disadvantages of living in the underground shelter for a long time, and not adapting to the ultra-low temperature environment outside came. Many people could not adapt to this sudden change. and the ambient temperature dropped by more than 20 degrees, which caused many people to catch a cold again not long after the flu. In order to survive, they could only continue to see a doctor and take medicine. But because of the previous flu, ordinary people basically spent all their savings. And now they can only borrow money from the base to see a doctor. So those who finally paid off their debts last year and accumulated some points ended up owing the base a lot of points after the extreme cold. After everyone moved out of the underground shelter, the base directly sealed the underground granary and the shelter in all directions to deal with the next flood. In less than half a month, the snow had melted. Although the terrain in the base has been raised a lot after a year of heightening and reinforcement, and the moat and the city outside the base have been rebuilt many times, the flood that seeped in from the outside this time was much better than last year. But the height below half of the first floor was still flooded. After the flood outside passed, Baijishan escaped from the flood. It took everyone nearly a week to clean up the mess left by the flood. It was already the end of March, and the temperature had risen to more than 10 degrees. The corridors of high-rise residential buildings were filled with refugees, and it was difficult for people to pass through. And finally they were quiet again. Everyone inside moved out. Those who rented a house returned to their own house, and those who didn't rent a house went to the collective tent that was set up again in the square. After the refugees moved out, Zhou Yang and his team tried not to go out except for the days when they were cleaning up the snow and flood. The main reason was that the refugees in the corridor were really noisy and troublesome, and they wanted to take advantage of the people in the building. The residents on the lower floors complained all day during that time, and they could only stay at home as much as possible. But even so, there were still people knocking on the door. Later, a big brother on the 8th floor couldn't help it, and when he heard the knock on the door again, he went out and beat the man. But even so, there were still people who didn't give up and continued to harass these residents. Some even went to great lengths to climb to the floor where Zhou Yang and his team were in the middle of the night. But I don't know if they heard the bad reputation of the Qianlong team, so they didn't dare to knock on the door, but chose to pry it open directly. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had planted Xiao Xiaohu in the corridor to prevent anyone from harassing and stealing. So when the thief outside the iron gate downstairs pried the door, Zhou Yang received Xiao Xiaohu's warning. The thief was caught by the Qianlong team and had no chance to escape. He was tied up tightly by Xiao Xiaohu and laid down in front of everyone like a caterpillar. Lu Xingye squatted down and looked at the caterpillar like thief in surprise. "You are very brave. Our team dares to steal. Haven't you heard of the Qianlong team?" "I've heard of it." The thief nodded tremblingly. Lu Xingye's eyes widened when he heard this. "Then why are you here to steal? Aren't you afraid of being beaten? Our team captain and vice captain are the two strongest psychics in the entire base. Not only do I know your team is strong, I also know your team is rich." The thief suddenly straightened his neck and said, "I'm not stealing. I'm robbing the rich to help the poor. Anyway, you have a huge space filled with supplies. So much that the entire base can't eat it all in a few lifetimes. So what's wrong with giving us some?" A few words made everyone in the Qianlong team speechless. It's really shameless to say that stealing is robbing the rich to help the poor so confidently. It's fine to know that they have a large space, but why do you think that their space is full of supplies? And these are supplies that the entire base can't use up in several lifetimes. How can they not know? Although they never skimp on food, they only eat by themselves behind closed doors and never go out to show off their wealth. There are very few opportunities to show off their wealth. At most, they will usually get a little more supplies for the base. Why do they think they are rich? Yin Fei squatted down and looked at the thief coldly. "How do you judge that we have a lot of supplies, and the entire base can't use up in several lifetimes? Where are we going? Go get so many supplies? Are you doing magic? Do you have a brain?" Being stared at by Yin Fei, the thief felt guilty instantly. Avoiding Zhou Yang and others. I heard it from others. They all said that your team has so many supplies that they are enough for the entire base to use for several lifetimes." Seeing this, Shun Zichuan also squatted down and looked directly into the thief's eyes. "Oh? Who did you hear that from? You tell us so we can listen too." No one. I just heard it by accident. I don't remember who it was." The thief stuttered for a while after being stared at, and then quickly moved his eyes away. There must be something wrong here. The thief must know who is behind it. Zhou Yang and others looked at each other and confirmed this information. Chapter 243. Chai Jin is not right. Because of the flood, it is impossible to pass between the buildings without boats, and now the boats outside are directly controlled by the base. and ordinary people can't touch the boats at all. So Zhou Yang and the others can be sure that the person who spread the rumors must be in their building. But Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan tortured the thief like this. And the man was like a black magic. He was beaten to death, but refused to tell who spread the rumors about their team among the survivors. In the end, they had no choice but to throw this man directly into the coolie team in the base to squeeze out his surplus value. Even when Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan took the man away, they deliberately dragged the thief, who was only a few breaths left, through all the refugees in the corridors. While shocking everyone, they also wanted to see if there was anyone in the crowd who looked panicked. However, after looking around, they couldn't find a person who showed any clues. Instead, in the corridor on the 5th floor, they unexpectedly saw the figure of Lin Wanwan. Oh! Now she should be called Zhangwan, who they hadn't seen for a long time. She was taking care of a sick child at the time. When she saw Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan dragging someone by, she just glanced at them and turned back. When Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan saw her, they were a little surprised, but they didn't say anything. They just looked at each other and left. But after returning, she told everyone about this matter. Everyone was quite surprised. After Jihan moved out of the underground, they all thought that this woman would have nothing to do with them from now on. Unexpectedly, after leaving the underground shelter, she was assigned to their building again. It felt like a dogskin plaster, always liking to hang around them. Don't you think it's too coincidental? Why does she always appear around us? Zhou Yang felt that something was wrong with this matter anyway. Shen Zichuan touched his chin and said, I have the same feeling. Could it be that this woman is the one who spread the rumor? Yan Fei thought for a while and said, Then let's focus on observing Zhangwan. Or let Qi Tang use psychic power to test her. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. You can try using psychic power to test. I remember that Zhangwan is an ordinary person, so the test should be very simple. But we have to find an opportunity for Qi Tang and this woman to have close contact, so that it is convenient to use psychic power to detect each other. Su Qingtang's eyes lit up immediately, and nodded repeatedly when he heard that there was a place for him to shine. Suzy, then wait until we deal with the flood problem. At that time, ordinary people will also go out to work. Let Qi Tang and Zhangwan be assigned to the same area, so that it will be easier to start in the crowd. Others also thought that this method was feasible. But Lu Xingye pouted and scratched his hair impatiently. Why is it so troublesome to investigate a person? Can't you take her outside the base and torture her? If there is a problem, just kill her directly, before others could react. Chai Jin, who had not expressed his opinion, was the first to jump out and vote against it. And his tone was unusually fierce. Aren't you too violent? This is just the suspicion stage. You want to kill her? What if the girl has nothing to do with this matter? This was the first time that Lu Xingye was bullied by Chai Jin in his life. He was stunned for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he immediately retorted, Why are you so fierce? I didn't say to kill directly. Isn't there a question? Chai Jin rolled his eyes at Lu Xingye, but his tone was not soft at all. You said she was tortured. So can the results of the interrogation be used? Lu Xingye jumped up and down. No. That woman is not a good person at first glance. She was throwing tantrums before the end of the world, and deliberately approached us after the end of the world. What's wrong with torturing her? Brother, it's the end of the world, and it's not time to teach her. Zhangwan was a little princess-like before the end of the world. But what has she changed after the end of the world? Besides, so far, she hasn't done anything to us? Hearing this, Lu Xingye was puzzled, and looked at Chai Jin as if he was looking at a stupid roe deer. Do you still want to wait for her to do something? Have you also been cursed? Why do I feel like your IQ is not online today? Chai Jin continued to roll his eyes at Lu Xingye. You are the one with a low IQ. I am treating things rationally. I think it's a good idea to let Qi Tang use his psychic power to test this method. Don't give bad ideas. Humph. I think your brain has been eaten by zombies. Saint Chai. Lu Xingye glared at Chai Jin angrily, and turned his head away from looking at Chai Jin. Chai Jin, who was suddenly named Saint, also snorted coldly, and his anger was rising to his head. The others who were watching the quarrel beside the two people felt a little puzzled. They were originally talking about how to resist foreign aggression. Why did their own people start quarreling first? Moreover, Chai Jin has always been the one with the best temper among the others. He has always given in to Lu Xingye for so many years. Why did they quarrel today? Yu Jing, Uncle Li and Chai Jin and his wife began to persuade them to stop quarreling. The two could not resist the persuasion of several elders, so they stopped quarreling. After snorting at each other, they went home. Several parents could not help but go back to persuade them. After Yu Jing and several elders accompanied Lu Xingye and Chai Jin to leave, Zhou Yang and the others were still gathered in the corridor. Seeing that Yin Fei was still standing there, Lu Yinwen directly elbowed him. Xingxing is unhappy. You go and comfort him? Yin Fei rubbed the arm that was hit and shook his head. There is no rush. I will go later. Why do you also think Xingxing is too radical? Lu Yinwen glanced at Yin Fei, and he was ready to beat him up if he dared to nod. Yin Fei continued to shake his head. No. In the end times, special matters are handled specially. We would rather miss any person or thing that threatens our survival than let it go. I's handling method is radical, but it is correct. Lu Yinwen didn't understand after hearing this. Why don't you go and coax him quickly? You didn't help him at all just now. I saw him roll his eyes at you before he left. When you go back and kneel on the washboard, don't blame me for not reminding you. Yin Fei refused again. Put aside the question of coaxing I'm a little worried about Chai Jin now. I feel that there is something wrong with Chai Jin. Su Zi supported the frame of the glasses. It seems not. I am the only one who feels this way. Ah? Zhou Yan was stunned for a moment. Something is wrong. I don't see it. Shen Zichuan also nodded, then turned his head to explain to Zhou Yang. You haven't been with Chai Jin for a long time, so you don't feel anything. But we have known each other for more than 20 years. And Chai Jin's mood today is obviously not right. He has never had a quarrel with any of us in all these years. And he treats Xingye like a younger brother. And he has never spoken to him in a harsh tone. In the past, when Chai Jin encountered such a thing, he would only help Xingye to make trouble. But today, he actually got angry at Xingye. Chapter 244 He is in love? After hearing this, Zhou Yan also noticed something was wrong. Lu Yinwen on the side also fell silent after hearing this. Although he didn't spend much time with Yin Fei and the others, he had heard about Chai Jin's good temper. He was a little surprised that Chai Jin got angry with his younger brother today, but he didn't think that there might be something wrong with Chai Jin. Shen Zichuan continued. And don't you think his mood change came too suddenly? He was fine before, but when he heard that Zhang Wan was going to be taken outside the base for torture, he started to attack Xingye. It felt like what Xingye said, that he was under a spell. Now that you put it that way, it's true. Lu Yinwen sighed, then said, do you think it's possible that Zhang Wan actually has superpowers? And they are mental. And then she brainwashed Chai Jin in some way? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Yin Fei frowned in thought, then looked at Su Qingtang. When we eat later, Qingtang, you can secretly use your mental superpowers to check Chai Jin to see if he has any signs of mental control. Oh. Su Qingtang listened for a long time, but didn't dare to say a word. When he heard his mission, he nodded quickly. After the discussion, the few of them went home together to catch up on their sleep. Yin Fei also hurried back to coax Lu Xingye. When he woke up, it was almost noon. Since he couldn't have breakfast, Zhou Yang prepared a luxurious lunch and took out all the local snacks and famous dishes stored in the space. When the food was served on the table, Zhou Yang quickly asked Shen Zichuan to call everyone to eat. After a while, everyone came. I don't know if Chai Jin suddenly cleared his mind or was persuaded by his parents, but he became good-tempered again. He didn't look like he was blushing with Lu Xingye before, and he even smiled when he saw Lu Xingye. However, Lu Xingye still remembered the grudge of being bullied, so he snorted coldly and ran to the farthest place from Chai Jin. Chai Jin touched his nose and sat in the corner consciously. When Su Qingtang saw Chai Jin sitting down, he remembered his mission and sat next to Chai Jin. During the meal, because everyone had their own thoughts, except for a few parents who kept communicating with each other, everyone else ate very dull, especially Su Qingtang, who was burdened with a heavy responsibility, had to use his supernatural powers to detect carefully while eating, which was extremely tiring. After finally finishing the meal and waiting for several parents to clean up the dishes, Zhou Yang asked several family leaders to leave on the pretext of taking a nap. Even Chai Jin and Lu Xingye were sent away on the pretext of going to get something. As soon as they left, Zhou Yang and others looked at Su Qingtang. How is it? Is there anything wrong with Chai Jin? Is he controlled by someone? Su Qingtang shook his head. I didn't detect it. If someone controls the brain with mental powers, the brain will be marked. although it cannot be solved as long as the level is not as good as the controller. It is still easy for other mental power users to tell whether a person is controlled or not. So Brother Chai-Jin should not be controlled. Huh? That's good. Hearing this, several people breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the previous temper should be an isolated incident. Maybe the pressure since the end of the world is too great. So this incident broke out. After confirming that Chai-Jin was fine, Zhou Yang thought for a moment and asked, "Then should we follow the original plan and wait until the flood is over and the silt is dealt with? And let Qin Tang find a chance to test Zhongwan?" "Yes. We still need to check Zhongwan." The others all nodded in agreement. "Okay. Qin Tang will have to work harder then." Su Qintang waved his hands. "It's okay. It's nothing." As soon as Su Qintang finished speaking, the two people who were called to get something came back, and the others stopped talking about the topic. After being depressed at home for several days, the flood outside finally began to recede. After 2 days, the silt under the ground finally appeared. All the people in the base were then pulled to clean up the silt in the base. People in the same building would be assigned to the same area around them. So Zhou Yang and his friends saved the trouble of going through the back door for such a small matter. While cleaning the sludge, there were many people around. Under the instruction of Zhou Yang and others, Su Qintang quietly shoveled the sludge not far from Zhongwan. His movements were neither fast nor slow, but his spiritual power had already condensed into fine needles, which directly pierced Zhongwan's head, who was facing away from her. Ah! In just a moment, Zhongwan, who was not far away, let out a cry of pain. Then he dropped the shovel, hugged his head and squatted down. And soon a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This was because Su Qintang was just testing and didn't use much force. So Zhongwan just felt a headache and didn't have any other problems. Seeing this, the brothers and sisters around gathered around and asked Zhongwan about her well-being. Unfortunately, Zhongwan was in so much pain that she had no time to care about them. A few minutes later, just when Zhongwan felt that her brain was about to explode, the headache finally eased gradually. Then she smiled softly with a pale face and a little white flower on her head. "I'm fine. Maybe I didn't eat breakfast and my blood sugar is low. I'd be fine after a while. You don't have to worry about me. Don't delay your work because of me." Everyone talked about it again. Seeing that Zhongwan was really fine, they returned to their workstations to continue working. Su Qintang also took the opportunity to return to Zhou Yang and others. Su Zi whispered, "How is it?" Su Qintang didn't say anything, just spread his hands and shook his head. Zhou Yang and others understood at a glance that they didn't find out anything. At the same time of regret, they were also relieved. It seems that their investigation direction is wrong. Not this Zhongwan. 2 days later, after the silt was cleaned up, all the refugees moved out of the passage. The same was true for Zhongwan. Zhou Yang and others saw this and stopped pestering Zhongwan. The base finally returned to its former order and began to organize troops to go out to collect supplies. Many new tasks were also posted on the app. The major superpower teams were in urgent need of replenishing supplies and crystal cores, and all began to actively accept tasks and go out to fight zombies. The Qianlong team naturally returned to the days of going out to do tasks while opening a shop in the trading market. On this day, Zhou Yang and his team had just returned from a 2-day trip to the next city. Chai-Jin and Su Zi were still watching the store, and Yu-Jing secretly pulled them aside to eat a big melon. "Hey, do you know that Chai-Jin is dating a little girl outside? Chai-Jin is in love. When did it happen? Why don't we know? Which girl is he dating?" Zhou Yang and others were all confused. Yu-Jing blinked. "I don't know if it is true or not. I don't dare to ask. So I'm asking you guys first if you know?" Shen Zichuan paused. "You don't know anything and you're telling us?" Zhou Yang asked curiously. Then Aunt, "How did you find out?" "Well, these 2 days after dinner, Chai-Jin always took a lot of food away. At first, I thought he had a big appetite and went back to eat it as a midnight snack. But yesterday I saw him take a small basket of food and go out the door and walk down the stairs. When he came back, there was only an empty basket in his hands, and his face was still happy. So I guess he must have a date outside." After Yu-Jing finished speaking, she sighed again. "I don't know how long they have been dating. This kid is really good at hiding it. You guys go back and pay attention to help Chai-Jin. If there is nothing wrong with the person, let Chai-Jin bring him back to us as soon as possible." Zhou Yang and the others nodded hurriedly. Without Yu-Jing's instructions, They were also very curious about Chai Jin's so-called partner, and decided to pay close attention to Chai Jin's schedule in the next few days. Hey, Chai Jin has a partner now. When Qi Tang and Yin Wen find partners, we old people won't have to worry anymore. After talking about Chai Jin, Yu Jing suddenly patted Su Qi Tang, who was watching the show silently. Su Qi Tang, who was suddenly cute, was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly waved his hands and said, "No. No. No. I'm still young. I love being single. Long live singleness." After saying that, he ran back to the room, not wanting to participate in any topic related to partners. Everyone laughed at Su Qi Tang, who was running away. Only Lu Yanwen looked at Su Qi Tang's back, with a look of determination in his eyes. Chapter 245 Chai Jin's Partner. After receiving Yu Jing's order, Zhou Yang and his friends immediately began to pay close attention to Chai Jin's comings and goings, and even planned to form several groups to follow Chai Jin to see who he went out to meet. But Chai Jin seemed to have a radar installed on him, except when it was his turn to watch the store during the day. He never went out again, let alone going out alone. Everyone was very anxious. They thought that maybe he would collapse before they even started talking. Fortunately, everyone's worries were unnecessary. That day, everyone had just finished dinner and left. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan were cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen when they saw Chai Jin sneakily pulling Yu Jing aside, blushing and stammering to talk to Yu Jing for a long time. Afterwards, Yu Jing looked at Chai Jin with understanding, then turned back to the opposite side. And when she came back, she was holding a small package wrapped in black cloth in her hand. Chai Jin took the small package and left with a red face. At that time, Zhou Yang was hiding at the kitchen door with Shen Zichuan, and he came out only after Chai Jin left. As soon as he came to Yu Jing, Zhou Yang asked with a full of gossip, "Aunt, did Chai Jin take food away again just now?" "It's not food." Yu Jing shook her head, and then said mysteriously, "But now I can be sure that he is dating a little girl outside." "How can you be sure?" Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan asked in unison. Yu Jing smiled ambiguously. "Do you know what he asked me for just now? It's sanitary napkins for girls. So he must be asking for something for the little girl. By the way, you guys should quickly follow him and find out if this girl is reliable. If she is reliable, let Chai Jin bring her back." Zhou Yang hesitated and said, We really have to follow." Although they had previously clamored to follow Chai Jin, Zhou Yang hesitated when they really asked them to follow him. Of course, people's hearts are so complicated in the end times. And Chai Jin is a simple-minded guy. Go. Let me wash the dishes," Yu Jing said, and pushed Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan out the door. The two looked at each other helplessly, and had to follow Yu Jing's order and go downstairs. Because of the delay of a few minutes, Chai Jin had already taken the elevator down. When Zhou Yang and the others took the elevator down again, they only saw Chai Jin's back disappearing at the turn in the distance. Seeing this, the two hurriedly chased after him. When they were about to leave the gate of the community, they barely caught up with Chai Jin's footsteps. After that, the two did not dare to follow too closely for fear of being discovered. After Chai Jin left the community, he walked all the way to the square. Just when Zhou Yang thought Chai Jin was going to the big tent on the square, Chai Jin turned another corner and walked directly towards the direction of the trading market. It seems that this girl is neither from their community nor from the ordinary people in the big tent. Could she be from the next community? It's impossible that this girl is setting up a stall in the market at night? With such doubts, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan looked at each other and continued to follow. However, after Chai Jin entered the market, he passed by a group of people setting up stalls and walked straight to the empty path at the end. Watching Chai Jin's increasingly strange route, Zhou Yang and the others who followed behind him were full of doubts. Now they could only follow him silently and walked into the alley. It was also because the light in the alley was too poor, which made it convenient for Zhou Yang and the others to follow him. So they didn't lose Chai Jin. After following for a short distance, Chai Jin stopped at a corner. With the faint moonlight, Zhou Yang and the others saw a figure standing opposite Chai Jin, whose face could not be seen clearly. Judging from the figure and height, it should be a girl. As he was looking at her, he saw the figure opposite him saying, "Brother Jin, did you bring me sanitary napkins?" The voice was soft and gentle, and it made people feel their bones soften. Zhou Yang shuddered when he heard the voice. This voice sounded like a perfect green tea, and he didn't expect Chai Jin to like this. Zhou Yang thought. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan looked at each other and continued to hide aside and watch the show. Chai Jin hurriedly took out the small package he had asked for from Yu Jing and handed it over. Then said in a slightly nervous tone, "I brought it. Look." The girl took the small package and was so excited when she saw the sanitary napkins inside. "Thank you, Brother Jean. Otherwise I don't know what to do. I have used up all the ones I had before." "Brother Jean, you are so kind to me." Chai Jin was so excited when he received the girl's thanks that he stuttered, "No. You're welcome. It's my duty to be nice to you. And I feel honored to be able to help you. By the way, it's not safe here. I take you back later." The girl shook her head. "It's okay. I can go back by myself. Otherwise my family will be angry when they see you. And I won't have the chance to sneak out in the future." "Do your family still disagree?" Chai Jin's voice sounded a little aggrieved. "Don't worry. I will convince them." The girl suddenly stepped forward, held Chai Jin's face with one hand, and said in a deep voice, "As long as you continue to be nice to me and listen to me, we can be together." If the previous voice was green tea, then this voice now was full of temptation, making everyone who heard it feel like they were electrified from head to toe. And they couldn't help but want to do what the woman said. Not to mention Chai Jin, who was closest. Even Zhou Yang, who was a little further away, couldn't stand it. If Shen Zichuan behind him hadn't reacted first and hugged Zhou Yang would have really been caught. Zhou Yang hurriedly patted his forehead, and then exchanged glances with Shen Zichuan. There is definitely something wrong with this woman. It seems that she can bewitch people. Chapter 246. Zhangwan again. Now that they had discovered that this woman was suspicious, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan naturally could not take it lightly and treat her as a spectator. The two continued to hide in the corner, always watching the actions of the two people in front of them. The girl came one step closer, asked Chai Jin to bend down, and then whispered something into his ear. But the voice was too soft, so Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan did not hear anything. After a long time, Chai Jin stood up, then took the girl's hand, kissed her devoutly, turned around and left, and walked back along the way they came. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan could not understand for a while, so they could only shrink in the corner and hold their breath, and waited for Chai Jin to pass by them and walk away. Then they breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the alley was dark enough and there were many forks, so Chai Jin did not find them. But at the moment, they did not plan to follow Chai Jin back directly, but to stay and see what was going on with this woman. So the two continued to squat in the corner and did not go out. A few minutes later, the woman, who was still standing in the dark, chuckled and walked out slowly. When they passed the small fork in the road where Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan were, because the light was too dim and they were sideways, neither of them could see the woman's appearance clearly. They only saw that the woman had long hair and was very thin. When the woman left the alley and took a small path around the trading market to leave, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan came out of the shadows and caught up with the woman in front. Because they didn't know the woman's strength, they just followed from a distance. After walking for more than 10 minutes, passing through several dark paths, the woman finally walked to a place with lights. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan also saw the woman's appearance at this time. They were stunned at the moment. After looking at each other, they stopped. That, if I remember correctly, it's Zhangwan, right? Although the light was not very good, Zhou Yang had not seen this woman a few times. But the only woman in the base with long hair was really impressive. In addition, this woman always appeared around them, haunting them, and they couldn't forget her even if they wanted to. Yes, it is. Shen Zichuan nodded. It seems that Zhangwan should have superpowers. But how can I not see her level of superpowers? In theory, as long as the level is lower than mine, I can see the energy fluctuations on the other person at a glance. Zhou Yang pondered for a while, and then thought of something. I think her superpower is some kind of special superpower that I have never seen before. And when she does not use superpowers, the energy fluctuations are not visible at all. Superpowers such as prophecy superpowers are not visible at all normally. It should be. But she should have used superpowers when talking to Chai Jin just now. But I didn't see the energy fluctuations at that time. She should also be some kind of mental superpower that can control people's hearts. As for the problem of not being able to see it, could it be that her level is too low? How can she control Chai Jin, a level 5 power evolver, at a low level? Zhou Yang was speechless for a moment. It seemed so. While the two were talking, Zhang had already walked to the collective tent on the square, chatting and laughing with the people there, and seemed to have a very harmonious relationship. She also talked to the passing patrol team for a long time before turning around and entering the big tent. Seeing Zhang disappear from sight, Zhou Yang said irritably, "What should we do now? Just kidnap this woman and kill her?" Shen Zichuan shook his head. "I'm afraid it won't work in the base. I think this woman is very familiar with the people here. Once she disappears, she will be discovered soon. Besides, we don't know if she is dead now. Whether her hands and feet on Chai Jin can be automatically untied. We have to find out clearly. Let's go back today and discuss it with Yin Fei and others." Zhou Yang sighed. "Okay then." At this moment, Zhou Yang regretted not killing Zhang when he suspected her at the beginning, which caused so many things now. But there is no regret medicine in the world. Zhou Yang could only sigh a few words, and then went back with Shen Zichuan. Back on the 18th floor, Shen Zichuan made a satellite call to Yin Fei and asked Yin Fei and Lu Yinwen to come up, and then went across to call Su Zi over. When Yu Jing heard the noise, she wanted to ask about Chai Jin's partner, but Shen Zichuan evaded the question by saying that he had not seen him. 10 minutes later, several people came to Zhou Yang's house one after another. As expected, Lu Xingya also came with Yin Fei. Zhou Yang and the others had no objection to this, but they just told Lu Xingya to keep the content of the conversation confidential, especially to Chai Jin. Lu Xingya nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped. I promise not to tell anyone." After listening to Lu Xingya's promise, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan told the cause and effect of following Chai Jin just now. "So, Chai Jin quarreled with me before because he was controlled by this trash woman?" After listening to Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan's narration, Lu Xingya was the first to jump up. "Fuck. I'm going to kill this woman right now." Although he was still angry about Chai Jin's quarrel with him, he could only bully his own brothers. How could he let a piece of trash bully him? He must be killed. "Don't be impulsive." Yin Fei grabbed Lu Xingya, who was jumping up and down in anger, and said, "She must be killed. But not now. Didn't you hear what Sichuan said? To find out if there are any sequelae or something like that?" Lu Xingya snorted and stomped his foot again, then sat down next to Yin Fei. Seeing that Lu Xingya had calmed down, Yin Fei turned to Zhou Yang and the others and said, "I go find my uncle and investigate Zhang again to see if there are other people in the base who have been bewitched by her." Shen Zichuan nodded. "Well, let Zi go with you tomorrow and focus on investigating the army. I see that she is very familiar with the patrol team. If there are people in the army who have been infiltrated by her in this way, it will be troublesome. Brother Yenwen and I will go to interrogate the thief again." Hearing this, Yin Fei's face instantly became more serious, and he nodded silently. The others who were named also nodded, seeing that Shen Zichuan and the others were investigating people related to Zhang but could not directly monitor Zhang. Zhou Yang thought about it and took the initiative to take on this task. "Since you are responsible for the investigation, I will be in charge of monitoring Zhang. I can also let De Huang and the others take turns to take the young tiger in the bud state to the big tent to investigate. Although De Huang and the others cannot speak, Xiao Hu can. If there is any unusual movement, Xiao Hu can directly repeat it to him through his mind, which is really convenient." When several people heard it, they all thought it was okay and agreed. Lu Xingya, the only one without a mission, refused to do it. "What about me? What about me? Is there nothing to do? You have to be responsible for guarding the house." Zhou Yang pulled Lu Xingya and said solemnly, "There are so many people without superpowers at home. And Chai Jin is a time bomb. Qi Tang is a girl. So of course you have to watch him." Lu Xingya was stunned. And after thinking about it, it seemed to be right. So he had to bite the scalp and admit it. Chapter 247 Investigate Zhang again. After assigning their respective tasks, several people went back to sleep early. The next morning, before the others got up, several people arrived at Zhou Yang's house early. After a simple breakfast, they went out. According to the original plan, Zhou Yang was responsible for monitoring Zhang nearby, while Shen Zichuan and Lu Yinwen went to check the thief and try to see if he was also controlled by Zhang and whether there were any sequelae. Yin Fei and Su Zi went to investigate Zhang interpersonal relationships in all aspects, and whether there were any people who were controlled among all the people who were in close contact. Several people did not separate until they were at the gate of the community. "Be careful and try not to have direct contact with Zhang Wan. If there is an accident, just kill that woman directly. We are the Qianlong team. We are not afraid of trouble. Before leaving, Shen Zichuan once again solemnly told Zhou Yang to pay attention to safety. Don't worry. I know my limits. Zhou Yang nodded without further ado. I won't joke with my life. Hearing this, Shen Zichuan was relieved and left with Lu Yanwen. After everyone left, Zhou Yang walked towards the square. They discussed last night that they still had to go into the big tent, and they had to find a reason that no one could find fault with. It just so happened that the brother and sister Sun Jing and Sun Peng, who had followed them back before, lived in the big tent. They could go in under the pretext of visiting the brother and sister, and take them out to live somewhere else. Originally, they should have lived with the Qianlong team. After all, Li Mei paid for their food and accommodation. But after seeing the accommodation conditions and meals of the Qianlong team on the first day, Sun Jing suddenly felt that the crystal cores on her were not enough. So after giving the crystal cores, she still insisted on living in the underground shelter. Zhou Yang and his team couldn't persuade them, so they had to follow their wishes. But they still asked several captains they knew to help take care of them. When the heavy snow stopped, Zhou Yang thought about renting a new house for them in their building. But the flu delayed it. Now is a good time to solve this problem. And many people should know that the Qianlong team asked the army to take care of the siblings. And it is hard to guarantee that Zhang Wan will not be on their radar. So it is better to move them away as soon as possible. Originally, they wanted to buy the 15th and 16th floors downstairs. But these 2 floors have already been occupied. There are only 2 duplexes on the top floor. But the top is the most unsafe. So Zhou Yang and his team gave up. Fortunately, Shen Zichuan's previous villa is still empty. So it was decided that the siblings would live there first. And Li Mei and others are expected to come soon, so they can move in directly. But for now, he still has to bring De Huang out of the space and make it invisible first. So Zhou Yang found a corner not far from the big tent and in the blind spot of the collective big tent, and then took De Huang out from the space. De Huang, you will stand guard today, and later you will take Xiao Hu, and follow me after you become invisible, and go to the big tent opposite. I will point out a long-haired woman to you, and you will be responsible for keeping an eye on her. You will follow her wherever she goes, but you can't let her find you. Understand? After saying that, he shrunk Xiao Hu into a small bud state, and then stuffed it into De Huang's palm. Squeak! De Huang held the bud-shaped Xiao Hu and called to Zhou Yang twice, and then used the invisibility skill in a blink of an eye, putting De Huang on his shoulder and watching it disappear from his sight. Zhou Yang walked back to the direction of the collective tent on the square. It was also a coincidence that as soon as he approached, he saw Zhang Wan and several members of the patrol team chatting enthusiastically. Come over after you finish patrolling. I asked Grandma to measure your size and make a pair of cloth shoes for each of you. Zhang Wan looked at the shoes with cracked rubber on the patrol team's feet and said with a distressed face. Several patrol team members looked at their shoe uppers and blushed. That's too much trouble for Grandma Zhang. Our shoes can still be worn. Zhang Wan shook her head. It's okay. You usually help us a lot. It's just a few pairs of shoes. It's not a big deal. Besides, my grandma and I are quite free every day. So just do something meaningful for ourselves. Several team members looked at each other. The new shoes were really attractive. After a long time, they touched their short hair and said embarrassedly, this? Well, then we will thank our sister-in-law first. Oh, what are you calling? Who is your sister-in-law? Zhang Wan stamped her foot shyly. Huh? I won't pay attention to you. Hey, if you don't become our sister-in-law, what should our captain do? Several team members continued to ask from behind. But this time Zhang Wan ignored them, snorted, turned around with a red face, and hid back in the group tent. Seeing Zhang Wan running away, several patrol members laughed out loud. But they had to carry out patrol missions, so they drove away quickly. Zhou Yang, who had been watching from the side, was shocked at this time. Is Zhang Wan planning to open a fish pond? Not only is she hanging Chai Jin, but she also raises a big fish for the patrol team here? And it seems that she is hooking up with the captain of the patrol team, which can explain why she was assigned to their building in the first place. But I don't know who this unlucky captain is. I will ask Yin Fei to confirm it later. I hope this captain has not been controlled. After the patrol team completely disappeared, Zhou Yang walked to the entrance of the collective tent. There was a guard on duty at the door, and he didn't stop Zhou Yang. A stranger. Anyway, there is nothing to steal in the collective tent. So as long as you are not here to make trouble, the guards will basically not care. Besides, Zhou Yang looks like he has a good life in the end times. So naturally he doesn't like the things in the refugee camp here. Entering the refugee camp, the first thing you see is countless iron-welded bunk beds, which are so densely packed that only one person can pass through the aisle. Because it is still early, it is still quiet inside, and most people are still asleep. At first glance, there is no sign of Zhang Wan, and Zhou Yang is not in a hurry. Instead, he goes to find the location of Sun Jing and her brother according to the bed number he asked Yan Fei for. Fortunately, this bunk is very close to the door, and he found it not far away. When Zhou Yang arrived, Sun Jing and her brother were squeezed in the same lower bunk and were still sleeping. Looking at this 1.2-meter single bunk, he thought that if the brother and sister had not slept well, they would definitely fall off in the middle of the night. Chapter 248 takes Sun Jing and her brother away. Before Zhou Yang could say anything, Sun Peng, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, opened his eyes first and looked towards Zhou Yang with a vigilant look. His eyes were full of alertness, and he looked like a little lion with thorns all over his body, guarding against sneak attacks. When he saw clearly that it was Zhou Yang, Sun Peng relaxed visibly, and then opened his big eyes and looked at Zhou Yang, which was quite cute, as if he had noticed something wrong with his brother. Sun Jing woke up quickly. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Yang standing not far away. He was so scared that he sat up subconsciously, and didn't notice that the height of the upper and lower bunks was not enough, and he bumped into the bottom of the upper bunk. "Ah, are you okay?" Zhou Yang felt pain for her when he saw her bump. "It's okay. It's okay." After a while, Sun Jing waved her hand and said, "Little Zhou, why are you here today? Is there something? I came to see you, and to change your place to live." Zhou Yang touched Sun Peng's little head. "I should have let you move to a new place before, but there were too many things to do. I just happened to be free today, so I take you to move." Sun Jing was stunned when she heard it. "Ah, moving? Where are we moving to?" "There is a 4.5-story villa vacant in the community where we live. Although the first floor is soaked, the floors above the second floor are still good. You can live in the upper floors. Anyway, Sisterly and the others should be here soon, and they will live there temporarily. It's not bad for you to go there to clean the house first." Sun Jing, who was about to refuse when she heard that she was going to live in a villa, stopped talking when she heard that Li Mei and the others would also live there when they came. "Are we leaving now?" Zhou Yang waved his hand. "Don't worry. I ask you about someone first. There is a woman named Zhang Wan in this tent. You should have seen her. Right?" Sun Jing nodded. "Yes. She is very popular here. Have you ever met her? Did you find anything unusual? For example, collecting high-level crystal cores to upgrade secretly?" Sun Jing thought about it and shook his head. "She lives at the other end of the big tent, quite far away, and we have only met her a few times. But I don't know if it's an illusion. I always feel that she doesn't like the two of us very much, so we usually walk around her. As for the abnormality, it seems that there is nothing. As for collecting, she is an ordinary person and doesn't need a high-level crystal core." Before she finished speaking, Sun Jing seemed to have thought of something and suddenly paused. Then she raised her head and lowered her voice and said, "Oh, no. I seem to have accidentally seen her bringing back 2 level 3 crystal cores last time. When she saw me, she hurriedly hid them in her pocket and said that she was just curious and borrowed them from others to play with. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now that you ask me, I remember that her expression at the time was a little unnatural, and Zhang Wan seems to like dealing with men. Many men with families are around her, and the wives of those men don't have any objections. They even help Zhang Wan speak, which is quite magical." After Sun Jing said this, Zhou Yang had a clue in his heart. Zhang Wan must be a person with superpowers, but she has been hiding it very well, and in order not to be discovered, she can only use crystal cores to upgrade secretly. However, in this way, Zhang Wan's superpower upgrade is limited, and the level should be very low. The psychic abilities are quite weak in the early stage. Even if they control people, it is relatively easy to release them. Even if there are sequelae, they are not that serious. They can be cured after a period of recuperation. Unlike high-level psychic abilities, force contact control can easily damage the brain. and most of them are permanent injuries. Even if there are healing abilities, few can be fully cured. It is mostly because of the low ability. So Zhongwan can only take advantage of the natural advantages of women and the lustful nature of men and specifically target men. As for the wives of those men, they have no objections. First, it may be that Zhongwan's seduction skills are superb and not blatant. Second, it may be that her ability has the elements of bewitching and making people feel good. So she is like a fish in water. Well, I have a rough idea then. After making a rough analysis of Zhongwan's ability, Zhou Yang nodded and turned to look at Sun Jing. You guys get up and pack your things now. I take you to your new home later. Yeah. Okay. Then little brother Zhou, wait for us for a while. Zhou Yang nodded, no hurry. You guys pack first. I go somewhere else and come back in a while. After telling Sun Jing and her brother, Zhou Yang went to the back alone while no one in the big tent got up yet. After passing through a long row of bunk beds, Zhou Yang found Zhongwan lying on her side against the wall in the corner. Zhou Yang couldn't tell if she was really sleeping, and didn't dare to get too close. So he could only pull down the invisible De Huang squatting on his shoulder, and whispered, "See that lying woman? Just keep an eye on her, and see what she does all day. When the sun is about to set, I will pick you up at the store. I will let Xiaohu remind you then. Got it? Work hard. And when we get back, I will reward you with a big bucket of spring water." De Huang nodded quickly, then remembered that he was still invisible. So he rubbed Zhou Yang's chin with his head, then gently squeaked and jumped down. Zhou Yang felt De Huang's response, and felt his shoulders lighten, and De Huang's presence disappeared around him. Obviously he had already actively gone to work. After arranging De Huang, Zhou Yang quietly retreated as he had come, and returned to the bed of Sun Jing and her brother. At this time, the brother and sister had packed up everything, and were sitting on the bed. Only the bare bed frame was left on the single bed. All packed up? Then let's go! Zhou Yang took a look at the two large bundles on the bed, and took them directly into the space. Although the two bundles were bulging, they were actually filled with clothes and bedding for the extremely cold period. So they were very light. After leaving the big tent, Zhou Yang did not drive the car, but led the brother and sister to walk back to the community. It was inconvenient inside just now. So on the way back, Zhou Yang asked about Zhongwan's specific performance in getting along with others, and whether she spread rumors about the Qianlong team. I did hear a lot of hatred of the rich against you, but I don't know if it was Zhongwan who spread it. But according to her attitude towards us, I guess she is not very friendly to you. Zhou Yang nodded, and did not ask any more questions. The three of them soon arrived at the door of Shinzichuan's villa. Zhou Yang took out the key and opened the door directly. After 2 floods, the electronic lock on the first floor has been completely useless. So now you can only use a key to open the door. Go up and choose a room. I will give you basic furniture in the room. The kitchen on the first floor is also soaked and cannot be used. I will give you a set of simple cooking utensils on the second floor later. You can cook something when it is inconvenient for you to go out. Thank you, Brother Zhou. I trouble you again. You're welcome. After all, I have received your leader's level 5 and mini level 4 crystal cores. Let's go up and take a look. There are still many places that need to be rectified after choosing a room. When they left, there were no curtains left. Zhou Yang took the 2 upstairs, and the brother and sister finally found a room facing east and north on the 3rd floor to live in. After helping the 2 to clean up, he put basic furniture such as beds and wardrobes for the brother and sister, and installed curtains for them. After leaving a set of kitchen utensils on the 2nd floor, Zhou Yang left directly. Chapter 249, I can't come up with a title. After leaving the villa, Zhou Yang didn't rush back, but went straight to the military headquarters. First, he wanted to see the progress of Yan Fei's investigation and analyze his findings with them. Second, he wanted Yan Fei to tell the patrol team to take care of Sun Jing and her brother in the villa. Otherwise, Zhou Yang would be worried if the brother and sister lived here. However, he didn't know where Yan Fei and Su Zi were, so he had to go directly to the military headquarters and ask someone about it. Fortunately, the Qianlong team was very famous in the base, and Zhou Yang also helped with many missions. So many people in the military were familiar with Zhou Yang. So after just asking around, Zhou Yang asked where Yan Fei and his friends were sitting. According to the address he asked, Zhou Yang found the data room. As soon as he entered, He saw Yin Fei and Su Zi sitting at the table flipping through the data. And Su Zi was recording it from time to time. Before Zhou Yang could speak, Yin Fei and Su Zi noticed someone coming in at the same time. And when they looked up, they saw Zhou Yang standing at the door. "Why are you here? Aren't you keeping an eye on Zhang? Zhou Yang nodded and said, "Well, I got a general idea from Sun Jing, and came here after taking them to the villa. But I asked De Huang and Xiao Hu to hide in the big tent and keep an eye on Zhang. I can ask De Huang and Xiao Hu later." Yin Fei nodded. "That's good. It's safer this way. And it won't alert the enemy." Zhou Yang continued. "And now I can confirm that Zhang has superpowers. The good news is that her superpower level should not be high, so her control should not be strong. It's not difficult for us to remove her control over Chai Jin. That's about what we expected. We checked around, and no one found that she had superpowers. Everyone felt friendly to her as soon as they got along with her. And the longer they got along, the more profound the impression was. But these people didn't feel it themselves." Su Zi analyzed after looking at what he wrote on the paper. Zhou Yang nodded after understanding, and then asked, "By the way, how is your investigation in the military? Is there anyone controlled by her?" "There are several suspects, all of whom are people in the patrol team who have contact with the refugees in the big tent. And," Su Zi paused at the end, "and there is one who is said to be interested in reporting marriage to the higher-ups recently." Hearing this, Zhou Yang remembered that he had heard those patrol members call Zhang sister-in-law before. So he tilted his head and asked, "Is it the captain level?" "Huh? How do you know?" "When I went there, I happened to hear the patrol team calling Zhang sister-in-law." Zhou Yang then relayed the conversation between Zhang and the patrol team members that he had just seen outside the big tent to the two. Yin Fei then found the patrol team that was scheduled today from the patrol team schedule, and also found the captain's information. At first glance, it was indeed the one who was said to want to marry Zhang. Moreover, they all knew this person. He was the deputy leader of the Lili group that went to move grain together. Qin Ming was a power evolver. However, he later withdrew from the front line due to injury, and now led the team to be responsible for the safety of the ordinary people in the base. Su Zi thought for a moment and said, "This Qin Ming is probably controlled more deeply like Chai Jin. Zhang current level is low, and there may be only 2 people who can be controlled. So the others should behave normally, just staying at the level of doubling their favorability. I just don't know how Chai Jin and Qin Ming are currently controlled." Zhou Yang touched his chin and thought. Su Zi shook his head and pointed to the time comparison of Zhang. Chai Jin and Qin Ming's going out recorded on another piece of paper, and showed it to Zhou Yang and Yin Fei. "It shouldn't be too deep. I found out that this woman goes out every few days, which coincides with the time when Chai Jin goes out and Qin Ming asks for leave. She should meet with them every few days to deepen the control. Otherwise, the degree of control will decrease or even become ineffective over time." Zhou Yang took a look and was relieved. "That's good. Even if we kill Zhang directly, it won't be a big problem. Now it depends on whether the results of Sichuan and his friends are the same as our speculation." The 3 of them continued to investigate in the army until the afternoon, and even rushed to deal with it at noon, and directly turned Zhang interpersonal relationships upside down. Interestingly, the column of Zhang only relatives has changed from Grandma Zhang to a middle-aged couple. And there are 2 more brothers. TSK. It seems that I don't know what means were used to recognize the relatives. The 3 collected some useful things before leaving the military, seeing that it was not far from Taiyuan to go down the mountain. Zhou Yang asked Yin Fei and the others to drop him off not far from the big tent in the square, and then went to the abandoned shop before to send a recall order to Xiaohu, waiting for Da Huang to come back with Xiaohu in stealth, and then put them into the space. "How is it? Did Da Huang see anything?" Su Zi asked as soon as he got back to the car and sat down. "I haven't asked yet. Let's go back first. There are too many people here." Zhou Yang shook his head and suggested going home first. Su Zi thought so too, so he didn't ask any more questions. The 3 of them quickly returned to the downstairs of the community, put away the car, and went upstairs directly. Chai Jin didn't go to the store today. He was on leave at home. So Zhou Yang and the others saw Chai Jin helping Yu Jing and the others make dinner as soon as they went upstairs, because the vegetables were cut a little ugly. Lu Xingye would occasionally diss him, but Chai Jin didn't get angry at all, and was still smiling. He looked honest and simple. and it was not possible to see that he had a quarrel with Lu Xingye. As if nothing had happened. It seems that as long as the topic related to Zhang Wan is not mentioned, Chai Jin will not be affected at all. And it is not possible to see that he has been brainwashed by Zhang Wan. Chapter 250. Killing Zhang Wan is on the agenda. While dinner was not ready yet, Zhou Yang used the excuse of taking a shower. After returning home and entering the bedroom, he went directly into the space and asked De Huang and Xiao Hu about the results of a day of monitoring in the big tent. With De Huang and Xiao Hu, one dancing and gesturing, the other imitating and speaking, Zhou Yang finally understood most of it. Fortunately, they went together. Otherwise he might be confused if he was alone. Zhou Yang thought. Just as he was about to end the questioning, De Huang suddenly stuffed another crystal core in his hand, and Zhou Yang was stunned at the first sight. Level 5 crystal core? It's still a spiritual system. Where did it come from? De Huang gestured again incomprehensibly. But fortunately Xiao Hu understood and helped it translate. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up immediately after hearing it, and he immediately decided to add another basin of spring water to De Huang. After asking De Huang and Xiao Hu, Zhou Yang hurriedly took a shower and left the space. As soon as he came out, he saw Shen Zichuan coming out of the bathroom, shirtless, with only a towel around his waist. Hey, when did you come back? Did you even take a shower? Seeing Shen Zichuan come back and take a shower, Zhou Yang was still surprised. Yeah, I just came back a few minutes ago, so I took a simple shower. Shen Zichuan answered Zhou Yang while wiping his hair, and when he was half dry, he changed his clothes in front of Zhou Yang. Although he had seen Shen Zichuan's body many times, most of the time he was repeatedly fried and his attention was not on the other person's body, so that now he suddenly saw it again. He still felt blushing and his heartbeat dared not look. But if he didn't look, he would be very greedy. Shen Zichuan changed his clothes, and when he turned around, he saw Zhou Yang blushing and looking like he wanted to look but didn't. And he found it funny. How long have you been looking at your husband's body? Why are you blushing? I didn't. Zhou Yang, who was caught peeping, elbowed Shen Zichuan and denied it. Okay. You didn't look. Then do you want to touch it? Shen Zichuan pulled Zhou Yang's hand into his clothes, pressed it on his abdominal muscles, and started to scratch. This time, Zhou Yang's face turned even redder, and the abdominal muscles under his hands felt hot. He quickly withdrew after a few touches. Be serious. My aunt and the others are waiting for us to eat. Let's go over quickly. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he didn't wait for Shen Zichuan and went straight out of the bedroom. Shen Zichuan smiled and slowly followed Zhou Yang. The two of them went into the opposite room one after the other. Everyone had already sat down at the dining table, waiting for the two of them. As soon as Yu Jing saw the two people coming in, she pointed to the empty seat next to her and said, Come on. Sit down and eat. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan hurriedly responded and sat down. When everyone arrived, everyone picked up their chopsticks and ate heartily. Although everyone was still polite at the beginning of the meal, when they needed to grab food later, the chopsticks were more fierce than anything else. Zhou Yang was also used to everyone's urinary nature, and now he could also shamelessly grab food together. In addition, Shen Zichuan helped him to grab food together. On the whole table, except for Lu Xingye, he had the most dishes on his plate. The heads of the family did not stop them from grabbing food. Instead, they felt that the dishes they cooked were so popular, and they were very happy. After the meal, Qi Feng and others took the lead to leave. Afterwards, Zhou Yang and others also found excuses to leave first, and then went out and went directly to Zhou Yang's house across the street. Zhou Yang's house was well soundproofed, and once the door was closed, nothing could be heard. This was just right for them to avoid Chai Jin and Yu Jing from talking about Zhang Wan. A few people sat down on the sofa, and Yan Fei was the first to speak. Let me first talk about what we found out about Zhang Wan during the day. No one else had any objections. Yan Fei then told them what he had found out, and also took out a few pieces of paper to show Shen Zichuan and the others. When they had read almost everything, Zhou Yang also briefly told them what De Huang and Xiao Hu had found out. Zhang Wan spends most of the day lying in bed, saying to others that she is not feeling well. But in fact, she is secretly absorbing crystal cores. So it is certain that she has superpowers, and he should be the one who spread the rumor. De Huang and Xiao Hu have heard her mention our team to others many times. Although she didn't say it explicitly, She was talking about our abundant supplies. And today, De Huang and Xiao Hu took advantage of Zhang Wan's absence to steal a surprise from her. Look! Zhou Yang paused, then smiled mysteriously, and took out the level 5 spiritual crystal core from the space. When everyone saw the crystal core in Zhou Yang's hand, they were stunned. Lu Xingye exclaimed directly, "Level 5 spiritual crystal core? Fuck! Where did Zhang Wan get this crystal core?" Su Zi, according to the investigation, this woman has never fought zombies properly. The only possibility is that someone else gave it to her. But Chai Jin can't afford such a good thing. It was probably given by Captain Chen Ning. Lu Yanwen sighed, he is just a patrol captain now. And he can't give such a thing. Hearing this, Su Zi shrugged, that's not clear. But we can wait until Zhang Wan is captured and ask her directly. We talk about this after we capture Zhang Wan. Now we still need to understand the details of Zhang Wan's supernatural powers. By the way, did you two interrogate the thief today smoothly? Did you get anything useful? After Yan Fei finished speaking, he looked directly at Shen Zichuan and Lu Yanwen. Not bad. The thief may have been out of Zhang Wan's control for a few days, so he confessed some things this time. But when it comes to the part about Zhang Wan, he will still be emotional, but not as obvious as Chai Jin. But these are enough for us to lock Zhang Wan. Shen Zichuan paused and continued, in the afternoon, we interrogated him again. This time we used supernatural powers. And the thief finally told us about Zhang Wan. The thief was originally an ordinary person. He heard Zhang Wan spread rumors about our team many times. And gradually he was brainwashed. He came to pry open the door in the middle of the night when he was instigated. And the control person should be banned from talking about Zhang Wan. Even if he heard someone say something bad about Zhang Wan, he would inexplicably defend her. However, after interrogation, we found that this thief was uncomfortable at the beginning. But after he really broke through the ban and told it, he was much more sober. And his brain did not seem to be damaged. So even if Zhang Wan died directly, it should not have much impact on Chai Jin and others. And he will recover naturally in a short time. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then Zhang Wan has no choice but to die. Let's find a chance to take her outside the base and kill her. After concluding that Zhang Wan could be killed directly, Lu Xingye was the first to speak out. Naturally, no one else had any objections. The matter of killing Zhang Wan was put on the agenda by the Qianlong team. And now they were just waiting for a suitable opportunity.